Art Auction. Join us all weekend for a celebration of Northern California's visual arts. Over 250 pieces will be auctioned off to the highest bidder, and you can be part of the action by watching and bidding on your favorite pieces. View the entire collection online at kvie.org/art auction. Then, when your favorite item appears, call 1-844-KVIE-ART to place your bid. Auction proceeds benefit the programs and services of your PBS station, KVIE. So thank you for watching and bidding. And now, let the auction begin.
Good morning and welcome to Day 3 of the 2020 PBS KVIE Art Auction. I'm Clayton Whitehead, and we're so pleased that you're joining us to celebrate another day of beautiful art from Northern California artists. Today you'll have the opportunity to bid on and buy works from Gold Country Artists Gallery, Viewpoint Photographic Arts Center, the California Masters Collectors Corner, and so much more. If you purchased art on Friday or Saturday, you can pick it up today from 10 a.m. to 5 p.m. here at PBS KVIE, located at 2030 West El Camino Avenue in Sacramento. Be sure to bring a photo ID and a blanket to protect your art for loading it into the car. We'll have a team here providing curbside pickup service and will bring your purchased art right to your vehicle. You can preview all the art collection online at kvie.org/art auction. And when you see something you like, call 1-844-KVIE-ART, A-R-T, to place your bid. It's that easy. And you can take home an amazing piece of art today. The phone lines are open, so let's get started.
Stay tuned for the Gold Country Artists Gallery coming up next on the PBS KVIE Art Auction. Started in 1992 and located in historic downtown Placerville, Gold Country Artists Gallery is a cooperative owned and operated by over 45 local artists. View all of the galleries featured in this year's collection at kvie.org/art auction.
Thank you for joining us for this Gold Country Artists Break. Here's an overview of the art that will be up for bid during the next half hour. Number 27A is Hangtown Hangover by Roger Lanzini. It's a watercolor measuring 16 by 20. The retail value is $300. 27B, Big Sur Coast by Carol Clark. This is photography measuring 20 by 30. It was artist framed and valued at $350. 27C is Valley Oaks 2 by Douglas Parks. This is photography measuring 27 by 41 and was framed by the University Arts Center. It has a retail value of $600. 27D is Spirit of the Mountains by Ramona K. Beckwith. This is acrylic on canvas measuring 16 by 20 with a retail value of $350. Item 27E is The Stair by Teresa Bilowski. It is photography measuring 20 by 20 with a retail value of $425. And last is 27F, Nature's Lace Platter by Anca Statescu. This is ceramic measuring 17 by 33 with a retail value of $225. Now let's head over to see our art with our auctioneer and art expert.
Hi there, I'm Kelly Rains, and thank you for joining us for this break featuring artwork from Gold Country Artists Gallery. I'm pleased to be here with Doug Parks, our art expert for this break, and representative of the gallery. Doug is a lifelong photographer, well known for capturing the natural wonders of our region from the Pacific coast to the high peaks of the Sierra Nevada mountains. Welcome, Doug, and thank you for being here. Let's get right into it. What can you tell us about item 27A?
This is done by Roger Lanzini. Roger is actually pretty classically trained and does a lot of work restoring art for churches. So this is a big departure for him moving into watercolor. And so the one thing that he loves about the watercolors is it's much more free-flowing than the oils he's used to. And what that allows him to do is be a lot more whimsical with his work. So this is a typical scene in downtown Placerville. It's the iconic bell tower. But there's so much motion in this that it's almost so whimsical that it makes you dizzy there because everything's moving back and forth inside of the frame.
To see it with joy.
Yeah, and I think that's why he calls it the Hangtown Hangover. So I'm not sure if that was a result of the hangover or if it's just something that he gave it a name for.
There's so much motion and color in this. There's a $300 retail value. The bid is on your screen. Call the number on your screen to make that bid and even higher. 844-584-3278. That's 1-844-KVIE Art. I've stayed a night in Placerville, and this really does kind of capture the compactness and the color and the vibrancy and the energy of the town.
Exactly, and that's captured very well here. And Roger does love a lot of color because he likes to brighten up a room with his work. But the other thing I love about this is there's three elements of the painting that are iconic to Placerville. There's the hardware store, which people come from all over the United States to see the hardware store. There's the bell tower, which has been there since the gold rush, and then there's the theater as well. So he's captured the flavor and this history of the town, but still done it in kind of a whimsical fashion.
It's a very fun, fantastical kind of feel to it, and it's a painting of a local area in our region, in our own backyard, by a local artist. Again, you can bring that energy and that vibrancy into your home. If you can't visit Placerville right now, or you want to, or you just want to remember it, call the number on your screen to make the bid that's on your screen, and go even higher. Support PBS KVIE and all the great arts programming and travel programming that you can see destinations like Placerville, like with maybe our Rob on the road. And this is a unique piece for him, isn't it?
It is. It's very unique, but it is representative of the types of colors he is using these days. Like I had said before, he loves to brighten a room. So when he's painting, he's usually thinking about those dark corners of your room that, you know, you're not going to put something that is dark in there, and he wants to liven up those areas of your house, like a hallway and things of that nature. So I love that about him, that he's thinking about placement in your home as he's making the piece.
I like that. He wants to liven up the dark corners of your room and your life. So call the number on your screen, 844-584-3278. These pieces are not open for a very long time. The phones are ringing, and we want you to get in on the bidding. And any final thoughts before we move on?
Actually, the only final thought I would have is that it is representative of his colors, but not his style, since it is such a loose style for him. He does do things that are very, very tight as well, like fishing lures and things of that nature. So that's why I love this one, is it's so loose, especially once you get up into the sky.
It's really, really great. We're going to keep this piece open, but we're going to move on to the next piece, which is item 27B. It is Big Sur Coast by Carol Clark. It is photography measuring 20 by 30, artist framed. Retail value is $350. And it's a beautiful, beautiful photograph of the Big Sur Coast. And I love the colors and the composition and the clouds and the energy, Doug. And there's a retail value for $350. It's beautiful. It's got a lot of energy. What can you tell us about this?
So this is taken in an iconic location, but a non-iconic view, which I love when photographers do things like this. So it's taken near the Bixby Bridge by Bixby Creek down in Big Sur. But instead of taking the bridge, she turned her attention out to the ocean, where there's many different colors of blue in the Pacific. But the thing I love about it is the depth of the different ridge lines of Big Sur actually reaching down into the ocean.
It's so beautiful. The number to call on your screen is 844-584-3278. We say it time and time again, but it's really because it's true. These pieces don't stay open for very long. And you can bring this beautiful landscape and vista into your home to enjoy every day of the year, and the bid is on the screen. Call and make that bid and go even higher to support PBS KVIE. And it's a great piece from the Gold Country Gallery, isn't it?
Yeah, it's very representative of her work as well. She is always looking for atmospherics, so I love the way that she has integrated those low clouds that are building off of the ocean into those valleys. It's just it's breathtaking, which we all know Big Sur is all very breathtaking, but again, I think it's just a different view from an iconic location that you don't normally see.
What can you tell us about the composition in the clouds? It just seems so beautiful.
Well, I think that's the real key to this piece, other than the color in the oceans and the stacked different ridgelines that go in. It's the clouds that draw you in. Normally in a photograph, it's usually the lightest thing that's going to take your eye, and here those clouds are the lightest thing. So it zooms you right into the background of this photograph.
It's so great. I can feel the clouds rolling in. I can hear the sound of the ocean breaking. And it's a beautiful, beautiful image to immerse yourself in, much like you immerse yourself into the great programs here on KVIE, your PBS station, Masterpiece and Nova, where all the great science and exploration programs are. And the retail value for this beautiful piece is $350, and the current bid is on your screen. We want to go higher than that. So call the number on your screen, 844 KVIE Art. What else can you share with us about this piece, Doug?
Well, the one thing that's beautiful about this is it's printed on metal or aluminum, which is something that from a photographer's standpoint, it's about reflected light for us. And when you're printing to paper or you're printing to canvas, that's not really a surface that is very reflective. So when you do get to an aluminum piece, it's highly reflective, and it looks just like what you would see on a monitor or something that is lit from behind. So it makes the entire image just jump out at you.
And I understand it's a really valuable material for photographs and everything that people love to have. And you need to call right now. We're going to keep this one open for just a little bit. We're going to move on to item 27C. It is Valley Oaks 2 by Douglas Parks. It is photography measuring 27 by 41. Framed by University Art Center. The retail value is $600. And this is your piece.
Yes, it is. Yes, it is. And I spend my time wandering the foothills here. I feel very lucky that I live at the crux of the Central Valley and the Sierra Nevada foothills. So we get those wonderful oak trees around here. So I find myself getting lost on roads I've never been on. I'll punch in my home on the GPS and then just start driving, because then I know I can get back and it'll tell me how long it's going to take. So the oaks are I love the oaks, and it's amazing to me when you do see an image like this. The first thing, those of us especially that are from Northern California, know exactly where those images have been made.
It's such a beautiful piece. So what was going on when you took this? Did you stumble across it? Did you plan to come here? And how did you get this angle or decide on this angle?
So it's an area that I've been to before. It's just south of Folsom. The way I stumbled upon it is I love to shoot in the fog. Because I love the light in the fog. And so I was actually out shooting the oaks in the fog, and it started to lift around sunrise. And so I got this beautiful glow on the clouds and this beautiful glow on the hillside. And what I love the most is the roundness of the hill, that you don't feel like you're struggling to climb up, and you don't feel like you're running your way down. It's just a very well balanced, and you can almost feel why the oaks put themselves there on that hill.
So beautiful. Doug is talking about how he was inspired to take this photo, and when he took this photo, you get inspired every day of the year on the programming you see on PBS KVIE, and this is your chance to bring a little bit of that inspiration and Doug's inspiration into your home for your own sense of enjoyment. And I love it. It's almost surreal in the curves, and like you're going into this other world. I absolutely love it, Doug.
Thank you. Thank you. The other thing that drew me to making this image is it's actually a two-piece pano. So it's two images that are stitched together.
Really?
Because it's too wide a frame. And I find myself lately shooting in a 16 by 9 because that's what we see on our televisions anymore. That's what KVIE broadcasts us as, a 16 by 9. So I'm starting to find myself shooting panoramas that I can later crop into a 16 by 9 image.
It's such a beautiful piece, and this piece can be yours, but it's not going to be open for very long. All of the pieces in the art auction every year, especially this year, are open only for a little bit of time. So this is your chance to get in on the action. And thank you to University Art Center for the beautiful framing of your piece, Doug.
Absolutely. I'm so glad I got to see it all framed up. by them. I love their choice of the frame. I love the coloring and how it's just dark enough to set it off of the wall, but it pulls into the oak trees and the darker parts of the grasses, which are all swept by the wind from the night before.
Well, they are great community partners, and we love their efforts here for PBS KVIE. The retail value is $600. The bid is on your screen. The number is on your screen too. That's the way to get in on the action and to bring this piece home to you. Call the number now, 844-KVIE Art. We are halfway through the break, which means we're going to keep this piece open and check in over at the recap station for bidding updates. Let's send it over.
All right, we're off to a great start this morning with some beautiful pieces from Gold Country Artists Gallery. That winning bid is just a phone call away, so let's hear from you right now. And my phone bank, get your bells ready. We've got a number of bells ringers here. Let's see, for 27A, Hangtown Hangover by Roger Lanzini, forgive me. We got a bell ringer, friends. $675, whoops, now $700 high bid. Go to the phones and let's take it up a little more. Number 27B is Big Sur Coast by Carol Clark. Another bell ringer with a current high bid of $550. And at 27C, Valley Oaks 2, we have Mr. Parks here in the studio. Let's show him some love. Our current bid is $450 on this piece valued at $600. So head to the phones now and let's drive that price up for an awesome cause, KVIE PBS. Remember, when you buy a piece of art today, you aren't just taking art home, but you're helping with the mission of our station. You're helping to purchase programming, the shows that you love like Masterpiece Theater that'll be on tonight. That's what you're doing. So just pick up the phone and call the number on your screen. It's 1-844-KVIE Art. That's 584-3278. You see it right there on the bottom. All right, let's head back to the art for the art exports at the end of this break.
Now is the time to get involved by picking up the phone and giving us a call to place your bids. Some wonderful works of art from Gold Country Artists Gallery are waiting for you. All right, we are back with the second half of the break, continuing with item 27D, Spirit of the Mountains by Ramona K. Beckwith. This is acrylic on canvas measuring 16 by 20. It has a retail value of $350. Doug, what can you tell us about this beautiful piece?
Well, Ramona works from her mind. Obviously, this is not something you're going to naturally see out there, and these just evolve from her. And the Spirit of the Mountains is kind of an interesting name for it. It's very obvious to see the face, but the mountains down below are very reminiscent of the mountains in the Southwest, which are quite red in rock. And so I think that's where this all began. She uses acrylics, but she also uses things to dab the acrylics, such as paper or sometimes stamps or sometimes pieces of clay, just to bring out some character and some texture in the piece itself as well.
It's such a great emotional piece. It's very, just going back to nature to me. I love this piece, and this is Spirit of the Mountains, and you can get the Spirit of the Mountains when you call in and place the bid on your screen and go even higher on that bid, and the number to do that bidding is 844-584-3278. And I love the colors. They're a very warm feel to it.
Absolutely. I think that's what draws me to the piece as well. Very fallish, as we're coming into the fall here. Warmth, especially for artists. This is the time of year where we're all out painting plein air or taking photographs or something along that lines. And so I think Ramona has captured that as well. But it's not something that she really sets out to do. It just kind of organically becomes, and that's what I love about her work.
It's such a beautiful, beautiful piece. And all of these pieces that support the mission of PBS KVIE, they don't stay open for very long. So there is a sense of urgency. You should get on the phones right now and call the number on your screen. The bid is on your screen. Support arts programming on your PBS station, as well as adventure programming and nature programming. This is a scene of the mountains as far as the artist sees it. And you can see it at home. It's got a very meditative quality to it.
It really does. It really does. I think it's just it has an organic feel to it that comes out. And when you think of her past, where she delved in pastels, this is such a rapid departure, and she does so many different forms of art now that it's just a stunning piece.
It's a stunning piece, and this stunning piece can be yours. Again, the number to call is on your screen, and the bid is on your screen. There is a retail value of $350. We want to surpass that. So call the number on your screen and get this beautiful piece. And it's acrylic on canvas, 16 by 20, which is a great size for any wall.
It is. It's a very versatile size to go in an office building or to go above a kitchen table or something along that lines. But I would definitely put it someplace where I am going to see it every day, because it's just one of those pieces that every time you look at it, you see something different.
It's really beautiful.
I love that.
We're gonna keep this piece open, but only for a little bit of time. And we're gonna move on to the next piece, which is item 27E. It is The Stair by Teresa Bielowski. It is photography measuring 20 by 20. Retail value is $425. And boy, does this guy have a stair, Doug.
And that's the great thing about this image from Teresa is that when you're shooting animals, it's all about the eyes. And she has just the right lens, just the right depth. And the other thing that's interesting about this is not an owl you get to see very often. Mm-hmm. And she was lucky enough to have it within her midst for minutes, she told me. And then it flew into the trees and into the forest. Captured in the Grand Tetons National Park. And she's been there many times, always looking for them. And this is the one time she was finally able to get it.
That's one of the joys I love about photographers, because they capture these moments that are so fleeting and transitory for us, and we can all enjoy them, and you guys have to do all the hard work and getting these photographs, but this photograph can be yours. You can go beyond the broadcast and bring nature into your home. The number on your screen is 844-584-3278. And the bid is on your screen. This is for photography lovers, bird lovers, nature lovers, people who love people who stare. I paint birds, and I've always wanted to paint this type of owl, and she's re-inspiring me.
That's great to hear. Yeah, great gray owls, you don't see them very often, and if you do, they're very fleeting. And so it took a lot of patience for Teresa to actually get this image with the number of times that she was in there. But the way she captured it, I think, is the best thing about it. So she shot with a pretty wide open aperture to soften that background. So there's nothing distracting other than the owl in the image.
It's such a beautiful piece. This is item 27E, The Stair by Teresa Bielowski. Photography measuring 20 by 20. Retail value is $425. She's captured a fleeting moment. Not to sound like a great segue, but the bid is on your screen, and it's going to be a fleeting opportunity for you to get this piece. And don't let this fly away. Yes, I said that. 844-584-3278. That's 844-KVIE Art. As a master photographer, tell us more about this piece, Doug.
Well, again, technically I love it just because of the way that she captured it. You still have the feet. The entire bird is in focus, which is amazing. But those eyes, it's just the light on the eyes is perfect. It's just perfect. And having those eyes up in the upper third of the image draws you in even more. And not having a background to distract you at all. It's just so well done. It's an amazing piece. And this is somebody that does birds and animals, but she also does landscapes and flowers and things of that nature. But her true love is animals. So this shows you how much she loves animals.
It's beautiful. Every dollar raised in this auction supports PBS KVIE and all of the great nature programming that you love here on KVIE. This is item 27E, The Stair by Teresa Bielowski. Retail value is $425. The bid is on your screen. So is the number on your screen. Just look at the size and the story coming out of that owl's eyes.
And the detail in the owl itself. I mean, you can almost feel like you can preen the owl yourself and pull off those feathers. There's such detail in there.
We're going to keep this beautiful owl open for just a little bit longer, and we're going to move on to the next piece, which is an item 27F. It is Nature's Lace Platter by Anca Statescu. It is ceramic measuring 17 by 13 and it's a retail value of $225. And Doug, this is stunning. What can you share with us?
So Anka, this was inspired. Anka does a lot of different ceramics, but this one was inspired by her grandmother. Her grandmother used to knit lace. And so she thought of her grandmother while she was doing this piece and infused that also with her love of nature. So you have this lovely leaf form, and yet it still has that lacy, delicate feel to it.
It's such a beautiful piece by Anka. The number to call is on your screen. The bid is on your screen. There's not a lot of time to get this beautiful nature's lace platter. There's a lot of artistry and effort and mastery that goes into making this piece.
Yeah, absolutely, especially with the glazes and things of that nature that she puts on these things. Now, I will tell you that this piece also is something that you would probably use as a platter. It can go indoors, it can go outdoors. The other thing is it's microwave safe, it's food safe.
And can you turn it just a little bit more for us so we can maybe see?
Absolutely.
Now this is how we're displaying it. The stand does not come with the piece, and you can lay it out down, and I think you said it can go outdoors.
It can go outdoors or indoors. It's a very durable piece as well, even though it has that delicate feel to it.
And it's got this beautiful shimmering quality to it, and it's so delicate and lacy and brilliant. But there's also this durability that it has.
There is, ceramics have that built into it, right? But just the way she does the glazes and the clays, it is a very durable piece. But it's that delicate piece, I think. Typically when we think of ceramics, we think of something heavier and things of that nature. And so this is truly a piece of art that you would be proud to have on your table.
It's really beautiful. We're proud to have Anka's piece. She's a past contributor. Thank you, Anka. Is this indicative of her work as a whole?
Absolutely, but she is quite varied in the way that she does her ceramics too. So most of her inspiration does come from nature, so you will see leaves and things of that nature from her. But I've never seen anything quite so intricate from her. So when I saw this, I was completely surprised by the piece just because of the delicate and nature. And then when she told me about it being something that she thought of her grandmother, then it all made sense to me.
That's so beautiful. Do you mind turning it so we can see a side view of it? So
Absolutely.
We can see actually the three-dimensionality and how delicate and exquisite it is. And it could be yours. It's such a beautiful, one-of-a-kind piece. There's a beautiful leaf. It's shimmering. It's just so lovely. The number to call is on your screen. The bid is on your screen. Call in, surpass that screen. Support public television, PBS KVIE, where you see all of this beautiful arts programming. And any final thoughts, Doug?
The one thing that I will point out, when you get up close to this piece, then you really actually see the veins that would be in the leaves through the darkness of the clay in the background with the white glaze,
It's so
kind
beautiful.
of setting it off.
Thank you, Doug. And we're nearing the end of this break, which means that now is your last opportunity to bid on the art featured in this last half hour. Let's head back to the recap station for an update on bidding activity.
We're winding down our first break here on Sunday morning, and in the next few minutes, you're going to want to hear from you. Our volunteers are standing by to take your calls so that you can have a beautiful piece of art in your home as early as this afternoon. Sacramento and Central Valley, your generosity never ceases to amaze me. We have 4 bell ringers. Let's do a quick recap. 27D, Spirit of the Mountains by Ramona K. Beckwith, acrylic on canvas, retail value of $350. We're so close at $325. Let's make that one a bell ringer. Number 27E, The Stair by Teresa Bielawowski, measuring 20 by 20, a beautiful photography of an owl, a retail value of $425. We're at $175 right now, so there's room for some movement there. And then number 27F, friends, we got a bell ringer here. By Anka Stătescu, the beautiful ceramic leaf, measuring 17 by 13, and we have a current bid of $400. All 3 of our previous items, A, B, and C, are bell ringers. Hangtown Hangover stands at $700 right now. Big Sur Coast at $550. And item C, Valley Oaks 2, is at $800. 3 bell ringers. Let's hear it Well, you know what? They can't ring the bells because they're all busy taking your calls right now. There we go. So stay tuned because there's more art coming up in the next half hour in the PBS KVIE Art Auction.
PBS KVIE is committed to the visual and performing arts through national productions like Poldark in Victoria, to our local productions of KVIE Art Showcase and the PBS KVIE Gallery, celebrating award-winning auction artists and California masters. PBS KVIE's commitment to the arts stays strong because of your participation as a donor and an art buyer. Thank you for being a part of the PBS KVIE Art Auction and for making art a part of your home today. Stay tuned for figurative art coming up next on the PBS KVIE Art Auction. Juried by Susan Sylvester, this category features a celebration of the human form and representations of animals. View all of the art featured in this year's collection at kvie.org/artauction.
Hi there, I'm Clayton Whitehead, and thanks for joining us for the figurative break. Here's an overview of the art that will be up for bid during the next half hour. So, item 28A is Engine Maintenance Yard, Roseville, California by D.A. Brown. This is oil on canvas measuring 24 by 30. It was artist framed and has a retail value of $1,500. Item 28B, New Glasses by Helen Plenert. This is a watercolor measuring 19 by 25. It was framed by our friends at Skyline One Framing with a retail value of $550. 28C, Ulysses, a New Allegory by Larry Angier. This is mixed media, measuring 20 by 16, a retail value of $450. 28D is called Serenity by Kathy Dona. This is oil on canvas, measuring 18 by 24. It was artist framed and has a retail value of $350. Item 28E, Joyride by Christine Springer. This oil on canvas measures 16 by 20. It was artist framed and has a retail value of $1,200. And finally, item 28F, Midnight by Charlotte Markham Rush. This acrylic on canvas measures 16 by 20. It was artist framed and has a retail value of $300. Now let's head over to see the art with our art auctioneer and art expert.
Hi there, I'm Kelly Rains, and thanks for joining us for this figurative break. During this half hour, I am pleased to be joined again by Doug Parks from Gold Country Artists Gallery, and we're going to talk about some great pieces that are up for bid right now. Doug, let's get started with item 28A.
Isn't this a wonderful piece? I mean, if you live in Roseville, which this gentleman does, he hears these trains sometimes at all hours of the night. And so he's always wanted to paint these yellow engines. And it took him a few times to catch it in the place that he wanted it, because he does work from reference photos. But it's those yellow engines that, especially those of us that played with trains as children, we're still mesmerized by these large locomotives.
It's such a great piece. This is item 28A, Engine Maintenance Yard, Roseville, California by D.A. Brown, oil on canvas measuring 24 by 30. It is framed by the artist, Doug.
Which is wonderful. I mean, it's classic black frame, which I love because then it doesn't take anything away from the image itself. And I love his clouds. These are the types of clouds that we all wish we could paint or take photographs of. And I think he's captured it well. With all of the different blues and magentas. There's just so much happening in the clouds. It's mesmerizing to me.
It's such a beautiful piece. The retail value is $1,500. The bid is on your screen. Call the number on your screen to make that bid, 844-584-3278. Support PBS, KVIE, and all of the great programs you see. We have a train museum here in Sacramento, so if you've got a train lover in your family or it's secretly you, this is a great piece for them too.
Absolutely, absolutely. The other thing is you get to see not just the trains here, but the people working in the rail yard, which I think is fascinating. And he does that from photographs. And a little bit of a secret, the gentleman kneeling down on the tracks is the artist. So he had a picture taken of himself, and he put himself into the painting itself. So I thought it's kind of an interesting twist to the image.
That's so great. I just teared up a little bit like that. I love stories like that. It's a moment in time that the artist has captured and even put himself in the painting. And the clouds are beautiful. This is a moment in time, and you only have a few moments in time right now to get this piece. The bid is on your screen, as is the number. Call that number to support PBS, KVIE, and all the great programs that you love all hours of the day. And this is a specific piece about our region, which is so wonderful.
I think that's the thing I love the most about it, is if you are from that region and you hear those trains going by on a scheduled basis, then you'd want something like this in your home. But the other part of it is it's a workman's piece. It's people that are. It's not just the trains, it's people making a living around the rail yards and the detail around that, looking at the rails and being in my orange vest to make sure that I don't get run over by one of these trains. I just love the people that are involved in this.
It's so great. The people that are involved in this, the person who made it actually painted himself into the painting. I love that detail. Thank you so much for sharing it. And you are part of the process. You're one of those people that's supporting arts. The retail value is $1,500, and you need to get on the phone as soon as possible. And we're going to keep this one open for just a little bit of time, but we're going to move on to the next piece, and that is item 28B. It is New Glasses by Helen Plenert. This is watercolor measuring 19 by 25, framed by Skyline One Framing. Thank you, Skyline One. And retail value is $550. I love the joy in this piece, Doug.
To me, she's sassy. She's just a sassy girl, and she's got her new glasses and she's showing them off. It's just, I love the feeling that you get from this piece, with the rock in the background and the light clouds with the bleeding of the watercolors. It's just, I love the sassy look of the girl.
It's so fun. This is your chance, and it's a very small time that you have the chance to call in and bid on this piece. The bid is on your screen. Call the number on your screen to make that bid. This is item 28B. Retail value is $550. Make the bid on your screen. Go even higher to support PBS, KVIE, and all the great programs that you love. This is watercolor, and watercolor is a very demanding medium.
Very much so. Sometimes you have to learn to paint backwards because you have to leave that white. You can't paint watercolor white. So, so having that part in there and understanding light and shadow with watercolor is a very difficult thing to do. But the colors are still, even though they're bleeding, it's still not that loose, especially once you get down into the figure. Her face, the joy in her face is just outstanding.
It's just such a joyful piece, and you can experience that joy. You're going to be joyful when you pick up this piece, but the only way you can pick up that piece is if you actually make the bid at the number on your screen right now. So do that and support all the great programs, arts programs, local programs like Rob on the Road and KVIE Art Showcase and Studio Sacramento. You can only get this kind of art with us once a year, and this is that time. Help us sell all the art. Help us go beyond the retail value. This one is $550, and it's a beautiful vertical piece. So it's a nice shape and size to go into any wall.
Yeah, it's not overly large, but it's not so small that it's going to get lost in a room either. Very well framed, very well matted. I love the fact that there's really no definite border all the way around, which is so typical of watercolors. That I think that's what draws me to the medium more than anything else is that loose and carefree style that watercolor has.
It's beautiful. You mentioned the beautiful framing, and it was framed by Skyline One Framing. Thank you, Skyline One. Retail value is $550. I love watercolor. She is a longtime contributor to the art auction. Thank you, Helen, for your donation and being a participant in the art auction. This is only one time a year, and we're so glad to have you here too, Doug. What else would you like to share about this painting?
Well, the one thing that I would call attention to is hands on hips.
Okay.
I mean, that's such a great stance for a figure in a painting. And the last thing I would say is this is an artist who normally does landscapes. So this is quite a departure for her, which I think is going to make it even more collectible.
This is beautiful. We're going to keep this piece open for just a little bit. We're going to move on to item 28C. It is Ulysses, a new allegory by Larry Angier. It is mixed media, measuring 20 by 16. Retail value is $450. And Doug, what can you tell us about item 28C?
So this piece started with the artist wandering the streets of Venice around the canal and the lagoon. It was more around the lagoon, which is where he found actually Ulysses. So this is a photographer, even though it doesn't look like classical photography. And I think that's what I love, is he's taken photography to the next level by blending different images, different textures into an image and letting you, the viewer, see what you see inside of the image.
It's so beautiful. My colleagues know that I really want to go to Venice. So when you mentioned that this was from Venice, the image and the inspiration, my heart skipped a little bit. And it's just got so much detail and emotion in it too.
I think that's what I love, especially in the face. I mean, it's almost, of course, we impart our feelings into these, which is what the artist is actually after. To see almost two parts of life and death in the face to me. But the colors are so vibrant, it just kind of takes your breath away.
I keep seeing something different every time I look at it. It's figurative, yet it's abstract, and it's got a story to it, and it kind of like, it's almost like a choose your own adventure story that you get to kind of make up that narrative when you look at it.
And I think that's the thing he wants you to do. What are you going to see in it? What you see in it is not going to be what I see in it. He does not have any preconceived notion of what's inside of his images. And it's actually layers of images stacked on top of each other to come up with the final product.
Oh, this piece is giving me goosebumps. This is item 28C, Ulysses, a new allegory by Larry Angier, mixed media measuring 20 by 16. Retail value is $450. The bid is on your screen. The number to call to make that bid is on your screen as well. 1-844-KVIE Art. That's 844-584-3278. The colors are beautiful. It's a nice sized piece for a nice intimate little setting too.
Yeah, and stands off the wall just a little bit as a canvas. So it's just something that I would love to have in my house. That's for sure. The other thing that I will mention for the artist is that these images sometimes are taken in close proximity to each other. Sometimes they're taken half a world apart.
Wow.
So it always is something that's very organic and kind of builds on itself as it goes along. Now I believe, if I remember correctly, all of these images were from a close locale of this inside of Venice.
It's so beautiful. You never know where you're going to find inspiration, except you know you're always going to find it on PBS KVIE. And that's why we're here. We do this auction once a year, and there's only a little bit of time for you to experience art in a whole new way, bring it home, and also support PBS KVIE and all of the great programs that you love. There's something for everyone in this auction, and you can have this piece now, but only now, because time is running out. The bid is on your screen. The number to make that bid is on your screen. That's 844-584-3278. And we're halfway through the break, which means we're going to keep this piece open and check in over at the recap station for bidding updates while you call in right now.
All it takes is a call and a bid, and a piece of art can be in your home today. Here's a recap of the pieces we've looked at so far in the figurative break. Item 28A, Engine Maintenance Yard, Roseville, California by D.A. Brown. All on canvas measuring 24 by 30. It has a value of $1,500 and currently our high bid is $600. There's a bidding war going on, friends, so it's time to go to the phone and jump in and get involved. 28B, this incredibly whimsical piece I just love, New Glasses by Helen Plenert. It measures 19 by 25, Skyline 1 framing. Thank you so much for your work. And it has a value of $550. We have our opening bid at $150, but there's room for a lot more. I have a true confession. I mean, just look at that. Who doesn't wish we were her right now? Carefree, standing in a lake, enjoying the weather. That is a fun piece. And it's a native Sacramentan, so this makes it even better to have in your home for all of you who live here in the greater Sacramento area. Number 28B, the bid now $150. There is room for your bid. Go to the phones now, 844-KVIE Art. And 28C, Ulysses, a new allegory by Larry Angier. As we were hearing from Kelly and Douglas, an amazing piece, mixed media, inspired by visions of Venice, and certainly a great addition to any home art. We're almost there, friends. In fact, we have just gotten our bell ringer. We have a bell ringer, friends, $450. Thank you to that bidder, but there's still room for you. So go to the phones now. We'll be back in just a few moments with the remaining pieces of this lot. 28D, E, and F. But first, a quick recap of A, B, and C. Engine maintenance yard, 28A. Currently, high bidder is $600. New glasses, 28B. We've got a couple people in the action now. We have a bid of $150, but room for your call, so go to the phones now. And 28C, Ulysses, a new allegory. We are up to $500, so it's even a double bell ringer now. Thank you so much for your enthusiastic support of KVIE this morning. All right, friends, there is a lot more art to come in this break, so let's take a look at the next items.
We're looking to sell every single one of the pieces in this auction, and you can make that happen when you call in right now. All right, we are back with the second half of this figurative category, continuing with item 28D, Serenity by Kathy Donna. This is oil on canvas measuring 18 by 24 and has a retail price of $350. Doug, what strikes you right away with this painting?
Color. It's just about the color. And the thing that's amazing about this is its natural color. The mandarin ducks are just scintillating to look at. And of course, one of the things the artist said is she thought it would probably be scintillating, especially to a female mandarin. But it's the way that she has blended the colors into the reflections, into the water and everything else. It's just an outstanding piece.
It's a beautiful piece if you've got a nature lover. This might even be a beautiful piece for a nursery if you're decorating a nursery or something, a bird lover, nature lover, or you just want this sweet, charming, lovely piece that embodies nature so beautifully. This is the piece for you. This is item 28D. The bid is on your screen, and the number to place that bid is on your screen as well, 844-584-3278. Support PBS KVIE by getting this beautiful piece. Can you talk to us about the motion in this piece?
You know, the thing that struck me about the motion in this piece is when you think of a duck, usually they're kind of bobbing in the water. And so the concentric circles coming out from the duck give you that feeling of this duck bobbing in the water and then giving you those rippled reflections of all of that color that this male is showing off.
It's so sweet. Where I live, there's a duck pond, and I can see these little ducks right now in this painting. I love this painting so much. It's so sweet. That water and the reflection is absolutely beautiful, and his little beak just poking in there. This is item 28D, Serenity. It really does create a lot of serenity when you look at it, by Kathy Donna. Artist framed. It's framed by the artist.
Which is a wonderful job of framing. I wish I could frame like this. I mean, it's just a wonderful offsetting color, pulling out some of the colors of the wood duck, especially in the reflection. But simple. I love the wood as well. But it shows an all-around talent for the artist.
It's really, really beautiful. Kathy is a past donor to the KVIE Art Auction, and thank you so much, Kathy. The bird is beautiful. It's a nice piece for any room in the house, especially a child's room or a nursery or even at the office. It's a nice respite from your day if you're wanting to escape and just bring the outside in and look at this piece. This is item 28D, Serenity. Bring some serenity into your home. Call the number on your screen. Look at how I'm just taken with the little beak by the number. And it's just, what is he looking for? Is he looking for lunch? Is he just taking a little nosedive?
Is he munching on some grass? I would be remiss if I didn't tell you, because Kathy wanted me to tell you, that this was taken, this is based on a photograph taken by a friend, Jim Hargrove, too. So I'm sure that she represents that photograph quite well, because it looks almost photorealistic to me as well. And this is somebody that's been painting for 9 years, so she's very good at her craft. As you had said, she's been here in the past. She's had a bell ringer the last 3 years, So highly collected artist as well.
Oh, and thank you, Kathy, for your donation. The number to call is on your screen. These pieces don't stay open very long, and we're going to keep this one open and move on, but it's not going to be open for very long. We're going to move on to item 28E. It is Joyride by Christine Springer. This is oil on canvas measuring 16 by 20, framed by the artist. Retail value is $1,200, and this is such a magical piece, Doug.
Joy. I mean, it brings you joy. Doesn't it take you to the state fair or any place you could climb on a carousel as a child or even as an adult? There's just something about a carousel horse that brings you joy and brings a smile to your face.
I have got such a big smile. It's so opulent. I want to go back to when I was younger and I was riding carousels. This is such a beautiful piece. And the number to call is on your screen. I'll say it again, 844-584-3278. And the bid is on your screen. Please call in and raise that bid even higher. These pieces don't stay open very long. And this is a one-time-a-year event, the PBS KVIE Art Auction. And this is your chance to be a part of that, to bring some art into your home and support all of the great programs on PBS that you love. Do you know what inspired this, Doug?
Well, he paints in a Russian Impressionistic style, which is interesting because there's so much detail in the horse. So that was kind of a departure for him in that he wanted to make sure that he got that detail in the horse, even though he is an Impressionist painting.
And this is Christine. So this is Joyride by Christine Springer. And it's such a beautiful, again, I love the opulent and the colors and the richness and lushness of it.
And I'm sorry, Christine, I misspoke there. But yeah, but still, it came down to it being very, very detailed within the horse. And I think for her, it also went back to her childhood or her children being on these carousel horses and bringing such joy to us.
I can hear the music, I can smell the food that's around there, and this piece really tells a story. It transports you, it's fantastical, there's a fantasy involved, and the retail value is $1,200. The bid is on your screen. Call the number on your screen. All these beautiful things on the screen, the painting and the number and the bid. Please call in and be a part of this and support PBS KVIE. What else would you like to share with us about this?
Well, she paints on linen canvas, and the reason she paints on linen canvas is because it's a very smooth surface for her. So she doesn't like a lot of texture in her paintings other than the paint itself. So I think that's why it has such depth to it as well. So it's quite a colorful piece, flat canvas, but lots of texture built in with the paint.
And you talked about how colorful it is. The colors in there are so rich and majestic.
Especially, and if you look at it, it's the entire color wheel is represented in this piece. I mean, from the warmth of the ground all the way through the reflections at the top being very cool. There's just about every color that you can imagine in there.
It's just so beautiful. This is item 28E, Joyride by Christine Springer. It gives me so much joy looking at it, and I know it can give you joy. It is oil on canvas measuring 16 by 20, framed by the artist. Retail value is $1,200. It just keeps bringing back this nostalgic feel to me. I can remember the first time I got to ride a horse on the merry-go-round. Any final thoughts?
Just the frame itself as well, since it was self-framed. I mean, it has that Russian Impressionist feel to the frame. Like
it's
an old
really beautiful. We're going to keep this one open and move on to the next piece, which is item 28F. It is Midnight by Charlotte Markham Rush. It is acrylic on canvas measuring 16 by 20, framed by the artist. Retail value is $300. And this is a fun piece. Tell us about this, Doug.
So she's a lover of cats, as you can tell, and she also rescues cats. This was inspired by one of her cats that she recently rescued, and it's actually overseeing another cat that she rescued that is blind and is down below. So this is the protector. So you can kind of see a protective look in the cat looking down upon upon us to make sure that we are not going to mess with its little brother.
I love it. You, as supporters of PBS KVIE, you're the protectors of all the great stories and programs that you love. The local programs that we have, KVIE Art Showcase, Rob on the Road, The Journey with Rob Stewart, Studio Sacramento. There's so much. Yes, we're open. So be the protector, be a participant in this great art auction that only happens once a year, and get this beautiful Midnight by Charlotte Markham Rush, item 28F. And what else would you like to share?
So Midnight is the name of the cat.
Oh.
So the cat was rescued when it was sick, and it's that black fur. I'm a sucker for a black cat. I don't want any white on my black cat. I love black cats. So, and the eyes, with a black cat, the eyes just pop out at you because there's nothing else to distract you in the fur.
It's so beautiful the way she's outlined it, and the colors are just magnificent.
You know, and the background was painted with a hand roller.
Really?
Yeah, and then she lays her images over the top of a hand rolled background.
I love all the little details that you're giving us. This is item 28F, Midnight by Charlotte Markham Rush, acrylic on canvas measuring 16 by 20, framed by the artist, which I love it when the artists frame it because they're continuing their story and their vision when they do that.
Yeah, and it's that's the thing is usually when the artist does do it, it is something that they envision on the piece rather than bringing it to somebody to frame it for you. And then you become influenced by their thinking rather than your own thinking. So I can see where she is with this. It's a marvelous frame, but which has a lot of detail, but it doesn't detract from Midnight itself.
It's so beautiful. I know there are animal lovers out there. I know there are cat lovers out there. This is your opportunity once a year and only just a few moments for this piece that it will be open. 844-584-3278. The bid is on your screen. Call the number that's on your screen and make that bid. Again, I'm calling all you cat lovers and nature lovers and animal lovers. It's a retail value of $300. We want to surpass that. We want to surpass the bid that's on your screen right now. Any final thoughts?
So just imagine the little brother, which is named Little Man, being underneath Midnight here, who was blind, had his eyes taken when he was very young, and so this is the overseer. So this could be somebody that's overseeing your child at home or something along that lines because it's a protective cat.
It's a protective cat. Again, you're the protectors of PBS, KVIE, and all the great programs for everybody in this region. This is a great piece for your family and the cat lover and the animal lover. And we are nearing the end of this break, which means that now is your last opportunity to bid on the art featured in this half hour. I want to thank you, Doug Parks. Thank you for joining us today and sharing his expertise with us. Let's check in over at the recap station for an update on the bids while you call right now.
Some great figurative work awaits you in this break, and you have just a few minutes remaining before they're all gone. Let's take a look at the pieces that are still open. So a quick recap, 28D, Serenity by Kathy Dona. And we have a bell ringer here. We currently have a bid of $400, but there's room for more, friends. Serenity by Kathy Dona is oil on canvas, measuring 18 by 24. A beautiful little duck there, done from a photograph. Number 28E, Joyride. We finally have some people in the carousel action. Or is it a merry-go-round? I never can remember the difference. This is a beautiful piece, stunning in its color, oil on canvas, measuring 16 by 20. And we currently have a high bid of $500. Thank you so much. Looks like we got a bit of a bidding war going on there now. Number 28F, did you hear the story about Midnight, the watchful cat looking over his little blind friend by Charlotte Markham Rush? This is acrylic on canvas measuring 16 by 20, and we are currently at $350, which makes it a bell ringer. There we go, there are the bells, and our little friend Kenny there on the screen to ring them for us. Let's look at the top of the set. At 28A, Engine Maintenance Yard, Roseville, California by D.A. Brown, a large oil on canvas measuring 24 by 30. We currently have a high bid of $1,000 for this piece, valued at $1,500. So it's a steal at this price. Still room for you to get involved. For our Roseville friends and railroad lovers, give us a call today. 28B, New Glasses by Helen Plenert, there we are. A whimsical piece showing a lady enjoying a sunny day. And look, friends, it is now a bell ringer as well. There's Kenny on the screen. There's the bells, and with a $550 bid. Thank you so much. And 28C, this Venetian-inspired Ulysses, a new allegory by Larry Angier. Also a bell ringer, a mixed media piece measuring 20 by 16. Our current bid is $800. So the retail price $450, and we have a great bid at $800, but there's room for more, friends, remembering all of these, all of your contributions today, all of your bids go to an awesome, awesome organization, KVIE, your public television station. So stay tuned because there's more art coming up in the next half hour in the PBS KVIE Art Auction.
Welcome to the 39th annual PBS KVIE Art Auction. Join us all weekend for a celebration of Northern California's visual arts. Over 250 pieces will be auctioned off to the highest bidder, and you can be part of the action by watching and bidding on your favorite pieces. View the entire collection online at kvie.org/art-auction. Then, when your favorite item appears, call 1-844-KVIE-ART to place your bid. Auction proceeds benefit the programs and services of your PBS station, KVIE. So thank you for watching and bidding. And now, let the auction begin. Bidding on items in the art auction is quick and easy to do. First, explore the collection online at kvie.org/art-auction. Or keep your television tuned to PBS KVIE. When a piece of art catches your eye, call 1-844-KVIE-ART and a volunteer will assist you. PBS KVIE accepts all major credit cards for your art purchase, and a member of our accounting team will confirm your payment within 5 minutes of item sale. Thank you for being a part of the PBS KVIE Art Auction and for making art a part of your home today. Stay tuned for figurative art coming up next on the PBS KVIE Art Auction. Juried by Susan Sylvester, this category features a celebration of the human form and representations of animals. View all of the art featured in this year's collection at kvie.org/art-auction.
Hi there, I'm Clayton Whitehead, and thanks for joining us for another round of figurative works. And now here's an overview of the art that will be up for bid during the next half hour. Item 29A, Vermilion Flycatcher by Sue Grau. This is photography measuring 20 by 16, framed by the artist. It has a retail value of $425, and this was one of the winners of our Curator Award. Item 29B, Afternoon Outing by Debbie James, a watercolor measuring 22 by 15, artist framed with a retail value of $300. And this won a People's Choice Award. We'll have lots of award winners in this set. Item 29C, Seahorses 2020 by Ronaldo Papa. This is acrylic on board measuring 36 by 24. It has a retail value of $250. 29D is entitled Finally. Oh, and the Preakness was yesterday. I love horse racing. Finally is by Elizabeth Hendricks. It's oil on canvas measuring 20 by 30, artist framed, retail value of $1,200. Number 29E, Colors of the Masai Mara by Marianne Carrasco. Forgive me if I misspelled that. Photography measuring 20 by 16. It has a retail value of $300. And rounding out set 29 is 29F, Robins by Dave Keck. This watercolor measures 18 by 22. It's artist framed and has a retail value of $250. Now let's take a look at the art with our auctioneer and art expert.
Hi there, I'm Kevin Smith-Fagan, longtime member of the PBS KVIE family and Executive Director of Fairytale Town. Thank you for joining us for this figurative collection. During this break, we are pleased to be joined by Rebecca Gregg. Rebecca is a founding member of the Viewpoint Photographic Arts Center in Sacramento and has served as an arts educator in the region for over 35 years. Welcome, Rebecca. Thank you for returning as an art expert this year. Now let's get things started with item 29A, a beautiful photograph by Sue Grau. Rebecca, your first look at it, what grabs you?
Oh, the celebration of this single bird, and when I talked with Sue about it and read her description, she has really pursued this bird, has photographed him or someone dressed like him since 2013. And this particular image was taken at midday, and that's part of what makes it so special, I think, in December. And so when he is on a little banister there at Maxwell Cemetery, and when you really get your nose into the photograph, you can see the spider webs coming down from the banister knob. And it's just a very colorful image where the spotlight's on him. And look at the rim light that's around his tail just from the light being above him, the sun being above him, puts that little catch light in his eyes. And he's a spectacular little fellow.
One of the things, Rebecca, that grabbed me right away is that although it's a photograph, it really captures sort of the essence of a painting. It looks like a painted work of art. How did you manage to do that?
I think it has those qualities that of the single detail, the feathers that separate themselves so well. And that's when people are doing bird illustrations, they're very particular about the fling of the feather, what kind of feather it is and how it's lying against the bird. So even when you look at the stripe of sun that's on his foot, on his leg there leading to the claw, that kind of highlight, you couldn't ask for better. And so we usually think of painters being able to put that in, whether it was there or not. But Sue's done this by photographing him. He's in the sun, he's against a shade tree, and that light that's coming in at the top is not the sun, it's the shade, it's the tree behind, leading us to see a theatrical quality.
Well, now's the time for you to get involved. You see the 800 number there on the screen. Call in, make your bid right now, become the top bidder on this beautiful photograph by Sue Grau. It's a vermilion flycatcher. And Rebecca, one of the things that I like about it is it's very bold. It's very central, and there's a little bit of a strength to that character.
And he's actually a fairly small bird, a little somewhere between a sparrow and a robin. So but he's full of himself. He's kind of a Mickey Rooney of the birdland because he's so colorful. And they don't live terribly long, 4.5, 5 years. So this may or may not be the same bird, but he's certainly is familiar with the spot. And one of the characteristics, Kevin, of art is, one of the principles is to simplify, draw our attention to something. And so he's certainly the hero of this image.
For sure. We're looking for you to call in with your bid right now. Be as generous as you can, every dollar to support the important work of PBS KVIE. And you can become the winner of this wonderful piece of art. The camera is showing the frame right now. It was framed by the artist, beautifully done. And that all adds to the centrality, to the power of the image. We have just a little bit of time left, Rebecca, but talk about the careful power of the colors, because there aren't very many.
No, there aren't. And that's why the lighting, I think, is so important here, is that that edge of light that's around the banister knob and all of that separates him, because if that weren't there, the back part of him would just disappear to the shade. But look at it when Sue framed it, look at the little buttons that are around, their little knobs. They carry a kind of grayish color that then leads you into the rounding of the knobs, that's there. So it's like an echo of that.
Yep. Well, I hope it leads you into making a bid right now. The bidding will remain open on item 29A, Vermilion Flycatcher, even as we progress on to item 29B. So we're going to take a stroll over to Afternoon Outing by Debbie Janes. This watercolor measures 22 by 15, also framed by the artist. It's got a retail value of $300, and we are looking for you to call in right now, become the leading bidder, support the arts on public television, and get yourself a wonderful piece of art. Very different, Rebecca, because here in this watercolor, Debbie has gone to a very muted palette. This is a very calming, soothing sort of scene, isn't it?
And this family, so it's the family gathering. This work is done from a photograph taken by her husband, but it's their pond. And so for years they've watched the preparations of who's going to get to make the nest, who's going to get to stay there, and have become familiar with the Canada geese that now don't fly back to Canada, they bless us. But what I love about this is the clustering, how the family is together. You can see the smaller bird in the front is the mom. And Canada geese tend not to have a distinctive look for males and females except in size. And so, but they are always very watchful. They're the great guard birds. So you can see that the father here is being the guardsman. But look at that little guy that's got his head tilted down and he's looking directly at us, just like, hey, look at me, I'm here too. Or, there's a kind of Disney-esque animation to this image. I love what she's done with the water. She just started watercoloring 2 years ago. And so I think she's found her medium.
Yeah, I mean, that's the thing that strikes me. That's almost unbelievable that she's
award-winning watercolorist, already published, already exhibiting. So I think that she has found her medium, and she does portraits in others, because drawing, pen and ink are also things that she works in.
Hey, I want to do the quick shout out. Now's the time for you to pick up the phone, get involved as the camera zooms in on this beautiful image. It's afternoon outing of the Canadian geese. One of the things that a piece of art can do for you is make you feel something. And there is a solitude, there's a tranquility to this piece. And if you need more of that in your life, pick up the phone, make that bid right now. Do you get that same feel that I do? When I look at it, I feel calm.
I feel safe. Because if you're a child there, if you are one of the little goslings, you're by your parents, you're close in around. So the family feeling and not the lack of content around the water. So there's not anything to take us away from that unity that's there. And I think she's positioned it really well too, the space being in the image more above, and we're almost led into it by that long neck that's in the reflection. So it's almost like we can jump in with.
Jumping in is what it's about right now. Please jump in. We're going to move on to the next item, item 29C, but the bidding remains open on afternoon outing, so please be generous and participate. It is fun to get on the phone and talk to one of our volunteers on hand. Make your bid. You might become the next winner of that or Vermilion Flycatcher or item 29C. We have arrived at Seahorses 2020 by Ronaldo Papa. This is acrylic on board. It's 36 by 24. Retail value, which seems to me to be ridiculously low at $250 for a piece of art of this caliber. Rebecca, it is the opposite of what we just looked at. This is a burst of all kinds of color.
Isn't it something? And when you were talking about the emotion in the previous one, that is here. This is so animated to me. It's almost like those two seahorses have backed up by accident almost, but they don't swim backwards, they go frontwards, So then are they pacing off about to start a duel, or are they the guardsmen? This image is just so amazing to me because you know where to look. They're the largest ones. They are, to use that word that I used before, they are the heroes of this image, so you know the primary sources. But look at how much there is to look at all around. And even the suggestion of that purple line that comes in, the octopus that's coming in on the right-hand side, and the octopus is off screen, he's not in the image, but here he comes, and is that what's got them so excited? Seahorses are amazing, they're really fish, as you probably know, but they just amaze me because they move, beating their little fin as fast as a hummingbird. But these guys have stood still long enough to engage us and keep our imagination going. The colors are fantastic.
The camera crew's doing a great job showing this just explosion of color. We're looking for you to call in right now, make your bid, become the leading bidder, perhaps the next owner of Seahorses 2020. And Rebecca, one of the things that struck me right away is that there is all kinds of activity in this image. There's so much going on, but it doesn't come out as crowded or messy. There is somehow order in all of that flurry.
I think you're exactly right. It's the repetition of the colors, help to simplify it some. And then there's a great distance in scale between the size of the larger seahorses and then the smaller things. So we don't feel confused that they're running into one another. The sea highway is all it's carefully taking care of one another there. But I think that don't they look a little like rock stars or something? You know, they're just very playful, not accurate, you know, none of the detail that you might do if you were an illustrator. This is to take your fancy, your imagination, and I can't think of anything more happy looking.
No, they're very bold. These are not humble creatures right here. And great example of how much variety there is in this half hour. There is something for everyone. So please get on the phone, be generous, become the bidder. And this piece is big, Rebecca.
It is.
Just the practical side, this is a big piece that you could put on a wall.
This could command.
Yeah, command. That is exactly the word, isn't it?
Yeah, because it grabs you with its color and the size. I was almost shocked when I walked in and saw, because I'm looking on screen as to prepare myself a little bit to see. This is and the vibrancy is the acrylic. You know, that acrylic will just give you the wow of color. So
the wow of color. That is exactly a great way to encapsulate this. And amazingly, we are halfway through the break, which means we're going to keep this piece open and check in over at the recap station for those bidding updates.
That's right. We're midway through this figurative break, and it's your opportunity to bid. Call the number on your screen to get involved right now. So a quick recap: 29A Vermilion Flycatcher by Sue Grau. That's photography measuring 20 by 16. A cute little bird at some cemetery, I forgot where she said. It has a retail value of $425. We currently have a high bid of $300, so there's lots of room for your bid. Go to the phones now. 29B, Afternoon Outing. Daddy Goose, Mommy Goose, and the Goslings. Isn't this a stunning piece? It's the People's Choice Award winner for our entire auction, and it's a bell ringer. Congratulations. We have a high bid now of $475 on this piece, retail valued at $300. And 29C, Seahorses 2020, a wow of color by Ronaldo Papa. This is acrylic on board measuring 36 by 24. It has a retail value of $250. Friends, another bell ringer. There's Kenny. We currently have a $275 bid, but we would love to hear from you. Friends, every single dollar supports PBS KVIE, your public television station. It's there day in and day out for you. Just go to the phone and call the number. It's right there on the bottom of the screen, cleverly spelling KVIE Art. One of our volunteers is going to be standing by here to take your call. It just takes a few minutes of your time, and friends, it's a great, great cause. Go to the phones now. We're going to be getting back started with the break. So now let's take a look at more figurative artwork.
That's right. The number to call is on your screen. And when you purchase art today, you'll be supporting PBS KVIE as well as the arts right here in our region. We're moving on now to item 29D, Finally, by Elizabeth Hendricks. Not finally, we're moving on. Finally is the name of the piece. It's oil on canvas, measures 20 by 30, and has a retail price of $1,200. Rebecca, this really pops off the canvas, doesn't it? I mean, that image just pops.
Doesn't it? The blacks around, the way it's framed, the black in the background, it's almost like he's riding by, it's really amazing. Elizabeth was a competitive rider, so she knows from the rider's position, but she's been involved in painting animals, especially equine, horses are her specialty, and so she's always interested in showing the emotion of the horse, the personality of the horse, as well as, the structure. So look at the muscles that are shown here. It's just the veins that are across. I like several subtle things about this image. You were talking about what pops. I think it's the blues that do, that bright blue. But the motion is really implied. I mean, he could almost be standing there except for the ribbon. The ribbon really makes the sense of motion come to us, and all of its different actions are emulating the rein as it goes. But the subtlety of his look, she writes, did he finally win, or is he finally getting fed? Is he headed back to his stall just because his work is done? But I'm in love with the pat of the rider's hand. That the shadow which accents it, not only is the glove white, and then you would look there, but the shadow is elongated, and that makes you look even more. The hand is above his neck, so you feel the action of that pat, the cooperative teammate,
Right.
The job well done is right there.
And you can tell, I mean, the gloved hand is a giveaway that this is a beautiful dressage horse, right? The braiding of the mane and the silks of the rider with the gloved hand. So there's a classiness to this image. I mean, it just comes across as
Very much.
Hey, we are spending time with this beautiful image, and we want you to spend time on the phone by calling in with your generous bid right now. Become the leading bidder. It's a $1,200 retail value. This is a very important piece of art. The framing selection, what do you call that, where the canvas is not actually touching the frame? Because
it's kind of created an island. There's a little moat around in a way, and so it's isolating. It's as if it were an important kind of shadow box. But this is she's working in oil, and so that gives her time to work and rework some of the light patterns that are going on. It also, by not framing it in a traditional way, makes it a little more current too, that it's a very modern looking frame.
It really looks to me like a moment in time, not sort of a, sort of timeless image. Like, this is a moment in time captured in this beautiful piece of art. This is a moment in time where you can become the owner of that beautiful piece of art by picking up the phone, making the most generous bid that you can right now. And getting back to the image, Rebecca, we have just about 15 seconds left. Talk about the beauty of the animal.
The pointed ears. When you said moment in time, that's usually things that are talked about photography. In horse photography, you've got to have those ears up, and the ears looking.
Well,
so that is just perfect. Everything is perfect here.
Yeah,
even the attitude of her body.
And we've got our ears perked up, and that is for you to call in right now. We're going to move on to the next item. Even as bidding continues on this one, we are walking down the row to item 29E. It is called Colors of Masai Mara by Marianne Carrasco. It is a photograph, and it is beautiful and colorful, Rebecca, and interesting in that it appears to be mounted onto metal, perhaps?
Yes, it's a print that's on metal.
There's just so much going on. Take us through it.
Okay, one of the things I want to say photographically is that Daguerre's first process, in fact, the first photograph that was recorded was on metal. Of course, it wasn't in color, and it was very dull.
But the roots of photography are in metal. The roots of
photography are here, except it's an explosion of color. This is the unofficial national bird of Kenya, and it is a very, flamboyant. 8 different colors are in the lilac-breasted roller. The name comes from the mating flight. He rolls more, and they, both male and female, they're very aggressive birds in terms of prey. They eat a lot of insects, and they often will sit at these bare kind of grasslands so that you get a glimpse of them. They're fairly spectacular in color, but also in size. They're about crow size. Still, this it has to be like the first one we saw, Kevin, the vermilion flycatcher, is taken with a long lens. If you don't have a long lens, you don't get that background to fade away, to go out of focus so that we can just concentrate on the bird itself. And he is very watchful. He seems unaware of the photographer. So, he's going about his business looking for whatever's flying by for him to eat some lunch.
One of the things that I'm going to ask you to talk about is how it's colorful but not loud. It's at the same time it's sort of subtle while still being colorful.
I think that's partly the transition in the background. She wrote that it had a lot of rain, and so it was greener than usual. And you can see that in the background, but it's not a spectacular green. It's not like the spring green that'll just throw you off balance practically. That you can see the subtleties of the yellows coming through, and that I think makes that turquoise on him as well as the lilac that's underneath. And this is another bird that the male and female look very much alike, and so it's not that the male is the show-off and the the wife is at home cooking and dull. You know.
Got it. Well, just a little bit of business. This is Colors of Masai Mara. It is 29E by Marianne Carrasco. It's a photograph measured 20 by 16 with a retail value of $300. And you know what that means? It means that's your cue to pick up the phone, dial the number there on the screen, and take a look at where the bid is and top it. You got to become the leading bidder. That's how auctions work. That's how we raise money to support public television. Programs like Nature and Nova here on PBS KVIE take us to the Kenyan savannah all the time and to other places of natural beauty around the world. Your bid right now will help support that wonderful programming and perhaps make you the next owner of this beautiful photograph. The bidding will continue even as we move on to the next item. So Rebecca and I are going to stroll on down to item 29F. We want to acquaint you with Robins by the artist Dave Keck. This watercolor measures 18 by 22. It has a retail value of $250. And Rebecca, it's still birds, but it is a completely different artistic presentation, isn't it?
Isn't that the fantastic thing about art?
Yeah, that's what I love about art and about the art auction. So much variety.
And Dave is a landscape architect, so he is outside and there too, very appreciative of all of the things in nature. And probably the robin is the bird that more people can recognize because they like to come to our suburban homes. They like to hang around in the city parks, and so we're familiar. Doesn't this one hold a conversational quality? The fact that they are not exactly the same coloring, and neither exactly, as you might think, robin, except for the robin redbreast. That's a little orange breast, which I think robin redbreast is more orange. And so Dave is interpreting there. And it's an unidentifiable plant. It's an imaginary one, which can take you away to that conversational quality. 3 states have the robin as their state bird. And I think that probably even if you're not a birder, you have seen a robin working on the golf course or they're there, they're with us, but not like these.
Not like these. So please pick up the phone right now, make your bid of support for PBS KVIE. You could become the next owner as the camera pans up. It's sort of telling a point that I wanted to mention, Rebecca, and ask you to talk about. There's almost a storybook quality that the style of this art is very ageless.
Yes, I think that the vignette that's around the edges where he didn't take the paint this is watercolor, and didn't take that all the way to the edge, helps to spotlight on them. And it again, in the conversation, what are they talking about? Are they saying, have we got enough material for the nest? Are the kids coming back for Thanksgiving? What's going on here? And it does seem to have almost a child's story illustrative quality to it. And I think that's because it's not highly descriptive of a particular bird or a particular place. It leads us into our imagination.
This one, to me, it sort of suggests the vibe is very active. It looks like even though it's sort of placid, there's actually kind of a lot of activity going on.
Look at the lines that come off the lower robin, the line that comes off going to the right there, and then how the leaves have a very strong line to them. All of the places where the lower robin is, they're like little marks that are mark making in art is so exciting. When you don't have nothing's there, and then you make a mark, and suddenly you're on the road. It's really a story that is developing as you add color, as you take away color, blot color, decide on a color. In art, there's so many decisions that have to be made. So his primary decision was not to paint to the edge, where to locate the birds, how to pull our attention toward them.
Beautiful. Well, thank you. It's a wonderful piece. We're looking for you to call in your bid right now as we near the end of this break. That means it is your opportunity, as I mentioned, to bid on the art featured in this half hour. And right now, let's check in over at the recap station for an update on the auction activity.
That's right, we're down to the final couple of minutes before this break is over, and these great figurative pieces are all gone. Let's do a quick recap on 29D. Finally, the dressage horse, this incredible motion, and on the weekend of the Preakness, wouldn't you love to hang this in your home? We currently have a high bid of only $300 for this piece valued at $1,200. So go to the phones now and take this beauty home with you. 29E, The Colors of the Masai Mara by Mary Ann Carrasco. I got your name right that time, Mary Ann. Thank you so much for your contribution of photography. Very interestingly, printed on metal this time. It measures 20 by 16 and it has a retail value of $300. We currently are at $150. So again, room for so much more for this king of the Kenyan bush to hang in your home. 29F, Robins by Dave Keck, a watercolor measuring 18 by 22. It has a retail value of $250. We're so close to a bell ringer. We're at $200 right now. Friends, go to the phone, 1-844 KVIE Art. You see the number there on the bottom of the screen. It all begins with your phone call. Our volunteers are standing by to take your bid. It's quick, easy. Let me very quickly recap the first three bell ringers in a row. 29A Vermilion Flycatcher, a bell ringer with a current bid of $750. 29B Afternoon Outing, a bell ringer with a current bid of $850. And finally, 29C Seahorses 2020, a bell ringer with a bid of $925. Stay tuned because there's more art coming up in the next half hour in the PBS KVIE Art Auction.
Picking up your purchased artwork is quick and easy to do. Visit PBS KVIE Studios Sunday through Tuesday during these posted hours for this year's curbside pickup. For your convenience, PBS KVIE representatives will carry artwork to your vehicle when you arrive. All purchased art must be claimed within 30 days of auction closure. For questions, location, and hours, visit kvie.org/art auction. Thank you for being a part of the art auction and for making art a part of your home today. Stay tuned for photography coming up next on the PBS KVIE Art Auction. Juried by Tia Jamel, this category features a selection of photographs, limited editions, and etchings. View all of the art featured in this year's collection at kvie.org/art auction.
Hi there, I'm Clayton Whitehead, and thanks for tuning in for the photography break. And now here's an overview of the art that will be up for bid during the next half hour. Item 30A is called Clever Girl by Michael Solomon. It is photography measuring 26 by 33, framed by our good friends at Midtown Framing. It has a retail value of $600. 30B, Yolo County Sunset by David Nassiter. This photography piece measures 23 by 30. It was artist framed and has a retail value of $600. 30C by Stephen Chandler is called Smoky Sunrise. Also photography, measuring 24 by 30. It's artist framed and has a retail value of $800. 30D, Be Kind, Grow Peace by Patricia Leenders. It's photography measuring 16 by 22 with a retail value of $150. And closing out this set, number 30E, Woman in the Room by Alan Ashenfarb. This piece of photography measures 16 by 20 and has a retail value of $225. The phone lines are open and ready to take your bids. Now let's see the art with our auctioneer and art expert.
Hey there, I'm Kevin Smith-Fagan, and we're back with another round of amazing art, this time featuring photography. So during this break, I am pleased to be joined again by Rebecca Gregg, and we're starting off this half hour with piece 30A. It's called Clever Girl by Michael Solomon. Rebecca, Clever Girl.
Clever Girl. The name just it puts my mind at work. I don't see a woman except one, perhaps, in the image. Is she the clever girl? Is it the name of the place? I love this image in terms of its classic composition. It is frame within the frame. the image is framed black. As you look into the grayscale image, there's another frame, and then the window is another frame, and then all the way to those little televisions that you can't see the content of because they're too bright. They're a frame. You know, it is so spectacular, I think, that the photographer is actually in this image. As the camera is zooming forward, see the guy that's the chef, and then there's someone talking to him. The photographer's reflection is in that man's back there. And so it's a slightly voyeuristic feeling. None of them seem to know that their picture is being made, and yet it's not there. It's like a sitcom set or something. You know, someone's going to come through the door in a moment asking for that help wanted job that's advertised. And the man's elbow that's just to the left now, he's out of the frame, but that implies that there are other characters, you know, that come to this. This is an active place.
Well, you know, and I think you touched on it. I mean, for me, voyeuristic is right? Because you're the outsider getting a peek into, and what you're getting a peek into for me is a shared experience of a typical burger joint in America somewhere, on a typical night in a typical town somewhere. Like it's something we all connect to.
And I feel the neighborhood quality. This isn't on the interstate, it seems to me, you know, that it's the neighborhood. They go down and have a talk, you know, I'll meet you next week, Charlie. You know, it's whatever like that. You know, there's a sense of story going on here. So it's like a movie set to me, or the introduction. You could write stories off of this. It's got all of the component parts of working words with images, you know, very, very nice.
There with the cook in the center frame is the mystery of the title. Clever Girl is on the T-shirt. That one of the two staff guys there.
Oh, I remember seeing that earlier. Yeah.
Hey, pick up the phone right now. Make the most generous bid that you can. Become the leading bidder. You might become the next owner of Clever Girl. You're supporting public television with every dollar that you bid, and also that motive of self-gain. You could become the next owner of this great piece, black and white, and the power of the shadings tells a lot of story in this image, doesn't it?
It does. The reflection on the aluminum that's up around the top, it's almost Art Deco looking, and yet it's just utility, you know, of design. The patterning of the X's and cross, you know, that doesn't show up if the lighting isn't like that. And there's a strong sense of light on the outside that it belies what time of day it is. We seem to feel, you and I, that it's at evening, but I don't know.
It's so interesting because, right, artistically, it's pretty complicated. I mean, this is really, it's a high achievement piece, but it comes, message-wise, it comes very simply and clearly. It's got that timeless quality, and, you know, as I mentioned earlier, everybody can connect with the neighborhood burger joint that's hopping at night, right?
Not afraid to tell you they're the world's best.
Well, there it is. It says it right there on the sign, so there's no arguing that. Yeah, we're looking to move on shortly, but do want to thank Michael Solomon, who contributed this piece, very highly accomplished Sacramento photographer. So please be generous with your bid right now. Call the number on your screen. We're going to keep the bidding open on Clever Girl, even as we proceed on to the next item up for bid, which is Yolo County Sunset by David Nassiter. This is item 30, B as in boy. It's photography, measures 23 by 30, and has a retail value of $600. And we were just extolling, Rebecca, the virtues of black and white, and now we get to go to a sunburst over sunflowers.
Boom. Well, this is such a pleasure to see in person and to live with, because it's a joyful image. It's one that I think David has been on a project to photograph sunflowers and has been capturing the personality of sunflowers. So in different moods, you know, different crowded situations. And, you know, sunflowers are heliotropic plants, so that they follow the sun, and they should, if you think about it, why aren't they looking at the sun now instead of looking at us? At night, And so the sun's going down. At night, they turn back to be ready for the morning. And so you're seeing that life cycle, the daily cycle that happens. When the camera comes closer in a bit, watch what happens from that one guy that's lifting his neck and he's a little above everybody else, you know. And he's the central figure among
There's a star.
Yeah,
amongst
there's
the
a star.
sunflowers.
There's our little hero right there. There's even an insect on that, the face of that flower there. And when you follow it up, there's some little spectacular lens flare that is very, very subtle that connect the sun directly to that particular flower. So there's a lot of subtle things, though overall it's a very narrative image and a study in biology. You know.
Yeah, so get on the phone, pick up and dial right now. You see the 800 number there down on the screen, and toll-free number, I should say, and we're looking for you to jump in and get in on the action with this beautiful piece. One of the things you talked about it being positive, it is such an optimistic image, and it seems to me that the white mat and that relatively thick white border feeds into that optimism.
Because it lifts it up. If this were on black, it would not, perhaps, it might be then about the close of the day rather than, celebrating the day. When the position of the sun backlights each of the petals and makes them stand almost electric, because the light's coming through them. The other thing that's quite photographic about this is the shallow depth of fields. David's using a long lens, and the illusion with a long lens is that things are more compressed. They actually aren't. It's just that you're looking at a section that's further from you. But that illusion of compression does the foreground out of focus, the central part in focus, and then out of focus again. It's quite lovely in directing our attention.
Well, and it's just super beautiful. I mean, one of the things that jumps out is, right, not only does it take you there and make you feel like you're in that field, it just kind of makes me happy because it's beautiful and the colors are not complicated, but they're vibrant.
And the color palette that they are is, that very warm palette is part of why we feel so good about it.
Yeah. Well, David's been a high-grade donor to the art auction year after year with these amazing images of our region. I think it's something to be proud of that this is a Yolo County image. So please support local arts and artists. Pick up the phone right now and support public television. We're going to keep the bidding open and we want to hear from you even as we introduce the next piece. This is item 30C. It's called Smoky Sunrise by Stephen Chandler. This photograph measures 24 by 33, donated by a private collector, an artist frame. It's got a retail value of $800. And again, Rebecca, a photograph that puts you in a spot where you can feel the environment around you.
And it's very quiet as opposed to the last one. This is a very quiet image, and the palette isn't all that different than the previous image that we were just looking at, except the colors have now been muted because of the atmospheric quality. This is taken with smoke in the Sierra, and so atmospheric perspective is one of the qualities of images, and we can see it going on. We've been seeing it since Leonardo named it and told us about what it was. We've been seeing it, but not like we've been seeing it lately with all of our smoke. I know Stephen very well, and one of the things that characterizes his work is the care of the composition in the camera, because he was a large format camera user, and you don't shoot as much with large format as you do with digital, and you the pantry's not stocked with as many images. So when he's taking the image, that little reed that is on the lower right is in the image intentionally, and it's to give you the sense of knowing where you're standing, knowing what the limitation is, and then don't you just follow the curve around to this complete life cycle of the snags that are on their last legs or last barks or last limb, I guess they would be, and that whole death cycle. But the water is the renewing portion, and it's working in an interesting way. So it's a very peaceful image, I think, and I think the frame in this one sets off the golden color so well, perfectly chosen.
It is. As the camera pans up in those beautiful water images, you can see the depth that it brings. It's very placid. You talked about it being a calming, peaceful image. We can all use more calming and peacefulness in our lives. And so if you could use a dose of that, pick up the phone right now. Become the next owner of Smoky Sunrise by Stephen Chandler. You've got the toll-free number right there on the screen. The volunteers are ready to take your call. Every dollar supports the important work of public television here at PBS KVIE as the camera continues to capture some of the beauty and move from sort of the right half composition over to the left half composition, which is dramatically different in that you talked about the care of his composition. It's really something.
Very different. If you were to draw a line, you could almost make two different, complementary scenes here. The one on the left is got lots of activity going on. That's where all the bugs that you have to wear the bug spray for, and all that's happening over here. The other side, the dragonflies may be hitting the water, but it's very calming, even though there's a little sense of wind and light coming across. There's a duality in this image, and I think that large snag that's the water is overtaken is the dividing point there.
And as we sort of wind up our time with this one, you talked about its locality. It's up in the Tahoe area?
In the Sierra Nevada, somewhere. I don't know the name of which lake. I wish I did, because I think one of the things that happens with photographs, when people see a photograph they like, they always want to know where it is. What lake is that?
So part of the mystery of Smoky Sunrise is enveloped therein. So please pick up the phone, be generous with your bidding, and support the important work of public television and support great artists like this one. Hey, here we are halfway through the break, which means we're going to keep this piece open and check in over at the recap station for bidding updates on the pieces that we have looked at so far.
Our volunteers are standing by and they're eager to take your bids right now for the items in this half hour featuring photography. Let's go over a quick recap. 30A is Clever Girl by Michael Solomon. Doesn't this just bring back so many memories of sitting in your hometown hamburger joint with your friends? It's an extraordinary photography based on obviously his memories, maybe a place in his neighborhood. It has a retail value of $600. Our high bid right now is only $50. Friends, go to the phones and make them ring right now. 30B, Yolo County Sunset by David Nassiter. This just reminds me of the majesty of the Central Valley. What a beautiful place we are so honored to call home. This photograph measures 23 by 30, has a retail value of $600. We are up to $450 right now, so still room for growth there as well. 30C, Smoky Sunrise by Stephen Chandler. Boy, Smoky has a new meaning this year. We have beauty, though, even in the smoke, don't we? This photograph measures 24 by 30. It has a retail value of $800, and we have a current high bid of $350. Friends, go to the phones now. The number is right there across the bottom of your screen. Give us a call, and our volunteers are standing by. They want to hear from you. And now let's take a look at more art. Well, we'll do that in just a moment. A quick recap again. 30A, Clever Girl by Michael Solomon. We want to hear from you, Sacramento and Central Valley. We only have $50 on this stunning piece. Please go to the phones now. Yolo County Sunset 30B. We have a current bid of $450 on a piece valued at $600, so still a steal. Put this in your home collection, Yolo County Sunset. And finally, 30C, Smoky Sunrise by Stephen Chandler, measuring 24 by 30, a retail value of $800. We're up to $350 right now. Friends, go to the phones right now. Put my volunteers here behind me to work. They're standing by waiting to take your call so that you can get involved in the KVIE Art Auction. There's a piece for everyone in this collection. This stunning photography is looking for a new home, and it just might be yours. And now let's take a look at more art for the second half of this break.
Man, this auction keeps moving along, folks. Let me remind you that the artwork sells quickly. If the piece you've been waiting on for is in this half hour, don't hesitate. Give a call now. You see the number right there on the screen, as well as the current bid for the item that we're on right now. Okay, so that's what you're going to do. We're moving on to item 30D, Be Kind, Grow Peace by Patricia Leenders. This photography measures 16 by 20 with a retail price of $150. Rebecca, initial impressions. Bam, go.
Oh, I love it. It's like the message that ought to be in a schoolroom, at one of our at-home classrooms.
Ought to be in every schoolroom.
It ought to be everywhere, you know. And not only the literal bee there, because we have to protect the bees, but also the other bee, Be Kind. And, you know, it's just got so many things that I like about it. One is the story behind it. She says that it was there at 19th and Q. She saw it, decided to take its picture the next time she goes by. It's not there anymore, and this piece of textile art had been removed. Well, that says about the transitory nature of life, really, but also of photography, that you don't get the storm, or you don't get the, you know, that part happening. It's got to be there in the real, and fortunately she acted on the moment of wanting to capture this, because then it disappeared.
Yeah.
And it didn't stay.
I mean, for me, the messaging is just really powerful, because if you look at the backdrop, it's very rigid, right? It's scaffolding and it's stern and unbending. And then fencing, of course, is a powerful metaphor for human coldness. And then here you have across the front this splashy, colorful, sort of vibrant message of humanity, emotional warmth. So on the one hand, it seems like a simple street shot, but it's just got this wonderful, wonderful messaging.
There are very many layers here. It reminds me of how often when, you know, we have the frame there that's telling us the message that we're responding to, but those colors are repeated actually on the outside. When you look in the lower left corner, there's a little orange. In the lower right, there's a little yellow that's on the fence. And so the fence isn't that far from the message itself. Somehow we are all related, you know, that we've got to, as Robert Frost said, good fences make good neighbors. And then the other guy says, well, I don't know about that, you know, but there's all of that. But the textures in this are happy and wonderful, the message.
Yeah, so please, if you believe that we need to be kind and we need to grow peace, and you also like beautiful art, pick up the phone right now, bid as generously as you can. You see the bid right there on the screen. You've got the phone number. There's no reason to hold back. Make that call right now. Get in on the fun. And
could I say a word about the metal for
please.
me? I'm sorry if I interrupted there. This is a metal image, printed on aluminum, and that is a relatively new process that more and more photographers are turning to. But as you might want it in your home, it doesn't fingerprint. You can clean it, the front of it. The surface is infused with heavy heat, high heat and pressure, so that it's a very stable process, and that makes it able to handle more light, perhaps, on it than other color photographs can have.
I think it's also a wonderful statement on what artists do. It's almost a commentary on art, to take the mundane, perhaps the colorless, the joyless, and find the human warmth and make it something beautiful, which the artist who made that textile did, and then Patricia did by photographing that and making a wonderful photograph of it too.
So you're right, there are two artists here, and that the patience, there's a little bee up there under kind. That little bee has a wonderful shape to it, all of the different flowers. I wonder if it's one person making, so it makes it, you want to see behind the scene when you're looking at this image. I wish we could know who created it. Did a lot, did a circle of people.
It's part of the mystery, as we said about the art. So hey, we're going to keep the bidding open right now. Call in, become the next owner. Even as we move on to the next item, the bidding does continue on Be Kind, Grow Peace, and we want you to meet the woman in the room. Item 30E is by Alan Ashenfarb. This photograph measures 16 by 20 with a retail value of $225. And Rebecca, simple and yet highly complicated.
Highly complicated. Another kind of movie set introduction. Reminds you of all those dancing movies where the young woman is going to finally get her chance and is practicing for it. There's so much narrative unspoken here. And it's another print on aluminum, which in this case I think really speaks to make it look more dramatic. It's that shaft of light that's coming through the windows there and spotting her exactly. The story behind this, it's at Ione. Alan waited and waited. He said 4 hours for all the photographers. You know, they open up several times a year for photographers to photograph there. And so the room was just packed with people and he's patiently waiting. I'm sure his plan was to do something to capture the place. And then this young woman said, would you like for me to pose for you? And he doesn't usually do that, but he took the opportunity. She said, she's in her ballerina shoes. She said, I can do a pose. And he said, no, just stand in the light. And so she's bathed in this light that's coming in, and the contrast range is beyond what the camera can capture, and that is part of the story.
That's a great part of the story, to know that the subject actually in some ways is a co-composer, and it adds a new dimension to, because you can see in her posture that there's a confidence, right? I mean, one of the things that I think makes it such a likable subject is that she is she's ready to face it, you know?
Yeah.
She's got power in her.
It's like the moment she's about to dance, you know, that she's the pause, the getting ready, and about to do that. I want to point out that her dress has flowers on it, and so it's as if she's bringing the outside in, because there are no flowers in this place. It's a very warehouse-looking, empty, old place, and she's bringing life in it. I love the position that she's in, the empty chair that's over there. There's so much loneliness, and yet there's a hopeful quality.
Well, right, isn't that it? I mean, that's the powerful statement, isn't that? It's sort of a drab setting, but the sunlight and the confidence of this one person determined to make it happen changes the whole thing, right? The power of the individual is on full display. And you know, you mentioned in passing a little bit about the composition. Talk more about, you know, the floorboards. They set a pathway out to the windows, and where the chair is, and the bed in the corner. It's so interesting.
And all of this, I think Alan took control of she was cooperative and wanting to direct, but he saw this very quickly, I think, to say, no, just stand in the light. And she, in her wonderful posture, there's a great triangle going on between the chair and then that bed over there. And it is side light that causes us to see texture. So the side light of the diagonals give us energy. The side light is showing the lines of the boards. And it's working in every dimension, every corner of it. And I think that the metal was the right choice here.
Just a spectacular photo. We're looking for you to call in right now, become the leading bidder. You see the bid amount there on the screen. You see the number. Don't hold back. Be generous right now. Treat yourself to this wonderful image. If she has captured you, if she's got a hook into you and is making you think and is making you feel something, become the next owner. It's ready to hang. Rebecca, as we wind up our time with her, final thoughts.
Final thoughts are that this is, do you know the line, there's a certain slant of light? You know, that's, I think, so important in this image, is where the light is. And photography is all about light.
All right, well, we're nearing the end of this break, which means that now is your opportunity. It's your final opportunity to bid on the art featured in this half hour. Now let's head on over to the recap station for an update on all these breathtaking pieces.
There are still pieces open this break, but the time is running out. If you want to take home one of these amazing photographs, now is the time to call and get in on the bidding. Let me give you a quick recap of the second half. Item 30D, like Delta, Be Kind, Grow Peace by Patricia Linders. And a stunning piece, powerful message for humanity. And you know what? I knew it looked familiar. Oh my gosh, and it's a bell ringer as well. Yes, thank you, Kenny. Ring those bells. I knew it looked familiar. I live downtown. I walk all the time. This was photographed in downtown Sacramento at 19th and Q. A beautiful, just a stunning message that people need to hear right now. Number 30E, Woman in a Room by Alan Ashenfarb. Photography on metal this time, measuring 16 by 20, has a retail value of $225. We are up to $175, so close to a bell ringer. Make those phones ring. This was captured in Ione, perhaps at Preston Castle or one of the other historic buildings in that lovely little foothills community. Friend, it's time to go to the phone. It's time for you to make a difference for your public television station. We're standing by. We need to hear from you to raise the funds to keep this type of programming and this type of service that is so important to this community and throughout the Central Valley, coming to you 24/7, day in and day out. Let's go to the top and do a recap of all of our pieces in this group of photography. Number 30A, Clever Girl by Michael Solomon. Oh, it's creeping up, friends. It's valued at $600. We are now at $200. Still room for your call, and I hear someone ringing now. Thank you so much. Number 30B, Yolo County Sunset by David Nassiter. Photography measuring 23 by 30, a value of $600, and it is now at $450, so still a steal, showing the majesty of the Central Valley. Smoky Sunrise, number 30C, has a strong meaning for all of us right now, but look at the beauty in the smoke. Stephen Chandler captured this lake up near Lake Tahoe, somewhere up in the Sierra Nevada. A piece measuring 24 by 30, retail value of $800. Our current high bid, $375. And again, 30D, Be Kind, Grow Peace by Patricia Linders. A bell ringer. We have a $150 value, and we've met that bid. We would love to have a few more call in, though, and time is running out. And finally, 30E, Woman in the Room by Alan Ashenfarb, measuring 16 by 20, capturing this lovely dancer up in Ione. Stay tuned, friends, because there's more art coming up in the next half hour in the PBS KVIE Art Auction.
Welcome to the 39th Annual PBS KVIE Art Auction. Join us all weekend for a celebration of Northern California's visual arts. Over 250 pieces will be auctioned off to the highest bidder, and you can be part of the action by watching and bidding on your favorite pieces. View the entire collection online at kvie.org/art-auction. Then, when your favorite item appears, call 1-844-KVIE-ART to place your bid. Auction proceeds benefit the programs and services of your PBS station, KVIE. So thank you for watching and bidding. And now, let the auction begin. Bidding on items in the art auction is quick and easy to do. First, explore the collection online at kvie.org/art-auction. Or keep your television tuned to PBS KVIE. When a piece of art catches your eye, call 1-844-KVIE-ART and a volunteer will assist you. PBS KVIE accepts all major credit cards for your art purchase, and a member of our accounting team will confirm your payment within 5 minutes of item sale. Thank you for being a part of the PBS KVIE Art Auction and for making art a part of your home today. Stay tuned for the Viewpoint Photographic Art Center coming up next on the PBS KVIE Art Auction. Located in Midtown Sacramento, Viewpoint focuses on the thriving, energetic, and supportive photographic community through exhibits, lectures, and events. View all of the galleries featured in this year's collection at kvie.org/art-auction.
Good afternoon, I'm Clayton Whitehead, and thank you for joining us for the Viewpoint Photographic Arts Center break. And now, here's an overview of the art that will be up for bid during the next half hour. We begin with item 31A, Stone Lanterns, Koyasan, Japan, by Victoria Rudderman. This is a photographic piece measuring 24 by 18 with a retail value of $500. Lenticular Cloud number 1 is item 31B from Mono Lake, California by Louis Kemper. This is photography measuring 28 by 22. It has a retail value of $400. 31C, Pyramid by Robert Lieberman. Photography measuring 18 by 22. Thanks to the folks at Midtown Framing for finishing this piece for us. It has a retail value of $300. 31D by Alan Fischlender is Here Comes the Rain. Photography measuring 27 by 32. Also from our friends at Midtown Framing who provided the frame. Thank you. With a retail value of $600. Number 31E, Winter Morning, Klamath National Wildlife Refuge by Leonard James, measuring 23 by 48. This photograph has a retail value of $950. And closing out set 31 is 31F, November at Folsom Lake by Ed Nordstrom. Photography measuring 20 by 26. It has a retail value of $250. These are the pieces available to bid on this half hour. Now let's see the art with our auctioneer and art expert.
Hello again, I'm Kevin Smith-Fagan, and we have another round of photography to share with you, this time featuring artists affiliated with Viewpoint Photographic Arts Center. And I'd like to welcome back Rebecca Gregg as our art expert this break, who represents Viewpoint and also happens to be one of the organization's founders. Rebecca, thanks for being here. Tell us a little bit about, before we get started with 31A, tell us a little bit about Viewpoint.
Well, thank you, because I'm very happy to be a member of Viewpoint and also to watch us grow and become influential in the region. We will next year celebrate our 30th anniversary, and we have about 600 members, so it's a member-run organization, and we have, we're going to have a student show at the Crocker this year, and the Crocker will also have a members show, and so just the building of the photographic audience as well as a place for photographers. It's a wonderful organization.
Well, congratulations on the 30 years, and thank you for being part of Viewpoint's participation in the KVIE Art Auction again this year. We're here at 31A, one of Viewpoint's standouts, Victoria Ruderman. This is Stone Lanterns, Koyasan, Japan. It measures 24 by 18. The retail value is $500, and first and foremost, black and white.
Black and white, which surprised me a little because I know Victoria's work very well, and she is an exquisite hand colorer, so that often when I have at KVIE auctions before talked about her pieces, there are hand applied coloring, so it's beginning with black and white, but then drawing our attention with color. And so this one, she has toned it slightly, I think, I'm not sure, but it's a beautiful, strict black and white image, and that probably is fitting with the somberness of the subject, the cemetery, which is a large cemetery, I think the largest in Japan, 20,000 people at least, in a Buddhist retreat from the 9th century, so, and picking out just these 3 lanterns among thousands to draw our attention to, and the composition here is almost like a bow of a boat. There's a one that's standing out and then 2 sentinels like behind, but each of those is symbolically about Buddhism, the connection to the earth leading up to the connection to air, but you and I were speaking a minute ago that one of the pieces of this that I like, it's as if the trees are echoing the stone, and the stone over the years is becoming more like the trees. So it is that Buddhist idea of the oneness of everything.
Yeah, this image tells a story about timelessness, right? And so you have the stones, which you can tell are very old, centuries old, and then you also have the trees in the background also standing, decades after decades into centuries.
And leading us out of sight. The cropping, the composition, we don't see the top of the tree, of course, but it echoes in that way, as that I've used that word before about sentinels behind, because they're posts that are there bringing nature in. Life goes on even as life stops in some ways. So Victoria is an exquisite printer. She is collected in, I believe, 7 or 8 museums in the United States, the Toledo Museum, the Dayton, Ohio Art Institute. So she's a very well-known local photographer and artist, but highly collectible too. And her working method is very peaceful.
So become the next collector, Victoria Ruderman. Pick up the phone right now, support public television. This is a wonderful piece. If you like it, bid on it. You see the bid amount right there on screen. You got the number. We're going to keep the bidding open as we progress on to the next item, which is 31B, Lenticular Cloud number 1, Mono Lake, California, by Louis Kemper. This photograph measures 28 by 22 with a retail value of $400. And Rebecca, anybody who's been to Mono Lake knows that it is this otherworldly, stark, barren landscape. And so what Louis has here is all of that, but with a vibrance in color in the sky.
Yep. Well, this is a spectacular moment. I've been to Mono Lake many, many, many times, and I've never seen this. This is quite beautiful, and it is a celebration, too, about this special place. There's not another place like this Mono Lake in the United States. It's the largest lake entirely in California, because Tahoe we have to share a little bit. And the tufa towers that are there give that mystery and spectacular kind of fun look to it. Louis says that he was photographing the sunset behind him, knows from his years of experience to always look around, looked over his shoulder, quickly picked up his tripod and began running for a better composition, and then this, just blew up in his face. It was just like, whoa, look at that. And the iciness, there's almost no wind, it looks like, because the lake seems placid. It's really, really beautiful.
It's a gorgeous image. It captures a place broadly in our region in Northern California. There's just no place like Mono Lake.
No.
And what you feel, the solitude, I want to say aloneness, but not in a bad way, but you just sort of feel, what do I say about how you feel that aloneness?
It's partly those figures that the tufa make. There's a certain kind of animation about them, and lenticular clouds happen there a lot, not this kind of one, because the cool air coming up over the mountain range, over the Sierra Nevada, when the cool air is coming in from the ocean, when it hits that drier rain shadow part, it makes this shape, and it's shaped like a lens, so it's lenticular.
Lenticular. So pick up the phone right now, become the leading bidder. You might become the next owner of this beautiful piece of art, and then you can stand and look at it. The choice of mat, that very wide mat, it meant to telescope you down, right, to put you there, and it really, really works.
It does work. I think so too. And Louis is one of the real important photographers in our region, but he's important He's photographed in almost every state, 10 countries. He was a Canon Explorer of Light for 10 years. He's known internationally. He's a writer, teacher, and obviously an extraordinary photographer.
And a longtime supporter of the KVIE Art Auction. So thank you, Louis, for your steadfast support. It's worth mentioning that when the artists contribute these pieces to the art auction, they do so on the understanding that you, the viewer, are going to get the retail value. They are contributing their talent and hoping that you will match it with your donated dollars. So please call right now, be generous. You are an irreplaceable part of this artist equation. So thank you for calling in. Even as the camera bathes us in those beautiful colors, we are going to move on with the bidding still open. We are going to move on to the next item. It's item 31C. It is entitled simply Pyramid by Roger Lieberman. It's an 18 by 22 photograph framed by Midtown Framing. Thank you, Midtown. With a retail value of $300. And this is an image we all know, but I don't know that we've ever seen it quite like this.
This is that transitory quality and the moment. You know, I'm sure Lewis has made countless trips to Mono Lake, and there was that cloud. And Roger said in his write-up that he saw the fog on a Sunday morning and went down to Old Sac and spent several hours there, and then this happens, you know, where the subtlety of the warm and cool colors together. And I think you were right to point out the choice of frame that Midtown did is just absolutely perfect. It's subtle, and yet it has gentle lines in it from the wood grain, so it really sets off the image. But one of the things that I find to be so exciting, and the camera is just about hitting that post that's going up, and suddenly that dark line just becomes that tree. And so there you have the building is kind of being enveloped by the fog, or is emerging from the fog. So there's a kind of shrouded quality to this as the elements are all blending together. You know.
All right, blending together is what we all do to support public television. That's your cue to pick up the phone and become the leading bidder. So that's how this works. You see the number on the screen, you see the bid you need to get to, so please join in. We've got people at the phones waiting for you. Rebecca, one of the things, of course, about that building, which is known to all of us, is that the geometry is harsh. It's quite stark, and then here, bathed in the fog and captured in this image, it's not anymore. So talk a little bit about it's like taking the edge off of it.
Yes, exactly. The fog just softens all of those raw corner, that angularity is now lost. Even in the top has become spherical practically. And when you look at the reflection, it is the opposite. See how the reflection is large at the top and then goes to a point as if it's bringing us. The posts there are also pointed, and I just really think that the juxtaposition of those two things help to, I think it's softening like a friend that may have usually been a little abrasive, and suddenly you see their softer side. That it's a very beautiful palette that he's managed to capture here. It's not that easy to photograph in this fog, actually, because you can lose all contrast. And the color helps here, I think, and it's quite well done.
It's the morning stillness is part of the feeling of the thing, right? I mean, it has an emotional quality to it. Aside from its aesthetic values alone, it does draw out a soft emotion, doesn't it?
It does.
In the viewer?
And the whites that are on those staggered parts of the architecture, they're even softened.
All right, so that's Pyramid by Roger Lieberman. We're looking for you to bid on it. It's 18 by 22 with a $300 value. And at this point, we are halfway through the break, which means that we're going to keep this piece open and check in over at the recap station for bidding updates. Over to you.
We're looking to hear from you right now with your bids on this great photography from Viewpoint. A quick recap of bidding activity. So here we go. 31A Stone Lanterns in Koyasan, Japan by Victoria Ruderman, there we are, measuring 24 by 18. It has a retail value of $500, and our current high bid is $200. An extraordinary piece showing the lanterns in the trees, these silent sentinels that have been standing for so many generations. Item 31B, Lenticular Cloud #1, Mono Lake by Louis Kemper, showing the Tufa Towers at this beloved, treasured site in California. This photography measures 28 by 22. It has a retail value of $400. Our current bid is $350, so we're so close to a bell ringer. Go to your phones now and let's take it over the top. Number 31C, Pyramid by Roger Lieberman. This is photography measuring 18 by 22, framed by our good friends at Midtown Framing, showing our so well-known landmark, the West Sacramento Pyramid, literally rising from the mist. Now over in San Francisco, they have Carl the Fog. Do we have a name for our fog? Yeah, so A, B, and C, $500 value. We have a high bid of $200. Number B, lenticular cloud, we have a $400 value, current high bid $350, and 31C, pyramid, retail value of $300, our current high bid $250. So two are very, very close to bell ringers. Friends, go to your phones now. And please go keep watching your television and look at some more great photography from Viewpoint.
The piece for you could be right here in this half hour, a beautiful photograph ready to hang in your home or in your office. All it takes is getting on the phone and placing your bid to win. Up next, we're looking at item 31D, Here Comes the Rain by Alan Fishlater. This photograph measures 27 by 32 inches and has a retail value of $600. Rebecca, what hits you right away? I mean, there's so much, but first thing.
First thing, this is my favorite kind of light, I think, where the skies turn that sort of Confederate blue, you know, or something. It's that beautiful streaming color, but then the freshness of the greens. But I have to say that those dancing trees that are just lined up against that gentle, sensuous almost line, and then the coast range behind it. Alan has pursued these particular trees for a couple years. He loves to work in the agricultural situation of Yolo County, and then suddenly the light is right, the wind is right. You know, that's part of what's causing the rain is coming, but the wind is driving that too. So it's that's very subtle kind of palette where instead of being on the warm side, these are the cool colors coming in, and yet it's so vibrant, so alive. It's just in layers too as it goes back. I am charmed by this image, and I think that it's one of those that is subtly optimistic. You know, those trees aren't really lined up against that that ridge. That's him doing that. You know, they're only there if you're at the right spot, and so that's the whole thing.
There's so much that captures you about this image. For me, it's the power of the sky. Most times, the sky is the backdrop to what's in the foreground, something on the earth. And here we have the sky as the dominant force, and it's almost assailing with those downward beams of light. There's just a lot of power coming down at the earth. And then, of course, the earth itself with those bright greens. Just an astonishing composition, isn't it?
It
just
is.
Astonishing.
And look at the amount of the, you know, just the proportion of the image that is the sky. You've read it exactly right. I think that the 2/3 of the image is that sky, because it's where the activity is, but it's the serenity of the bottom that draws me, and I am not sure why, because if I were out there, I'd be running for the car probably. You know, the rain is coming, just as his title indicates, but there's something about the delicacy of those little leafless trees. They're not afraid. They're going to just stand there and take it, you know. And it's beautiful.
That's a big part of the statement. I want to just take a moment and encourage you to pick up the phone and dial right now. This is a $600 retail value. You can see where the bid is right there on the screen. You can see the number. Get in on the action. This is a remarkable piece of art. And I loved your observation about how even though this powerful storm, I mean, it's called Here Comes the Rain, is coming down, that the trees and the earth do not seem bothered by this, right? They're like, I'm happy, and you cannot
Bring
change
it on.
that. So as a statement for us as people, there's kind of something wonderful wrapped up in there, isn't there?
And they're two different crops, and so, and also whatever kind of trees those are, I'm sorry, I don't know, but they have kind of the shape and look of almond trees, but you have winter wheat, Alan says, in the background, so that gives a difference. And also the light is kind of polarized right now, and when the light comes in this direction, that's what gives the sky that color. And see how there are no real strong shadows because the light can't get through that, but the direction of the light is polarized and all the reflections are gone. And so the vibrancy of the color is there. And it's very sharp. you could enjoy falling into this image for years.
Well, fall into it by becoming the owner. We're going to move on to the next item, but the bidding stays open right here. And great job by Midtown Framing on the framing of that wonderful Here Comes the Rain. The next piece has no frame because it's of a different genre and character entirely. This is Winter Morning, Klamath National Wildlife Refuge by Leonard James, item 31E. Photograph, and it's big. It's 23 inches by 48 inches across with a retail value of $9.50. And Rebecca, as I said, no frame needed. It's all there.
It's a statement. It's almost like you're on the road again, you know. And this is one, when someone asked the great photographer Eugene Smith what the secret of his photography was, he said, F8 and be there. This is a be there photograph because you are practically in the car and with a very clean windshield because this is so spectacularly sharp. As the camera is moving a little bit, you feel like you're going down that road. This 1-point perspective, but it's almost 2-point perspective because the other side will draw you that way. He's headed to Mount Shasta to photograph, but he sees this, can't resist, stops his car, takes this, and of course it's a day that Mount Shasta was shrouded in clouds and there was no Mount Shasta. So the serendipity of photography, you've got to be out there, you've got to F8 and be there.
The F8 being an f-stop on the,
Yeah,
so that's on the camera, a camera setting,
right.
and then be
And
there.
you got to be there. You can't be back at home having another cup of coffee or something. You got to be there.
Well, and one of the things I like about Be There is that that's exactly what this image does. Like you feel like you are standing in the middle. When you're standing in front of this looking at it, you feel like you are right out there in the middle of that deserted road looking over this beautiful, natural, powerful scene, and it's just you, right?
Yes, it's the Klamath Falls Wildlife Refuge, so it probably is just you, literally, and perhaps your companion that's photographing too. And I can feel the excitement as a photographer. I can feel like, oh my gosh, I have to stop the car, you know. And there's not an ounce, not a whiff of dust anywhere from someone else having been on the road. It's a very quiet time, but the changing of the weather here is certainly indicated, which is saying some things about the photography that we've been looking at, about that looking into change, into drama of the weather.
This is a $950 value. You can see where the bid is at. Up it, get in, call the number, become the next owner. You talked about the drama of the weather, and it made me look at this image and say, okay, what if there were no clouds? And I feel like it would still be pretty, but it would not have as much to say, that the clouds are a big part of this composition.
Yes, and you know, in California we actually don't have, we have this year, but we don't have as cloudy sky. We're our big blue sky, but a New Mexico sky will have more clouds every afternoon, you know, dependably 3 o'clock. But the clouds here make it, and so we're grateful for that because it's changing that what's called the negative space. Only it's actually not negative at all. You know, it's so important.
It is not. So please pick up the phone. Be generous right now with your bid. Support public television. Support this station, PBS KVIE. We're going to keep the bidding going even as we move on to item 31F. You're going to get to know November at Folsom Lake by the photographer Ed Nordstrom. It is measures 20 by 26, does this photograph with a retail value of $250. And again, Rebecca, as we've gone down the line, different styles, different compositions. This is the beauty of immersing ourselves in art. This one, kind of somber.
And art is expression, and then art is receiving, because in between this print, there's the photographer behind it and the viewer who comes to it. And so I think this image is very quiet, very meditative, and it is fitting with our winter kind of mornings. I don't know that this was winter, although it does feel like it is since the tree is leafless, but this is Folsom Lake, and he has added to it, it's monochromatic in feel. By the way, I'm going to digress for a moment. The color of the frame is perfect. and the angling of this frame, it makes it a very narrow edge at the viewer from the front. And so then it's almost the curvilinear part. Do you remember the photographs that have been made of the Jeffrey Pine in Yosemite, where it curves like that? It doesn't any longer at Sentinel Dome, but that's the way this is. It's like moving you back into the scene. And so you wander through those rocks at the bottom. The Folsom Lake is very low right here. We know that's a part of our natural cycle there. So this is a life cycle kind of image, you know.
You know, and you hit it right at the open. Art is expression. And so we are celebrating art and celebrating all the expression, artistic expression, science, public affairs, nature, children's, all of the things that PBS KVIE delivers every day to the people of our region. That's what you're supporting when you call in and make your bid right now. And you can become the next owner of this piece. Getting back to your point, art is expression. It's called November for a reason. It's November at Folsom Lake. Winter is coming, and that puts us mentally in a different place, and it's a little bit more of survival mode, and you know, we change.
The remnants of one season moving into another, too. If you look very closely at this, the leaves have just a hint of yellow to them. And this is a cottonwood tree, and cottonwood trees have not very delicate architecture. They're all weazened, and you know, they respond to the environment so much, and that's part of why it's curving so. And they really don't have a beautiful, don't tell them, but their architecture is kind of chaotic a bit. But they have a single stem that holds them, and that makes that leaf move and have action to it. And so as it dots the tree, it's part of the hanging on to the last season as it transcends into the next one, I think. And to me, it makes it a very tense kind of image in spite of its serenity.
It is thoughtful and meditative. And it definitely draws a little bit of a melancholy out of the viewer. So if you're touched by the image, please pick up the phone right now, make that generous bit of support. And we are nearing the end of this break, so don't wait any longer. This is your final opportunity to bid on the art featured in this half hour. Big thank you to my pal, Rebecca Gregg. Thank you for sharing your expertise with us and for representing so beautifully Viewpoint Photographic Arts Center. Now let's do it. Let's go check in over at the recap station for an update on all the auction bidding.
I'm here with the volunteers in the phone bank, and we're ready to take your bid right now. Pick up the phone and give us a call to win a beautiful photograph featured in this break. I see we've got 2 bell ringers and 2 that are so close, so let's start with a recap. 31D, Here Comes the Rain, by Alan Fishlender. It measures 27 by 30, retail value of $600. And friends, it's our first bell ringer. We already have 800, but there's room for more. I love this. It's a photograph and a prayer. Rain. Oh, we need rain. 31E, Winter Morning, Klamath National Wildlife Refuge by Leonard James. A huge piece measuring 23 by 48, retail value of $950. We are currently at $400. Number 31F, November at Folsom Lake by Ed Nordstrom, measuring 20 by 26, retail value of $250. Oh, and we're so close to a bell ringer. We stand at $200 right now for this beautiful cottonwood tree. The number's on your screen, friend. Pick up the phone and give us a call right now. The volunteers are standing by. Stay tuned, because there's more art coming up in the next half hour in the PBS KVIE Art Auction.
PBS KVIE is committed to the visual and performing arts through national productions like Poldark in Victoria, to our local productions of KVIE Art Showcase and the PBS KVIE Gallery, celebrating award-winning auction artists and California masters. PBS KVIE's commitment to the arts stays strong because of your participation as a donor and an art buyer. Thank you for being a part of the PBS KVIE Art Auction and for making art a part of your home today. Stay tuned for photography coming up next on the PBS KVIE Art Auction. Juried by Tia Jamel, this category features a selection of photographs limited editions, and etchings. View all of the art featured in this year's collection at kvie.org/art auction.
Hi there, I'm Cindy Shelton, and thank you so much for joining us for this photography break, one of my favorite subjects. So good to be with you this afternoon. Here's an overview of the art that will be up in this next half hour for bid in the next half hour, and hopefully you have your phone in your hand. The first one is 32A. That is one of my favorites, Sandhill Cranes in Flight. It's a stunning piece. The photographer is Doug Ridgway. It measures 20 inches by 30 inches. A good size. Retail value on this piece is $350. And then 32B is called Abandoned Cottage from Islay, Scotland by J.T. Whitaker. This is a beautiful photography piece as well. And it's also a good size, 24 by 36. Donor value on this piece is $250. And then 32C is Peace in the Midst of Chaos by a well-known artist and photographer, Maggie McCurk, in the Sacramento area. This is actually a photo and a mixed media piece measuring 16 by 20. Donor value, $320. And then 32D, Dreamscape number 2, Lost in the Woods by Philip Venable. This is a beautiful photograph. Very solemn and striking looking. 18 by 24 are the measurements, and the donor value is $300, and we want to thank the artist who also framed his piece. And then finally, in this last half-hour set, 32E is called Sunset Ridge by Daryl Sullivan. Photography measuring 24 by 28, also framed by the artist. Donor value on this great piece is $450. Well, the phone lines are open for bidding. It is so exciting. This is the last day of the auction. Now let's take a look at the art with our art expert and our auctioneer.
Hi there, I'm Kelly Rains, and thank you for joining us for a look at some more photography. During this break, I am pleased to be here with Martin Christian. Martin's career spans nearly 30 years as a professional photographer, working as a photojournalist, and he's had numerous gallery shows in Sacramento. As our very own chief photographer here at KVIE, he's a 4-time Emmy Award winner. He's a longtime contributor to the art auction, having served as a juror and again this year as an art expert. Welcome, Martin. It's such an honor to be here with you.
Thank you, Kelly. I love being here with you.
Yes. So let's get started with our first piece, which is 32A. Tell us a little bit about this, Martin.
32A is titled Sandhill Cranes in Flight by Doug Ridgway. Doug is a longtime contributor to the KVIE Art Auction, so we thank him for contributing this year. And I wanted to just mention this is printed on metallic paper, which I love so much, with a satin finish. The metallic paper rewards contrast, and you can really see that here. So this was taken in the, the San Joaquin River National Wildlife Refugee, and it won a first place at the Lodi Sandhill Crane Festival in 2018. So anytime you see a photograph like this, Kelly, this is someone who knows their equipment, knows what they're doing. You can see the low depth of field, how the birds are really sharp and the background is really blurry. But ultimately, to me, this is about patience. This is probably someone who spent a lot of time in wet, dark, damp environments waiting for a moment just like this. It's just a beautiful image. And I love the way how all the birds are moving from left to right. And also, you know, sometimes you see the blue in animals like this. And photographers, we kind of want to fix blue, but it's a natural color in animals like this. So I love the contrast in the color temperature between the foreground and the background.
It's such a beautiful piece, and the bid is on your screen that we're looking for. The retail price is $350. That's the retail value. And Martin mentioned that the photographer has to have a lot of patience to take a photograph like this, but you shouldn't have a lot of patience to call in. So call at the number on your screen right now, 1-844-584-3278. Don't be too patient, because these pieces don't last for too long. The colors are so vibrant, but you mentioned that's a satin finish. What does that do?
Well, it just sort of reduces the glare, so it's a little easier for you to look at, because as our cameras sometimes pick up glare, you have to kind of look left and right to avoid the glare. But a satin finish reduces that and gives it a little bit of a softer quality. It's popular with portraits or something like that, especially in nature. It's nice to reduce that glare.
It's such a beautiful piece, and it's a lovely size for any room in your house or your office, and it's very tranquil, but there's a lot of energy to it too.
20 by 30 is a fantastic size, one of my favorite. Once you see sizes like in the 20 by 28 and 20 by 30, I love that size. It can dominate a space, but you don't need a huge wall for this, so it would fit pretty much anywhere in your home.
It's such a beautiful piece. The number is on your screen. The retail value is $350. The bid we're looking for is on your screen. Call in now. There's not a lot of time. When you're calling in and getting this piece, you're also supporting PBS KVIE, and you love the programs on here. You love the nature programs, and this is a great photograph that honors the nature programs we have on our.
And Doug has a great story. Like many artists, he was into photography when he was younger, and then launched into his career, and then picked up the camera again in retirement in 2003. And says that he's never looked back from that. And he got some training at Delta College in Cosumnes River. I think that was around 2003. He re-entered his passion for photography and hasn't looked back. So I love stories like that. I tell people all the time, you know, you don't have to be a professional artist. You can still be an artist and have your day job and create. So I love stories like that.
Such a great story, and there's all kinds of great stories here in the art auction with all of these pieces. There's also great stories that you love on PBS KVIE. So call the number on your screen, 1-844-KVIE Art. This piece is not going to be open for very long. It's beautiful Sand Hill Cranes in Flight by Doug Ridgway. The retail value is $350. Any final thoughts, Martin?
It is mounted on wood, so that's very unique. A lot of skill to do that, and it's raised from the wall a little bit, a couple of inches, with the wood frame that's on the rear of it, so it's going to stand out from your wall. You hit it with the right lighting, and you'll get the shadow boxes on the edges, which I love so much. With any artwork that comes off of the wall, you can create those shadows. It's going to stand out even more. So not only is the frame going to stand out, but the image in itself is going to stand out. This is going to be a real conversation piece.
It's such a great conversation piece, and we're going to keep this one open for a little bit longer of the conversation, and we're going to move on to item 32B. It is Abandoned Cottage, Ela, Scotland by J.T. Whitaker. It is photography measuring 24 by 36, and the retail value is $250. And Martin, I've been to Scotland. This reminds me so much of my trip. What can you tell us about this?
Well, Jay, I'm going to pronounce this correctly, Jay Terry Whitaker is a first-time contributor to the KVIE Art Auction, so we want to thank him so much for participating. It's a canvas print. It's an inch and a half off the wall, so again, it's going to really stand out on your wall. He goes to Scotland and goes to Europe frequently, and I think he said with this image he was headed to the coast to shoot the coastal range, but he was drawn in by this cottage, and so he's also pursued derelict or abandoned buildings in California as well. So he has a small series of abandoned cottages. One technical note to note about this. I'm sure our camera is showing the sun in the upper portion of the photograph. Well, that's going to cause your camera to close down. And so you can see, Kelly, the front of the cottage itself is well lit, lots of detail. So only a master can achieve something like that. Your camera is going to want to close down when it sees that sun. So whether or not he made the adjustments in the field with filters, or he adjusted his exposure, or in the darkroom, this is this is the work of a master photographer.
It's such a beautiful piece. A master photographer is telling you how wonderful it is. The number is on your screen right now. Don't miss out on the opportunity. Again, these pieces don't stay open for very long. You're supporting the mission of PBS KVIE. The number is on your screen. The retail value is $250. The bid we're looking for is on your screen. Call in right now, and you're supporting the arts in our region and honoring all of the beautiful nature in this world, close and far. What else can you share with us, Martin?
So J. Terry Whitaker he's active with the Solano Town Center Gallery, and it is a canvas print, so there's no glass to get in the way. You can kind of get your nose right up to the image there. I love that. Canvas prints, metallic prints are really exploding in popularity, and I personally think that's one of the reasons why there's no glass to separate you between whatever the artwork is. I think you can see like a painting that hasn't been framed. It kind of has a special feel. You can see the edges and that sort of thing. It's the same way with photography, I think, with canvas prints. You can really kind of get up close and personal with them.
That's really exciting. This is your chance to get up close and personal with this photograph and get beyond the glass of your device that you're watching us on right now and have this beautiful piece in your home, call the number on your screen, 1-844-584-3278. That's 1-844-KVIE Art. Support the mission of PBS KVIE. You'll love all the stories, all the Rick Steves travel stories that might go to Scotland where this picture was taken, and all of the great things that you see on PBS. I love, Martin, how the contrast in the dark, dark brooding sky and those glowing flowers underneath.
And also the contrast in color temperature between those two environments. You have the dark blue sky and then the green, orangey reds that are in the foreground here in the green. So what a moment for this photographer to have all of that together. If it was a bright blue sky, it would still be a fantastic image, but I think the clouds really speak to just the environment, being on the coast. And he was storm chasing that day, and so he ends up taking a photograph of an abandoned cottage. So it's just a great lesson for us to keep your eyes open and just kind of keep looking.
Yeah, keep your eyes open, keep the phones ringing. So call the number on your screen. This is a beautiful piece, again, honoring all of the beautiful geography in this world and travel adventures that you can take. You can bring that adventure right into your home when you call the number on your screen. It's got a retail value of $250. We're looking for a bid, and that number is on your screen. Call in right now. A beautiful piece in Scotland. Again, I've been. This captures it so perfectly. If you haven't been, this is your chance. We're going to keep this item open for now, and we're going to move on to item 32C. It is Peace in the Midst of Chaos by Maggie McGurk. It is mixed media, measuring 16 by 20, and the retail value is $320. And this is item 32C. Martin, I know Maggie personally. She's such an energetic, vibrant person, and this piece really, really exemplifies the artist herself.
That's funny you say that because her description begins with the word isolation in all caps with the exclamation point. So I think Maggie was feeling stir crazy from being inside from our stay at home, and says she went for a walk to the grocery store, and this is what she found along her way. This is a mixed media, and whenever I see that word mixed media, I try not to speculate too much about how it was done because you just never know with photographers what they're doing. So I think this was probably an original photograph and then was processed to look like a painting, and it's quite beautiful. Honestly, I'm standing here next to it, and I would swear this is a painting.
It is such a beautiful piece. There's gorgeous colors. Call the number on your screen right now. That's 844-584-3278. Maggie is a friend to PBS KVIE. You're a friend to KVIE, your public television station, your PBS station, and we're looking for a bid. That number is on your screen. The retail value is $320. Peace in the midst of chaos. Get a little peace in your home right now. What else would you like to share with us, Martin?
Great size, 16 by 20. This could certainly go anywhere. It's a canvas print once again, so it's coming off the wall. It's going to create a little bit of depth. We have, the wide color range is shown here with the cool blues and the bright oranges. So this is a really peaceful, tranquil image. We have a lot of works from the Delta. I don't know if this is the Delta. It could be a pond or something in a neighborhood. But she's going to great length to create these reflections here and make sure you can see the lower tree. The trees are not going off screen, off the lake, so everything is just composed beautifully.
It's a beautiful composition. The colors are beautiful and tranquil. We want to not have such tranquil phones ringing. We want them a little bit louder, so call the number on your screen. All of these pieces don't have a lot of time in the auction. They can be yours if you're calling right now, 844-584-3278 for this beautiful piece by Maggie McGurk. Peace in the midst of chaos, and we love peace. And again, it's such a colorful piece. I love that, Martin.
Maggie has 40 years of experience as a multimedia artist. So this is someone who has probably created lots of different things in lots of different ways. So we're certainly glad that she contributed this to us this year.
It's such a great piece. Thank you, Maggie. Thank you for those who are calling in right now. The number again is on your screen. There's over 500 hours of arts programming on PBS KVIE every year, and when you're calling in, you're supporting that. And there's a piece for everyone in this auction, or maybe 2 or 3 or more. So don't stop here. Go beyond the broadcast. Bring art into your home, off the screen, and enjoy it in person while you can. Call the number on your screen. And it's such a lovely piece. Again, like you said, tell us more.
I wonder about this. Was this in, it looks like a neighborhood that's kind of borders a golf course, but it could also be, out on the Delta, maybe some farmhouses there in the background. So there's a sense of mystery. I'd love to hear from Maggie exactly where this was taken. where was she when she took this walk and saw this scene? It's really beautiful.
It's such a great piece. And where was this taken? You know, if you have it at home, you can put yourself anywhere in the world, wherever this is. It's a great way to go out and explore in the privacy of your own home. And you can call the number on your screen right now, 844-584-3278. Support PBS KVIE. And we are halfway through the break, which means we're going to keep this piece open and check in over at the recap station for bidding updates.
Well, the volunteers behind me can't wait for you to call the numbers right there on your screen. And here's your chance to win a fabulous photograph featured in this break. Our volunteers are waiting, and I hope that I hear the phone rings with your call next. Let's go over the pieces that we just saw. 32A, my favorite, Sandhill Cranes in Flight. Why this one isn't in the $1,000 range right now, I don't know. A great piece by Doug Ridgway. This is a good size. It's 20 inches by 30 inches. Do you know how hard it is to get birds in flight? And this thing is just crystal clear, perfect. Donor value is $350. We're below that at $250, which I just don't understand. This should be a lot higher. It's a great size. Did I mention this is the last day? This is the last day of the auction. If you don't get in on this fabulous piece or any other piece, you have to wait a full year for the next one. And then the next one is 32B. That fabulous bell ringer, yahoo! Abandoned Cottage, Isla, Scotland by J.T. Whitaker. Oh, I love how Martin described this. There's so much richness and depth going on in this piece, and it's a good size as well. 24 by 36. Donor value is $250. The bell ringer right now is $275, but that does not mean that you should stop bidding on it. Go ahead and call and go in at the next increment, maybe at $300. Then the next one is 32C, Peace in the Midst of Chaos. Bell ringer! Woohoo! By everybody knows Maggie McGurk in the Sacramento area. She is just fantastic. Thank you so much, Maggie. Donor value on this great piece is $320. We are at $450 right now. Fantastic. And the size is, what is the size? 16 by 20. Now, let's head back over to the art in the second. Okay. So the first one, Sandhill Crane. I know there's a lot of photographers out there. I know there's a lot of bird lovers out there. Did you look closely at this piece? It is outstanding. It is just frozen in time, and it's well below donor value. It's only $350. That doesn't even include the cost of framing. We're at $250 right now. B is Abandoned Cottage, from up to $300 on that one. That's a great bell ringer, but you can still bid. You can still come in at maybe $350. Pick up the phone right now. And then C, we just made $500. Excellent. $320 was Maggie McGurk's piece. That's donor value. We're at $500. There's some great people out there calling in. Now let's head back right now to the art in the second half of this photography break.
All it takes is a quick call to the number on your screen to place your bid and get involved in this exciting auction. All right, we are back with the second half of this photography break, continuing with item 32D, Dreamscape number 2, Lost in the Woods by Philip Venable. This is photography measuring 18 by 24, and it has a retail value of $300. Martin, what a beautiful piece we have here. Tell us about it.
Kelly, this is Philip's first contribution to the KVIE Art Auction, so Philip, we want to thank you for that. I want to read what Philip wrote here, his motivation for this piece. He says, the title, Lost in the Woods, is indicative of the feeling that I had after the passing of my wife. It conjured up feeling of loss, being lost, and a lack of direction for me. And so he says when he processed this image that he overexposed it, and so it was kind of a throwaway image. But he spent some time with it, and he brought out, all of this really high contrast. You notice when you look at that, you have all this white. Well, those are leaves, and so the detail of the leaves have sort of fallen away. So you're left with an emphasis of these, I believe they're birch trees, I think. Hard for me to say. But you're really left with a strong contrast with the trees. You can really see the trees because these leaves are probably green or orange, and he's taken out all the colors. So it's a great lesson in the digital workplace, how sometimes maybe the color isn't right or the focus isn't right, but the composition in itself is strong. And so he worked with this in the darkroom, and it's a really stunning piece. I love horizontals. We don't see very many horizontals. And so when you have small places, small kitchens, or a small nook or a wall, this will fit really nicely. And once again, it's printed on metal. There's nothing to keep you, there's no barrier to keep you from it, so you can get your nose right up to it. It's a really strong piece, and it's very mysterious. Well, what time of year was this taken? We really don't know. But I like to think that Philip sees this and maybe he doesn't think about the trees, but he thinks about his wife. Maybe the time that he took this image is the relation to his wife, and not necessarily the trees themselves, but the time that he spent out in the field taking this photograph reminds him of his wife.
It's such a beautiful piece. He spent a lot of time on it, and you need to spend the time right now, which you don't have a lot of, to call the number on your screen, 1-844-KVIE Art. That's 844-584-3278. This is your chance to have a beautiful piece of art that has a special meaning to the artist. It will have a special meaning to you. Call the number on your screen. The bid that we're looking for is on your screen. This is your chance to have a beautiful piece and to support the mission of PBS KVIE. You see such great shows all year round, 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, nature shows, travel shows, and this is such a beautiful example of the nature that's out there that you can bring into your home when you go beyond the broadcast, Martin.
Philip is associated with the Lawler House Gallery in Sassoon, California. He mentions that printing on metal has been his go-to for many years. So that means he's probably a trendsetter in that. I'd love to see the numbers from the art auction of how many more metal prints we see each year. I'm a big fan myself. I have a lot of empty frames at home because I love metal prints as well. This is going to stick off of your wall a little bit, raise away from your wall an inch or so with the wood box that's behind it. So it's going to really stand out, hit it with some dramatic lighting, and you'll create a shadow box around it. It's beautiful. I love horizontals. I rarely shoot horizontals, and so I'm always envious when I see a strong one like this. It inspires me to maybe go out and think of things. I'm sorry, vertical. It maybe thinks of going out into the field and turning my camera sideways for some verticals more often.
It's such a great, and it's ready to hang the way it's mounted and everything.
Absolutely,
right?
Yeah.
It's such a great piece, and we're ready to hear your phone call. Call the number on your screen, 844-584-3278. There's not a lot of time, so call and be a part of this auction and be a part of PBS KVIE. We're going to keep this open, and we're going to move on to item 32E. It is Sunset Ridge by Daryl O'Sullivan. And it is photography measuring 24 by 28. It is artist framed. The retail value is $450. Martin, when I first saw this, I thought it was a painting, but it's a photograph, and it's so exquisite.
Daryl has contributed to the KVIE Art Auction for many years, so thank you, Daryl. A lot of depth of field, a lot of focus here, so this photographer is definitely on his tripod, probably a long exposure. The right time of day, you don't see a lot of shadows and harsh sunlight. So this is someone that probably knows a lot about the time of day and what that means, and very technically, it's a very strong technical piece in the way that you see the sharpness both in the foreground and the background. So there's a lot of constraints as a photographer what you need to do. It's beautiful. It has a beautiful treatment with the sand-colored matte and the wood frame, which really complements the image. It was taken in the Valley of Fire State Park in Nevada, and I really don't know where that is, but it makes me want to kind of go pull up Google and find out where that is, Kelly.
Right? It makes me want to go there. It makes me want to go to any Sunset Ridge I can find if I could see this beautiful piece. And you can have this piece, this Sunset Ridge in your home. It can be sunset anytime you want it to be. If you get this piece, and by calling the number on your screen, 844-584-3278, the current bid is on your screen. This is a retail value of $450. We certainly want to go above that. So get the bids going. Call the number on your screen. Sunset Ridge. How long or how lucky or what goes into capturing this moment when you're doing photography like
Well, he says that he titled it Sunset Ridge because he was standing on a ridge overlooking this image at sunset. And as we saw in an earlier piece, Kelly, he's pointing his camera directly into the sun. So that wants your camera to close down. So that means your foreground is probably going to be a little dark. So this is obviously a master photographer who knows the different levels of exposure, knows how to process this in Photoshop or Lightroom, which I believe he used here. You know, I lived in Nevada for a while, Kelly, and when I left that experience, I was just really surprised at the natural beauty of the Great Basin. And so he's captured some of that here. It makes me want to kind of go back and find out where this area is. It's a beautiful piece. It's another vertical, which we don't see a lot of, so it's easy to find a place in your home. It's a wonderful piece. So if you travel through Nevada, this may be the piece for you.
If you travel through Nevada, if you've always wanted to go to Nevada and you can't, again, PBS KVIE takes you places that you can't readily get to, all from the comfort of your home or however you watch us, whether it's on your phone with the free PBS video app. This is your chance to bring this beyond the broadcast piece into your home. Call the number on your screen. The bid we're looking for is on your screen, and the number to call to place that bid is 844-584-3278. Is the artist based in Lodi? Is that correct?
I believe so. I believe so, Kelly. And he was kind enough to frame this for us as well, which we didn't do as much framing this year with our restrictions. So we want to thank him so much for this wonderful treatment that he's done here. I really love this piece. It just reminds me of a lot of time that I've spent in the backcountry. And so if you love the natural environment, if you love mountains, this would be a great piece for you.
It's such a great piece. I love, there's so much depth into it. You just can keep looking beyond one vista, beyond the next vista, beyond the next vista. There's something to keep seeing as you're looking at it.
And when you choose that as a photographer to have extreme depth of field, have everything in focus, you know, that kind of guides you as to the way you're going to take the photograph. So it's probably going to be a long exposure, probably going to need a tripod. So all of those things sort of elevate those the skills that you need to take an image like this. I believe he mentioned this is with a wide angle lens. It's pretty rare to see people do verticals with a wide angle lens, so that contributes a lot to the special composition of this piece.
It's really great. You can contribute a lot to this auction as well. So, well, we're nearing the end of this break, which means that now is your last opportunity to bid on the art featured in this half hour. Let's head back to the recap station for an update on bidding activity.
We're in the final minutes of this photography break, and there is still time for you to place that bid with the number on your screen. The number is right there. It's easy to call. We've got volunteers waiting to take your call. So to round out this last half hour, 32D is Dreamscapes number 2, Lost in the Woods, that beautiful vertical on metal from Philip Venable, and the size is 18 by 24. Oh, great story for that piece. Art is framed, and the donor value is $300. And right now we're up to 175, a lot of room to go on that one. And then the final one is 32E called Sunset Ridge by Daryl O'Sullivan of Lodi. The photography is 24 by 28. It was also artist framed. Donor value is $450. We are so close to a bell ringer since we're at $375 on that one. So let's go through all of the photography for this last half hour to let you know where you stand. 32A, my favorite, have I told you yet? Sandhill Cranes in Flight by Doug Ridgway. Yahoo! $350. I love this piece. It's up to $550 right now. It's fantastic. Thank you so much for the people who called. The next one is 32B, Abandoned Cottage from Isla, Scotland. The artist is J.T. Whitaker. Donor value, also a bell ringer. $250, but right now we've got $400. A nice healthy bid on that one. The next one is 32C, Piece in the Midst of Chaos by the well-known Sacramento artist Maggie McGurk. Donor size is 16 by 20. 320 is actually the donor value. Yay! 500 is the high bid right now. Fantastic job. Thank you so much. And then we have Dreamscapes again, which is 32D. Lost in the Woods by Philip Venable, and it's a donor value of $300. We're still just vacillating there at $175 with so much more room to go. Did I tell you this is the last day of the auction? You've got to call right now if you love this piece like I do. The last one is 32E, Sunset Ridge Bell Ringer. We had so many bell ringers this time by Daryl Sullivan. $450. Thank you so much. And stay tuned right now because there's more art coming up in the next half hour in the PBS KVIE Art Auction.
Welcome to the 39th annual PBS KVIE Art Auction. Join us all weekend for a celebration of Northern California's visual arts. Over 250 pieces will be auctioned off to the highest bidder, and you can be part of the action by watching and bidding on your favorite pieces. View the entire collection online at kvie.org/art-auction. Then, when your favorite item appears, call 1-844-KVIE-ART to place your bid. Auction proceeds benefit the programs and services of your PBS station, KVIE. So thank you for watching and bidding. And now, let the auction begin. Bidding on items in the art auction is quick and easy to do. First, explore the collection online at kvie.org/art-auction. Or keep your television tuned to PBS KVIE. When a piece of art catches your eye, call 1-844-KVIE-ART and a volunteer will assist you. PBS KVIE accepts all major credit cards for your art purchase. And a member of our accounting team will confirm your payment within 5 minutes of item sale. Thank you for being a part of the PBS KVIE Art Auction and for making art a part of your home today. Stay tuned for landscapes coming up next on the PBS KVIE Art Auction. Juried by David Lobenberg, this category features landscapes in all mediums. View all of the art featured in this year's collection at kvie.org/art-auction.
Well, good afternoon. Thank you so much for joining us. I'm Cindy Shelton, and we're now going to be looking at beautiful landscapes in this next half-hour break. And now, here's an overview of the art that will be up for bid during the next half hour. 33A is called Tahoe Sunset. The artist is Patricia Prendergast. The size is 18 inches by 24 inches. Art is framed. Donor value on this particular piece is $1,200. And then the next piece is 33B, View from the Cliff by Diane Pargament. It's a watercolor measuring 24 by 18, also artist framed, and the donor value of this lovely piece is $500. And then we'll go to 33C, Presidio from Kim Tennant, oil on canvas measuring 20 by 24. The donor value on this piece is $350. And then 33D, Capitol Mall by Deborah Harmon. This is an oil on canvas 24 by 30, good size, also artist framed. We thank her so much. Donor value is $400. The last one in this half-hour set is 33E, Tower of Strength, very strong piece by Barbara Gill. Watercolor measuring 28 by 20. She framed this herself. Thank you so much, Barbara. And the retail value is $500. So I hope you're near your phone. We've got some great volunteers in the phone bank. And now let's head over to see the art with our auctioneer and art expert.
Hello again, I'm Kelly Rains, and we're back for another round of landscapes. I'd like to welcome Mary Ellen Lane. Welcome. She will be joining me this half hour. Mary Ellen is the art curator at PBS KVIE and has selected and organized all of the artwork that you're seeing throughout this weekend. Mary Ellen, thanks for being here. It's an honor, and let's begin with this item 33A.
Okay, this is Patricia Prendergast, and this is a pastel. Tahoe Sunset. So this is pastel on paper, framed by the artist, and, you know, Tahoe Sunset. What can you say?
We can say it's a beautiful piece. I'm a pastel artist, not nearly as accomplished as Patricia. It's a beautiful piece. I love the composition. I love the blending that she's done. It's really hard and difficult, and it takes a master to layer pastels like she's layered them to achieve the depth and the richness that she has.
And she talks about sunsets and how they're always harder to paint than she thinks it will be. So she took photos of this, and also in plein air. She was at Kings Beach and saw this. And you know, one thing about sunsets that's difficult is they change quickly. So to capture that moment in time, and especially with pastels, which is a very challenging medium, you know, I think she pulled it off here with these layers of color. You know, you have the deep purples and the bright oranges, and that dark mountainous area there. It's just it's a nice sunset.
It's a glorious sunset. Patricia, thank you so much. You're a longtime contributor to the auction. We thank her. The bid that we're looking for is on your screen. We actually want to surpass that number. So the number you can do that for us with is 844-584-3278. That's 844-KVIE Art. Support PBS KVIE that brings you tons of arts programming throughout the year, but also great nature programs, which is exemplified in this pastel painting. It's very dramatic. I love the different textures she uses in the foreground below. It's almost shimmering, Mary Ellen.
Yeah, she uses a bunch of different soft pastels on a board coated with clay, gesso, and marble dust. So, you know, the interesting thing about artists in the auction are they all have their own process, and sometimes we can get too bogged down with process, and that can overtake sometimes the composition or even the vision. But it is fun and to see these artists and what they do individually, either with their mixed media, with their paper, with their choice of medium. And I think Patricia here is really capturing that feeling we get when we go to Tahoe and we're on the beach and we watch the sunset, and it's calming, it's serene, it's something you kind of it's a place you want to be.
It's beautiful. It's a place we want you to be. If you love pastels, if you love Tahoe, if you love sunsets, if you love all three of those at once, you're a pastelist who loves Tahoe and sunsets. There's something for everybody, and this piece is not going to be open very long like all of our pieces. Time is of the essence. We're looking to beat the number on your screen. It's got a $1,200 retail. We want to at least reach the retail value and surpass it. So call the number on your screen, 844-KVIE Art. Any final thought, Mary Ellen?
Well, I think that, you know, because the artist framed it herself, that's always an interesting choice. And this has a little bit of a leather aspect on the frame, which really brings out the dark of the piece. And so I think she made a really nice choice, and the frame definitely adds to the value of it.
It's really beautiful. We're going to keep this piece open, but not for long. We're going to move on to item 33B. It is View from the Cliff by Diana Pargament. It is watercolor measuring 24 by 18, framed by the artist. Retail value is $500. I love watercolors, Mary Ellen. What can you share with us about this?
View from the Cliff in Aptos, California. So the artist, watercolorist, here she was walking along the cliffs and she saw this and she said, I've got to get that down. And so she took a picture, then she went back to her studio and started working on it. And you know, again, it's one of those vignettes that we see in California where you're just on the beach and you're, you know, on vacation perhaps, or you want to see the ocean, you want to be calm. And I think the artist here, she's really captured this. Diane, she's a master watercolorist here. I like the use of the negative space on the paper and the very loose brush strokes with watercolor.
It's such a beautiful piece, celebrating, again, the region that we all call home. You can bring the outside in, and you can only do that with a very little bit of time. Windows, all these pieces are windows to the world, but the window of time to get them is very, very small. So call the number on your screen, 844-584-3278, for this beautiful, beautiful vignette and a slice of our beautiful region here in California, and surpass that bid that we're looking for on the screen right now. Mary Ellen, there's such great detail, but also like an impressionistic feel to it too.
Absolutely, Kelly. I like the figures on the beach. You know, they look, this looks like it could be at any time, but maybe not during vacation. But it's, you know, the little figures, that's what I always like, where you have kind of some human interaction there, and you know, because they're out enjoying. Also, you know, watercolorists are very passionate about what they do, as are all artists, but I like the watercolorists because they know their medium, but yet it can sometimes be a little tricky, or when the watercolor blends together, they're not quite sure what they're going to get. Sometimes you know, I've tried watercolor and it turns to mud. So it's like interesting when you can get those kinds of blues next to a purple, next to an orange, and it's definitive. And then if you look at the sky here, she's done the same thing. So, you know, it's really well done. I love this piece.
It's a beautiful piece, and this auction only happens once a year, but you can have this piece for a lifetime and keep it in the family and enjoy it forever. The number on your screen, 844-584-3278, there's not a lot of time for this piece. It's a beautiful piece. The retail is $500. We want to surpass the retail value for sure. It's a great size for your home, and you're right. And also with watercoloring, because watercolor, I know it's such a difficult, once you put the pigment down, it's down, and using the white of the paper to keep the whites, that's such an incredible skill.
It is brilliant to do that because it brings out the true white of the paper, and then that becomes an integral part of the piece. And then she's matted it with a brilliant white matte and then a dark black frame. So it's a classic treatment of an artistic expression here. And she knows what she's doing. And just coming back to Aptos, you know, it's such a great place to go. And I think she has captured that little city there. And if you like Aptos, this is for you, this painting.
This is for you. This is item 33B, View from the Cliff by Diane Pargament. It is watercolor measuring 2418, framed by the artist. Retail value is $500. We're going to keep the piece open for a little bit, but we're going to move on to the next piece, and that is item 33C. It is Presidio by Kim Tennant. It is oil on canvas measuring 20 by 24. Retail value is $350. I love this painting, Mary Ellen. Share with us.
Well, I had an eye this year for cityscapes and wanted to create a lot more of that because I think that because we live in cities and we see these things, these buildings, and you know, it means something to us. Like the Presidio in San Francisco has a long history. And the artist here, Kim Tennant, she likes to paint these types of landscapes because of historical things that happen in cities. I love the colors here. I love her structures, her perspective, the long road. It just means something to someone. And if you live in San Francisco and those curvy roads and the streets of San Francisco, you know, that's what she's getting at here.
It's really beautiful. I actually lived in San Francisco for 4 years near the Presidio. And when I would come into the city back from Sacramento, there's a little tiny exit off the Golden Gate Bridge that winds its way through the Presidio. And she's captured this so beautifully. And it makes me a little reminiscent and nostalgic for this area. And you can experience all that nostalgia by bringing it into your home, this beautiful cityscape and landscape of the Presidio. We're looking for the bid that's on your screen. We want to surpass that. The retail value is $350, item 33C. Call the number on your screen. There's not a lot of time. And it looks like she's done a gallery wrap with this. Is that correct?
Correct, yes. She's painted around the sides, so it does not really need to be framed. Of course, you could frame it if you'd like, but I think that the color choices here, they reflect the sunset perhaps, and you know, there's just a liveliness to it. It has a personality, and I think that's difficult with architecture, to create some type of a narrative, a voice, and she's done that here. And she likes to paint landscapes, and I just love the size of it. I love the orientation, and it's just a beautiful work.
It's a really sweet piece, and this sweet piece can be yours. Bring a part of our region into your home. This is a historic region, the Presidio. It's beautiful, great hiking that's available for everybody, and you can support local artists by also supporting PBS KVIE and all of the great programming that you see, all kind of nature programs and travel programs which have talked about this area. You can have it for your own right now, but there's not a lot of time, so call that number on your screen. We're looking for the bid that's on your screen. We want to surpass that bid many, many times. So keep the phones ringing, call right now. And I love the use of colors, Mary Ellen, and it's such a fun navigating kind of composition that she has.
Right, she said she snapped some of the pictures for her study from the moving car. You know, and how many times have we been through those areas in the Bay Area where you just see something that's really neat and you want to take a picture of it in your mind's eye, and I think she's captured that in her mind's eye here. And if you've been there, if you've been through these places, this is a nice reminder to have maybe in your home. Maybe this means something to you. So it's a neat little piece.
It's a really inviting piece. This is item 33C, Presidio by Kim Tennant, oil on canvas, measuring 20 by 24. Retail value is $350. We're halfway through the break, which means we're going to keep this piece open and check in over at the recap station for bidding updates.
That's right. We're halfway through this break, and we have some fabulous landscapes for you. And thank you for supporting PBS KVIE and the great featured at this break. And you can take away an amazing piece of artwork when you are the winning bidder. And that's so easy to do. The number's right there on your screen. So give us a call. Now let's look at what Kelly was just talking about for 33A. This is a showstopper. She is a highly collectible artist. The name of the piece is Tahoe Sunset from Patricia Pendergast. She has been donating to us for many, many years, and this has got a lot of value in it. And I'm so surprised that right now we're only at $300, a pittance. That's a mere pittance. Did I tell you this is the last day of the auction? It is. You should get on the phone and make a bid right now. $1,200 is the value of this one-of-a-kind piece that you can have hanging on your wall tonight. Start your collection with us today. And then 33B is a beautiful piece. Look at that view from the cliff from Diane Pargament. It's a 24 by 18, good size vertical. Donor value is $500. We're right next to a bell ringer. We're at $475 right now. Won't someone come in at $500 so that we can ring that bell? I would love that. And then the next one is 30, what are we doing here? Okay, 33C is Presidio. Okay, it's Presidio from Kim Tennant, and that's an oil on canvas, 20 by 24. Donor value is $350, and we are, yay, we had another bell ringer at $425. Thank you so very much. We don't have the right images right now. Don't let that worry you, but we're working on it. They'll be up any second. So let's go to the next one. There you have it. Okay, 33E is Tower of Strength, fabulous piece by Barbara Gill. And that is a watercolor measuring 28 by 20. Donor value is $500. Right now, we're only at half. We're only at $250. Oh, but let me talk about Presidio right now. At $350, that's the bell ringer. We're at $425. Sure, that's a bell ringer, but that does not mean that you need to stop. You can still call and make another bid on that piece. Very popular. We're going to go through the whole half hour. ABC is Tahoe Sunset. We're at $350 right now. At 33B, View of a Cliff, $500. We're at $500. That's a bell ringer. Thank you so much. Presidio is the 33C. We are at $350. We're at $425. Thank you so much. And then Capitol Mall, which is 33D. Donor value is $400. We're at $300. We can come up a little more. Finally, 33E, Tower of Strength. Donor value is $500. We're still at $250, but you can easily come back with more. And that's the news from the recap station. So let's see some more art.
Some really beautiful art in this break, and we want you to get involved in the action. Support PBS KVIE and win your favorite piece today. The current bid is on your screen, as well as the number to call to place your bid. The piece we're looking at right now is item 33D, Capitol Mall by Deborah Harmon. This is oil measuring 24 by 30 with a retail value of $400. Mary Ellen, art curator extraordinaire, tell us about this piece.
Well, this came through and I just really loved it because another cityscape, and it's the place of Capitol Mall, and so many things have happened on this piece of land. It's just really an iconographic place for Sacramento and for the capital and for California, the nation and the world. I mean, we've all been here. Either in physical space or seen things play out on this great mall of California. So I just loved the architectural aspect. I loved the playfulness of the cars, and of course the Tower Bridge in the background there, and then that little rose roundabout in the foreground. There's just kind of that little suggestion of that place if you've been there.
It's such a great place and location and painting. to capture that place. I used to walk around as many times as I could Capitol Park, so I know exactly where that viewpoint is. And if you've not been there or you have been, this is a great way to experience the beautiful park around the Capitol building. And you can see the Tower Bridge going over into West Sacramento. It's such a gorgeous piece. The bid that is on your screen, call that number to place that bid and go even higher than that bid. 844-584-3278 is the number. That's 844-KVIE Art. Again, a great local piece by a local artist celebrating our region, Mary Ellen.
Deborah Harmon, yeah, she loves to paint landscapes, and another reason I like this is because of the photo aspect of it. It doesn't seem like a photograph, but it's just a different perspective on, you know, most of the time when you see the Capitol, you're the Rose Garden or the Capitol itself or the Tower Bridge, or, you know, this is a city. This shows us what a snapshot of Sacramento would look like in passing. Like, you see the little flag up here on this building. You know, it's one of those things where the viewer is drawn in. You can see this little figure. This could be like the bus. And so it's kind of like a mystery that you just keep looking and you see more things. But yet you know it, you've seen it. And so I think that she's really kind of captured something here that's unique.
It is very unique. It's very special. You find all kinds of great, unique, and special programming on PBS KVIE. That's why you're calling in to support. The bid is on your screen. Call the number on your screen to make that bid, and even go higher than that bid, 844-KVIE Art. And this is an area that also sees a lot of artist fairs and civic engagement. So it's got this cityscape, it's got this moment in time, but it's also a place we all know and love so well.
Right, and I think the other thing I thought about is if you have lived in Sacramento and you may not live there anymore, you work downtown, you were working for the state, maybe you retired, and now you're out in another part of the world, or maybe you want to have a little piece of that and remember what that area is, because it's just so special to so many people. It's been, you know, so many things have happened there.
It's such a beautiful piece. It's a beautiful location. Call the number on your screen. Place the bid on your screen. It is we're looking for a retail value, and it's $400. And the number to call to get those bids going is 844-KVIE Art. Again, this is Capitol Park here in Sacramento, a beautiful cityscape, and I love the little bushes that you're kind of peeking through. Any final thoughts, Mary Ellen?
Well, I just liked it also because a lot of times I'll get on my bike and ride around Sacramento, and this is one of the places that I go to. You know, the Sutter Club is there on the right, and it's a nice snapshot of where we live.
It's a great, beautiful piece. We're going to keep it open for a little bit, but move on to item 33E. It is Tower of Strength by Barbara Gill. It is watercolor measuring 28 by 20, artist framed. Retail value is $500. This is a breathtaking piece, Mary Ellen.
It's an interesting piece. I love the Tower Bridge, of course. That's just such a symbol of Sacramento, and the artist has a narrative here where she's talking about she wanted to represent the resilience of the people in the city by painting the bridge, because she thinks that is a symbol of resilience. And so she's picked up these golden tones, and you know, it's just really a nice work. She's got ink, she's got some colored ink, she's got some watercolor, and it's kind of mixed media in a way. The dark lines have an edge to them, and there's some definition, but yet there's also, you know, there's also some ethereal kind of abstract feel to it as well.
It's really, really stunning. I love the contrasting colors. You can see that on your screen. You can also see the bid on your screen. Call in the number on your screen. So many things on your screen, but those are the important things right now. Time is of the essence. There's not a lot of time for this beautiful piece. 844-584-3278. That's 844-KVIE Art. This is the beautiful Tower Bridge, but it's also a tower of strength. And you mentioned the mixed media and the different colors. There's such control in achieving this without, making it messy or anything. It's beautifully done.
Well, Barbara's process, she says, is she goes in plein air and then she makes little sketches. And then she takes that back to her studio and does the larger work. But, I think what's interesting to note here about Barbara in her notes was she said that she just got to work, when we shut down, and she decided she was just going to go start to paint things that she hadn't painted before. And this was one of those things. And it kind of reminds me of a Toni Morrison quote that says, when it's time for artists to get to work, we know when that is. And I think that all of our artists in our auction this year who have donated to us have made us understand that in order to heal, we have to work, and art saves us.
Art does save us. And it's your time right now to get to work, and you can do that by calling the number on your screen. There's something for everybody in this auction, but there's not a lot of time for you to be that somebody who gets this beautiful piece. The bid is on your screen. 844-584-3278 is the number on your screen to call to place that bid. Call now. This has got a retail value of $500, framed by the artist, which means it's also ready to hang when they take it home, right, Mary Ellen?
It is, and she picked a golden frame to kind of complement that. Barbara is represented by the Mislin Gallery in Modesto, so if you want to see more of her work, you can go by and visit that gallery. And we really thank her for giving us this piece, and it's a nice representation of the Tower Bridge, the Sacramento River, and there's the cityscape in the background.
So this is an artist based in Modesto doing work that represents Sacramento and supporting our regional PBS station, KVIE. It's a great way to bring everything together. The number on your screen to call is 844-584-3278. Support the mission of PBS KVIE with all the great arts programming and nature programming and travel programming that you'll love. Any final thoughts? Just a few seconds.
Everybody just keep painting. You're doing a wonderful job.
Keep painting, keep calling. And we're nearing the end of the break, which means that now is your final opportunity to bid on the art featured in this half hour. A big thank you to Mary Ellen Lane. Thank you for sharing her expertise with us. Now let's check in over at the recap station for an update while you pick up that phone and place your bids on this amazing artwork.
Well, just a few more minutes to go in this break, and we'll be closing out the landscape segment. So have you called in yet? Is there a piece that you want, but you've been on that fence? Well, you better go for it right now. Did I tell you this is the last day of the auction? It is. Now's the time, and every dollar goes to support KVIE, your PBS station. So here's a recap of the last two that we just saw. 33D was Capitol Mall, striking piece. Everyone loves that piece. Bell ringer too. Donor value is $400, but we are at $625. You know, a lot of people were bidding on that one, but you can do the next one. Don't let that stop you. Keep on bidding. Look how fabulous that piece is. And then after that, we've got 33E. Tower of Strength, another showstopper. Bell ringer, $500 is the donor value. We're up at $550 and we're still climbing. And that one, next one could be you as well. So let's look at the all of the artwork this past half hour. 33A is Tahoe Sunset by Patricia Pendergast. Donor value is $1,200. We're at half right now, which is better than before. We're at $600, but remember, it is a $1,200 donor value. This is an award-winning artist and a showstopper in your home, and you would be very lucky to have it. And then item 33B is called View from the Cliff from Diane Pagament. And then it's also a bell ringer. Donor value is $500, but we've got $575. And then the one after that one is that fabulous Presidio, which everyone loves so much. A lot of people calling on that one. That was 33C bell ringer from Kim Tennant, and it was a $350 value. We're at $450 right now. Keep calling on that one. Again, Capitol Mall, which is so striking, 33D from Deborah Harmon. Donor value is $400. We're up to $625. Thank you so much, you people out there who are calling. And then to wrap it up, Tower of Strength, and what an iconic piece to end this half hour. Donor value is $500. We're at $575. So stay tuned because there is a lot more art coming up this next half hour in the PBS KVIE Art Auction.
Picking up your purchased artwork is quick and easy to do. Visit PBS KVIE Studios Sunday through Tuesday during these posted hours for this year's curbside pickup. For your convenience, PBS KVIE representatives will carry artwork to your vehicle when you arrive. All purchased art must be claimed within 30 days of auction closure. For questions, location, and hours, visit kvie.org/art auction. Thank you for being a part of the art auction and for making art a part of your home today. Stay tuned for Landscapes coming up next on the PBS KVIE Art Auction. Juried by David Lobenberg, this category features landscapes in all mediums. View all of the art featured in this year's collection at kvie.org/art auction.
Well, welcome back. I'm Cindy Shelton, and thank you so much for joining us for another round of landscapes. And now here's an overview of the art that will be up for you to bid and buy in the next half hour. 34A is called Bonneville Salt Flat. That's the salt flat in Utah, beautifully done by Paul Lambie. The photography is 16 by 24. Donor value is $300. And then 34B, YOLO Landscape Impressions by Patrice Miller. The size is 21 by 25. Framed by Skyline One Framing, and we thank them so very much. Donor value is $600. We've got a starting bid of $175 on that piece. And then 34C, Alabama Hills Sunrise by Jim McMahon. The size is 21 by 8, which can't be right. Art is framed and the donor value is $200. We're looking for, we've got a bid already of $75. That's excellent. Okay, 21 by 8. And then Zabriskie Point by Michael Randolph, which is photography. The size is a good size. For photography, it's 27 by 32. Donor value is $500. We're looking for a starting bid of $150 for this striking piece. And then the last one in this next half hour is called What a Landing. It's 34E by Barry Jamieson. The size is 17 by 21. Donor value is $550. Right now we've got a starting bid of $175. The phone lines are open for bidding. They're waiting for you to call. Now let's see the art with our auctioneer and art expert.
Hi there, I'm Kelly Rains, and welcome back for the landscape category. During this break, I am pleased to be joined again by Martin Christian, our chief videographer here at KVIE. And we're going to talk about some great pieces that are up for bid right now. Let's get started with Martin and item 34A. Martin, take it away.
This is 34A, Paul Lambie, and it's titled Bonneville Salt Flat. And Paul is a past contributor to the art auction, so Paul, thank you very much. Paul mentions that he drives back and forth to Utah quite often and has wanted to photograph the Bonneville Salt Flat many times, but the lighting was never right. And so one day after a rain, I can't really tell if this is morning or evening. Usually when I see yellows in the sun in the horizon, I assume it's in the morning. But for whatever reason, his timing and nature all coordinated for him that morning, and so he was able to get this fantastic image. I don't know if I've ever seen the salt flats treated with that blue tint there in the foreground, and I really love it, Kelly. It's just a really unique color.
It's very arresting. It's such a beautiful image. I've never been to the Salt Flats. I've always wanted to go, and if that is similar with you or you have been and you just enjoy it, this is your chance to bring it again. You can have the Salt Flats in your own home or your office. How often can you do that? Call the number on your screen. The bid we're looking for is on your screen. It's got a retail value of $300, and the number to call to place that bid is 844-584-3278. That's 844-KVIE Art. How long does a photographer have to wait to capture this perfect moment?
Well, I don't know. I mean, you could wait days, or you could just happen to stumble upon it, which it sounds like that happened for him. I will say that as our camera is showing, you can see the reflection there. Every time I've seen photographs of the salt flats, it's kind of a dry, sandy, has a dryish cover and or a dry layer and then a sandy color. So this sheen that you're seeing, this blue, is incredibly unique. I've just never seen anything like this before. It's a very unique image. And Paul says that he's very interested in patterns in nature, and these geometric shapes just really knocked him out. He was very excited about this image.
It's so beautiful. When I first saw it, I thought it was an icy lake that had cracked, and then somebody told me it was the salt flats, and I got even more excited. There's just such a beautiful, almost extraterrestrial quality to it, but also honoring our own terra firma here, and it's a beautiful piece. What can you tell us more about the composition, Martin?
Well, I love how the geometric shapes really dominate this image, and I'll poke fun at you, Kelly, a little bit. You said this was ice while we were discussing this, and that's the first thing I thought was that it was ice as well. Maybe in its history, the lake was icy at one time. It's a metal print. It's a great size, 16 by 24. It definitely will fit anywhere in your home. You know, in the old days, these were great sizes for photographs, and then we put a larger frame around them. So I love that we're printing on metal now and holding that size, that 16 by 24, the 20 by 30. Those are just great sizes for your average sized home. You know, you don't need to have a large wall for this. It'll go anywhere. It's printed on metal. It's very durable. There's no glass in the way for you when you view this. You can get your nose right up to it. It's going to stick off of the wall an inch or so. So you hit it with some good lighting, you'll get that shadow box around it. Once again, we're seeing a lot of metal prints, and I think there's good reason for that. It's very high quality, very approachable.
It's such a beautiful piece. It's so approachable. It's a great conversation piece. You can maybe have people test them on what they might think they see, much like I thought it was an icy lake. And you can say, ha ha, no, it's these salt flats. It's a beautiful way to bring nature into your home and also support PBS, KVIE, and also support local artists who are celebrating the natural world around us. Call the number on your screen. Are there any final thoughts you'd like to share with us?
Well, you know, Sacramento, we're one of the most diverse cities in America, and it's pretty common to meet someone from Arizona or Washington State or Utah. So if you have a friend or family member from Utah, this might be the right print for you to wrap up and give as a gift this holiday season. It's a beautiful image. I just love the color. It's very unique.
It's very unique. We're going to keep this piece open and move on to the next piece, which is item 34B. It is YOLO Landscape Impressions by Patrice Miller. It is oil on canvas measuring 21 by 25, framed by Skyline One Framing. The retail value is $600. Martin, what would you like to share with us about this beautiful oil on canvas?
Well, Patrice is a legend in Sacramento. She's a longtime contributor to KVIE. She's a Montana girl who landed in Sacramento, and I always kind of identified that. We've done some shoots with her, and she's an outdoors person, and I always kind of, I love her warm personality. She's very well known for her activism in Oak Park, and she's got a studio gallery in Oak Park that she's taught many people. So this is the work of a master. We're certainly glad to have her piece here this year. And this is a very warm, inviting piece, a very friendly piece. It just makes me want to go pack up my picnic lunch and go travel down this path. Patrice is well known in Sacramento. This is you might want to get in on these bids because this is a piece that people are going to be very interested in.
People are going to be very interested, and you'll hear this throughout the auction, but it's very true. The pieces don't stay open for very long, and this is your chance. We're looking for the bid that's on your screen right now. Call the number on your screen, 844-584-3278. That's 844-KVIE Art. This is your chance to support PBS KVIE and get some local art into your home. This is the YOLO Landscape Impressions, and it's impressions. It's a very impressionistic piece. You don't necessarily see the details of the trees. You don't see the leaves. You don't see the gravel martin. But what she's done is expertly given her impression. When you look at it as a whole, it is nature. It is this beautiful landscape.
She says my work leans more towards impressionism rather than hyperrealism as I try and create a feeling of the place. And it's funny to read that because this makes me, like I said earlier, grab a sack lunch and go walking down this path. You can see the mountains there, which in Yolo County, that can only mean one thing, that it's over towards the western edge, towards Solano, towards the Lake Berryessa area. So she's probably over there somewhere by Winters or somewhere around Lake Berryessa, Pleasance Valley Road. So you don't associate mountains like this when you say Yolo County, but indeed on the western edge, there they are. So I'm really curious to know where she painted this. It's from a photograph, and then she went back into her studio and executed this painting. So it's really very beautiful. And I wonder if these are poppies in the foreground there, Kelly.
Oh, they could be California poppies. You know, we are in California. It's such a beautifully rich agricultural phenomenon that we have here in our backyard. This is a piece of our region. It's a beautiful way to bring the outdoors inside, where you can enjoy it personally and privately on your own whenever you want. Call the number on your screen, 844 KVIE Art. We're looking for the bid that is on your screen. These pieces don't stay open very long, and the colors are just so warm. There's the beautiful greens and golds in the bottom, and then you go up to the vista and the distant mountains of the beautiful blues and that sky, that lemon sky almost.
I love how the sky sort of drifts away and there isn't a ton of detail in the sky, which really takes us back down to the flowers and the path and the mountains. I really like that. It's a very nice, warm, kind of summer midday scene that you would expect somewhere over there near Lake Solano. Maybe it's in that area.
It's so beautiful. The current bid that we're looking for is on your screen. Call the number, support PBS KVIE, bring the outdoors inside, and support local artists who are supporting their PBS station, which is KVIE. We're going to keep this piece open for just a little bit. We're going to move on to the next item, and then it's item 34C. It is Alabama Hills Sunrise by Jill McMahon. This is photography measuring 21 by 8. Jim McMahon, excuse me. It is artist framed and the retail value is $200. Martin, share with us what you will about this gorgeous photograph.
Well, Jim McMahon is a past contributor to the art auction, so we want to thank you, Jim. This is taken in the Alabama Hills, which is in the Owens Valley, Eastern Sierra, which I consider the greatest valley in California. I love that area. I'm trying to convince my wife that maybe we should retire over there. He says it's the quiet just before sunrise. And Kelly, I want you to note the clouds. Do you see how the clouds are a little bit blurry there as our camera zooms in? Well, that tells me that this was a long exposure. So there's someone who's on a tripod, understands depth of field, and was very interested in making sure that every inch of this photograph was sharp and has high contrast. It's it's like the size 21 by 8. It's a very unique size. It kind of reminds you when you go into a movie theater and you see that big wide screen, but yet it's small. So you don't necessarily see this ratio on a smaller piece. So even though it has this grand panoramic ratio, it will still fit in a small piece, in a small place in your home, which that's kind of unique.
It is very unique, and I just want to point out, you've got an Emmy Award-winning master photographer telling you what a beautiful photograph this is, why it's so wonderful. You can see it for yourself. Look at the bid on your screen. We want to reach that bid. We want to go past that bid, and the only way to do that is if you call in right now, because this piece, like all the other pieces, won't be open very long. Support the mission of PBS KVIE and bring, again, the outdoors in. That's my theme today. 844-584-3278. Let's get that bid on your screen and make it go even higher. It's a beautiful size, too, and it's a beautiful horizontal and great piece.
Very unique frame. It looks like a big, thick piece of wood with this frame. It sticks out from the wall a little bit more than you would expect, so it's going to give that depth in a small space. Jim has been shown at the Viewpoint Gallery, which is Sacramento's legendary photographic gallery. He says that I find that by standing still and being quiet, you can hear the world around you, and if I listen, it will ask me to photograph it. And I love that message. You know, I do a lot of hiking and backpacking, and sometimes we look for the vistas or we look for the grand scenery, but sometimes just sitting against a tree, you'll see a spider walk by or something. You'll see something that you'll never see before. So I love that lesson to just kind of sit and listen. I think there's a lot of value there, Kelly.
That's really great. You'll see what you haven't seen before. You will see what you haven't seen before on PBS KVIE and all of the beautiful programs, regional programs like Rob on the Road and KVIE Arts Showcase, and the national programs, Nature and Nova. There's always something new to see and learn. So support that mission and also get this beautiful piece in your home. We're looking for the bid that is on your screen. We want to go past that bid. So call the number on your screen, 844 KVIE Art. And I love the framing really brings in the contrast and colors of the photograph.
Absolutely.
He did it himself, right?
Yeah, it's that classic combination of a black frame and a brilliant white mat. Jim is a very skilled printer. He prints in many different forms. So, This is someone that probably has spent a lot of time in the darkroom figuring out how to get this extreme contrast, which we're all looking for as photographers. We're all trying to find the blacks and the whites and the grays at the same time, and he's achieved all of that here. He says this was taken at the quiet moment just before sunrise, and so, you know, this is someone that probably was very dedicated and drove out to a lonely desert road there in the Owens Valley, which is pretty easy to do. You can find, you know, dirt roads that kind of go nowhere. And he was probably there with a cup of coffee in the dark, waiting and waiting and waiting and waiting for this moment. So there's a lot of skill, a lot of time, a lot of patience that went into this, both in the field and also in the darkroom. So this is a great piece to take home. And you know, I know we have a lot of people out there who have traveled to the Eastern Sierra. So here's a great memory for you to take home.
Thank you, Martin. It's a beautiful piece. Thank you for your expertise. And we're halfway through the break, which means we're going to keep this piece open and check in over at the recap station for bidding updates while you call in and place your bids.
Some great landscape pieces up for bid this half hour, and they can be yours with a quick call to the number that's right there on your screen. And if there's a piece of art that you want this break, let us hear from you. We've got some great volunteers waiting for you to call. And let's look at the pieces we've looked at so far. And we're starting out with a bell ringer. Bonneville Salt Flat is 34A from Paul Lambie. Size is 16 by 24. Isn't it fantastic? Donor value is $300. We are up to $475 already. That is a fabulous showing. Thank you so much for the bidders out there. And then 34B is YOLO Landscape Impressions by Patrice Miller. Also a bell ringer. It just jumped. Oh, look at that. It was $600 value. We're up to $725. Is that fabulous? You make us so happy out there. And then finally, we've got 34C, Alabama Hills Sunrise from Jim McMahon. That really stunning piece, 21 by 8. Donor value is $200, which I know we can get up to. There's a bidding war right now. We're at $125 right now. It can easily get up to $200. Like they were saying earlier, Kelly and Martin were saying, it is a great size actually to put anywhere in your house. Black and white goes in every room and it looks stunning. And the highs and lows in this piece, it's a showstopper. Here's what you do. Pick up the phone right now. It's KVIE Art. That's 1-844-KVIE Art. So easy to do. We've got every single dollar supports KVIE, PBS, and the programs that you love and you do every day. I'm going to do a quick review. 34A, Bonneville Salt Flat, donor value of $300, still at $475. 34B, YOLO Landscape Impressions from Patrice Miller, $600 donor value, still at $725. It can still go up. Alabama jumped up from $200 to $175. We are just a scotch away. All we need is one more bid on that one. And we'll have 3 bell ringers. That would be very exciting. We would like that very much. Did I mention this is the last day of the art auction? You have to wait a whole year if you miss today. Pick up the phone, make your best bid. You can have these pieces on your wall tonight, and you will be so happy you did and that you donated all that money to us right here. And now we're going to head over to the art for the second half of this break. Take a look.
When you see an art piece that you want, don't hesitate. These pieces sell quickly. Some great work this half hour. All right. We are back with the second half of the landscape category with item 34D, Zabriskie Point by Michael Randolph. This is photography measuring 27 by 32 and has a retail price of $500. Martin, let's talk about this colorful piece.
Tremendous advice there, Kelly, about acting quickly. I think you're going to need to act quickly with this one. This was taken in Death Valley. It's artist framed. Michael is a longtime contributor to the KVIE Art Auction, so Michael, thank you very much. This was taken with a Zeiss wide-angle lens, and it's, as was mentioned earlier, you don't see a lot of verticals with wide-angle lens. Usually we always turn our cameras with the horizontal. So that's really nice that he did concentrate on this vertical composition, because look at that sky. He needed that wide-angle lens to get this incredible sky. A lot of times with sunsets or sunrises, you'll see yellows in the morning and the pinks and magentas in the afternoon. In our area, we call that the Sierra wave. And so I love what he's seen here. You know, sometimes, Kelly, that moment is only going to last for 10 or 15 minutes. It has a vignette treatment around the edge of the print itself, so that accentuates the center of the photograph. If you can see right where our camera is zooming in on that warm mountain there, the vignette that is on the edge of the photograph really makes that point stand out. It's beautiful. It has the entire color range shown in this, the dark blues in the mountains in the background, but yet the mountains in the foreground are orange. The sky up top has the dark blues, and it also has the bright oranges. So what an incredible photograph. Of all the photography I've seen this year, this is the one that I could see from across the room for sure.
It's so beautiful, and he mentioned that there's only a few moments that is available to take a photograph like this. Well, there's less than a few moments available for you to get this piece for your very own. The bid we're looking for is on your screen. We want to reach that bid. We actually want to go past that bid. So call the other number on your screen. That's 844-584-3278, 844-KVIE Art. And I love, it's a very meditative and contemplative piece too. I could look at this for hours, calm down, and kind of ground myself by looking at it.
Michael has received over 50 awards for his work. He's a road tripper, so he likes to jump in his car and go find an area to photograph. And when you're talking about that calm air, that calmness that you feel, Kelly, I'm sometimes amazed at photographers that can take these giant areas and just make it seem like, I can just go walk over there and then walk over alongside that mountain there, but yet you're looking at something that's like 5 miles long. Photography is amazing how it can do that with the big mountain landscapes.
It's so beautiful, and photography can do that. PBS KVIE does that for you too. It takes the huge world and the huge universe and even beyond, and it brings it into a closer scope for you to enjoy and appreciate and learn from. So support that. And the retail value is $500. The bid we're looking for is on your screen, and we actually want to go past that bid. We definitely want to go past the retail value. Call the other number on your screen. That's 844-KVIE Art, 584-3278. And again, those colors, the contrast in colors, you're right. That's what I can't stop looking at, and I noticed that first.
It's amazing. This is print number 2 of 10, and I want to point out that this is not a window mat. This is printed directly on rag paper, which is then adhered to the board, the white board in the background. So it has a very unique treatment. I think the rag paper really brings out a lot of the contrast with the gloss that the paper has. It's beautiful. It's obviously very, very colorful. It really just makes me want to go head out into the outdoors this weekend. It's a stunning piece, and once again, another vertical which we do not see a lot of, so it's going to fit anywhere in your home. Despite it being so big and grand, you can still find a place for it, Kelly.
Bring the grandness into your home. We're going to leave it open for just a little bit and move on to the next piece, so don't wait too long. We're moving on to item 34E. It is What a Landing by Barry Jameson. It is pastel, measuring 17 by 21. It is framed by the artist. Retail value is $550. Martin, I am a pastel artist, and when I looked at this, I was blown away at the artistry in this. What can you share with us about this painting?
So Barry is another past contributor, so thank you very much, Barry. What a Landing, Kelly, refers to Moss Landing, and in the notes that I have here from Barry, it sounds like Moss Landing is one of his favorite places in the entire world to go. It's a studio work. He's done several pieces from this last visit. It was a magical hike around Moss Landing near Monterey, California, a place that's protected for all to enjoy. Barry is a teacher in Sutter Creek. He has his own studio where he teaches Sutter Creek pastels, and he says that pastel is pretty much his go-to. So if you're looking for somewhere to go find some tips on pastel, Kelly, this might be the artist for you.
I want to talk to Barry because this is such a beautifully done piece. I'm amazed at how he's blended the colors so beautifully. When I first walked in, I thought, oh, he's put the pastels down on a blue board, but everything is pastel. It's absolutely beautiful. The blending technique he uses and the fine, fine detail he gets in the little brush that's in the foreground and even in the background. It's a very beautiful, subtle, and a very expertly done piece. The number to call on your screen to get this piece is 844-KVIE Art. That's 844-584-3278. The bid we're looking for is on your screen, but we actually want to go past that bid and surpass the retail value of $550. What else can you share with us, Martin?
So not only is this obviously the work of a master, Kelly, but Barry also makes his own paper and mixes his own pastels. So I just love hearing about folks like that are busy mixing and making. I've tried my hand at making paper, and it's fun, but it's difficult. So Barry probably sounds like a very skilled artist. He's trying to share what he knows with folks down there. And Sutter Creek. He loves the personality of water. He says, I love, 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 love the personality of water. This place made me feel like a kid in a candy store. So much insanely beautiful water in one place. It's a really nice size. It's a square, so we don't see, well, it says 17 by 21, but it sort of comes off as a square image. We don't see a lot of those with the internet and Instagram and Twitter. We see more square images popping up in our culture, so I like to see that. I just really, really like this piece. It's a beautiful wood frame, a nice deep frame that's beveled, and it just accentuates the piece. You know, Moss Landing, it's kind of far for us in Sacramento, but I think many of us have been through there. It's a great memory.
It's a beautiful piece. It's a memory you can bring into your home. And the fact that he makes his own pastels. Pastels are a very, very tricky medium, very demanding medium to work in. They're a very tactile medium. So you're down in there with the pigment, which is coming up a lot of times from the earth. So that he's making his own pigments and his own paper, that's astounding. He is in the process from start to finish, and you can see that in the care that he puts into the composition, the careful lines that he has, and the contrasting colors. He's expertly using his colors. I love the little orange that's breaking up the banks of the water with the green, and you can own this masterpiece in your home, bring the outdoors in. That's my theme today. And any final thoughts, Martin?
Well, Barry says that he's self-taught for 55 years, so that sounds like there's a lot of skill and technique in that time frame. He loves working in watercolor, oil, acrylics, but pastel are his go-to. So we're certainly glad that he contributed. This year, it's a wonderful piece. I just can't stop staring at it. It makes me want to drop my kayak in there and wonder what wildlife is around there in Moss Landing. Great place to go for a fish sandwich, if I might add.
There's not a lot of time, and you can go to this place only if you call in right now, and 844-584-3278. And we're nearing the end of this break, which means that now is your last opportunity to bid on the art featured in this half hour. A big thank you to my colleague, Martin Christian. It's an honor for sharing his expertise with us. Let's check in over at the recap station for an update.
You know, there's a piece for everyone in this auction, and if you are the one and you see the one you want, don't hesitate, because somebody else might get it just like that. Give a call to the number on your screen right now and let one of our volunteers help you bid to win that piece. Okay, let's take a look at the last two that we just talked about. 34D is Zabriskie Point. We, surprisingly, are still looking for a starting bid. All we need is $150 to start the bidding going. This is a $500 value. The colors are striking. It's a beautiful part of Death Valley. So if you're a fan of Death Valley, you're not going to find a more beautiful piece than this for Death Valley. 34E, the final one in this set, is What a Landing by Barry Jamieson. Almost a barrel ringer. Oh, come on. $550 is the donor value. We're at $525, just a Scotia away. You know, this is the last day of the auction, as we talked about before. After this, kapooch, that's it for a year. This is some people's favorite day of the year. It's a win-win. All the money goes to Channel 6, KVIE, PBS, and you get a one-of-a-kind piece of artwork to hang on your wall. So what could be better than that? Let's look at this last half hour. 34A, Bonneville Salt Flat is now closed. Thank you very much. 34B, YOLO Landscape is a bell ringer. Thank you so much. I really wanted a $1,000 bid this half hour, and we got it. Thank you so much for that. Alabama Hills Sunrise, 34C, is donor value $200, also a bell ringer. Fantastic. That's $250. We're still waiting on an opening bid for 34D, which I'm sure will come in any minute now, from Zabriskie Point. That beautiful piece right there. If you would like, oh, we got it. Yes, $150. Thank you so much who just called. We really appreciate it so much. Can't even tell you. And then the final one in this half hour is 34E, called What a Landing. Also a bell ringer. Thank you so much. It was $550 value. Some generous person called in at $600. This is the last day of the auction. Please give us your support. The number is right there on the screen. We've got great volunteers. They have been volunteering their afternoon to talk to you. 1-844 KVIE Art. It's so easy to do. So stay tuned because there's more art coming up in the next half hour in the PBS KVIE Art Auction.
Welcome to the 39th annual PBS KVIE Art Auction. Join us all weekend for a celebration of Northern California's visual arts. Over 250 pieces will be auctioned off to the highest bidder, and you can be part of the action by watching and bidding on your favorite pieces. View the entire collection online at kvie.org/art-auction. Then, when your favorite item appears, call 1-844-KVIE-ART to place your bid. Auction proceeds benefit the programs and services of your PBS station, KVIE. So thank you for watching and bidding. And now, let the auction begin. Bidding on items in the art auction is quick and easy to do. First, explore the collection online at kvie.org/art-auction. Or keep your television tuned to PBS KVIE. When a piece of art catches your eye, call 1-844-KVIE-ART and a volunteer will assist you. PBS KVIE accepts all major credit cards for your art purchase, and a member of our accounting team will confirm your payment within 5 minutes of item sale. Thank you for being a part of the PBS KVIE Art Auction and for making art a part of your home today.
Stay tuned for watercolor, coming up next in the PBS KVIE Art Auction. This category celebrates the delicate medium of watercolor, featuring florals, figurative works, and more. View all of the art featured in this year's collection at kvie.org/art-auction.
Good afternoon. I'm Dee Neath, and thanks for tuning in for our watercolor break. And now here's an overview of the art that will be up for the next half hour. Item number 34A is Lively Lilies by Mary King. This is a watercolor measuring 20 by 28, and it was framed beautifully by Choice Framing. The retail value is $400. Item number 35B is Moon Dance by Megan Bucko. This is a watercolor measuring 16 by 20, framed by the artist, and has a retail value of $350. Item 35C is Yellow Iris by Barbara Kemp. This watercolor measures 20 by 16 and was framed by the artist. The retail value is $400. Item number 35D is California State Fair by Richard Marr. This watercolor measures 16 by 24 and is artist framed. Retail value $425. Item 35E, A Birdie for Less by Alice Horst. This is, A Bridal for Bess. Sorry about that. This is a watercolor measuring 16 by 20 and was framed by the artist. Its retail value is $300. Item number 35F is Dreaming Wildcat by our favorite Gary Denon. This is a watercolor measuring 24 by 30, and it was donated by a private collector and framed by Archival. The retail value is $850. These are the pieces up for this half hour. Now let's take a look at the art with our auctioneer and art expert.
Hi there, I'm Rob Stewart, and thank you for joining us for the watercolor category. During this break, I am so pleased to be joined by David Lobenberg. David is a nationally recognized artist and teacher known for his California vibe style of artistry, including both landscapes and awesome portraiture. David has participated in the KVIE Art Auction for many years and returns this year both as an awards juror in the landscape division as well as an art expert today. Welcome, David. It's so good to see you.
Hey, it's great to be back.
Always great to be here with a friend. We have some great work to look at this half hour. Let's get started with 35A, a beautiful piece to show you by artist Mary King. Tell us about this piece.
Yeah, this is a watercolor. And I think it's done on Yupo paper, which is a very smooth finish. So you can see it's got a smooth look to it, which I think is perfect for the flowers. And I think the way, myself being a watercolorist, I'm not sure, but I think she did the background first in these mostly beautiful Viridian cool greens. and she works around the flowers. The flowers are like a negative shape. So when she was done painting that background, she ended up with the silhouette of the flowers.
Wow. So this was beneath? The white,
Well, it's not
some of the
beneath.
white is just left the paper?
It just left the white of the paper.
So
That's
you have
a
to
key
see it
thing.
like a negative almost, or a backward
Well,
something.
she brings it, she probably penciled it out, drew it out, so she had the shape there.
Okay.
And then she paints around it. You let that background dry, and then you come back and you put in the, the lavenders, the cool pinks, violets of the lilies.
This piece can be yours. It can come right to your house by calling 844-584-3278. Every single piece of art is ready to go, ready to hang, and ready for you. But you cannot have it unless you get involved in the auction. These move fast, so you don't have much time to think about them. Get on the phone and call in and get involved at 844-584-3278. I have watched you paint your watercolors.
You have.
It's mesmerizing to watch. And you have stretched the bounds of watercolor, which makes you a master.
Yes.
What do you see in this piece?
What I like about, well, I love the color combination. I also like the composition. She's got a strong, composition is always important. It draws the eye into the painting. And I like the diagonal, but I also like the way she put that one lily in the bottom right corner to kind of break that up just a little bit. Otherwise, I think it would have been too much. So that's one of the first things I saw when I was looking at this painting. And then to kind of go away from the painting, painting is great, but you want to frame the painting, you want to put it on stage. It really, again, that's another thing that draws the eye. I love, love, love the scallops on the wood frame.
Oh, nice.
Yeah.
I didn't notice that at first. I noticed the frame, but I didn't think about the scalloped framing. It's beautiful. I'd like to say it's framed by Choice Framing. This is a watercolor. If you're wondering about the measurements, it's 20 by 28. Retail value is $400. The current value is on your screen right now. The retail by this Mary King wonderful piece called Lively Lilies. Retail value $400. Tell us more.
Yeah, and the other thing that I like that the artist Mary did, is she's really captured the beautiful contours of the lilies. And I love the way you can see the lily on the top right corner. Look at the petal on the left. Look the way it's gently turning and kissing the underside of the petal.
I love that. I noticed that too, and I see it here as well. I love the fold.
And here as well.
It's so beautiful. That makes it so real. And this can really be yours by calling 844-584-3278. Again, the retail value is $400. We're going to keep this piece open and move to the next piece. Okay? Let's go over here to 35B. This is Moon Dance. Gorgeous piece by Megan Bucko. Watercolor measuring 16 by 24. Megan is a longtime donor of art, as well as she's always in our phone bank, a wonderful volunteer. This is watercolor measuring 16 by 20, artist framed, retail value $350. Take it away, David.
This is a beautiful explosion. The other one was calming, and that's great, but then you want to see some paintings that just exude and explode colors. Pizzazz, that is a great term. And this has got lovely warm colors, starting with the reds. There's opera rose in there. You go to yellows and oranges. She splatters. She may even have used an atomizer right here, the top.
What's that?
It's a thing that you blow through it. It's got a tube that you stick into your paint, and then it's got another tube that you blow through. So by blowing, it pulls off the paint and it sprays the paint onto the paper, almost like an airbrush.
Wow, fascinating.
It really is. And she used actually real leaves. She put them on, it looks like she put them like the top left corner there. You can see that one leaf right there.
As an imprint, or did she leave it?
I don't think it was an imprint. I think what she did is she painted or she sprayed around it and left that silhouette and then came back in and added the color.
Nice.
I'm thinking this may not, if she's listening now, that's my guess.
Well, it certainly is an inspiring piece, and this is the chance for you to call and take this wonderful piece home with you by calling 844-584-3278. The retail value is $350, and this explosion of beauty called Moon Dance can be yours. It's ready to go right now. Tell us more, David.
She's also added, I think, silk, and she's added gold flaking and gold paint.
Yeah.
Can you see that? So it's kind of good to see that glittery effect. It's not overused. And I know for sure, as far as technique, on the right-hand side, you can see all of these little areas here, all these little, what I call blossoms. That's done while the wash is still wet. You sprinkle a little salt. You season it with salt.
Oh, wow.
And as...
Really?
Yes, and the salt sucks up a certain amount of the paint and leaves these little areas. So it gives it a wonderful textural effect.
Golly, it's like comparing an artist to a marathon runner. They don't just run; they have to do all the training. They have to stop and eat along. They have to prep so much, and so much is involved in actually the execution. Same with watercolor.
Yes. Yep.
This piece is, again, item 35B. It's called Moon Dance, and it is a beautiful watercolor measuring 16 by 20, and it is from Megan Bucko. We're going to keep this piece open. The current bid is on your screen. What a beauty, an explosion of watercolor, as you said.
Yes.
Let's move on to the next piece, 35C. I love this Yellow Iris. That's the name of it, Yellow Iris, by Barbara Kemp. Watercolor, measuring 20 by 16, artist framed, retail value is $400, and this one blows me away. I don't know what it is about watercolors that are so vivid sometimes. You do that, and I see it here as well.
Yeah, this is very vivid, excuse me. Two reasons. It's got a beautiful blue, cool blue background.
Yeah, you can see how beautiful that is. Is it done first, by the way? The background,
That might have been, same thing, that might have been done first. It's done, I can tell it's done, it looks like it's done in ultramarine blue, cobalt blue, maybe a little cerulean blue, and then the iris come in and very warm colors. That's why you're seeing this vibrancy or vivid look, because the cool will bring out the warm colors, and the warm colors complement and reinforce the cool colors. So there's that back and forth. There's also a nice back and forth with value. You have that dark value in the background, that cool dark value, which brings out the light, saturated, vivid colors of the iris. And also in this one, she didn't smooth out the colors. They're in these little bits and pieces. You can see they're in shapes. They almost look like they've been carved out.
I love that part.
I like that too. Yeah, they're iris, but they're very painterly.
They're gorgeous iris. Again, this is called Yellow Iris by Barbara Kemp. Watercolor measuring 20 by 16, retail value $400. The current bid is on your screen right now. Call 844-584-3278. These pieces move incredibly fast during the PBS KVIE Art Auction. We have about 5 minutes per piece, and if you're on the fence about a piece, you need to get on the phone and call while we are describing it more so that you can have that winning bid if you are ready to be the winner. You have to call to do that. I love this piece again, and we talk about the vivid watercolor. When I watch you do watercolor, it astounds me to see the transformation from what's in your head to what's the creation you come up with. I think it's incredibly difficult.
It is. There are very little room to correct mistakes. You're going from light to dark.
Because you can't paint over it, right?
You can't paint over it. It's a transparent medium. It's called a spontaneous medium too, because you can't take a lot of time going over it. So the painting process is relatively fast, and it's got to be spontaneous. My favorite definition of watercolor that I've ever heard is controlling the flood.
Wow.
That's what it is.
That is really a great explanation.
It is.
Because I've
Absolutely.
seen it flow out of you, and you
Yes.
have that master control. Barbara has a wonderful piece here. Barbara Kemp's piece. It's spectacular. Current bid on your screen right now. We'll keep it open. So much action going on. We're halfway through the break, which means we're going to keep this piece open and check in over at the recap station for bidding updates.
That's right. We're halfway through our watercolor break, which means the bidding is live, and it's your opportunity to pick up the phone and get in on the bidding. I'm going to go over these really quick so everybody knows where we are. Item number 35A is Lively Lilies by Mary King. It's a watercolor that was framed by Choice Framing. It has a retail of $400. We're at $325, so close to a bell ringer. And it's beautifully framed. You can take it home tonight. Item number 35B is Moon Dance by Megan Bucko, longtime contributor. It has a retail of $350. We are at $250. Again, we're getting close to that bell ringer. This is a spectacular piece. Item number 35C is Yellow Iris by Barbara Kemp. One of my favorites. This watercolor measures 20 by 16. It has a value of $400. Right now we are sitting at $300, so we're just barely below the bell ringer. These pieces are pieces you would find in a gallery right now, but you can buy them in your home by calling 1-844-584-3278. You can pick it up today or tomorrow. Let's go through those one more time. 35A, Lively Lilies, is sitting at $375. We're almost at $400. 35B is Moon Dance. It's sitting at $250. We need to see $350 on that. 35C is Yellow Iris, and it's a bell ringer. So let's get those other two up. Now we've got two bell ringers. 35A, Lively Lilies, just hit the retail price. We're looking for, and 35B, just another bell ringer. Well, that's pretty exciting. So let's go back and see some more watercolors during this break.
All it takes is a quick call to the number on your screen, and you can have one of these watercolors in your home this weekend. All right, we're back with the second half of this category, continuing with item 35D. California State Fair by William Marr. This is watercolor measuring 16 by 24 inches, and it has a retail price of $425. And with the fair canceled in 2020 for the year 2020, this is something that I believe many fair lovers would treasure.
I think so, exactly. And boy, how many times have we seen that at Cal Expo?
Yes, we have, and Martin, who's behind that camera, and I have been on this.
Oh, okay. The
screamed the entire time. But this painting makes you scream for joy because it's so fun and lively. Tell me about this watercolor.
Yeah, it really does. Well, what I like about it is it captures the food area where you can get your funnel cake and corn on the cob and giant turkey legs. I like the way he put in the people that are meandering about and talking with each other. And he's really built up, I think, good contrast. That's important in watercolor. A lot of beginning watercolors are afraid to put paint on paper. They put a little bit on. They're afraid to use a lot of paint. This artist, Richard, is not. He's got good contrast with the greens. You can look here, see on the left-hand side, you have that yellow tint. But what brings out that yellow tint? And that yellow tint is a light value yellow. This is what watercolors have to think about. By putting in the darker green foliage behind it, boom, it pops out that tint. The flag on top of the tint, now that's a darker value. But he's got that in the right place because you've got the light sky, light against dark. It's all about light against dark. So as he's painting this, he's got to think light, dark. And like we talked about, you have no second chances. So if you put in a dark area and all of a sudden, oh, that should have been light, you're kind of sunk.
Yeah, that blows my mind because I can only imagine either how many times you have to change course or start over.
Absolutely.
Which is a great reminder for 2020. And I think that this piece would be a good reminder of that as well. 844-584-3278 is the number to call to take home this beautiful piece of art. It can be yours this weekend. The current value is on the screen right now. This has a retail value of $425. The California State Fair by Richard Marr. What else do you see that strikes you?
He knows how to, he's been watercoloring for a while because the mantra with all of us watercolorists is save the white, save the white. That's the white of the paper. So you can see the people in the foreground, the white of their shirts and tops, the white in the shoes. He knows how to spread it around. The white in the food kiosks on the right, the white with the people in the background there. Even he's left white areas in the sky. A lot of beginners will say, oh, the sky is blue. I'm going to paint it all blue, like a house painter, like a wall. But he's got blues and he's got whites. It gives it that feeling of atmosphere.
Well, he has been contributing for decades.
There you go.
So as you said, by looking at it, you can tell he's a long time watercolorist.
Absolutely.
This piece can be yours, as we've said, this weekend by calling 844-584-3278. And this is a beautiful piece that will keep open. The current bid is on your screen. Let's pass over to the next piece.
Okay.
Thank you, Richard, for all of your support. This piece is 35E, A Bridal for Bess. It's by Alice Horst. This is watercolor, measuring 16 by 20, artist framed. Retail value is $300. Tell me about this piece by Alice Horst. What do you see?
Well,
Horst, by the way, Horst, and this is a horse.
This is a horse.
But hers is H-O-R-S-T. Okay.
The thing that caught me first about this, even beyond watercolor technique, is it's so sweet.
It is sweet. It's very sweet.
With the daisy horse bridle. And what she's trying to capture is she's trying to capture, I read this in my notes here, she's trying to capture that connection between an animal and a human being. And how many thousands of years have we lived with horses?
And the nature that binds the two.
Yes, and the very gentle nature of such large animals. Now, as far as painting, she did an excellent job with the values. She's really bringing out the form of the horse, the structure of the horse. For instance, in the head there, look at that highlight below the eye, this long highlight right there. I'm trying not to fall over. We got to keep our distance.
The one right here?
Yes.
I did right there. Okay.
Again, she made sure she kept that wash. In fact, what I think she did is she laid down that light yellow ochre wash first. Laid it down first. You got to sit back, let it dry. Then she comes back with the slightly darker values, like the cheek there, around the nose. She lets that dry. Then she comes back with the final dark values. Where are they? The mouth, the nostril, the tip of the nose, the eye. And that's what you do in watercolor. You go step by step. And usually it's the big washes first, when she laid down the light yellow ochre. And then she comes back with the next darker washes, and they're fairly large too. The cheek, of course, the grass behind. And then you finish off the painting with the very darkest values.
The darkest. Okay.
The darkest. Right. And that's usually smaller areas, but they're key because, again, you want this push-pull between light values, dark values, and middle values.
We need a call right now at 844-584-3278 for this wonderful piece. A Bridal for Bess is the name, by Alice Horst. The current value is on your screen, retail for $300. And as David has been telling us, the marvelous intricacies and difficulties of watercolor and how this beautiful Bridal for Bess came to life. It can come to you this weekend by being the winning bidder at the PBS KVIE Art Auction. Gorgeous piece, and I love your description. Let's keep it open and move on to our next piece, which is Dreaming Wildcat. How beautiful. This is by Gary Denon, longtime donor as well. Watercolor measuring 24 by 30. I would like to point out this is donated by a private collector and framed by Archival Framing. Retail is $850. So unusual, by the way, to get a watercolor from Gary Denon. I need to throw that out there. Go ahead.
Yeah, Gary Denon is very well known for his ceramic pieces, his whimsical, fun ceramic pieces. He works in the California funk mode.
Yeah, and it's this is so unique that there's an urgency to get it.
I think so, and especially if, and I know there's a ton of people that have his ceramic pieces as part of their collection. This would be a great compliment.
Yeah, because they're just so rare, and that gives it that urgency. And I love, the animals that that he creates with his ceramics. This is such a different perspective and a look in on that.
Yeah, and he does, a preponderance of dogs, but this one is dedicated to the felines of the world. So, I was looking at this closely. He's got a wonderful tapestry going, and you got to look at it closely to see what's going on. We have this black cat.
There's another one under it.
There's another one under it.
Oh, here's one.
There's one. I thought I saw a lion.
Is that here?
It might be. Yeah, there's.
See, that's the fun part about art, is it can be whatever the heck you want it to be.
Yeah, exactly.
But I love that this is the ode to the dreaming wildcat. So I guess this is a wildcat's dream.
Yes, yeah. We even have an Egyptian cat.
That is what that is. I saw that, and now that is so cool. I love that. And there's a dog right there, which looks like a two-headed dog.
Yeah, he's got, two dogs, right?
Yeah. Okay, I see.
Oh, that is a lion. I'm sure that's a lion. Look, right there.
There it is, right there.
With his red tongue.
So you have all this fun with it. What is the feeling that this evokes? It's clearly fun.
I think it just evokes a joy. Just like his ceramics. That's why he sells so many of those wonderful pieces.
I've heard numerous times that this is the year that you want to strip away whatever it is that does not bring you joy and surround yourself with happy things. This, to me, is one of them. 844-584-3278 is the number to call to get involved in the KVIE Art Auction. It's a spectacular piece, and as we said, incredibly rare to get. Final thoughts? One takeaway.
Again, it's a tapestry of critters, mostly cats, and I love the richness of it. And again, it gives me just a great amount of joy to look at it.
Yeah, me too. This is one of those pieces that you start to stare at, and I forget that we're on television because it's so much fun to look at. But we are talking to you as well, and we hope you can take this piece home right now. We'll be nearing the end of this break, which means that now is your last opportunity to bid on the art featured in this half hour. Let's head back to the recap station for an update.
Our volunteers are standing by to take your bids for these amazing watercolors. The number is on your screen. You got to call now so you can take one home today. So let's recap the activity. We've got item number 35D, California State Fair by Richard Marr. This is a beautiful 16 by 20 watercolor. It's got a value of $425. We are currently at $300. So we're really looking to bump that to a bell ringer. Number 35E, Bridal for Bess. This has an absolutely amazing frame on it that the artist did. A Bridal for Best is at $250. Give me $50 more to get that bell ringing. That's 35E, a Bridal for Best. 35F, Gary Denon, really well-known artist. Yes, Gary Denon is a bell ringer. I'm working with the phone bank. Dreaming Wildcat is at $850, but that doesn't mean you can stop bidding on it. It can go home with you tomorrow. Give us a call at 844-584-3278. Okay, 35D, California State Fair. We're sitting at $300. Get me to $425, people. 35E, a Bridal for Best. We are $50 shy of that bell ringer. We're currently sitting at $250. 35F, Dreaming Wildcat, again, a bell ringer for Gary Denon at $850. Stay tuned because there is so much more art coming up in the next half hour in your PBS KVIE Art Auction.
PBS KVIE is committed to the visual and performing arts through national productions like Poldark in Victoria, to our local productions of KVIE Art Showcase and the PBS KVIE Gallery, celebrating award-winning auction artists and California masters. PBS KVIE's commitment to the arts stays strong because of your participation as a donor and an art buyer. Thank you for being a part of the PBS KVIE Art Auction and for making art a part of your home today. Stay tuned for Landscapes coming up next on the PBS KVIE Art Auction. Juried by David Lobenberg, this category features landscapes in all mediums. View all of the art featured in this year's collection at kvie.org/art auction.
Hi there, I'm Dee Neath, and thanks for joining us for the landscape break. Here's an overview of the art that's going to be available during the next half hour. Item number 36A is Come Sit With Me by Doreen Irwin. It's an oil on canvas measuring 24 by 30 and it was framed by the artist. It has a retail value of $18.50. Item number 36B is Monet's Garden by Janie McGinn. This is oil on board measuring 18 by 22 and was framed by the artist. It has a retail value of $600. Item number 36C is No Hands Bridge by Patty Pirapandong. This is acrylic on canvas measuring 16 by 20 and was beautifully framed by the artist. The retail value is $425. Item 36D is Winter Wilderness by Ron Wade. It's an oil on canvas that's 24 by 30. The retail value is $700. Item 36E is My White Ladies by Victoria Smith. This is acrylic on canvas measuring 24 by 48 and it has a retail value of $500. So call us now, 1-844-584-3278, and let's get the bidding rolling on these pieces. The phone lines are open, so let's go see the art and our auctioneer.
Hi there, I'm Rob Stewart, and welcome back for another round of amazing art, this time featuring landscapes. And during this break, I am pleased to be joined by the one and only David Lobenberg, and we're going to talk about some great pieces that are up for bid right now. Let's get started with David and item 36A. It's a lovely piece by Doreen Irwin, oil on canvas measuring 24 by 30, artist framed, retail value $1,850. What do you think?
What catches me with this is dappled light. I love the dappled light, which of course is created by the trees that she's beautifully painted. I love the bark, the warm kind of brown orange, and then the grays. I like that. But it really, it does. It invites me to go and sit on that bench.
I didn't realize that until you said it. It is the dappled light.
Yes.
That is all throughout this beautiful piece. 844-584-3278. The current bid is on your screen. The retail is $1,850 for this beautiful Doreen Irwin piece. Come Sit With Me. So this is a larger piece. Would you say this is a difficult piece?
Personally, I have always had difficulty with oil painting.
But you're so good with oil.
Well, actually, I'm better with acrylic. You've seen my acrylic painting.
Okay.
With acrylic, it dries fast. You can go over it. If you don't like a color, if you don't like the value, you wait 15 minutes, it's dry, you can go over it.
Okay.
Oil does not dry. So she is a very accomplished oil painter. She's done a great job.
It's thicker?
It's thicker, but it can take between 1 and 2 weeks to dry. Wow. So if you don't like something, you got to just literally scrape off the oil and start all over again. So I can tell she's very comfortable with oil. So in a way, you know, watercolors have to do it right the first time, that you can't correct. In a way, it's similar with oil painting. You can't correct, and if you do want to correct, you've got to wait several weeks if you want to paint over it again.
Well, this is a beautiful piece, and there you see that gorgeous tree that we are talking about on the screen, and when you see it zoomed in, you see those vivid, beautiful colors. 844-584-3278. The current bid is on your screen. It retails at $1,850. Let's get these phones ringing for this wonderful, beautiful piece. It also feels, would you say this is technical? Like this is technically artistically executed?
Oh yeah, it's artistically executed again, because she really caught that dappled lighting, which for me personally, I don't know about you, but for me personally, is very inviting.
It's very California.
Yeah, and come sit with me. Oh yeah, I do. I want to go there and sit. And isn't that what art is often about? You want to put yourself into that scene, and that's exactly what this does.
And you can do that by picking up the phone at 844-584-3278. Come Sit With Me can be yours by calling that phone number and being the winning bidder. A retail of $1,850. Again, art is such a wonderful investment, and it is something that is, to me, the gift that continues to give, because it always tells a story. And this story, Come Sit With Me, is spectacular. Final thoughts on this piece?
Well, I've done the art auction for many, many years, and I've always been impressed by the framers that volunteer their services.
This is beautiful.
Again, a beautiful frame. It really invites you to just fall right into this image, and to go to that chair and sit there.
That frame that you were just talking about, and it's also on the screen, is just so beautiful. We're going to keep this open. Again, it retails at $1,850. Let's go to the next piece, Monet's Garden by Janine McGinn. How pretty is this? This is oil on board, measuring 18 by 22, and it is artist framed. Retail value is $600, and I love it.
I do too.
Tell me about this.
Okay, well, this is done in, this is Monet's Garden. Okay, my French is horrible. Givenchy, that's where it's located, in France. Excuse my French.
Notice I'm not jumping in.
You're not jumping in at all, no.
Okay.
And so it's done with a smaller brush. The oil paint is dappled in, cool blues and violets against the yellows and greens and pinks. So you like this because you're really, not only are you seeing the garden and the bridge, and not only are they bright colors, but you get the feeling of light, the sparkle of light, and that's what the Impressionists were all about. So she's painting in the Impressionistic mode.
It was all about light.
It's all about capturing not only the subject, but light, the feeling of light. And they were able to do this during the Impressionistic period, and this is around the mid-19th century, because manufacturers learned how to make paint and put them in tubes, which allowed the artist to go out and paint plein air. That means out in the open.
Instead of hand mixing all the colors.
Instead of hand mixing, which you had to do in a studio, it was very ponderous, mortars, pestles. Here you could just take your tubes of paint and capture the light. It
Wow,
was
right
so
there while you're
exciting.
doing it. I love that. 844-584-3278. Capturing the light. That
Yes.
is such a great description. This is a beautiful piece. The current bid is on the screen right now, and the retail is $600. Talk to me about the texture that I see here.
That is, you read my mind. Towards the end, what was used was a small palette knife. So you take the knife, you put paint on it, and you just kind of touch.
Okay.
So there's I mean, it's subtle here, and I don't know if the camera can get in close.
Oh, it can. There it is.
Look
See?
at look at the cast shadow right here. Right here is casting a shadow. Why? Because it's thick paint.
Oh, yes.
Right there, and it's put on with a palette knife. So to use art speak, she added a little impasto.
Okay. I love that. I love that. And I love the cutting in and the swiping of it in that gives
the swiping, yes,
the
exactly.
shadow. It's beautiful, and you can see some of the oil from the artist's hands lifting off of this beautiful painting that can be yours at 844-584-3278. And the retail value is $600. The current bid is on your screen. You mentioned this earlier. This is another artist frame piece.
Right. Oh, and here's what I want to say about the frame. You're reading my mind.
Well, I have Steve is phenomenal in my ear.
Oh, he is. Okay.
Ask him about the
good for
texture, and it
Steve.
came right out. So,
what's neat is look at the flat look on this color. This kind of flat, neutral look. Again, it pulls you in, and it's in contrast with BAM, this color. Wasn't there a guy on television that used BAM a lot?
Yes, I do. Wham, bam. Well, hopefully you'll be hearing lots of fun words when you're the winning bidder by calling 844-584-3278. Let's leave this one open and we'll move to the next one. Thank you for that, David. What a great description. This is, oh, how pretty. This is 36C, No Hands Bridge, okay? It is by Patty Pirapendong. It's acrylic on canvas, and this measures 16 by 20. The artist framed this piece, and the retail is $425. I love this.
Do you feel a lot of warmth?
As far as the period we were just talking about?
Yes.
I feel, now I am not good at describing art, but I'll tell you what I feel. I feel fun.
Okay. Well,
I do see light, but I don't see warmth.
Okay, well,
bright.
Everybody's different. I feel warmth, and I know the technique that was used here, that Patty used. She took the canvas, and you see this hot red?
Uh-huh.
She covered the entire canvas with that first. And of course, she's working with oil. Wait, is it oil?
This is acrylic.
Which is, like oil, is an opaque medium. So she can paint on top of that and totally go right over those hot areas, but she purposely left areas of hot.
That is so cool. I would have never ever thought that red would have gone first. I thought that would have been the last.
Yeah. With an opaque medium, you can paint on white canvas. You can paint over, I used to paint over a black canvas.
Uh-huh.
And what she's doing is she's painting over red.
I love this piece.
That's what gives it, to me, it gives it, okay, more than warmth, it also gives it color energy.
It's so California.
Oh, yeah.
This is iconic California. It could be so many different places. It could be Auburn. It could be near it could be Arnold. It could be near Calaveras Big Trees Park. It just looks like so many places we've been. And that's the beauty of art, is that it takes you places in your own home. 844-584-3278 is the phone number to call for this beautiful piece. No Hands Bridge, retail value $425. Current bid on the screen. It's by Patty Pirapendong, and it's acrylic on canvas, measuring again 16 by 20. And I love the light. Now I'm seeing all kinds of light. I was thinking more of like a washed light, look, but
Right.
this is vivid light. I love it.
And again, it was the mid 19th century where they were putting watercolor into tubes and oil into tubes. So she literally did this. This is a plein air painting. She did this on the spot.
Wow. And I also want to tell you, so many of these pieces have specifically been created for KVIE, for the
Yes.
art auction. And this one I see right here is done in 2020, and she's written on the back of it all these fantastic
Oh, that's
things.
cool.
She did it on a sunny Monday morning. Oh, it is Auburn, in Auburn. That's
Yeah.
very cool, and she's got all kinds of fun stuff on the back. Sometimes the back is art too. I love the personal.
It gives it the piece a certain provenance, I think
It
is the
does.
term,
It
yeah.
does. What else do you have to say about this piece? What is your final takeaway?
Well, have you been to No Hands?
I have been to this spot, yes.
Yeah. It's called No Hands. I just find that I'm into trivia. It's called No Hands because it used to be a railroad. It's one of the first cement railroad bridges ever built in this country, and it brought things from minerals from a quarry. But what happened is at some point when they weren't using it anymore, when the quarry ran out, a woman with a horse just let the horse cross the bridge because there was never any railing.
Wow.
And that's where it's got the name No Hands Bridge.
How cool.
Yeah.
How cool. That's a beautiful place. Well, we are so glad to hear about this piece. We're going to keep this one open, and we are halfway through the break, which means we are, as we said, going to keep this open. Current bid is on the screen, and we're going to check in over at the recap station for bidding updates while you call in and place your bids. Let's head over.
We are halfway through this break, folks, and looking at some beautiful landscapes available when you call and bid right now. All the proceeds benefit PBS and KVIE, and your purchase also shows your support for the artists in our region. Let's review the last three pieces we just saw. Number 36A, Come Sit With Me. This is a beautiful piece. It has an $1,800 retail value. This could be the steal of the auction, but I hope not. I'm looking for an opening bid of $150 on this beautiful watercolor. Number 36B, Monet's Garden, is at $600. It's a bell ringer at $675. Let's keep that going. And number 36C, No Hands Bridge, the one we just saw, is sitting at $450, also a bell ringer. So you can only get these pieces today or tomorrow. You can pick them up here, but you got to call 1-844-584-3278. Again, let's look at number 36A, Come Sit With Me. I'm looking for an opening bid of $150 on that piece. Got to give us a call. We've got all these great volunteers back here that are just waiting to hear from you guys. The number's right on your screen, 844-584-3278. Again, this is piece number 36A. It's an $1,800 value. I'm looking for that opening bid of $150. Number B is Monet's Garden. That's a bell ringer at $700. We've got our opening bid for that first piece. Let's keep it going. Monet's Garden is sitting at $700. It's a bell ringer. 36C, No Hands Bridge, is a bell ringer at $525. Thank you to the artist for donating that again. You got to pick up the phone. You got to call 844-584-3278. Get online at the kvie.org website and see what's coming up. So now we're going to go back out and look at more art in the second half of this break.
There are so many exciting pieces available just for you this weekend. And when you see what you want, don't hesitate. Get in on the action right now. It goes fast. All right, we're back with the second half of this landscape break. And item 36D is Winter Wilderness. It's by Ron Wade. It's oil on canvas measuring 24 by 30 and has a retail price of $700. This is really, really cool. Looking at it from the side here, we talked about texture. This texture is really awesome.
Yeah, a lot of texture on this. And the feeling I get, and I like this, I want to put myself into that scene. I get the feeling of crisp clean winter air.
And clean water.
And clean water and quiet that you get when it snows. So,
oh, that was, I just felt that. Thank you for saying that. That was a nice feeling.
You're welcome. I like the perspective. I like the foreground, that little bank of snow, a little bit of shadow cast on it by the pine tree. Then you go to the pine tree, and then my eye is led to the rock outcropping on the left with a little bit of snow on top of the facets of the rock. And then you continue to go to the next hill that's got that sweep of pine trees going from the river all the way up to the top. And then you go to the mountain covered mostly with snow, and then that crisp blue winter sky with those few little cumulus clouds floating around. So yeah, it just gives me a good Sierra Nevada feeling.
You just took us on tour. That was the best description of a tour.
That's the way the composition, it just leads me right in.
That was just perfect, David. And this can be yours right now, 844-584-3278. The current bid is on your screen right now. The retail for this is $700. It's a large piece, 24 by 30, and it is gorgeous. This is oil on canvas, and would this have been some of this cut in as well? Can you tell?
I think it was done with a brush, but again, he's got areas of very thick impasto style paint.
Okay, and what about this frame?
I love the frame. I just love this wooden frame. It reminds me of being in a mountain cabin.
And the artist framed this. Isn't that beautiful?
Oh, really?
Yes.
Wow, great job.
I mean, that is really, really beautiful.
Great job,
Wade
Ron.
is the artist here, and Ron every year does this.
Wow.
Beautiful pieces, just like this one, but they're all original Wades. They're all Ron Wade originals. Finding our way into nature. He captures it splendidly, and you can too by being the winning bidder at 844-584-3278. This Ron Wade masterpiece is an oil on canvas, and this is, we got about a minute left on this one, but I'm curious for more from you on this.
Well, I'm looking at the river right now, and what I like is the reflection right here. He's got this beautiful reflection, and then he's got the rippling water right here. So he's really dealt with that water. Well, he's dealt with everything nicely, but my eye is attracted to what he did with the ripples in the water and with the reflections there
He
on
did
the
such a
left-hand
good job
side.
showing the snow banks and build up to, because you can imagine this roaring when it starts to melt.
Oh, absolutely.
And you see the places where it ponds and then would flow, the rapids.
Right.
These pieces rapidly move. The phones ring and ring. 844-584-3278. They may ring and ring, but yours is the call we're waiting for. You are the one to call for this piece, and it moves fast. A great piece for the home or the office or a gift, and you can celebrate the region right here by taking this piece home. And that description was on point. Let's keep it on, and the current bid for that one is on the screen right now. Okay, this is spectacular. From across the studio, I could see this, and this is Northern California's largest television studio, so it's big, and this thing popped all the way across. 36E. It's called My White Ladies by Victoria Smith. Victoria, another longtime donor here, wonderful artist. Acrylic on canvas, measuring 24 by 48. This large piece, retail $500. That's great. Tell us about this piece.
Okay, well, first of all, I just want to point out that Victoria, as far as art education, she went to the Milwaukee Institute of Art and Design, also the Academy of Art and Design in San Francisco, very prestigious, and she studied fine arts under Wayne Thiebaud, which shows here.
It does show here, especially with some of the interesting colors on the trees and ground.
There you go, reading my mind again. The interesting colors. What she's done is she's worked with complementary colors. So I think these are quaking aspen. So the yellow in the foliage is a complement to the purple or the violet down here in the dappled shadows and the dappled light at the bottom where the trees are growing. So it's that complementary colors, again, they support each other. The yellow looks yellower, the purple looks, and they work back and forth. So
can you show me another example of a complementary color on here?
We have areas of green against these cool, they're kind of violet, but they've got a little bit more red, a cool red in it.
Very cool.
So green and red.
It's very intentional.
It's very, very intentional.
So it's not even, these aren't random colors.
They're not random at all.
Accents. They're intentional colors, which shows that master skill. This piece can be yours, 844-584-3278. And as you said, Victoria studied under Wayne Thiebaud. I see some of the likeness in here. This piece, the current bid is on your screen right here, and the retail value for this beautiful piece called My White Ladies by Victoria Smith, $500. What mood does this evoke in you?
Again, it evokes light. By the way, this is a gallery wraparound, which is very nice. It's great to be able, you approach it from the side and you still see the painting.
Yes, and in fact, the trees go on the side as well as the trees go down to the bottom. The tree and the
sky, everything. The other thing I like about it, it's really an abstract painting.
Mm-hmm.
And what I mean by abstract, and watercolorists do this with all mediums, you don't have to paint every little detail because this is a painting, it's not a photograph.
Mm-hmm.
So she gets the feeling of foliage, but no little tiny leaves. She just gets in there with a brush and lays down those various yellows and greens. Same with the trunk, same with the ground here. Look at the brushwork going on.
So that's abstract.
That
when
is
every detail
yes.
is not there, but yet you see it in its full glory.
Yes. We will see, the viewer sees trees. The viewer says, oh, look at that beautiful foliage.
5 seconds, final thought.
Painterly quality.
Painterly quality.
Painter.
She's a painter's painter, and it's ready to hang and can be yours. We're nearing the end of this break, which means that now is your last opportunity to bid on the art featured in this half hour. Let's check in over at the recap station for an update on these amazing pieces.
844 KVIE Art. That's the number you need to call. We just have a few minutes remaining in our landscape break, which means that if you don't call in now, you're going to miss out. Let me recap a little bit. Item number 36D is Winter Wilderness by Ron Wade. It's an oil on canvas, 24 by 30. It has a retail value of $700, and we are currently sitting at $550. So let's get that up there. Item number 36E by one of my favorites, Victoria Smith. 36E Me, White Ladies, bell ringer, cue the bell ringing. It's at $750, but that doesn't mean you can't still bid on it. You got to call 844-584-3278 and get your bid in. Speaking of bids, item number 36A, Come Sit With Me by Doreen Irwin, has a retail value of $1,800. We are now sitting on a bid of $625. Let's have an auction, people. Give us a call. 36B, Monet's Garden. That has a value of $600. We're at $700. Let's hear those bells again. 36C, No Hands Bridge. It's got a retail of $425. Cue the bells. Bring out the birds. It's $600 right now. That's another bell ringer. Right now, 36D, Winter Wilderness, is at $550. Let's get it up to that $700. Anything you bid over the retail price is a donation to KVIE. You're supporting us directly, and that part of your payment is completely tax deductible. So if you really like a piece, why not make an extra donation and put it up there? The artist gives us a piece that's valued at $1,800. That means she wants us to receive that $1,800. But we can't get them up there if you don't call. So call 844-584-3278. 36A, right here on your screen, it's got an $1,800 value. It's sitting right now at $625. Let's get that up there and you can take it home tomorrow. 36B, Monet's Garden, is the bell ringer at $700, but it's still open. These close very fast, so call now. 36C, No Hands Bridge, another bell ringer sitting at $600. 36D, Winter Wilderness, oh, it's inching up there. It's at $550. It's a $700 value. Make that call right now. And Victoria Smith's Lovely White Ladies is at $950. Let's get it to 1,000. Victoria donates every year. She's a really charming lady, and this piece would look great in your house. So stay tuned because there's much more excitement and more art coming in the next half hour on your PBS KVIE Art Auction.
Welcome to the 39th annual PBS KVIE Art Auction. Join us all weekend for a celebration of Northern California's visual arts. Over 250 pieces will be auctioned off to the highest bidder, and you can be part of the action by watching and bidding on your favorite pieces. View the entire collection online at kvie.org/art auction. Then, when your favorite item appears, call 1-844-KVIE-ART to place your bid. Auction proceeds benefit the programs and services of your PBS station, KVIE. So thank you for watching and bidding. And now, let the auction begin. Bidding on items in the art auction is quick and easy to do. First, explore the collection online at kvie.org/art auction. Or keep your television tuned to PBS KVIE. When a piece of art catches your eye, call 1-844-KVIE-ART and a volunteer will assist you. PBS KVIE accepts all major credit cards for your art purchase, and a member of our accounting team will confirm your payment within 5 minutes of item sale. Thank you for being a part of the PBS KVIE Art Auction and for making art a part of your home today. Stay tuned for landscapes coming up next on the PBS KVIE Art Auction. Juried by David Lobenberg, this category features landscapes in all mediums. View all of the art featured in this year's collection at kvie.org/art auction.
Hi, I'm Dee Neath, the dreaded art lady, and I'm thanking you for tuning in for another round of landscapes. And now, here's an overview of the art that's going to be coming up during the next half hour. Item number 37A is Lagoon Valley by Janine Mayer. It's a pencil, and it's colored pencil, and it measures 16 by 20 and was framed by the artist. The retail value is $200. Item number 37B is Lavender Farm by Cindy Bush. This is a watercolor measuring 16 by 20 and has a retail of $250. Item 37C is Morning at the Beach by Tess Jones. It's an acrylic on canvas and measures 12 by 36. It has a retail value of $650. Item number 37D is Out of the Woods by Alida Waki. This is acrylic on canvas measuring 38 by 26 and was framed by University Art. It has a retail of $650. Item number 37E is Dusk on the Monterey Peninsula by Sonia Hamilton. This is a watercolor of good size, 24 by 30, and was framed by the artist. It has a retail value of $450. These are the works that are available during this next break. So now let's see the art with our auctioneer and our art expert.
Hello again, I'm Rob Stewart. We're back for another exciting half hour, and I'd like to welcome back art expert David Lobenberg, longtime friend here, and we're going to talk about some more wonderful pieces in the landscape collection. David, let's begin with item 37A. It's by Janine Meyer, and talk to us about this piece. You said you were interested in this.
I was very interested in this because when I taught at Sacramento City College in the art department, I taught a class in color pencil rendering. So this is all done with color pencil on Bristol board. Bristol board is a very hard board. It takes the color of the pencil very nicely. You can also burnish it a little, smooth it out. So this is Lagoon Valley. And Lagoon Valley, you pass Lagoon Valley all the time on 80 between Fairfield and Vacaville.
Oh, yes.
Yeah, you know it.
Absolutely. I just didn't know that was the name of it.
Yeah. So what I like about this is, I like this. This has got a very stylized approach to it. Look at the reflections in the water. Very stylized. It's not photographic, but it's got this beautiful motion with these lines, these patterns. That's what I like about it.
And always the maritime layer, just coming in, something in the clouds. There's always in that area movement of weather. This is such a gorgeous piece, and I would like to say that Lagoon retail value is at $200. It's pencil color, measuring at 16 by 20, artist framed as well, which helps just showcase this wonderful piece. And I love the fact that you, being a teacher, are drawn to something you've taught.
Oh, absolutely, yes.
So what would you grade it?
Oh, I'd give it an A.
All right, that's
Come
great.
on, she did a great job. I like the stylization on that one cloud. Also, when I was looking at this, I felt very calm, relaxed, and what's her title?
Her title of this piece
Lagoon
is
Valley.
Lagoon Valley. Yep.
But she said she did it just a little before sunset. So the colors are a little on the muted side. I feel it's starting to get a little darker now. The sun's beginning to go down. So I was surprised because I just felt that calmness.
It's absolutely beautiful, and it is a one-of-a-kind piece that can be yours. Every piece of art that you're seeing this weekend is one-of-a-kind, original. 844-584-3278 is the number to call on your screen. The current value on the screen right now, but the retail is $200 for Lagoon Valley. And I love the calmness and just the contemplativeness of it as well.
That's another good word. That's how I felt. I love, again, I like water. I'm an aquarian, maybe that's why. But I like the highlight here. We're watercolor. There's where you'd save the white of the paper, same with the sky. But I like this highlight. And then as you come down towards the horizon, you get a little more shading. Maybe it's from the foliage, or maybe it's just the way the light's hitting the water.
What a beautiful piece. And you do see so many water patterns in that area. And this artist has captured that moment of Lagoon Valley for you, specifically given to PBS KVIE, because this artist wants to make sure that the person who is connecting with it right now, that this piece comes to you, and that in the in-between, that PBS KVIE benefits as well to continue to bring you our programming. We're going to keep this piece open, David.
Okay.
Let's move on to the next piece, which is 37B. Oh, how pretty is this? Lavender Farm by Cindy Bush. This is watercolor, measuring 16 by 20. Retail value is $250. Take it away, David.
This is a lavender farm, so you can see the lavender growing in the foreground. And I like the way she set up the composition, because you've got the rows of lavender and they're coming together to almost a vanishing point, ending up right there on that outbuilding.
Isn't that pretty?
It really is. Now, I don't know, I know that's an outbuilding. I know it has a function. I've seen them on the Delta. But again, I like the composition. It really draws your eye to that outbuilding.
And many of them cover water wells.
Oh, okay, there you go.
For drawing up water. This piece can be yours at 844-584-3278. I only know that because I opened one time.
Okay.
What's inside there? And this can be yours, and it is spectacular. Look at
that
those
lavender.
Rows of lavender. The current bid is on the screen, and the retail value for Lavender Farm is $250. Tell us about the technique of this one.
Well, again, this is a watercolor. And I'm sure she laid down these colors, the lighter colors first, all over, the foliage, the sky, the lavender. She let it dry. And then she's got a little bit of a dry brush effect. She took a long, slender brush and she pulled up the stalks of lavender.
So dry brush, there's just no paint on it, and you're pulling up the paint on the painting?
The brush always has water on it, but it doesn't have a lot of water. So as you're pulling it up, it kind of skips across the paint surface, and that gives what is called a dry brush effect. As opposed, look at the sky. The sky, I think she did that wet on wet. So you take a brush and you wet the paper. Then you've got your pigment ready. You have a fair amount. Your brush is saturated with water. It's got the pigment, and you quickly lay it in, and it blends out with the water with the water on it.
Like you said, the flood.
And that is like the controlling the flood
of water. So when you're dipping the brush in and it's wet, you're dipping it then in the color.
Wet.
Okay.
Yes, yes. So what we've got here is we've got a wet on dry effect with the trees and with the field of lavender and this structure against the softness of the sky. And you also get a little bit of what is called, because of that softness, and this is more hard in the foreground, you get an atmospheric perspective.
And it's also probably just about ready for harvest there, that lavender.
Yes.
And it's harvest time right now. We need you to call 844-584-3278. This piece is ripe for the picking, and hopefully you are the one that is going to take home Lavender Farm, this beautiful Cindy Bush creation, the watercolor here, a spectacular California scenic landscape. 844-584-3278. All of the money goes to proceeds here at PBS KVIE to continue the programming that is so desperately needed today. Final thoughts on this piece, David?
Again, I think it's framed nicely. It's a frame that doesn't take away from the painting. It's neutral, so again, it leads your eye right into that beautiful field of lavender. By the way, she painted this. This is in, and you may know the area, Gridley, which I think is up north from
Absolutely, absolutely. And our thoughts definitely go out to people in Gridley as well. Okay, we're going to move over to the next piece. So this is open, and that's gorgeous, Lavender Farm. This is 37C. I love this. And what a cool artist signature on there as well, by the way. This is called Morning at the Beach by Tess Jones. Acrylic on canvas, measuring 12 by 36. Love that funky size. Be great over a door.
There you go.
Acrylic on canvas, measuring 12 by 36, as I just mentioned, and the retail is $650. Talk about color, bang.
Bang, yes. And yeah, the shape of the canvas is important. And what Tess likes is she likes waking up. She likes the beach in the morning before there are people. It's very quiet.
Best time.
Yep, best time. And so the size of the canvas, the shape of the canvas reinforces that with this panoramic view.
I love how far. It's so interesting. I love how far the eye can see. I've paid attention to that this year because we've had so much time to look at things differently.
Right.
A 20/20 type vision, if you will. And in this painting, you can see how far into this. That seems to me to be very difficult in 1.5 inches to go from foreground to way far away.
There you go. And you mentioned an important word, foreground. So what artists know, and you'll notice this after I've told you, and you may have noticed it already, when you look at a sky, especially when it's not encumbered with buildings and trees, if you look at a sweep of sky, when you look up, you see more blue, you see more color. But as you come down in altitude and towards the horizon, you're looking through more atmosphere. You're looking through more particles, whether it be water, whether it be smoke, whether it be smog, and it cuts down on the color.
Okay.
So the color becomes more intense as you raise your eye up and you're looking through less of a distance and through less whatever particles are in the sky at the time.
That's
So
why that's why we always say look up. You know, look up in life.
Yeah.
Don't get stuck, just look up.
Yeah.
This artist has captured something so special with this piece, and I tell you, it takes you to, or takes me to any beach I've ever been to. It just takes me away. David, look right there. Look at the colors in the waves. I did not see that until I saw it on the television monitor here. Wow, how cool is that?
It's got almost a Wayne Thiebaud effect, and especially this line that's separating the water from the beach.
Gregory Condos does a lot of that too.
He does a lot. So is that natural? Does that happen in real life? Absolutely not. But it does happen in this artistic piece because it just gives it that extra visual interest. It's something different.
And you can definitely tell this is an incredibly experienced artist. Greg Condos went to Greece 47 times to master the blue color that he uses.
Right.
And this captures so much blue in this one. I want to go through this beautiful piece because it's just really spectacular. It is Morning at the Beach by Tess Jones. It's item 37C, acrylic on canvas, measuring 12 by 36. Retail value is $650. Tell me your final thoughts, David, on what you'd like to leave us with on this piece.
Well, again, you're right. Gregory Condos with the sky and with this line, and I think with these little bits of color, Wayne Thiebaud.
Mm-hmm.
Both Sacramento artists.
Yes, both still painting today.
Yes.
And treasures.
Yeah.
So much inspiration, but this one is uniquely a Tess Jones.
Yes.
Tess, we thank you for this masterpiece that you have given us. All right, we're halfway through the break, which means we're going to keep this piece open and check in over at the recap station for a bidding update.
All you need to do is call the number on your screen when you want to see the piece, when you want to bid on the piece that you want, and you have to bid. It's that easy. Let's go over the first three pieces in this break. Piece number 37A, Lagoon Valley, is a bell ringer, and it's still going. Keep those bells out. Piece number 37B, Lavender Farm, is a bell ringer. Piece number 37C, Morning at the Beach, is at $525. That means I just need $75 to make it a bell ringer. We're currently at $550. Let's get up to $650. Just make that $100 jump, who's ever on the phone. That's 37C, Morning at the Beach. It has a retail of $650. It's at $550. Let's get it up to a bell ringer. All you need to do is call 844-584-3278 because these pieces will slip by so fast. We've got great volunteers here that are waiting for your phone call. When you pick up a piece, we bring it right out to your car and load it up. So let's do 37A one more time. Lagoon Valley is sitting at $425. It's a bell ringer. 37B, Lavender Farm, is sitting at $250. It's got a retail of $250. Let's get that up there a little bit. Number 37C, Morning at the Beach, is another bell ringer. Thank you very much for making that a success. 844-584-3278 is the only way that you're going to bring one of these pieces home. And remember, every piece you buy, the money goes straight to your favorite PBS station. Let's send it back and take a look at the next piece.
Some really beautiful art in this break. Curator Mary Ellen Lane standing right off camera over here, done a great job. We want to get you involved in the auction and win your favorite piece today. The current bid is on your screen as well as the number to call. The piece we're looking at right now is item 37D. It's Out of the Woods by Alida Waki, one name. This is acrylic on canvas measuring 38 by 26, and it had retail values at $650. And this is from a multi-year contributor. And David, take it away.
Okay. Well, first of all, before I even talk about the art, it's called Out of the Woods. And what the artist is saying with this and why this title came about, she's been influenced by Gustav Klimt, who was an early 20th century painter during the Art Nouveau period. And he lived through the 1980 Spanish flu pandemic, which, by the way, killed, I think, 60 million people worldwide. It was horrible. So Out of the Woods is his way of saying, you know what, we're going to get through.
You mean 1918?
Yeah, what did I say?
80. 1918, right?
1918.
That's
Yes.
right. So that's phenomenal that this piece has such story.
Yes, yes. And this has got aspen against the water. This is during, before the sun sets, often the light that you see will have a golden cast to it. It's called the golden period.
Golden hour.
Golden hour,
Magic
there
hour,
you go.
yeah.
Took the mouth.
It's even a filter now on your phone, magic hour, golden hour.
Yes, absolutely.
But this is the real deal.
But this is the real deal. So that's what he's capturing. And he's done, layers, excuse me.
Yep.
She's done layers of paint as well. And she worked with she applied it with, I don't know, not throughout the whole piece, but especially the foreground here, with a sponge.
Oh.
So she's not only applying paint, but she's getting texture, a textural effect.
Wow.
I've done that in watercolor too. You want a textural effect? Dip the sponge in the paint and then apply it to the watercolor paper.
And look how it takes you on that path right there. I just noticed
Absolutely.
that as well. This is a wonderful creation by Ella Waki. She's a phenomenal artist, framed at University Art Center. This is acrylic on canvas, and the retail value is $650, and the current value is on your screen. There's that path, and if you pick up the phone and call, you are on the path to getting this piece this weekend. What else, David?
Well, I told you I like water, but I also love clouds. So we have these wonderful clouds being lit from the setting sun underneath. So, and then being lit from still daylight on top. So you've got the orange underneath, and then you've got that rim light of the white of the clouds being lit by the sky.
Now, what's
on top?
in the water over there? Is that a
I was looking at that. It looks like a bird.
A bird. There it is right there close on
Yeah.
your screen, and that is so beautiful.
Just lifting off the water.
Yes, it is a beautiful bird there, almost flying into where the sun is setting. I'm glad you pointed that out because I love the colors there, and that is where that sun is bursting through. 844-584-3278 is the number to call. The current bid is on the screen right now. It's an exciting piece, and the colors are spectacular from the golden hour in California. It's by Ella Waki. And Alida Waki, pardon me, and it is Out of the Woods. Alida Waki, this we thank you for. It's such a statement piece, and I love the promise of a sunset, and this is a beautiful one.
Yes, yes. And again, I like the contrast between, and I talked about this, between warm and cool colors. They affect each other, they support each other, and what better way than during that golden hour. So again, who wouldn't want to be there? Who wouldn't want to set up a chair and be on the beach and looking at look how the water's reflecting how it's sparkling right now as the sun is setting.
I love you
and
can
then
see the movement.
The warm colors in the background, and I like the softness of as
I
the
do
mountains go
too.
further. Again, that's atmospheric effect. You're looking through more atmosphere, so as things go into the distance, they get softer and softer, and their value gets lighter and lighter.
It's beautiful, absolutely beautiful. Let's keep it open with that current bid on the screen. We'll move on to 37E. How pretty is this? Dusk, Monterey Peninsula by Sonia Hamilton. This is watercolor measuring 24 by 30. Such spectacular color usage here. Artist framed, retail value $450. Tell us about Dusk, Monterey Peninsula. Wow.
Well, what I didn't see, I first saw this online, but up close and personal and in reality here, what I like is I love this soft foreground.
Me too. I didn't see that in online either. This is gorgeous.
And it's in shade, and I like that soft shaded foreground against this sunlit beach and the Pacific Ocean. So we have a color contrast going.
It's beautiful.
No, not so much. Well, a color and also a value contrast. So we have a middle to dark value. So we got that drama with that light hitting the ocean.
It feels so real. It just feels like you can go right there. And you know that's the interesting part about art in person is you see, and this is not even about how or what happens and how it gets online. It's just about the art in person.
Yes.
And it feels different in person. That's just the way it is. And this is a beauty with the foreground and the iconic California sky. 844-584-3278 is the number to call to get involved in the auction. These pieces move quickly. The current bid is on the screen right now, and this retails at $450. So pick up the phone and call for this piece. 844-KVIE Art is another easy way to remember it. So tell me more about this piece, the way it was done, composition, if you will.
Well, again, what I like about the foreground is she's got some splattering here. She took out a small brush to indicate grass, but she abstracted. I'm sure there was a lot of grass, and you could paint all the blades. She didn't have to do that. First of all, it's in shade. You don't see that much detail. So she's very deftly put in with a small tapered brush these lines of grass. And then this is more, and then she contrasted this kind of soft shade with more dry brush effect, very dry brush on the foliage here.
I knew that was dry brush. I've been listening to the teacher.
You knew that.
And look at the birds.
The birds, yes. 2 strokes, doesn't take much. You've got seagulls. So the whole, with watercolor, I tell my students it's like golf.
Okay.
The least amount of strokes, you win.
Oh, that's very cool. Yeah. That's very cool. You can be the winner, but you have to pick up the phone and call 844-584-3278. This auction is not like golf because if you sit back and watch how far that ball goes, you will miss the hole. Pick it up. Call 844-584-3278, and this could be yours this weekend. We have 10 seconds left. Final thoughts.
Final thoughts. Again, I like the framing. This is a double matte, so we have a neutral white, and then we go into 1/4 inch green.
It's beautiful.
Which is a color effect that framers do to draw you right into and to pick up some of the color that's in the painting.
Okay. All right. Well, that's beautiful. If you are inspired by this piece, if you want to go there, you can by taking it home. We're nearing the end of this break, which means that now is your final opportunity to bid on the art featured in this half hour. A huge thank you to our dear friend, David Lobenberg, for sharing his experience with us today. Now let's check in over at the recap station. Thank you, David.
You're welcome.
For an update while you pick up that phone and get involved in the bidding.
David and Rob. Bob have been showing us some really great art this half hour. And now is the time to place your bid because the phones are ringing and we've got bell ringers. 37D Out of the Woods is at $575. We need to get that up to $650. 37E Dusk Monterey Peninsula is a bell ringer. So this is an auction, people, and that means we sell them fast. So you got to call and you got to bid. Number 37A. Number 37A is a colored pencil, and it is a value of $200. We're at $475. It's a bell ringer. We're going to close this out. It's at $475. I need to get it up there to $5, so be that bidder. 37B, Lavender Farm by Cindy Bush, is a watercolor that has a retail value of $250. We are sitting at $400. It is still open. You can still bid on it. Item number 37C is Morning at the Beach by Tess Jones. It has a retail of $650. Again, it's a bell ringer. Okay, we're going to close out 37A right now. 37A is at $475. I want $500. It's going once. I want $500. It's going twice. $500. $475, and it was a bell ringer. It's gone. That's how fast it goes. 37A is gone. 37B, Lavender Farm. I'm sitting at $400. I want to get $450. We're at 37B, Lavender Farm. I'm sitting at $400. Let's get it up to $450. $425. Let me get $425. It's going once. $425. It's going twice. Lavender Farm, 37B, click, is sold at $400. Another bell ringer. 37C, Morning at the Beach, is sitting at $13.50. It's got a $650 retail. Everybody's fighting over it. I'm going to close it out. I want to get an even $1,400. Just throw that $1,400 out there, who's ever got them. $1,400 going once. 37C, $1,400 going twice. $1,400. 37C is closed. Congratulations to whoever gets to pick that beautiful piece up. So please stay tuned. It keeps getting more exciting, and there's more art coming up in the next half hour of your KVIE auction.
Picking up your purchased artwork is quick and easy to do. Visit PBS KVIE Studios Sunday through Tuesday during these posted hours for this year's curbside pickup. For your convenience, PBS KVIE representatives will carry artwork to your vehicle when you arrive. All purchased art must be claimed within 30 days of auction closure. For questions, location, and hours, visit kvie.org/art auction. Thank you for being a part of the art auction and for making art a part of your home today. Stay tuned for Florals coming up next on the PBS KVIE Art Auction. This collection celebrates the beauty of plants and flowers. View all of the art featured in this year's collection at kvie.org/art auction.
Good afternoon. I'm Dee Neath, and thank you for joining us for this Florals break. Here is going to be an overview of the art that will be coming up for the next half hour. Item number 38A is White Hydrangeas by Polly Darms. This is an oil-on canvas that's 36 by 48 and has a retail value of $1,500. Item number 38B is Poinsettia by Jamie Cola Bersamia. This is an acrylic on canvas that measures 24 by 36 and has a value of $600. Item number 38C is Bouquet to the Arts by Naomi Hyde. This is a watercolor and it measures 28 by 35 and it's beautifully framed by our friends at Choice Framing. It has a value of $450. Item number 38D is Lilac by Ginny Thompson. It is an acrylic on board. It measures 48 by 48 and it was framed by the artist. It has a retail value of $400. Item number 38E is Raindrops on Echeverria by Michelle McCormick. Yay, Michelle. This is a photo and it measures 16 by 20 and was framed by the artist. It has a retail value of $475. Item number 38F is Flowering Quince by Sylvia Schaefer. This is oil on canvas and it measures 24 by 24 and it has a retail value of $400. The phone lines are open and ready for you bids. You saw by the last hour, things go fast. So let's see the art with our auctioneer and expert.
Hi, I'm Miranda Johnson, and thank you for joining us for this half hour of art inspired by florals. During this break, I am pleased to be here with Ed Goldman. Ed is a longtime contemporary art collector, sometimes artist, and a well-known Sacramento area playwright, and an author of numerous books. He has a syndicated column called Goldman State, and his latest book is called Don't Cry for Me, Ardent Reader. Ed, let's get started. This is item 38A. It is Polly Dom's white hydrangeas.
Well, I love them because, unbeknownst to anybody except certain neighbors, when I lived in East Sacramento for many years, my front yard was just filled with hydrangeas. And a neighbor once came over, a woman I had never met before, and she said, "I'm having a garden party. May I clip some of your hydrangeas for a centerpiece?" And I said, "No." And so I never saw her again, but they're lovely. These are very difficult to paint because hydrangeas have many flowers within them. And my late wife, Jane, in LaSalle, Illinois, had 5 or 6 aunts. And I was going to say aunts, but I'm trying to impress you. And they were in their 80s. And from the back, driving away in a car, it looked like a sort of an arrangement of hydrangeas. But
These are beautiful.
This is done quite well. This is oil, which is a tough medium to do these in because it's very delicate. And I just think the artist did a fine job. She said she planted rows of white hydrangeas in glass vases and lined them up on a table by the window to create this still life.
Yes, she's a longtime contributor to the art auction, so it's amazing always to see her beautiful pieces.
Yeah, well, it's great to have her back. I'm glad she did. She also said that hydrangeas tend to be a full bush of leaves with gorgeous, striking, heavy flowers. In order to keep the focus on the flowers, I modified the layout to be much more whimsical with just a few leaves and stems.
And isn't this from her personal garden?
Well, yeah, and she put it in a personal vase on her personal table.
Yeah, I could
And
imagine.
painted it just for you.
The beauty.
No, it's a really nice piece. It's a very peaceful piece to have in your home. It actually would look good in a kitchen if you actually had a wall in your kitchen doing that, or if you had an atrium or any kind of semi-outdoor room in your home, it would be really lovely. It would be like bringing the outdoors inside.
Bringing the outdoors inside. This is a piece that the current bid is on your screen. You can have this in your home. I can only imagine what her garden looks like, but you can bring that garden inside to your home. So Ed, tell me a little bit more, just the way, almost the background, the flowers sit almost on top of it. It's almost like they're pushing out.
Yeah, they seem to be coming out of sand or just a very neutral background. But actually, when you look at it closely, and because KVIE's images are so good on the screen, this is really deeply textured, this background. It's not just one flat kind of sienna, I guess, color. It's also got great perspective and depth when you look at it closely. Wow. It doesn't look flat at all.
No, and on our screen right now, if you're looking at home, you can see kind of that intricate color. It's almost like a gold in the background where the flowers, you almost feel like you are in a garden looking at them through almost the sunlight. The perfect light kind of hit those flowers.
And she actually mentions in her artist statement that she wanted to add a sense of free, fun, and creative whimsy to this, which is irresistible. And if you actually see real hydrangeas sitting in front of you, and they're not nearly as much fun as looking at the painting of them. And hopefully no neighbor will come by and try to clip one.
This is a beautiful piece, but we're going to leave it open for you to bid on, and we're going to move on to the next one. This next item is 38B, Poinsettia by Jamie Kohler Bersamina. I apologize, I pronounced that name wrong. It's acrylic on canvas measuring 24 by 36, and the retail value is $600. And wow, that red is just jumping off of the canvas.
It's very vibrant. You know, most of us think of poinsettias as flowers you see at Christmas time. And sure enough, the artist said that it was Christmas, and I wanted to challenge myself to paint a flower I never painted before. And so it's from a photograph that I took one holiday at my Grammy's house, and that's very sweet.
Yes.
And yeah, the colors are wonderful. And here's it's acrylic, so acrylic you can get pretty bright on, but it also has the depth of oil.
Wow.
And almost a chunkiness to it, even though it's pretty flat, and it's flat in a good way, as opposed to, you know, like it'll hurt your fingers running across it. And I love the background.
Yeah.
I think it was a very imaginative background. You don't know if it's supposed to be fabric or elaborate tissue paper, as you would have with a Christmas present.
What's kind of the mood you think that she was in when she was painting this? I mean, it's the holiday season, which is kind of scary to be thinking. It's coming, but just the colors, the brightness, is it that joy of the holiday?
It is joy, and I think right now to have anything with bright colors in it would be just fabulous in a home because of the fires we've all been living through, and of course the pandemic. And to have something this bright and cheerful and festive would be a really nice addition to your home.
Art makes a great gift. Holidays coming, so this could be yours, or for a friend, a family member. It's a great one to have in your home. The way to get involved, the current bid is on your screen, is to call right now, 844 KVIE Art. Ed, the yellows and kind of the bright colors that kind of cast off of the red, what is that? Like how is it just so drawing you in?
Well, you're using colors of the spectrum, and you're actually reversing them out a little bit. But what's nice is that this artist works in doing, likes to specialize in doing macros, which is to take something obviously very small and make it look larger. You wouldn't necessarily, that's not necessarily life size for a poinsettia, because they tend to be cuter and smaller. But this is, and it also gives it quite a regal showcase by having all the light and then everything in the background, all the texture, as I mentioned.
Is this artist, is Jamie known for the close-ups? It's just all of her work seems to be like the flowers are right there in front of you.
Well, she says she likes doing macros of flowers, and that's how I brilliantly intuited that. But it's also she also works in silver, clay, and sometimes watercolor. And I can imagine an artist who does something this vibrant in acrylic can probably bring all kinds of new dimensions to watercolor.
It's amazing. I know that I learned from her the career she has. She kind of incorporates, I think it's a marketing art director. She kind of incorporates that into her art, so it almost adds to the work she creates.
Well, it gives it an illustrative quality as opposed to it being just either a photograph or just a painting. It actually seems like, oh, that could be for an ad as well, and that's taking away nothing. Some of the greatest art pieces have been done for ads. Going all the way back to Norman Rockwell. So, no, I like it a lot. I have very primary color art in my collection, and so this would be a perfect addition to it.
Well, thanks to Jamie for this beautiful work of art. We are going to keep this open and move on to the next one. This next one is 38C. It is Bouquet to the Arts by Naomi Hyde. This is a watercolor measuring 28 by 35, framed by a choice framing, and the retail value is $450. Tell me, what is your impression of this one, Ed?
Well, I like this very much. I became very interested in collecting floral paintings when, again, my late wife, she late in her artist career, she turned to painting flowers, and just like she didn't do, Naomi doesn't try to portray it realistically. It evokes a feeling she has for the piece. What is interesting about this is that this is watercolor.
Yeah.
And watercolor is perhaps the most unforgiving medium to work in. And I think she did a marvelous job on this. It's got so many different colors in it, the kind of things you would see in oil, without the chunkiness, which is good. And I think it's a very lovely assortment of colors. it would certainly brighten up anybody's morning to
Oh,
be looking at
it's
that.
bright. If you look at your screen right now, you can see the brightness of these flowers. It's almost, you get that new delivery of flowers at your house, and it just brightens up any room. And you can have a permanent bouquet of flowers at your home with the current bid on your screen right now. Tell me a little bit more, Ed, about kind of the framing and how that kind of brings out.
Well, the framing is fine. It could also be a dark frame and make the colors pop, although they pop certainly on their own. This actually brings to mind some of the pieces of Monet and Van Gogh. And there's going to be somebody at home going, "It's Van Gogh," but it's it's Van Gogh to me. And so, but those masters. Really, they specialized in doing these still lifes, and it's great. The swirl of the paint on the bottom reminds me very much of Van Gogh down here, and even down here, and then something in the background is again more complicated than you might imagine. There's more going on.
Yeah, no, and the frame, it just really complements the piece.
Yeah,
it kind of is that perfect encaved, of the color.
Yeah, and it's very elegant, which is nice. It would be very nice in a. It could also, one of the nice things about doing it in an off-white frame is that you could put it in a room with a colored wall, and it would really just stand out.
And just for everyone watching, again, current bid is on your screen, but these are ready to hang. So you pick the room, you go on ahead and make that bid, and this is yours to hang in your home, if you win.
Well, the other thing I would just say is that the artist is also, she mainly does landscapes.
Oh.
And so you can kind of see that feel for color, for natural color, even though it's been not really enhanced, because flowers are just beautiful. Flowers are just flowers are like our first color television sets. They're like, wow, what I've been missing. But I think this is really, really beautiful piece, and I wish the artist well on it.
Wow, what a fantastic piece. So, all right, we are halfway through the break, which means we are going to keep this piece open and check in over at the recap station for bidding updates.
Whether it's hydrangeas or poinsettias, there's a chance for you to win a beautiful floral during this break. So let's check in and see where the bidding's at right now. Item number 38A is White Hydrangeas by Polly Darms. This is oil on canvas. It's a big, beautiful piece measuring 36 by 48. It has a retail of $1,500. We're sitting at $400, and I've got a couple bidders on the line, but I could use a few more. Item number 38B is Poinsettia by Jamie Cola Bersamina. This is acrylic on canvas, and it measures 24 by 36. It is a vibrant, fabulous piece with a retail of $600. Right now, we're sitting at $350. Item number 38C is Bouquet to the Arts by Naomi Heed. This is a watercolor measuring 28 by 35. It's got an impeccable frame on it from our friends at Choice Framing. It has a retail value of $450. We got a current bid of $175. Sorry, I mispronounced your name, Naomi Hyde. Bouquet to the Arts, number 38C. I'm looking for a bid of $200. Again, thank you to Choice Framing. All of our framers did a great job, including my staff. You can't get one of these pieces, though, if you don't call 1-844-584-3278. Remember, we had bell ringers last time. All half hour, so let's do that again this time. 38A White Hydrangeas is sitting at $400. Let's get that up. It's a $1,500 value. 38B, the poinsettias, is at $350. That's a $600 value. And 38C, the Bouquet to the Arts, is sitting at $175. But I hear those phones ringing, so hopefully those prices are going to go up soon. But you can't bid if you don't call, and you can't take it home if you don't have the high bid. So let's go back out and see some more beautiful florals.
All it takes is a quick call to the number on your screen, and you can have some of this great art in your home from this year's art auction. All right, we are back with the second half of our florals collection, continuing with item 38D. Item 38D is Lilac by Jenny Tonson, acrylic on board measuring 48 by 48. and retail value at $400. And Ed, what I learned about this piece that I love, and I would love to know what you think, is she was inspired by Nina Simone's song, Lilac Wine.
Right.
And it's almost, you can feel the emotion not only in that song, but also in this piece.
Well, you know, it's interesting. I agree with you. That song is not a happy song.
No.
And a lot of Nina Simone songs were not happy songs. She was a wonderful performer, but yet this piece actually, got moodiness to it. Part of that has to do with the medium. Jenny painted this on wood, as you indicated a moment ago, and also because it was scrap wood,
yes,
which I love to do myself. I love to find leftover pieces of materials of some sort and then just go ahead and put them on there. She painted this on wood, and it's a little like when you paint, when you gesso a canvas in black first and then paint on top of it. It makes the colors really vibrant. It makes them come out. And acrylic on wood is a favorite medium of mine, and I love this piece. You could actually put this up in your living room and play Nina Simone in the background, and your evening would be complete. Maybe you need the wine, the lilac wine, but it's. I like the piece very, very much. It has some sadness to it because some of these little leaves are dripping or drooping, which may be the way the lilac looks, but I don't know. It just seems to me it's got a moodiness to it that I really appreciate.
It's a big, bold piece, and the current bid is on your screen. And what you were saying, Ed, it's almost like you said, listening to the music. You see kind of the way the leaves hang, the color, and then you look down and you see the brightness of it, and it's almost as if she kind of put all that emotion into every piece of it. And then the wood, which is scrap wood. I mean, it's such an emotional piece that it's beautiful.
Well, it seems like it might have been for the artist as well, because as she mentions in her statement, she's now, and maybe has done by now, but she was working on doing a whole series of paintings in this medium, acrylic on wood. And acrylic, you can achieve great, great bright colors with it. There are those who can do it with watercolor too, which amazes me. But this has got a lot going on. Again, the background, you have some swirling going on back here
beautiful.
That I'm sure you can see well on your screen.
And wasn't this? She had stated something about the pandemic. She kind of tried something new.
Yeah, it was just out of. It was a work made in a studio from a still life.
Wow.
I incorporated my own abstractions and brightened the colors as I felt inspired. And I think we've all felt during this whole national shutdown, abstracted at best. Life's not quite the way we thought it was supposed to be or had been even 7 or 8 months ago. So it captures that. It's a good, moody, but very, very pretty piece. It's not depressing in the slightest.
No, it's almost as if kind of it's that representation of what she may have been feeling during the pandemic, but there's still that brightness, the hope of that. It's kind of bouncing
I agree with you. I agree with you. And then this looks very reflective of light or whatever might have been coming in from here to there, and that's a nice thing to be able to capture, even in something as impressionistic as this.
And she gave this piece to KVIE, and it can also be yours. The current bid is on your screen, 1844 KVIE Art, but this can be in your home. All the proceeds benefit PBS KVIE. We're going to keep this one open, and we're going to move on to the next one, which is 38E. 38E is, 38E is Raindrops on Raindrops on Echeveria by Michelle McCormick. This is photography measuring 16 by 20. The artist framed it. Its retail value is $475. And Ed, I've talked with Michelle, and she's extraordinary. And one of the things that I love about her was that she is a model, a photographer, an actress. She almost has a 360 perspective to expand her artwork.
I can top you on one thing. I've known Michelle for about 30 years, and I think she's one of the most talented, versatile artists. And you know, you never really care that much about what is an artist like in real life. You know, she's actually a very, very fine person, just one of the loveliest people I know. And I think that this captures her feeling for everything. If you get on her Facebook feed and she sends you pictures of her little dogs, it's like to die for. They're wonderful. So she has feeling for everything, and I don't think I've seen a medium that she can't conquer. She actually also had a very, very successful marketing firm here in town for many years. So she just became her own creative marketing head, and has started doing photography, and it's beautiful. She also takes wonderful portraits. Actually, she did a portrait of me, and that didn't make me ill, for an earlier book of mine. And so I think she's just absolutely got it. She's very worth having in your collection.
Just these are moments that we all would have missed. There's no way just passing by we could have caught that, but just the way you see the color and the water being held by it's absolutely beautiful.
Yeah, I like it a lot, and it's the raindrops themselves. I mean, that adds to the mood. I think we're all waiting for those moments when the weather gets a little cooler and we can actually, usually think of that in the spring, but we can see raindrops on flowers again, on Echeveria, which is, I wrote it down so I'd get it right.
I know,
but it's actually, at first I thought, isn't that a town? No, it's not. But it's a beautiful piece. It's a succulent, which is a word that you always want to hear Daffy Duck saying at all times.
Well, the audience, if you are looking at your screen, you can see those slight touches of color and then that rain, just the rainy days when you're sitting looking out the window and just having the opportunity to stop and look at this every day, to be able to have that in your home. It's an opportunity you can't miss. So current bid is on your screen, 1-844 KVIE Art. These are these moments that I think we have to stop, and it's beautiful to see. Final thoughts, Ed, about this?
Well, I like the fact that Michelle in her artist statement said that she travels a great deal. And she says she likes to exercise her eyes, which is, so she'll look at something and see them differently from the way most of us see things. I always picture the fact that she could look at anything and sort of frame it and have it composed perfectly just in looking at it. She has just an absolutely wonderful aesthetic. And again, this is, to have this in your home or office would be quite an addition.
Well, this artist wanted you to stop and capture the moment, so we're going to keep this one open and move over to the next one. And the next piece is 38F. It is Flowering Quince by Sylvia Schaefer. Oil on canvas measuring 24 by 24. Retail value is $400. And Ed, quinces don't last long.
Right.
So it is amazing to see that this artist was able to capture that beauty of this flower in such time that you get to see it, even though it doesn't last very long.
I agree with you. It's artists are used to working on deadlines, especially if they have a gallery show coming up. But when you're waiting for your subject to not go away, that's an added pressure. And this is just gorgeous. It's very complex, but it's also got a minimalism to it that, which I know sounds like I just contradicted myself. Mm-hmm. But the fact is, it's not busy. It's just, you know exactly where you're supposed to look. This added element of either a vase or the beginning of something that's brick, I'm not really sure, and it doesn't really matter. It's whatever you want it to be. But I love the way they just shoot out, and you always know where your eye is supposed to be going.
It's a very contemporary piece.
Definitely.
The color of the vase at the bottom, mm-hmm. It's almost fusing together.
Yeah, it is. It's certainly making you look up to this bright orange and so I guess you call it coral, and there's a very hint of this red wine in here, and so it's the red wine color. Yeah. It's not red wine. I know that. And I love actually just the background here with what look like bricks or the design to make it look like this has definitely been set there for you to look at.
And the artist stated that the quince is a very overlooked plant. I think that this is an opportunity. It doesn't last long, but in this painting, you will have the opportunity to have it last long in your home forever, for years to come. And it's one that you can't miss. The current bid is on your screen. Ed, she's a newer artist. I believe she about 5 years in, and I'm not sure if this is her first time donating, but I can't imagine all of the different flowers that she passes by and is able to just capture such beauty of.
Well, she says she takes a lot of photographs too, which is helpful, and also gets pictures from friends, and they show her stuff that she ought to be interested in. But she does live in Davis, and I'm assuming that she trained there, but I don't really see that. But this is a flower, the quince, that blooms in the Sacramento region, so it's very indigenous to our life here, and I think it'd be a nice addition, just like in other auctions going on KVIE right now. You have people who've done some of the more iconic things about the region, like the tower record sign and things like that. And here you've got something that's less flashy, but no less iconic.
Almost toned down. Almost she purposefully toned it down so that you can almost absorb it even more. But I want to make sure everyone knows this is 38F Flowering Quince by Sylvia Schaefer. The current bid is on your screen, and it's just a beautiful opportunity to have so much floral and that light, and you can kind of take that in and interpret it however you like to have that beauty in your home.
Yeah, and that's what minimalism does. You're supposed to bring yourself to the painting or to the work.
Very much so. Well, thank you so much for this beautiful piece, Sylvia. And we are nearing the end of this break, which means that now is your last opportunity to bid on the art featured in this half hour. Let's head back to the recap station for an update.
There is some really nice works in this break, and they're available to you when you call now in the final few minutes of this half hour. Let's recap what we've just seen. 38D is Lilac by Ginny Thonson. It is acrylic on board, measuring 48 by 48. It has a retail value of $400, and those were the bells a-ringing. Thank you very much, Ginny. First-time contributor to the art auction, and she comes out a bell ringer. Thank you very much for that. 38E, Raindrops on Echeveria by Michelle McCormick, is a photo measuring 16 by 20. It has a $475 value. We're sitting at $275. Let's get that up to be a bell ringer. It's a beautiful piece. Number 38F is Flowering Quince by Sylvia Schaefer. Another bell ringer. This is oil on canvas measuring 24 by 24. We are sitting at $400. Let's keep going. You got to call 844-584-3278, or you're not going to be able to take something home. Let's go through 38A, White Hydrangeas. Polly, thanks for the great piece. It's $1,000 right now. It's a $1,500 piece. Let's get that bid up there. 38B is Poinsettia. We're sitting at $450. I need another $200 to bring it up to a bell ringer. 38C, Bouquet to the Arts, Naomi Hyde. It's a bell ringer. You can't take it home if you don't call 844-584-3278. So stay tuned, because it's getting exciting, and there's more art coming up in the next half hour on your KVIE Art Auction.
Welcome to the 39th annual PBS KVIE Art Auction. Join us all weekend for a celebration of Northern California's visual arts. Over 250 pieces will be auctioned off to the highest bidder, and you can be part of the action by watching and bidding on your favorite pieces. View the entire collection online at kvie.org/art auction. Then, when your favorite item appears, call 1-844-KVIE-ART to place your bid. Auction proceeds benefit the programs and services of your PBS station, KVIE. So thank you for watching and bidding. And now, let the auction begin. Bidding on items in the art auction is quick and easy to do. First, explore the collection online at kvie.org/art auction. Or keep your television tuned to PBS KVIE. When a piece of art catches your eye, call 1-844-KVIE-ART and a volunteer will assist you. PBS KVIE accepts all major credit cards for your art purchase, and a member of our accounting team will confirm your payment within 5 minutes of item sale. Thank you for being a part of the PBS KVIE Art Auction and for making art a part of your home today.
Stay tuned for Still Life, coming up next in the PBS KVIE Art Auction. Juried by Natalie Nelson, this category features still life in all mediums. View all of the art featured in this year's collection at kvie.org/art auction.
Hi there. I'm Dean Heath, and thanks for joining us for the Still Life break. And now, here's an overview of the art that's going to be up in the next half hour. Item number 38A is Backyard Bounty by Diana DiCarlo. It's acrylic on canvas. It measures 16 by 20, and it has a retail value of $400. 39B is Standing Together by one of our favorites, Leslie McCarran. It is oil on canvas, and it's a big one for her at 48 by 36. It was framed by the artist. It has a retail value of $1,750. Also the winner of a Curator Award. Item number 39C is Radishes and Edges by longtime donator Isabella Shashkin. This is acrylic on canvas measuring 24 by 30 and has a retail value of $750. Item number 39D is French Tulips, Astramarius, and Ivy with Nuthatch by Anna Judd Edwards. It's oil on linen measuring 30 by 30 and has a retail value of $1,800. Item 39E is Red Flowers by Adrian Emmering. This is a pastel and it measures 17 by 21 and was framed by the artist. It has a retail value of $200. Item number 29F is Breakfast Chair by Katie Kalk. This is a monoprint and it measures 18 by 24. It has a retail value of $300. These are the works available for this half hour, so let's get out there with the art auctioneer and the art expert and see the pieces. Okay.
We're going to talk about some great pieces that are up for bid tonight. So we're going to start with 39A. It's Backyard Bounty by Diane DiCarlo. Acrylic on canvas measuring 16 by 20, retail value $400, and that blue is just popping off
warm up
the screen.
my hands.
Clearly, the artist was intended blue to be the dominant color, and it's quite dramatic. Diane DiCarlo, she calls herself a realistic painter, and there is still a sense of a little bit of impressionism in it because I've arranged fruit and flowers on my table and never looks as good. and it's really nice. It looks like we have kiwi and orange. I suppose this is lime. I suppose this is lemon. And that could be the mystery grapefruit or orange.
Yes.
But it's just a lovely piece. It looks like we have a window in the background, and I love the background, which also combines purple, and then you have the blue down here catching up some of the red of the what I assume is a rose. It could be a camellia actually, but it's very beautiful.
It's beautiful. It's such a still life, and it's almost that piece that can sit in your dining room and you get hungry when you look at it, and you just have to look over at this beautiful piece and just enjoy the beauty of it. The current bid is on your screen. And the number's on your screen. Call now, don't miss out, 844 KVIE Art. You cannot, I don't even know, I hope that if you get this piece, you can sense the beauty of it, that the color is popping off. It is so beautiful. And then you can look at your screen. I think you have to have this in your home in order to just feel the brightness and the beauty of this color jumping off. Tell us more, Ed, about this piece.
Well, I think what's interesting is the artist's wonderful sense of perspective, and that is where realism comes in. If you look closely, this apparently a window, and it's not flat on the bottom because it's going back toward what I assume would be the corner of the wall here of the room. And everything, the shadows, the little shadows that are within each of the pieces are just beautifully executed. In art and in architecture, there's something called the vanishing point. And you do an imaginary line up here and you have everything kind of go to it. And this artist, obviously, who was, if I'm not mistaken, is this the lady who worked for the Bee?
I'm not sure.
No. Taking classes at Folsom Lake. I'm sorry.
The water, it almost looks like a vase full of water.
Oh yeah. And that's
see it.
Water is difficult to capture because how do you know exactly what you see behind it? And that's really, really well done, because you can see obviously part of this overlay or tablecloth or whatever that's intended to be.
The reference to the backyard, is it that image of being able to sit at the table, see this beauty, and look out to the backyard?
I suppose it could be a contrast. I'm not really sure. That's something the artist could explain, but I think it's even better if somebody buys it and decides for themselves what they're looking at. Trusting the artist to tell you things is great, but I think bringing what you personally have in your heart and in your eye is the most important thing about art.
There is such light in this image, such color, and this again is item 39A, Backyard Bounty, and you have a chance to see the current bid on your screen and bid on this one. We're going to keep this one open and move on to the next one, which is item 39B, Standing Together by Leslie McCarran. This is oil on canvas measuring 48 by 36, artist framed, retail value $1,750, and this is also a curator award. And I can't tell you how this is one of, it's a huge piece, but just tell us a little bit about just the colors and these vases. It's absolutely beautiful.
Well, it's very funny, because just the way people will talk about they're going to sell a home and they stage it, artists will stage still lifes so that they look, they have the kind of composition they want them to have. And so Standing Together is a very appropriate name for this, because you have the vases, the flowers, all standing together almost on parade. And what's interesting is how many colors are in here, and yet how the dominant colors are, as you can see, are orange, blue, yellow. But that doesn't mean that you don't have little bits of green coming out of here, and then in the background, the artist has used shadows just marvelously, because this is a shadow of this bottle or vase. Obviously, these are shadows of the flowers. And they're done somewhat impressionistically, but they're very true to life. That's exactly where you'd see them. And what really gets me, Miranda, are the glass pieces on the bottom. Those are just expertly done.
One of the things that I had learned from the artist is that the stand together, one, she names the pieces after, and then the fact that the whole idea of standing together, it's almost as each item is standing strong and supporting the other one, and it's just so timely to be able to have this in your home and have that moment of everything, the flowers, every piece of this artwork standing together. And the current bid is right on your screen. You can't miss having this one in your home. The phone number is right there on your screen, 1-844 KVIE Art. It's absolutely beautiful. And I learned that she kind of had a secret passion to be an artist, and then an illness led her to create this, and what an opportunity to capture this.
And how fortunate we are that she recovered and did this. That blends well with the fact that she said she's very inspired by nature, light, and color. And you have all of those in this one painting, three very, very important elements. And you can paint without one of those, but you don't capture this kind of vibrancy without it.
As you can see on your screen, look at this texture. I know that Leslie spoke about the different layers of her work and the textures, and she wants you actually to kind of take that next step and really take in her work, the size, the color, the texture, and you just really feel almost uplifted when you're standing next to it, and you're standing together.
I know, and you know what's actually very difficult here that would not necessarily a non-artist might not sense it, but they'd appreciate it, is all these intricate patterns, these stripes coming down, but of course going out slightly because that's where the bottle or vase goes, these horizontal stripes here, and they seem to be going around this vase, and these down here, all those give the picture, without distracting from the center, and so it's, or probably the off-center, which might have been the intent, but it's really, really well done.
Well, Leslie sees art as freeing, and we're going to keep this one open to free you up to go and make that call to bid on it, and we're going to head over to the next one. Our next piece is 39C, Radishes and Edges by Isabel Shaskins. This is acrylic on canvas measuring 24 by 30, retail value $750. And I must just say, these radishes, the color and just the mix of the different shades of the radishes, it really kind of grabs you and brings you in. You almost feel like you went out and picked them yourself because they're just right there at the table.
Well, I think it's interesting the artist mentions the fact that the painting took a long time to do. And so I had to actually, we're looking at probably the 4th generation of radishes that made it into the painting, because the other ones, they don't last forever. There are a couple of influences in her work that I think are really interesting. Caravaggio, of course, and Manet, which a lot of people confuse with Monet. This is Manet, and also she mentions Garzoni, who did beautiful things like this. And of course, if you like radishes, I love radishes in oil. Is one of my favorite snacks, and of course nobody will talk to you after you eat them, or they clear the room. But this is just very exquisite, very evocative, very. It certainly is a touchstone for me and my own childhood.
One of the things that I learned from her was that she spends a lot of time creating, and time slows down for her when she's creating, and it's unlike anything else she does, but it slows down, and you can see the quality in that time she took to create this piece. You see the different, textures in the colors and everything that's kind of coming off the canvas, and you can see that slow down. It almost makes you slow down just to even look at it.
Well, what's interesting is she says she's returned to painting acrylic on canvas. Recently, was doing it on paper for a long time, and it is a difference.
Yeah.
Because acrylic will on a canvas it'll absorb, and on paper it kind of sits there, so you have to be very careful. So this is really great. It's a very permanent feeling piece, and it will make you constantly look for the olive oil to cut up those radishes.
Well, now's your time. We want you to get involved. You have to have this one in your home. Current bid is on your screen. Ed, tell me a little bit more just about the color of it all, and just that idea of slowing down, taking the time to really take in all of the art.
Well, I think what the artist has done is saturated some of these colors so that they actually seem to move into whatever it's near. You can see up here how it almost seems to be like dripping down the vine or stem here, and it's the idea of that's actually more common in watercolor.
Yeah.
But here she's done it with acrylic very, very prettily, and again, very, very evocatively.
It's amazing to me how the background kind of, they like interchange, they like kind of support each other.
Yeah, that's the complementing of the colors and the saturation of the color. Right, exactly. Yeah.
No, it's absolutely beautiful. The current bid is on your screen. Again, 1-844 KVIE Art. This is one that you can get for yourself or just to have in your home. It's a beautiful piece. All right, we are halfway through this break, which means we're going to keep this piece open and check in over at the recap station for bidding updates while you call in and place your bids.
All right, well, you've seen the first 3 pieces in the Still Life break, and we want to get to those phones, and we want those phones to be ringing with bids. So call the number on your screen right now and get involved in the auction. I'm going to go over the first 3 we just saw. Item number 38A is Backyard Bounty by Diane DiCarlo. It's an acrylic on canvas. Item number 39A has a retail of $400, sitting at $300. Let's get that bell ringer. Item number 39B is Standing Together by Leslie McLaren. Leslie shows at MySpace at Archival Gallery. She's an amazing artist. Right now, Standing Together 39B is sitting at $625. It's a $1,700 piece. You gotta call in and get that. And it just went up. You better call fast. Item number 39C is Radishes and Edges by Isabella Shashkin, one of our favorites here at the auction. It's a nice size piece at 24 by 30. It's got a $750 retail value, and it is currently sitting at $250. That one's definitely got to go up. This is a really charming piece. It would look great in my kitchen, but you can't bring it home if you don't call 844-584 3278. Hear those people calling? They're going to go home with art tomorrow. Are you? Let me do this one more time. 38A is a $400 piece. It's currently at $400. We've got our bell ringer. Bells. 39B, Standing Together, is a $1,700 piece. I'm looking at $700 right now. And 39C, that great vibrant piece of the radishes by Isabella, is at $250, and that's a $750 piece. You're looking at it right now on your screen. You could be looking at it in your kitchen tomorrow. Give us a call at 844-584-3278. And now we're going to head back over and see the rest of the break.
There are so many amazing pieces available for you this weekend. And when you see what you want, don't hesitate. The pieces sell really fast. So get in on the action right now. All right, we are back with the second half of the still life category. Item 39D, French tulips, Alströmerias, and ivy with nut hatch by Anna Judd Edwards. This is oil on canvas measuring 30 by 30, retail value $1,800. Ed, what is your impression of this one?
I think it's amazing that anybody painted Alströmerias because she would have had to explain how to pronounce it each time she was working on it. No, it's a beautiful piece. It actually flows so well, and it's as we mentioned right before the break about another the standing tall piece.
Mm-hmm.
This actually is clearly the artist believes in staging and setting up the pieces before going in and painting them, and it really makes a difference. Nature is perfect in many ways, but sometimes you have to make it a little more perfect when you bring something in. But this has a lot going on. It has a little bird in it.
Yes, that's the favorite.
Down here has these many branches, and they almost look like veins coming out. And it's the painting. It's the actual quality of the diffuse colors to it are quite interesting to watch. This painting also has what you look for. There's a flow. There's a definite flow to it. People now binge watch stream things. This is kind of a streaming painting. It kind of flows back to the viewer.
Wow, if you look at your screen, you see that little adorable bird with the yellow belly. It's a little bluebird. You just can't miss it. It's one of those moments you catch outside your window. So many details, the flowers, almost the peaches, and it's absolutely stunning. Tell me, what is that item right behind the flowers, Ed?
Let me see where you're looking.
It's like a vase or something, a little barrel or basket.
Oh, here?
Yes,
is
right there.
Well, it is a vase. It looks like a little small pot. If that's what you're talking about.
Yeah.
You are talking about this thing right here.
Yeah, no,
Okay.
it's almost, it adds like a little bit of cast-off color to it. And
Oh, yeah. It does. It adds to the composition of it. You know what I find interesting is that Ms. Edwards, Anita Judd Edwards, I'm sorry.
Yes.
This is part of a series of paintings she's doing called Favorite Things.
Wow.
Which I love, and the best part is that there are no warm copper kettles and bright copper kettles or warm woolen mittens in the painting. But you can see why, if these are among your favorite things, you have quite an eye. You're quite an aesthete. The nice thing about this is that the painting actually wraps around the canvas as well, which is nice. It wouldn't necessarily need to be framed beyond this.
Well, this is how you can get this piece. The current bid is on your screen. Call the number on your screen, 1-844-KVIE Art, and this piece can be yours. And just the beauty that you would have at your home or wherever you place this, it's absolutely beautiful. And isn't it, I don't even know how, it's almost like the vase that's holding, it almost seems like it's flowing.
Yeah, flowing is definitely what I see.
A lot of
here.
movement.
I also think that it's interesting that the artist was a fiber artist before, and that's needle and thread, and that people told her, you really should be painting. You should really substitute a paintbrush where you can actually a needle and thread, you can do some beautiful, beautiful things with it, but it is so time consuming, and to introduce a flow into that afterwards is really difficult. So I think what she's done here is quite nice. And I love the little bird. I don't know who wouldn't love that little bird peeping right outside their window.
Very much so. So you can enjoy this piece as well. We're going to leave it open and move on to the next one. Our next item is item 39E, Red Flowers by Adrienne Emery. This is pastel measuring 17 by 21, artist framed with a retail value of $200. Ed, tell me a little bit about this piece.
Well, it's a pastel, and it's in pastel, of course, is very difficult to work in but you're using the actual the quality of it to blend it to. If you're using pastel markers, you're blending it, you're shading it all the time. You can always tell if somebody's working at pastels because they come up and all along their fingers are the colors that they picked up. It's interesting that Adrienne says she also works in watercolors and oils, and also said that her reason for doing this is she just desired to do a portrait. Those are her words. And I always think of a portrait as being a person. And she did a portrait instead of these red flowers, which is very nice. It means to her they have a personality just like a person would. And I think that's great. It's a great way for an artist to look at nature.
This can be yours. Current bid is on the screen. It's amazing. They always say you got to find the perfect thing to put your flowers in. And that blue, it really brings out the color.
It's got a nice touch to it. The background is very nice. It offsets everything. What I like is that it almost seems the way things you look at in real life, it gets interrupted at the top. Somebody didn't just cut off the painting. It's just like okay. You're seeing what I want you to see. You're not going to see with this thing going down to the bottom. You're not going to see the table and the napkins and all that. You're going to see just what I want you to see, and that's what is done in portraiture. Yeah. You look at the person's face, and they may have, one shoulder going up, one shoulder going down, but that doesn't interest the artist as much as the face. And here, it's almost as though the face of the flowers is what drove her passion.
On your screen right now, take a look at your screen right now. You can see the details of all of those flowers, all of the beautiful colors, the mixtures. And tell me a little bit about kind of just picking a frame like this for such color on the inside. What goes into those dynamics?
Well, you can actually sometimes, if you're not working with a clever framer or if you're doing it yourself, you can choose a frame that overwhelms the painting. And for instance, on this, where you have pastels, which are soft color, but every bit as lively, you could have used a primary color frame or a black frame, and it might have overwhelmed the delicacy of the work itself. There's one thing I do want to mention about this artist. From her statement, she was asked, why she particularly did this, and said, my mood at the time, just the mood I was in at the time, which I think is great. And actually, you won't find a truer statement by an artist than that. It's just, I felt like it. Why? And I like that. And and I like this painting very much too. It's very dynamic.
Yes, so this is item 39E, Red Flowers, pastel measuring 17 by 21, artist frame, retail value $200, but that current bid is right on your screen. And the color is just jumping out at you. If the mood strikes you, you have to bid now. Yeah. We're going to keep this open and move on to the next piece, which is 39F, Breakfast Chair by Katie Kolk. This monoprint measures 18 by 24, artist framed, and the retail value is $300. You just want to take a seat, don't you, Ed?
Well, I do, but because walking back, no. Actually, it's a beautiful piece. It is actually reminiscent to me of some of Van Gogh's pieces, where he would just take it. Maybe a piece of furniture would have more meaning in the room sometimes than anything else. This is great. It looks like a very classical chair. Katie mentions in her work that it could be an Adirondack, but if it is, it's a style of Adirondack I'm not familiar with, which doesn't mean anything. But I think it's a beautiful piece.
It almost seems vintage.
Well, it does, and she says it's the technique was a plate, an art print linoleum, which I mount onto a board, I guess, and she uses Japanese carving tools. So it's all really interesting, really much more complex than it looks.
Did she have this chair? Did she kind of have an understanding of like the creating of it?
Well, she says 40 years ago, I found this handmade chair in a Wisconsin antique shop. And it has since followed me to many different states. So yes, I guess she takes the chair with her. She always has a place to sit down. For me, it is a symbol of a simpler life and a reminder to cultivate simplicity in art and everyday living, which is good advice for all of us.
Enjoying the simple things. It's absolutely
And actually,
beautiful.
it is surprisingly modern, and yet there is a retro feel to it. If you look at what I presume is the wallpaper in the background, that's a very old style, and it's terrific, and she just didn't quit with it, just kept with it, and that's hard to do. That's very hard to do, and I like the fact that there's not a harsh interruption between the floor and then the paper behind it. It's just all there, and this is also a very unusual color.
Yes, that's what I was going to say.
Oh yeah,
Color
it is.
Chair,
It's like not one you necessarily find easily in nature. I can't think of something that's colored that way. I suppose the ocean at certain times of night would be, or even a blue oak, certain kinds of blue oak. But it's a fabulous.
It's a beautiful opportunity for you to take a look at that current bid on your screen and have an opportunity to have this in your home. That idea which you said about the color of the chair against the browns and the wall, you kind of have that either taking a tour of something, an old building, an old home, or even just a visit to grandma's house.
Well, I like what she says about it. It's just she says, I get a sense of anticipation to sitting down to a good meal with family, to watching the surf, to settling in with a book, or enjoying cocktails. All of those sound good to me actually right now. But it's very good. It's just like it reminds you of those simple pleasures in life, and this is a deceptively simple painting.
It's absolutely gorgeous, and every dollar goes to PBS KVIE. Please look to your screen for that current bid. Have an opportunity to have this piece in your home. There is a piece for everyone. You cannot miss out on this opportunity. So we're going to keep this one open. We're nearing the end of this break, which means that now is your last opportunity to bid on the art featured in this half hour. Let's check in over at the recap station for an update.
Okay, we got exciting things going on here. You can get in on the bidding this half hour by calling the number on your screen right now and taking home one of these beautiful pieces from our still life collection. A reminder also that you can preview all the work online at kvie.org/art auction to see what's coming up next and later on tonight. Let's go back through. Item number 32D is French Tulips, Astromarius, and Ivy with Nuthatch by Anna Judd Edwards. Long title, beautiful piece, 30 by 30. It has a retail value of $1,800. It is currently sitting at $300, so we've got a lot of room for improvement there. 39E, Red Flowers, has a retail of $200. We are currently at $150. Let's get that up to a bell ringer. Number 39F, Breakfast Chair. We just saw this piece. It's a cutie. 39F Breakfast Chair has a retail of $300, and we're sitting at $100. You got to call in. You got to go. You got to stay tuned because there's more art coming up in the next half hour at your KVIE Art Auction.
PBS KVIE is committed to the visual and performing arts through national productions like Poldark in Victoria, to our local productions of KVIE Art Showcase and the PBS KVIE Gallery, celebrating award-winning auction artists and California masters. PBS KVIE's commitment to the arts stays strong because of your participation as a donor and an art buyer. Thank you for being a part of the PBS KVIE Art Auction and for making art a part of your home today.
Stay tuned for By the Sea, coming up next in the PBS KVIE Art Auction. This category celebrates the ocean and inspiring coastal scenery. View all of the art featured in this year's collection at kvie.org/art auction.
I know. Early Swanson. Hi, this is Dee Neath, the art lady, and thanks for joining us for this next break by the sea. Here's an overview of the art that we're going to be bidding on in this next half hour. Item number 40A is Can I Play by art auction favorite Victoria Brooks. Oil on linen, measuring 19 by 23. It was graciously framed by the University Art Center and has a retail value of $1,400. Item number 40B is Point Raised Dusk by Rebecca Jaggers. This is a watercolor that measures 20 by 26, was framed by the artist, has a $400 retail value, and is a winner of a Curator Award. Item number 40C is Birth of a Mermaid by Joan Lindolf. This is oil on canvas measuring 26 by 26 and has a retail of $750. Also, another Curator Award winner. Item 40D is Summer Breakers by Ina Rankin. This is acrylic on canvas measuring 24 by 30 and was framed by the artist. It has a retail value of $350. Item 40E is Goin' with the Flow by Kenneth Chu. This is oil on canvas measuring 24 by 24 and has a retail value of $500. Item number 40F is Pelicans by Early Swanson. This is oil on canvas and it measures 18 by 42 and was framed by the artist. It has a retail value of $400. The phone lines are open for bidding, so call now and let's see the art with the experts and the auctioneer.
Hello again, I'm Miranda Johnson, and we're back for another round of exciting art. I'd like to welcome back Ed Goldman, and together we're going to talk about some beautiful pieces inspired by the sea. Let's begin with item 40A by Victoria Brooks. This is Can I Play? This is oil on linen measuring 19 by 23, framed by University Art Center, and retail value $1,400. Ed, this piece is absolutely adorable. Tell me a little bit about it.
Well, it's very reminiscent and moving for me because when my daughter was very little and she was very shy, we bought a second home in Capitola. And we went down there, and my wife and I were sitting on our blankets, and all of a sudden we were watching our daughter to see if she was all right. And she started going over to other kids on the blankets going, "You want to play?" And suddenly her personality was blossoming. I credit the sea air for it. And this is just beautiful and evocative to me of that time, and very moving, and also has a wonderful play of light going on here on the little girls and on the ocean and even on the sand where they're, and if I may point out what's probably pretty obvious, that is not easy to do, that kind of reflection, where there's just enough water coming up to the sand that you can see a reflection.
So do you know, is this a photograph that was painted from, or it seems like you're looking at a photo? Yeah, the artist makes it very clear, Victoria Brooks, that she's working from a photo that she took at a California beach. You know, a lot of purists think, oh, gee, the Impressionists, that they didn't use photographs. Well, as soon as photography came in, they most certainly did, because to paint a horse in gallop, or to paint things that your eye could not possibly capture sometimes. So they definitely used photographs and worked from photos a lot. And I think it's just great because it still has more heart than a photograph often has. There are some great photographs, but this is actually a wonderful piece. And you don't know what Ms. Brooks did to the photo to turn it into this painting. You were talking about some of the different, the intricate of being able to show that reflection. Mm-hmm. Do you feel like that life of just being a kid again and kind of that enjoyment of vacation when you look at this? Absolutely.
I looked at the little girl on the left and I thought, yeah, I know what it's like to pat down the sand and do those kinds of things. The colors that the artist chose for the little girl's bathing suits, even if those were in the photograph, they're just really cute. They're vibrant. They're the way a lot of times little girls dress at the beach, and it's. But I just adore this piece. It's closer to realism than I usually like, just for my own personal taste. It's actually close to photorealism, but it is so evocative. It is so moving.
And you can have this piece if you just take a look at this. It's almost, I know we've all wanted to take some vacations recently. This is an opportunity for you to take a trip to the beach. The current bid is on your screen. The number is on your screen, 1-844 KVIE Art. The frame, Ed, it almost is very beach-like, like beechwood.
You wouldn't want a primary color frame on something like this. You want something clean and polished, and that feeling of it. Victoria Brooks has been painting figurative paintings like this for about 30 years.
Wow.
And she credits Joaquin Soraya with being an inspiration to her, and I hope I'm pronouncing that right. Joaquin, I'm pretty sure of, but it's a Soraya. I'm not so sure of. But but I do know who the artist is, and you couldn't have chosen a better mentor or ideal to learn from.
Victoria's pieces are very popular, so don't miss out on this opportunity. The current bid is on your screen, and we're going to move on to the next one. We are going to item 40B. It is Point Reyes Dusk by Rebecca Jaggers. This is watercolor measuring 20 by 26, artist framed, retail value $400. And Ed, this was one of our Curator Awards. Tell me about this beautiful moment that she captured.
Well, first of all, just from technique, I've mentioned endlessly how difficult and unforgiving watercolor is. I thought this was a photograph when I walked into the studio today.
I did as well.
It is just exquisite. It is, and the fact that and when you look at it closely, you can see, oh yes, that's paint over there, isn't it? Everything from the loneliness of the birds in the distance against the gray sky, to the little bit of wire coming down and falling down, to the interrupted fence, and these rushes, these reeds that are coming up from the sand. It's a beautiful piece. I looked at it and I got a slight chill of what it feels like at Point Reyes at dusk, and so I can congratulate the artist, and I think it's a marvelous piece. And if anybody missing vacation will. If vacation, you think of going to the beach, and you think of the bright sunlight from the previous painting. But I always like the beach at its moodiness. And so I like this very, very much.
Yes, the artist really has a command of this genre, and I thought it was a photo as well. Tell me a little bit about just the way the birds, some almost seem coming, going. It has so many different dynamics, and the light hitting the water.
Well, I think that with the birds, any artist would, where you'd place them would be a matter of some time to consider, and which one was closer to you, which one was farther from you. That's all a very serious choice when you're painting. These are fine because a lot of people will, to do a bird, they'll just do a little, like a carrette that you use in writing. But this is these actually, they pretty much, you can almost hear them singing or crying, whatever the sound is. Like a seagulls, and I love that. The sky itself looks, as the sky often does by the ocean, like it might storm at any moment, but that's the way dusk looks by the ocean oftentimes.
Take a look at your screen. You can see this detail of the sand, of this water, of the sky, and this piece can be yours. Look to your screen for the current bid. Number is 1844 KVIE Art. You have to really let's look at that current bid and get that bid going higher. This piece is actually exquisite.
I think it's interesting that the artist applies the wet paint to wet paper, and that is actually what gives it some of its almost gauzy feeling, the feeling you have when you're actually by the ocean and you feel the air, you feel the humidity in the air, and it's the one place by the ocean where humidity is welcome. Because that's what you go for.
This artist, was this always kind of her first passion of art? Did she do anything before she kind of started creating these pieces?
Well, she says it's typical of the way she works and of the many moods of nature she's interested in capturing. When I'm painting, I'm trying to capture a particular mood of a scene that is usually in nature. And she selects her colors, textures, lines, and any other elements that seem to suggest the feeling she's after. And as she says, the light on the ocean, and here we go back here, is as the sun is setting, but the fog and mist are dense enough, making it hazy. And so I don't really know enough about her
Yes.
background, but I do know that currently what she's doing is just marvelous
It's
stuff.
absolutely beautiful. So we thank Rebecca for this beautiful piece. We are going to keep this one open and move on to the next one, which is item 40C, Birth of a Mermaid by Joanne Lindenhoff. This is oil on canvas, measuring 26 by 26, retail value $750. This one was also a curator award in this year's KVIE Art Auction. Ed just blows me away. It is absolutely beautiful.
Well, I think a lot of people, and we discussed this a little while ago, would probably see a character or a person like Marilyn Monroe informing the features for that very lovely face. To me, it was more reminiscent of the original story of The Little Mermaid by Hans Christian Andersen, which it just has, and there's a wildness to it. The wildness of the hair, of her hair, also is almost like a Medea. Which means that's not necessarily a lovely person coming out of the water. It's challenging because she's coming out of the ocean.
But it's stunning. I think
it's absolutely gorgeous.
Like the stunning of her beauty.
Oh yeah, and there are so many things going on. The colors in her, the hair, the heightened use of color is actually fascinating. The birds coming to her as though they're going to nest in her hair, or maybe they're taking the part of her hair that she's throwing out.
Almost like protecting her, because it's like they're circling and like she doesn't seem fearful.
No, they might be very glad to see her. It's really nice. I know if I were by the ocean, that would probably be a pleasant to see a creature rising from the sea. I didn't mean that in a sexist way. I just mean it's just a magnificent, magical moment. And I love what the artist did with all the colors of the water down here. There are many more colors than the average eye sees in the water that's happening here, and I think that's part of the artist's aesthetic, just that she sees a lot of things going on.
What about that hair? All the different colors that you're seeing, and you're seeing different perspective of female beauty. What is that? Like, just there's the greens, the reds, and so much highlights of her hair.
Oh yeah, it's just great. Well, I think that there's a certain spiritual quality to the whole piece as well, and it was interesting to me to find out that Joanne Lindelof is the sister of Bill Lindelof, a very fine writer in Sacramento, and they're from a long family. And that Bill, at one point, I think he was a police reporter, but he also wrote about religion for the Sacramento Bee years ago, and he still. Some of his stuff was just wonderful, and
I would say
it all runs in the family.
Yes, it runs in the family.
No, the creativity.
I just want everyone to look to that screen and see the intricate detail of that female beauty that was captured, and just all the different lines and color and the birds. It's just this piece has got to be calling to you. Current bid is on your screen. Get to those phones. Call 1-844-KVIE Art. This beautiful piece, female beauty, you have to have it in your home, office, or anywhere for it to be seen. Final thoughts, Ed.
Just the fact that the artist obviously knows what she's doing, the way certain colors become themes and they're repeated all throughout the painting. So you see this little tiny diamond of orange in the bird, and you see it in her hair, you see it in her skin, you can pick it up down here in a shadow of the water. It's this person clearly knows what she's doing, and the look on the mermaid's face is clearly
absolutely beautiful.
Awesome. Yeah, awesome.
All right. We're halfway through the break, which means we're going to keep this piece open and check in over at the recap station for bidding updates.
We're starting off this break with 3 beautiful pieces, folks. I love that mermaid piece. You can get involved in the auction by calling the number on your screen right now. Item number 40A is Can I Play by Victoria Brooks, a longtime donor and professional artist here. It is got a retail value of $1,400. It is currently sitting at $550. We really need to get that one up there. Item number 40B is Point Raised Dusk by Rebecca Jaggers. This is a watercolor that has a retail value of $400. This is our first bell ringer. Ring those bells. There's Kenny, but it's still open and we're still taking bids. Item number 40C is that really great piece. You see it right there on your screen, The Birth of a Mermaid. I really like this piece. It's got kind of a fun pin-up-y quality to it. It's item number 40C, and we're looking for a bid of $200 on this piece. Again, let me go through those really quick. Item number 40A by Victoria Brooks. I am currently looking for a bid of $700. We're sitting right now at $650. Item number 40B, Point Rays at Dusk, is a bell ringer at $600. I still have people bidding on the phone. Bid high and bid often, people. Item number 40C is Birth of a Mermaid. We're looking for an opening bid of $200. It's a beautiful piece, framed, ready to go into your beach house. All you got to do to get this piece at your beach house is call 1-844-584-3278. Work can be picked up today and tomorrow, which means you could have this piece of art in your house tonight. All right, so let's head back out and to see some more ocean-inspired artwork.
Some really beautiful art in this break, and we want you to get involved in the auction and win your favorite piece. The current bid is on your screen, as well as the number to call to place your bid. The piece that we're looking at right now is Summer Breakers by Ina Rankin. This acrylic on canvas measures 24 by 30. It is artist framed, and the retail value is $350. And it can be on your wall before you know it if you get to that phone and make a bid. Ed, take it away.
Actually, I'll tell you, when I first looked at the painting, I actually thought that's got to be Mendocino, and then I read the artist statement. And that's not because I am so wise, it's just because there's something so specific and so special about the Mendocino coast. People travel the world, and I love to travel in Europe, but I mean, in California, we've got it all. And the Mendocino coast is absolutely magnificent. This actually very much captures the wildness of the water, and yet what's very intriguing about the piece is how the artist has done these little fine pieces of detail in the left corner, in the right corner of the painting, the fences, to show you that ordinarily, if you weren't as talented, your eye would go to the fences instead of the ocean, but she knows the oceans, the breakers, are the star of the show, and they really are when you go down there.
It's absolutely breathtaking. I love the path that it's taking you to the water, and then just kind of the forcefulness. How does that come about to create that forcefulness movement of the water?
Well, I think Ina Rankin makes it very clear that she took a lot of photographs, and photographs can capture that because they can freeze, some of these moments of a wave crashing, cresting and breaking and all that. But still, you've got to know what you're doing with that paintbrush, with that acrylic paintbrush, to be able to capture this kind of. It's an overused term in art, but this energy, it's just terrific energy. You pointed out something that I think is terrific that you did, this path that's leading from, so you're up here maybe on Pacific Coast Highway or whatever it is, I think it's PCH up there.
Yeah.
And you go down here and you walk down this path and you're going down to the beach. These have these fences along the way. It's, and of course you see what I presume would be the moss growing up on the hill. So
don't forget, take a look at the screen. If you're watching right now, you got to take a look at the screen and see all the intricate colors and the movement of the waves. Current bid is on your screen, 1-844-KVIE Art. Another beautiful piece from Ina. She has so many just coastal pieces every year that really are very popular in the art auction, and you have an opportunity to have one in your home.
Well, I can see why they would be, and I can see she apparently doing landscapes and doing seascapes are among her favorite things to do. And you can tell, the interesting thing about painting that people don't realize is how aural with your ear they can be. You can actually hear the waves when you look at this painting, and that's quite a thing to capture. And it's because you've heard them before, and it just absolutely reminds you of it, transports you.
It's amazing, the horizon line, is that what that's called?
Yeah,
exactly.
Yeah.
No, it's absolutely beautiful. So tell me a little bit more. You kind of catch these blues in the bushes as well.
Yeah, it's as any good artist would do. you have almost a thematic color scheme going through the piece. And so some people might say, oh, it must be the yellow or the gold at the bottom. But no, it's really the blue. It's just like, this is all about a study in blue, the blue of the sky, the sea, the horizon, as you point out, and then the crashing of the waves.
Yeah.
And it is not easy to capture the white of the waves without making it look like it's snow.
The name of this break is By the Sea. This is an example of being right there at the sea. We're going to keep this one open and we're going to move on to the next one, which is item 40E, Going with the Flow by Kenneth Chu. This is oil on canvas measuring 24 by 24. Retail value is $500, and this is going with the flow, that water. Tell me about this one, Ed.
Well, it makes you want to shiver a little bit because, you know, this is probably not in the heat of summer. I love this painting because of how evocative it is. And I know I overuse that word, but boy, if art doesn't evoke something for you, you have to just turn yourself in. You're done. This is great. It's also, what's very bold about this painting is how almost monochromatic it is. It's in color, it's definitely in color, but you know, when you get to a certain point in the mountains and at certain times of day, it is like you're in suddenly a black and white world. And so this really captures that, and these are not easy to do at all.
What is that texture? I'm seeing texture throughout the painting.
Oh, well, yeah.
A lot of motion.
Yeah, the mountain that it's kind of cascading through, or the pass actually, and then it looks like it's crashing onto rocks down here. The sky itself mirrors what's going on down below, or what's down below is maybe mirroring the sky. I think we get our color of the water from the sky, but it's just no, the other way. Anyway, it's just really, it's quite dramatic, and
there seems to be such a love for technique. Like there's so many different layers to it. It's almost like you can see, it looks like a rock. You see the texture of the rock. It's beautiful.
What I think is interesting is how many artists in this show they work from photographs, but they themselves have taken the photographs.
Wow.
And so to be able to have caught that, even suggesting it in a photograph is a piece of art right in itself. To then replicate it in oil on canvas is really something. I like it very much. I think it'd be the sort of thing you might want in an office. If you're always dreaming, I'm going on that next hike. No doubt about it. I'm going hiking next week.
All right, don't hesitate. You too can go with the flow with this beautiful piece. Take a look at the current bid on your screen, 1844 KVIE Art. This is perfect for your home or office, or just you just have to call. You have to call in and make a bid to get this piece for your home. Ed, just what is the technique kind of the clouds and all this texture that I'm just really drawn to?
Well, using what's called medium, which is like you're bringing the colors up from something. I think oil paint and cold wax medium, by golly. That's what he's using. But I think what really is a nice plug actually for KVIE is that his love of nature is in part from hiking, but also from watching, as he says, art on PBS, PBS Nature Series.
Yes.
So that's pretty great. So you can look at this thing and almost say, next on Nova.
You can almost see the moss on the rocks.
The moss is definitely there, yeah. It's a lovely piece, and it, again, like the previous one, you can almost hear it.
And we thank Kenneth for this beautiful donation. Every dollar raised supports PBS, KVIE, and we're going to go ahead and move on to the next piece, which is item 40F, Pelicans by Early Swanson. And this is oil on canvas measuring 18 by 42, artist frame, retail value $400. And Ed, these pelicans are absolutely adorable. You almost sense their characters.
Well, yeah, and they definitely seem to be moving. And the artist, Early, even said that she was a friend of hers, more or less dared her, it sounds like, to do a painting where things are in motion. And she certainly caught it. You know, I do a lot of cartooning, and you know, if I were doing this as a cartoon, I'd have swirl lines or something to show that this is moving. You don't need that with this. They are clearly caught against a beautiful sky, and the faces have such personality. If you look at this closely.
He portrayed that so
well. Oh, really, really well done. I love it. And what it reminded me initially of a trip to Greece once, and on an island there, they had a place that's called, in Greek, it was the Pelican.
Oh, wow.
And you walk in and there's this 4 foot high, or almost 4 feet high, pelican that you think is a statue.
Wow.
But no, it's a real pelican, and it scares the living stuff out of you. And so it's, when I see these, I think they're magnificent creatures, but I wouldn't want to get one angry at me, ever.
Yes. And early, I believe he does some other different types of animals as well, does he not?
Let me see, I don't actually...
I think some former pieces that he's had in the art auction before.
Your guess is as good as mine, because this artist.
I think it was rabbits. It may have been rabbits.
If you say so. The artist is new to me, but I'll be looking for the artist's work again.
Yes, he's a very versatile artist. I'm almost for sure Dean Neath. They work together with his framing. I know he always talks about his relationship with Dean Neath. So it's beautiful. The birds, and how does that texture that I'm seeing in this image?
Well, what it does is it looks like the sky is actually a fabric of sorts, and that if you look at the sky at various times of day when we don't have smoke and we don't have all kinds of terrible things, it does have a fabric to it. It does have a sort of like cloth at different times of day, and so this is if I had been setting this up, I probably would have taken a piece of cloth and tried to match it.
Oh, wow.
You know, for not early, but it just would have been something that I wanted to use.
Tell us, what is this? Are we seeing the ocean in the background? Like, what is this feeling that we're having, just with the character of the birds and just the kind of serenity?
Could be the ocean.
Flying by.
It could be. To me, I looked at it and I immediately thought of the sky. But you're right, because there are hints and glimpses of light back here that could be that the birds are just flying way up high over the ocean, and that's formed their background. But to me, I just saw it as the sky. The way the light was hitting their beaks, especially this guy.
Yeah.
The one who has, that's the one with the real personality to me.
Well, you can have the feel of the ocean right in your living room, in your kitchen, your office, wherever you like. And these pelicans, I'm telling you, they are really talking through this piece. We're nearing the end of this break, which means that now is your final opportunity. Don't miss out to bid on the art featured in this half hour. A big, extraordinary thank you to Ed Goldman for sharing his expertise with us this evening. And now let's check in over at the recap station for an update while you pick up that phone and get involved in the KVIE Art Auction.
We're in the final few minutes of our By the Sea break, and we have exciting things to tell you, but you got to call us. Call the number on your screen and take home a beautiful piece from this half hour. Item number 40A, Can I Play, is a bell ringer. It's a $1,400 value. We're sitting at 18 and we're still taking bids. Item 40B, Point Raise at Dusk, another bell ringer. It's at $700 right now, but we're still taking bids. 40C, Birth of a Mermaid, is creeping up there. It's at $425. It has a $750 value. 40D, Summer Breakers, has a $350 value. It is currently at $675. Another bell ringer. 40E, Going with the Flow, has a $500 value. We're sitting at $225, and Early's Pelicans is at $600, which makes it a bell ringer. This is a stunning piece. You can't take them home unless you call 844-584-3278. So please stay tuned. There is more art coming up in the next half hour and later on in your PBS KVIE Art Auction.
Welcome to the 39th annual PBS KVIE Art Auction. Join us all weekend for a celebration of Northern California's visual arts. Over 250 pieces will be auctioned off to the highest bidder, and you can be part of the action by watching and bidding on your favorite pieces. View the entire collection online at kvie.org/art auction. Then, when your favorite item appears, call 1-844-KVIE-ART to place your bid. Auction proceeds benefit the programs and services of your PBS station, KVIE. So thank you for watching and bidding. And now, let the auction begin. Bidding on items in the art auction is quick and easy to do. First, explore the collection online at kvie.org/art auction, or keep your television tuned to PBS KVIE. When a piece of art catches your eye, call 1-844-KVIE Art and a volunteer will assist you. PBS KVIE accepts all major credit cards for your art purchase, and a member of our accounting team will confirm your payment within 5 minutes of item sale. Thank you for being a part of the PBS KVIE Art Auction and for making art a part of your home today. Stay tuned for California's Gold coming up next on the PBS KVIE Art Auction. This collection celebrates the beauty of California in all media in honor of Huell Hauser. View all of the art featured in this year's collection at kvie.org/art auction.
Hello, I'm Christina Salerno, and thank you for joining us for the California's Gold Break. This portion of the art auction is sponsored by SMUD, and we would like to thank them for their commitment to supporting the arts on PBS KVIE. And now, here's an overview of the art that will be up for bid during the next half an hour. Item 41A is White Water by William Van Hill. This is acrylic on board. It's measuring 16 by 20 and it's framed by the artist. It has a retail value of $300. Item 41B is Stormy Day by Robert Tonies. This is mixed media, measuring 30 by 22, framed by the artist, with a retail value of $750. Item 41C is McKinley Park Majesty by Rhonda Egan. This is oil on canvas, measuring 20 by 16, with a retail value of $875. Item 41D is Artful Afternoon by Christine Crane. This is a watercolor and it's measuring 16 by 20, framed by the artist, with a retail value of $325. Item 41E is Full Moon Over Old Sacramento by Jane Steele. This is photography and it's measuring 20 by 30 with a retail value of $200. Okay, the phone lines are open to take your bids. Now let's go ahead and see the art with our auctioneer and our art expert.
Hi there, I'm Rob Stewart, and thank you for joining us for a look at this California's Gold collection. Love it. During this break, I'm pleased to be here with the curator of this entire art auction, Mary Ellen Lane, and having been a long-time contributing artist, on-air art expert, and volunteer with our auction, this year, Mary Ellen became PBS KVIE's art curator. And we are so glad to have you here, Mary Ellen. So welcome. And you've picked some amazing artwork this year, including the work that we're featuring right here. So let's get started on this piece. It is White Water by William Van Hill.
William Van Hill, he has been in the auction for about 3 years. And the interesting thing about Mr. Van Hill, and he wants us all to know this, is that he's 88 years old.
That's fantastic.
And he just picked up painting again in the past few years.
Wow.
So he was a painter as a young man, and then he went and did a career of some type, I'm not sure what, and then he just came back to painting.
That's awesome.
So he has the steadiness of hand to do the intricate strokes here. And this is a piece he did in plein air on a fishing trip to the Northern Sierra.
You know, Wayne Thiebaud's going to be 100, and he probably would say about William, he's a youngster at 88.
Well, and then art will also keep you young as well. You know, I mean, we're all artists at heart. We're all young at heart if we're living right. So congratulations to Mr. Van Hill for giving us this piece and continuing to paint. But I really liked it because it's, you know, a landscape and it's water and beautiful and it's got the fall foliage. And
it's got beautiful depth too, and you can see how far back it goes. This is a retail value of $300. It's 16 by 20, and I love how it's framed as well. Artist framed.
Yes, he framed it for us. And on the entry form, one of the first questions we ask is, how long have you been exhibiting professionally? And Mr. Van Hill said, I am not a professional. But I think that this looks as good as any professional art in the sense of there's a depth of field here, there's a nice use of color. it's a good landscape.
And there's so much motion too. And I also think that whether he calls himself a professional or not, he is in now a professional art auction. So you're going to have to change saying that. You are a professional.
Right, keep painting, yes.
And this piece right now, the action is going on right here on the bottom of the screen, which tells you exactly where the numbers are, but I'll tell you the retail value for $300. It's a nice piece. Call 844-584-3278 or 844-KVIE Art. And you have to call in to place a bid. If you're looking at the selections that are coming up in this half hour online, you can't bid online, but you can certainly get a great preview. This piece by William Van Hill, Whitewater. I love that he returned to his passion of painting, and this can return you to the passion of the great outdoors no matter the season.
Another thing that William told us in his entry was that he paints for himself, for the joy of it, but also for his family members, and so he gives them his work for Christmas or gifts, and that a lot of his family members and friends have lots of his paintings in their home on walls.
Lucky people.
Yeah.
And I'm thrilled that he considers us then a family member, and thus you, if you take this piece home. All of the proceeds, all of the money that is raised through the art auction goes directly to the services here at PBS KVIE, every single dollar. So we thank you, William, and we thank you if you are going to end up with this beautiful piece by calling 844-584-3278. Final comments on this piece, Mary Ellen?
Well, just to Mr. Van Hill, you know, keep painting, and we look forward to what you will give next year, and you're an inspiration to us. So
yes, you are. And also you're in the California's Gold category, which is a golden collection of some of California's finest places and people, and this is a spectacular capture of that. Thank you so much for this piece. We'll move on over here, and I love seeing the excitement in this half hour. This piece is one that you can see from all the way across this studio, and I am just sucked right in by this color. It is gorgeous. And I'm having to study it here while I stare at it so closely. Stormy Day by Robert Tonies. It's mixed media, which I did not know, measuring at 30 by 22. How is that mixed media? Can you explain that to me, since that's what you do?
Well, it's an interesting process that the artist here does. It's a reverse painting through plexiglass. So what happens is he creates the idea, perhaps sketches it out, paints it, and then has to think in reverse.
What?
Because, yeah, see, so this is it's painted onto plexiglass.
Oh.
And so then it's a reverse.
How cool is that?
Yeah, it's a kind of a form that people use to, you know, instead of getting the paint on the front of something, you're looking through the back. And it gives you a different, kind of more vibrant feel.
So is the plexiglass that it's painted on this? Or is
Yes.
it underneath it?
Yes.
Wow.
So it's like if you were painting on glass and then you turned it around.
Okay.
So that's basically what's happening here.
Could you take the back off and make it a stained glass window?
You might be able to, but it's plexi, so that's plastic.
It's so pretty.
And that's durable.
It's a great piece, and also it is signed on the back, painted this year, 2020. And my goodness, it has been a year where we've had to look at things with many different perspectives. And this is a reversed type painting, as you just explained. And I love the fact that this artist also framed this as well himself. And it is at $750 is the suggested retail value for this. Look at those waves, Mary Ellen, and the beautiful California skies.
And the name of it is Stormy Day. The colors are nice, and that, you know, usually we think of a stormy day as gray or, you know, muted. I like his expression of a stormy day being vibrant and colorful. And another thing about, I think the brush strokes on the plexi make it seem almost as if it's hand painted, in the sense of like maybe he used his fingers. You know, it has kind of a primitive, a very texturized feel.
Especially up in here, as you're describing it, I'm seeing what you're saying, and that's why you're the art expert. and I love how you've put this whole collection together, but I love the symbolism of this one being done in reverse. Because if it's a stormy day, right, and if you can see how stormy days could look like this, then that's pretty good vision.
It is.
This is a statement piece. It could go anywhere in the home or in an office. Why did you pick it?
I like the size and I like the colors, obviously, the brilliance and the brush strokes and the kind of nuance on the materials. You know, painting is, good painters make it look easy, and when you're using different materials than just canvas and paint.
Look at that.
It gives it a depth that is different than, you know, I like things that are different, and this piece is different, and the artist, his philosophy is kind of painting on location, but he also paints in his studio. So he's thinking in reverse, he's thinking kind of in different ways than most artists do.
I love that, and it's another layer of work and another layer revealed of the artist. And the number is 844-584-3278. We will keep this piece open for you. It is spectacular, and we will move on to the next piece in this break. And this is a place that is just beloved, and this is McKinley Park Majesty. And this is the beautiful Rose Garden by Rhonda Egan, oil on canvas measuring 20 by 16, and the retail value is $875, and that's the little teeny office back there where the plaque is next to it that tells you why it's named McKinley Park. And I just love this slice of the curve of the Rose Garden. It's beautiful.
It is, and this is a really iconic place in Sacramento, the Rose Garden. There's been a lot of special things that have happened there. And the little building in the back is where my kids went to preschool with Miss Grace, and you know, it's just...
And that building?
Yes.
Wow,
you
it's
know,
such a small building.
And everybody that, you know, knows about that building is just so, it's, you know, so much a heart of where we live, and but more so just the scene itself, the landscape of the roses and the way that Rhonda has created this sense of place with the color. This is an oil, and she's got a great use of that medium here.
Well, I have to tell you, having gone all over this state for Rob on the Road, I have to say that I always get drawn back to this place. With my best of days and my worst of days, I go there to get through it. It is such a beautiful place.
It is.
And I think that that's a great way to give to someone who is enjoying, for so many different reasons, this park. It's a spectacular place, and the Rose Garden is a spectacular memory for so many people, as you said.
This particular painting was on the cover of Inside East Sac year before last.
Okay.
And it translated really well in print on the cover. But if you look at it in person, or as you're seeing it right now, there's a texture to the oil that pops off the canvas. And so we were really lucky that Rhonda Egan would give this to us, because it's a one-of-a-kind original. And if that place is special to you, as it is to many of us, it can be yours.
Yes, it can. And also she captured, I see the irises in there as well, and some of the beautiful climbing roses on the trellis as well. You know, there are so many wonderful things to see in this one painting. And that's what we do at PBS KVIE. We try to be and are your mosaic and your window to the world. We celebrate everyone at this location because we want you to know we are your public television family. And we're so glad to do that. The current bid is on your screen right now. This can be yours to take home for you or for a friend by calling 844-584-3278. It would also be a wonderful gesture to give to someone who may be homebound, to show them of the beauty of somewhere that they may used to really enjoy going to as well. Final thoughts on this, Mary Ellen?
Well, Rhonda Egan has been painting for 22 years, and she teaches as well. So check her out online, and again, we thank her for sharing her beautiful vision with us.
This is so beautiful, and it is also, I believe Rhonda framed this one herself.
Yes, she
as
did.
well. Did a great job on that, and I love the fact that it is someone who continuously gives to this community, and thus you will be too by getting involved in our auction. 844-584-3278. We are so glad that you are here with us. All right, we are halfway through this break, which means we're going to keep this piece open and check in over at the recap station for bidding updates.
Thanks. Some great pieces this break in celebration of California's gold. We're looking for you to get involved in the bidding right now by calling the number on your screen. And we have some exciting news. There's a lot of bell ringers. There's a lot of action happening right now. So let's go ahead and review the art. Item 41A is Whitewater by William Van Hill. This is acrylic on board with a retail value of $300, but we have passed that. It's a bell ringer. Right now we have a high bid of $425. There's our bell, but it's still open. So if you're interested in this beautiful piece, that fall foliage look, it's gorgeous, call now and we'll take, let's see that number go to $475 or even higher. Just a reminder that all the proceeds go to benefit KVIE. Item 41B is Stormy Day by Robert Toniers. It is a retail value of $750, and it's another bell ringer. There's Penny the Bell coming back again. We're going to see a lot of them this half an hour, I have a feeling. Right now, we have Stormy Day at the high bid of $1,000. That's amazing. There's a lot of people on the phone interested in this one, and if you want to take it home, just give us a call on the number on your screen. Stormy Day. Item 41C, McKinley Park Majesty by Rhonda Egan, has a retail value of $875, and I think this one's going to be a bell ringer. Right now we're at $625. This beautiful piece is such an instantly recognizable Sacramento icon. Maybe you live in East Sacramento. What a great piece to have in your home, or give us a gift so somebody lives there. So if you want to get in on the bidding, just give us a call on the number on your screen. Oh, we're already up to 700, so that number is going up. I hope we can make that one a bell ringer. So one more time, 41A, Whitewater. Right now we have a high bid of $450, which is excellent, well over the retail value of $300. Item 41B, Stormy Day. Right now we have a high bid of $1,000, which is really exciting. And item 41C, McKinley Park Majesty, right now with a high bid of $750. All of these pieces are still open for you to bid on. Just give us a number, the numbers on your screen. So all right, let's go ahead and take a look at some more art from California's gold.
And that's right, the number to call is on your screen, and when you do, you'll be supporting PBS KVIE as well as the arts right here in our region. We're moving on to item 41D. It is Artful Afternoon by Christine Crane. It's a watercolor, and it's measuring 16 by 20. It has a retail price of $325. Mary Ellen, talk to us about this fantastic piece, and I love how pretty the faces are up close as well.
Watercolor en plein air in a group. So this is
Oh yeah, I see that now.
Christine Crane. She took a photo. She and her painting group go out and they go to places. And then the artist, she took a step back one day and took a picture and then went back to her studio and painted this piece. So it's kind of, it's kind of like cinema verite in a way, where you're painting in plein air and then there's like a snapshot into the actual process of doing that with your friends.
That is so cool. And I love how they're all down there, painting in plein air, and then she stepped back and captured that different perspective. So this piece is clearly also the group that does this type of painting. And why is this one selected also for the California Gold category, which I love because it's all about exploring our region, and artists who paint in plein air do such a good job at doing that.
Well, it's in Almaden where they were painting, and the artist said that she wanted to capture the light on the water there in the painting. But I think the thing that speaks to me about this piece really is the camaraderie of it. Like, I didn't know like a lot of, I know what en plein air is and painting outside and all that, but when I did a little more research about it, this is really a thing where people get together and they paint. They have like a paint out. And it's a great deal of fun for them. It's a way for them to kind of exchange techniques or ideas or just to have a good time.
Yeah, and that comes through this in this California Gold category because it's such a wide appeal. It's the great outdoors. It's celebrating people who love to enjoy the outdoors with painting. And it's also a nice little step into their world. And that's something that we do here on PBS is we step into the world and through the window that we offer. And this art is a piece that you can keep in your home to help celebrate that year-round. I love the fact that you can see the sunlight on the water. Is that a white color on top of it, or was it left white?
I think she left part of the canvas open, which
That's
is
really
interesting.
cool.
The watercolor, you know, that it is a watercolor with those figurative pieces on the bottom there. And it just creates kind of a sense of place that where you want to be. You know, if you could paint, that's kind of where you would. And this group of women that paint together have been doing it for over 20 years.
Wow. I did not realize, and the expertise shows, by the way, but I did not realize that you could do watercolor so finely. Absolutely fantastic. The current amount is on your screen, as well as the phone number if you'd like to get involved in this piece. Don't think about it too long because they move very quickly. This is Artful Afternoon by Christine Crane. It is a plein air group that is painting, and it is absolutely beautiful. The capturing of the rocks and the water and the light, all of this is so exploratory California. And we have about 20 more seconds on this piece. Give us some more final thoughts.
Well, I think about the women that are there painting and, you know, how it all probably came out different for each one of them. And it would be interesting to see, you know, what they all painted.
It would be. I love that. And I love, if you've ever walked up on a group who's doing this, it's fascinating to see all of their paintings because they're not showing each other, but they've all got their own thing going. And that's the beauty of their perspectives. This piece can be yours if you call the number on the screen, 844-584-3278. This beautiful piece, Artful Afternoon by Christine Crane. Let's move over to the next piece in this half hour. And this is a view that never tires. Full moon over Sacramento. This is specifically over Old Sacramento by Jane Steele Photography, and it's measuring 20 by 30. Retail value is $200, and it looks like it's right from over in West Sacramento looking back at to the Delta King, I believe, right there, and there you see Old Town right through there. It's beautiful.
You got it. It's Old Sac, and the artist or photographer is Jane Steele. First time she's been in the auction.
Wow, another first time.
Yes.
I love that.
So she's got a masterful use of the camera here. Nighttime shot. This is on metal, so it's really durable, really nice sturdy work of art, and it's just a beautiful composition.
And there's a piece on the back of it that's about a ½ inch thick, so it will stick off of the wall about that far so you can see it in its entire beauty. And look at the light, Mary Ellen, reflected off of the water. It's just beautiful.
Well, I think the subject matter is really interesting, and I was thinking about Old Sac a lot because as much as it changes, it really does stay the same. When you see these older buildings in place and then the newer, and it's just all kind of, it's a mosaic of, you know, history.
Mm-hmm.
And like you said, it never gets old. And the full moon kind of illuminating all of this is just, it's a stunning work.
Yeah, I love it. You know, you mentioned how Old Sacramento, there is so much reminder of the old, and yet even when it changes, it still is there. And I think it's a great way to celebrate your memories there. If you've, you know, so many times we don't even explore our own world until someone from out of town comes in. Many people go there as a first time when someone comes. I think it's a great way to send someone home with a wonderful special memory of Old Sacramento.
It's a very crisp image with her paint, with her light. She's painted with the light, basically, where she's got the water, especially those places. It's really very crisp, and And digitally, she has, I don't know if she's even done much enhancement. It's just a great shot right from the beginning.
Spectacular, and of course the reflection on the Sacramento River is just splendid. This is a wonderful piece. The sizes again are 20 by 30. The retail value is $200, and all of that money goes to PBS KVIE to continue to bring the programming that you have come to depend on into your world. Have you seen many pieces come in this year that are on metal?
We're starting to see more and more every year as the auction progresses, because I think photographers really like the frameless design. They kind of float on the wall, and again, they're durable. They're, you know, they don't scratch. They don't. You don't want to put it in direct sunlight, but it's not going to fade. It's, you know, it's in some ways it's very archival in a way.
Absolutely. You know, we've been seeing so much art this weekend. We've moved through so many hours of moving art, and I mean emotionally moving art. What does this one say to you? You've spent so much time with this art. What about this one?
Well, I love the Sacramento pieces, you know, just because I live here, but also it's timeless and it's grounding to have pictures or images of where we live, and you know, it's who we are,
yes.
Where we live. Yeah.
And the full moon is absolutely beautiful, and so will your bid. If you pick up the phone, it will be beautiful by calling 844-584-3278. And the reason I say beautiful is because it helps beautiful programming continue to you. We're nearing the end of this break, which means that now is your final opportunity to bid on the featured art in this half hour. So let's check back in with the recap station for an update on auction activity.
1-844-KVIE Art. That is the number to call to bid on your favorite art piece in this auction. Our volunteers are standing by to help you, so let's hear from you. Okay, we only have a few minutes remaining in this break, so let's go ahead and recap the art we've been talking about. Item 41D, Artful Afternoon by Christine Crane. Again, it's a watercolor framed by the artist. Beautiful piece with a retail value of $325, but it is a bell ringer. Where's our bell? There he is. Right now we have a high bid of $350, but we're still taking bids. If you're interested in this piece, maybe you're an artist yourself and you do plein air painting out in the open, and this reminds you of some of the times you spent painting out in the open. Give us a call right now at the number on your screen. We just jumped up to $350. Item 41E, Full Moon Over Old Sacramento by Jane Steele. Again, this is photography, measuring 20 by 30 with a retail value of $200. We're really close to making this one a bell ringer too. There's a bidding war on it right now. We have a high bid of $150. This one, we just need another $50 to get it to $200 and make it a bell ringer. What an iconic piece of Sacramento. This is where you take your friends and family when they come to visit you. It's a tourist destination. Would look great in any home or office. And if you want to take it home, just call the number on your screen. So let's go ahead and recap what we've been talking about this half hour again. So item 41A, Whitewater by William Van Hill, with a retail value of $300. Bell ringer, there we go. There's Kenny bid. We have a high bid. Yay! We'd love to hear those bells. We have a high bid of $500 on Whitewater. Item 41B, Stormy Day by Robert Toniers. Mixed media with a retail value of $750. Wow, look at that high bid, $1,550. There's our bell. We're gonna do a lot of bells this half an hour. Okay, really exciting news on 41C, McKinley Park Majesty by Rhonda Egan. Again, the oil on canvas, retail value of $875, but where's our bell? There he is. There's Kenny the Bell, yay. We are at $1,350 on this one. We have multiple bidders on the phone. Lots of people are calling in. Everybody wants to take this piece of Sacramento home with them. Item 41D, Artful Afternoon by Christine Crane. $320, yep, another bell ringer at $350 with a high bid. And lastly, we have 41E, Full Moon Over Old Sacramento by Jane Steele. Again, a bell ringer. Everything in this break was a bell ringer. Thank you so much. Stay tuned, because there's more art coming up in the next half an hour in the PBS KVIE Art Auction.
We're proud to see our community helping in ways big and small. At SMUD, we're working hard too, helping with payment options, making it easier to qualify for our energy assistance rate, providing online tools and tips to help you lower your bill, and focusing on essential services to help keep rates low. As your community-owned, not-for-profit electric service, we're here to help, now more than ever. SMUD, powering forward together.
Picking up your purchased artwork is quick and easy to do. Visit PBS KVIE Studios Sunday through Tuesday during these posted hours for this year's curbside pickup. For your convenience, PBS KVIE representatives will carry artwork to your vehicle when you arrive. All purchased art must be claimed within 30 days of auction closure. For questions, location, and hours, visit kvie.org/art auction. Thank you for being a part of the art auction and for making art a part of your home today. Stay tuned for California's Gold coming up next on the PBS KVIE Art Auction. This collection celebrates the beauty of California in all media in honor of Huell Hauser. View all of the art featured in this year's collection at kvie.org/art auction.
Hi there, I'm Christina Salerno, and thank you for tuning in for another California's Gold Break. This portion of the art auction is sponsored by SMUD, and we would like to thank them for their commitment to supporting the arts on PBS KVIE. And now, here's an overview of the art that will be up for bid during the next half an hour. Item 42A is Highway 70 over Lake Oroville by Janet Wydell. This is an acrylic on canvas. It's measuring 48 by 72. It was framed by Archival Gallery with a retail value of $2,400. Item 42B is Gentle Flow, Taylor Creek, South Lake Tahoe by Marie Gonzalez. This is pastels measuring 20 by 26, framed by the artist with a retail value of $800. Item 42C is Half Dome by Tom Tuduk. He also goes by his artist name of Iakis. This is an acrylic on canvas. It's measuring 48 by 60 with a retail value of $5,200. Item 42D is Scene from Swan Lake Flat by Larry Klink. This is photography measuring 30 by 20, framed by the artist with a retail value of $425. Item 42E is Capitol Bowl by John Rudolph. This is acrylic on canvas. It's measuring 24 by 30 with a retail value of $300. The phone lines are open and ready to take your bids. Now, let's go ahead and take a look at the art with our auctioneer and our art expert.
Hi there, I'm Rob Stewart, and we are back with another round of California's Gold. During this break, I'm pleased to be joined again by PBS KVIE art curator Mary Ellen Lane. And we're starting off this half hour with one of the biggest pieces in the collection, and boy, does it have a story. A gorgeous piece by Janet Wydell. Spectacular piece. It is Highway 70 over Lake Oroville. It's huge, 42 by 78, framed by Archival Gallery. And it is acrylic on canvas, correct?
Yes.
Okay, retail value, $2,400. Tell us about this wonderful creation by Janet.
Well, Janet is obviously an acrylic painter who has command of her medium. And she's an outdoors person. She loves to fly fish and camp and be outside. And I'm not sure if this was in plein air, but she may have taken a picture and then translated that back in her studio. But this is an iconic bridge up in Butte County, and she captured it on a very large canvas. This is a huge statement piece, and it's magnificent.
Everybody that walked through here while this was going on, and we're all so far apart because of everything that's going on in the world, so everyone is distanced. And from a distance, you see this and you go, wow. And then you hear what happened. Would you like to share that with us?
Well, I don't know Janet personally, but I do know that she lost her painting studio in the Paradise Fire. So she's had some challenges with the fire seasons in California the past few years. So that makes this work even more important that she gave to us, because she's not really had a place to paint.
Her studio burned in Paradise. This one was done before the fire in Paradise, but it wasn't in the studio. It was one of the few pieces that was left with her collection because it simply wasn't there, and she gave it to us. That
Right.
blows my mind.
Yeah, that was very generous of her, and we really hope that she continues to paint and finds the next studio to paint in, and it's hopeful that she gave us this piece.
You just said a powerful word that I think we need to push, and that is hopeful. It's hopeful that she did this in spite of her loss. And this entire weekend is a celebration. It's a celebration of the arts. And even though it came from a time that is very difficult, she chose to celebrate by passing it on. And this is something that can be yours. It is a beautiful piece. It is massive. It's a bridge, which is a statement piece, crossing bridges, taking them as they come. I know you don't particularly like bridges, but you love this.
Well, I do have a fear of bridges, you know, we all have our fears of something, but
in paintings, they're just perfectly safe.
well, and I think the bridge metaphor is pretty amazing in this piece, and it resonated with everyone who's seen it, really. The staff, the people that have been through enough to see it are like, wow, that is awesome, and I think it is because of the bridge metaphor.
Absolutely. Let's drive this higher. This is a piece with the retail value of $2,400, but the feeling it evokes is priceless. It is Highway 70 over Lake Oroville, a beautiful location that can be captured permanently in your home or collection or as a gift to someone else. And Janet Wydell made sure that PBS KVIE had this piece to pass on to you, setting the retail value at $2,400. Let's drive these numbers higher because this is a showstopper. And if I can tell you the reactions when people saw it, they just said, wow, wow. And there it is, it just in all of its glory. It's so pretty. I could keep going on about this one, but we don't have to because it's going. So let's move over here to the next one. Thank you, Janet. This is Gentle Flow, Taylor Creek, South Lake Tahoe, and it's by Marie Gonzalez. Pastels, fantastic pastels, measuring 20 by 26, and the artist framed it, and it has a retail value at $800. Tell us about Gentle Flow, Taylor Creek, South Lake Tahoe.
It's pastel on paper by the artist Marie Gonzalez, and I'd like to give a shout out to Marie especially because she was supposed to be in the KVIE gallery this year in the spring, and we had to postpone her show. She had it all lined up, these 12 to 15 beautiful pastels that she had painted. And this was not in that collection. She painted yet another one to give to us, so that was really generous of her.
Wow, that's fantastic. Yeah. This is a beautiful piece, and it can be yours by calling 1-844-584-3278. Look at how she captured the beautiful water there on the rocks. It's such a Tahoe moment that she was able to just capture and bring to you. The gentle flow that we've tried to embrace this year.
Yeah, this is a vignette near Camp Richardson. If you're hiking around there, you may have seen that. And the interesting thing about pastel, and Marie is studying with masters and really working hard to accomplish a command of pastels, and she likes it because she can blend right on the paper. Pastels are really nice for that. They create kind of a luminescence, three-dimensionality. The one thing about pastels is you have to have them be framed so that nothing touches them because they smudge easily. So that's another part of the medium that's interesting, is that there's a three-dimensionality to pastel that Marie she's done a really good job here.
It amazes me that here we are, Sunday energetic, beautiful art, and even though this is about a gentle flow, it speaks volumes to me and to you because you picked it for the auction, and it can to you as well. 844 KVIE Art, an exciting place to be this Sunday evening, and this is a spectacular pastel. I did not realize it was pastel walking over here. I frankly thought it was oil, but it's beautiful.
It is. It's a really nice work of art, and Marie is very serious about what she does. She's very passionate about it. She does figurative work, she does some still life, She does landscapes, and we're hoping to get her back in the KVIE gallery.
Yeah, will it be rescheduled?
Yes.
Okay, good.
Yes.
Good, good,
Next
good.
year.
Hang on to those pieces, Marie, but if you're watching, don't hang on to the not answering and picking up the phone, because this is the time to get involved. If you're on the fence, 844-584-3278, get involved, because these pieces have about a 5 to 6 minute airtime life, and once they come off, they can be yours forever if you have the high bid. And again, all the money goes to PBS KVIE. Final thoughts on this piece?
Well, again, Marie is a member of the El Dorado Hills Art Association and also the Pastel Society of the West Coast. So she learns from others, and I'm just really impressed with her dedication to her medium.
I love that. There's something here for everyone, including this wonderful piece by Marie Gonzalez. Thank you, Marie. Let's move over to the next piece. And this is beautiful. I love this take. Wow. On Half Dome. This is just an explosion of art, it feels like to me, by Tom Tudyk. Is that correct?
Yes.
This is acrylic on canvas measuring 48 by 60. So another big piece. Retail value, $5,200. And the artist gave this to PBS KVIE so that we could pass it on to you, and in the meantime, raise money to keep our programming going. Take it away.
Well, I love the color palette on this. It's meant to inspire calm. The artist has kind of a meditative bent in his work. He is interested in otherworldly, perspectives, and it seems real, but it also seems kind of fantastical to me. It's Half Dome, obviously, at winter, the snow. It's just a really interesting take on something that's painted a lot.
So you said an out of this world perspective. Is he seeing the pieces that he's painting, so to speak, from a different world perspective?
Well, it's interesting you should say that, Rob, because if you go to his website, you'll see that he's very much interested in synesthesia, which is the meditative seeing of color, or hearing of color, like sensual type. How do we experience color in other ways besides seeing? And that's what this artist likes to explore. And he does a good job of it.
Yeah, especially by, if he's into synesthesia, then painting what it could make you feel or hear or see. That's cool.
It's a large canvas, which I think also helps it translate kind of where he wants to go with his expression. I'm really grateful he gave us this piece, and he's a first-timer.
Oh, wow.
So I'm hoping he will continue to give to us.
We've been hearing that all weekend, so many first-timers. And if you're a first-timer, pick up the phone and join in and get involved in this auction. 844-584-3278. As long as the piece is open and still available, you can get in on the action. Even if you barely get in there, there's about a minute and a half left to talk about this piece. So the time is running out. 844-584-3278. Half Dome, from this wonderful perspective by Tom Tudyk. And I think that the synesthesia look on things, if he can capture it on canvas, he's done a darn good job.
Well, he also is a teacher. Some people may have seen him at the state fair. He's done demonstrations of painting there. And a very open-minded kind of otherworldly feel to, what do we see? How do our emotions translate? How do we feel color? How does color affect us? And, I love that it's large. I love that it's a landscape it's a very expressionistic piece.
And I love that he captured the different colors of different seasons in one season. And Steve, what did you tell me he goes by? Iaucus. He goes by his artist name is Iaucus. So you can take home this creation by Iaucus, the wonderful outer worldly view of something that is already out of this world, and that is Half Dome. All right, we are halfway through the break, which means we're going to keep this piece open and check in over at the recap station for bidding updates. Let's head over there now.
You could have a beautiful piece of art from this break on your wall before you know it, but you need to bid to win. The phone number is on your screen and our volunteers are ready to take your calls. All right, let's go ahead and recap the art we've been discussing, starting with item 42A, which is Highway 70 over Lake Orville by Janet Wydell. This is acrylic on canvas, and again, it's a really large piece, measuring 48 by 72, with a retail value of $2,400. Right now, we have a high bid of $500 on this piece. Again, it has a retail value of $2,400, so lots of room to bid, lots of room to give us a call. This is a large piece, would look fantastic in an office or maybe a large room in your home. Just give us a call on the number on your phone to get in that bidding. Item 42B is Gentle Flow, Taylor Creek in South Lake Tahoe by Marie Gonzalez. This is a pastel piece measuring 20 by 26 with a retail value of $800. Right now, this one's really close to being a bell ringer. Right now, we have a high bid of $725. Only $75 more to make that a bell ringer. So give us a call, get in on the bidding on that one. Maybe Lake Tahoe is a place that you go to vacation or you own a home, a place that's special to you. Give us a call and this piece can be in your home this weekend. Item 42C is Half Dome by Tom Tuduk. This is acrylic on canvas measuring 48 by 60 with a retail value of $5,200. Again, his artist name is also Ayakis, and this is a beautiful rendition. Yosemite is a place so close to many of our hearts. Right now we have a high bid of $1,800, which is so exciting. This has a retail value, again, of $5,200. Lots of room to bid. Let's see that number go up to $2,000. He is a first-time contributor to the art auction, and we are very grateful for his donation to KVIE. So let's recap again really quickly. 42A, Highway 70 over Lake Orville. Right now we have a high bid of $500. Let's see that number go to $600. Item 42B, Gentle Flow, Taylor Creek, South Lake Tahoe. Right now has a high bid of $775. Only $25 away from being a bell ringer. We can get that. We can get that extra $25. Item 42C, which is Half Dome. Again, this beautiful, stunning piece. Right now has a high bid of $1,800, but it has a retail value of $5,200. All right, let's head back to the art for more of California's Gold.
The auction just keeps moving along, folks, and let me remind you that the artwork sells quickly. If the piece you've been waiting on, perhaps this one, is for sale in this half hour, then don't hesitate. Such great work this half hour. Give us a call. The number is on your screen, as well as the current bid for the item we're talking about right now. Okay, we're moving on to this one, which is 42D. It's Seen from Swan Lake Flat by Larry Klink. It's photography measuring 30 by 30 with a retail price of $425 in the California's Gold category because it inspires and it helps us to find the explorer in all of us, even when we travel out of state. He lives in Orangeville, he lives in California, but he went to Yellowstone to capture this beautiful bison too.
Yeah, it's a photograph by Larry Klink, and I love to say this, he is a first-time entry into the auction.
Yay, we need another bell-like thing for first time.
Yeah, so thank you, Mr. Klink, for giving us this beautiful photograph, and it was taken in Yellowstone National Park after the fog lifted. The photographer was waiting, and there is the bison. He's just kind of hanging out. We would imagine there's probably another herd nearby because Yellowstone is the largest bison herd, continuous bison herd in the United States that has still been there since prehistoric times.
Huh, how cool.
So I think that this is a really nice photograph because of the landscape and obviously the bison.
It's also about as close as you want to get to a bison. And we can do that for you by you having this beautiful photograph in your home. Their heads weigh 4,000 pounds. And I fed one on America's Heartland one time, and when it gets that close and breathes, it almost knocks you over. It's so powerful, the breath.
Really?
Yeah. Wow. I'll let you imagine what that breath smelled like. But you don't have to think about that when you see this this beautiful painting or this beautiful photograph, and it's exquisite. I love the story of the bison, and you said it goes back so many years, largest herd here, and it's a survival animal, a story of survival.
Well, and also this vista and this figure of the bison is so iconic of the American West. It's, you know, I can just envision this in someone's like fishing cabin, or, you know, they're someplace, a room where the person is really into Western type motifs.
It's absolutely beautiful, and it's by Larry Klink. It's a scene from Swan Lake Flat, photography measuring 30 by 20. Artist framed this, and the retail value is $425 for this beautiful photograph that makes such a statement about the bison and the survival of the bison.
And also about roaming free and just nature. Mr. Klink is passionate nature photographer, and we have many of those in our auction this year. People who just love to go out with their camera and capture what is out there in the world.
And to go out and into recreation areas. And in fact, the whole reason that recreation is to help you recreate, to recreate a space where you can clear your head and breathe. And this photograph does that. No matter where you are, you can do that in art. And I love that about the pieces you collected for California's Gold.
Well, thank you, Rob. I mean, I think this composition is really nice. There's a real depth of field here, and clear, crisp print, and it's just a nice vista.
And by a first-time person in our art auction, which is fantastic. The number's on your screen, 844-584-3278, and this beauty, this bison, can be yours, and you can pick it up, take it home, and enjoy it forever. And this again is by Larry Klink, and this is a wonderful donation. We thank Larry for that. And one final thing, we have 10 seconds left on this one.
Well, I just want to thank Mr. Klink for, you know, having the fortitude to take the picture and then also give it to us.
Very
So
kind.
Appreciate that.
I love the beauty up here too. All right, let's keep that one open, and we're going to move on over to this next piece. This one is just fantastic. It is Capitol Bowl by John Rudolph. I love this piece. I was glued to it when it was on the other side of the room getting prepped. This is acrylic on canvas measuring 24 by 30. Retail value is $300, and this is gorgeous.
It's an interesting piece because it's a Capitol Bowl is in West Sacramento, and the artist said that he rode by it every day on his bike when he was going to see his mom in assisted living nearby, and for some reason the image just kind of stuck in his head. And so then he went home to paint it and decided to take a stab at entering it into the auction. First time entry, he was accepted because it's a really interesting piece.
I love it.
Yeah.
I love the color selection, the reds and the yellow and the blue and the boldness of the white and the gray sky. I love that.
Well, the architecture of the building was rehabbed recently, and it has kind of that mid-century feel to it. And I think that he's treated that in his painting. I mean, it's a modern building now. It's newer and it's been rehabbed. But the painting kind of lends itself to another era.
Absolutely, and I love the font, Capitol Bowl, right there across the middle of this beautiful painting. That can be yours at 844-584-3278. If you're following along online, remember you have to call in to get active in the auction, and we're here on Sunday night, so this is the last evening of the auction. You definitely want to get involved and take home a piece of a California artist's heart into your home and help keep the heart of PBS KVIE going strong. Every dollar that you donate goes directly to PBS KVIE. And I would like to tell you one more time, the retail value of this is $300. Current bids are on the screen as well as the phone number, but John Rudolph specifically gave this piece to PBS KVIE and set the retail at $300 because that's what wants to be raised for PBS KVIE from this artist. I love that.
Well, I like the playfulness of the building and just bowling in general. I mean, I can see this in someone's game room, or if somebody really loves to bowl, you know, or they really love this building in West Sacramento. It's just really kind of fun, you know.
I love the timestamp of it, because even though it's been renovated, it still has that mid-century modern Art Deco feel and look, and the painting just nails it right there. What else do you see in this painting that draws you to this to be in the collection?
Well, I think the sky, of the grayness of the sky, and you know, there's still fun to be had in the bowling alley, even if it's raining outside kind of feel. And just the hometown, we're all getting together to do something that's a pastime.
Absolutely. And I love the color palette. You know, I talked about this earlier, but I can't say it enough. Sometimes the smaller the color palette, the harder the work. And I love the use and the maximization of these colors, especially the white, and that red just pops off of there. Love it. This piece could be yours by calling 1-844-584-3278 and getting involved in the auction. If you're just switching over and seeing this, this is your chance to take home Capitol Bowl, a piece of our region's history, and many wonderful times have been had here and hopefully will again as well. We are nearing the end of this break, which means that now is your final opportunity to bid on the art featured in this half hour. Let's check in over at the recap station for an update on all of these amazing pieces.
Thank you. Just a few minutes remaining in this break, which gives you enough time to pick up the phone and call in to win a piece of art featured in this collection. Let's sell every piece of art in this auction. Now let's go ahead and review the pieces we've been discussing, starting with item 42D, which is Scene from Swan Lake Flat by Larry Klink. Again, it's photography measuring 30 by 20 with a retail value of $425. Right now we have a high bid of $300 on this beautiful piece of nature photography. Really stunning. As I said, in Yellowstone, a beautiful vista and a bison. This would be a great piece in any room in your home, really. Just give us a call on the number on your screen. We'd love to see that number go to $350. Again, Scene from Swan Lake Flat. Item 42E, which is Capitol Bowl by John Rudolph. This is a bell ringer, big time bell ringer. There we go, there's Kenny. Yay. Item 42E, Capitol Bowl by John Rudolph. Again, it's acrylic on canvas with a retail value of $300, but we're already up to $750. That is double the retail value. We have lots of people calling in on this one. A beautiful, iconic location. Maybe you're a bowler, maybe you visited this location, or maybe you just like this really neat piece of art and would love to have it in your home or office. If so, then give us a call on the number on your screen. That piece is still open for bidding. We got lots of people on the phones. Let's do a recap of all the pieces we've been discussing, starting with item 42A, which is Highway 70 over Lake Orville by Janet Wydell. Once again, acrylic on canvas with a retail value of $2,400. Right now we have a high bid of $850 on this piece. We're keeping the lines open. If you'd like to have this piece in your home, just give us a call. The number on your screen. Let's see that number go to $900. Item 42B is Gentle Flow, Taylor Creek, South Lake Tahoe. Exciting news, this is a bell ringer. There's our Kenny the Bell. There we go. Right now we have a high bid of $900. Yay, we love our bell ringers here. So we're already $100 over the retail value on this piece. It's still open for you Lake Tahoe lovers. Give us a call, the number on your screen. Item 42C, Half Dome by Tom Tuduk, or Eoc as he's also known, with a retail value of $5,200. Right now, we have a high bid of $2,200, excuse me, so we're halfway there to that being a bell ringer. It's a beautiful piece. It's a beautiful investment piece. It's a place that maybe you visited Yosemite and it's special and close to your heart. So give us a call, the number on your screen. We'd love to see that number go to $2,500. Item 42D, Scene from Swan Lake Flat by Larry Klink. Once again, this photography with the bison and the vista has a retail value of $425. Right now we're standing at a high bid of $300. We'd love to see that number go to $350. And finally, item 42E, Capitol Bowl by John Rudolph. Again, acrylic on canvas. This one is hot. It's a retail value of $300, but there's our bell ringer again. We love ringing that bell. $750, but we're keeping it open for you to call in. And stay tuned, because there's even more art coming up in the next half an hour in the PBS KVIE Art Auction.
Welcome to the 39th annual PBS KVIE Art Auction. Join us all weekend for a celebration of Northern California's visual arts. Over 250 pieces will be auctioned off to the highest bidder, and you can be part of the action by watching and bidding on your favorite pieces. View the entire collection online at kvie.org/art auction. Then, when your favorite item appears, call 1-844-KVIE-ART to place your bid. Auction proceeds benefit the programs and services of your PBS station, KVIE. So thank you for watching and bidding. And now, let the auction begin. Bidding on items in the art auction is quick and easy to do. First, explore the collection online at kvie.org/art auction. Or keep your television tuned to PBS KVIE. When a piece of art catches your eye, call 1-844-KVIE-ART and a volunteer will assist you. PBS KVIE accepts all major credit cards for your art purchase, and a member of our accounting team will confirm your payment within 5 minutes of item sale. Thank you for being a part of the PBS KVIE Art Auction and for making art a part of your home today. Stay tuned for California Masters coming up next on the PBS KVIE Art Auction. Selected by curator Mary Ellen Lane, this category recognizes the works of the region's amazing artists. Don't miss your chance to secure a piece from a California master. View all of the art featured in this year's collection at kvie.org/art auction.
Good evening, I'm Christina Salerno, and thanks for joining us for the California Masters Break. This portion of the art auction is sponsored by SMUD, and we would like to thank them for their commitment to supporting the arts on PBS KVIE. And now, here's an overview of the art that will be up for bid during the next half an hour. Item 43A is We'll Meet Again by Lucille von Ommering. This is photography measuring 32 by 34. It's framed by Midtown Framing with a retail value of $500. Item 43B is Club Raven by Bob Miller. This is acrylic on board. It's measuring 27 by 19 with a retail value of $600. Item 43C is School of Fish by Tony Natsoulas. These are ceramic, measuring varying sizes, with a retail value of $550. Item 43D is Pilot of Aztlan by Esteban Villa. This is acrylic on board, measuring 24 by 30. It's framed by the artist with a retail value of $5,000. Item 43E is Gerald Creek Revisited by Ken Waterstreet. This is oil on canvas, measuring 30 by 40, with a retail value of $4,000. Item 43F is Shanghai Smile by Jeff Musser. This is mixed media, measuring 22 by 30. It's framed by Skyline One Framing with a retail value of $875. These are the pieces available to bid on this half an hour. Now, let's go ahead and see the art with our auctioneer and our art expert.
Hello again, I'm Rob Stewart, and we're back with another 30 minutes of auction fun, this time with a stunning California Masters Break. I'd like to welcome back PBS KVIE art curator Mary Ellen Lane as we begin with this festive photograph, and this is item 43A. It's We'll Meet Again by Lucille von Ommering. It's so pretty, 32 by 34, framed by Midtown Framing, and the retail is $500. Take it away.
This is a master artist photographer, and Lucille made this composite. It's a composite photograph because usually when you see the 4th of July fireworks at the Tower Bridge, it's not from this angle. So she photographed those fireworks in Folsom and then stitched it together.
Oh,
so
how cool.
She wanted to create a 4th of July kind of feel, vignette, and the title, We'll Meet Again, she made it because she wants to create that idea of we'll meet again on 4th of July, we'll all get together and we'll have fun.
Well, that would be fantastic.
Yes.
Hopefully in 2021. Right? This is a beautiful piece. 1-844-584-3278 can bring this to you. Get on the phone and get involved in the KVIE Art Auction. It's a spectacular collection this year, Mary Ellen. And I love this piece that you picked by Lucille Van Ommering, and bringing in the Folsom fireworks to the Sacramento skyline. Cool idea.
Lots of beautiful color. It's a print. It's number 1 of 30. So that means that only 30 will be made. And if you buy this, you get the number 1 print.
It looks like, for some reason, I don't know why, but it looks like there's paint on it.
Well, she uses a lot of different techniques. She doesn't just use Photoshop. She uses Lightroom, Topaz Labs, and O1. So she's putting her photo in a composite way and then running it through a lot of digital programs.
I also love the matting around this, how this is done. I love how it sits off and makes the signatures pop down at the bottom. And the blue is so royal. I love that.
It's a classic framing treatment. It really lends a nice air to the piece.
Now these fireworks, that seems to me to be a very difficult task to do with photography, to catch fireworks in such array of display of
Definitely,
light.
with this crispness and definition, because usually at nighttime it can be blurry that way with fireworks especially. These almost seem flower-like in their treatment.
She's a past award winner. I definitely see why. This piece is spectacular. It's bold. It has a nice pop. And this would be fantastic in an office. So many offices overlook this view from Capitol Mall and also from West Sacramento. And this is an iconic Sacramento and Northern California shot. The Tower Bridge, beautiful bridge, the color spectacular, and the retail price on this is $500. The current bid is on your screen, and you can call 1-844-584-3278 to get involved in the bidding for this beautiful piece called We'll Meet Again. And yes, we will. Let's go to the next piece. Thank you, Lucille, for that piece. I adore Bob Miller. What a wonderful human being, and clearly a wonderful artist, because here is 43B Club Raven by Bob Miller. Acrylic on board measuring 27 by 19, and his unmistakable way. I love the way he paints. And this is a retail value of $600. Look at those colors, Mary Ellen. That is spectacular.
Well, Bob kind of faked me out with this one because I had to jury all of it online this year. And I thought this was a photograph. And I'm like, who's going to give me a photograph of the sign of Club Raven? And then I looked at the artist's name and I'm like, oh, Bob. It's Bob. So, he is a Sacramento treasure. He started out in 1977 with a graphic design business. And he has been just a wonderful artist ever since. He chose this sign because it's iconographic, obviously. The Club Raven in East Sacramento. And the sign was for a bit, it was in the Lady Bird film, Greta Gerwig's Love Letter to Sacramento. Mm-hmm. It's a dive bar, it's a haunt, but we all love the Club Raven, so this is a beautiful rendition of the sign.
And you said he had a graphic artist background.
Yeah, he's done quite a bit of graphic design, packaging design,
as well as a master painter.
Yeah.
And look at the depth. I love how he is so good with capturing the depth of something. This one is acrylic on board. I love his skill of seeing how the blue goes a little darker when it's farther away underneath. It's just spectacular. I love his style.
Well, this piece brings a smile to my face because the owners of the Raven, Shannon and Dave, got kind of a sneak peek of this before anybody else did, and I know that they're keen to kind of maybe bid on it. So it could be a bidding war on the Club Raven.
Yeah, well, I mean, it is a hometown piece, that is for certain. And you know, the way to take it home is to be the last bidder. So that can be done. 844, the last highest bidder, by the way. 844-584-3278 can take home this iconic sign that is filled with a lot of memories for people into your home at 844-584-3278 by the famous Bob Miller, a wonderful man. And I would like to point out that the retail for this is $600, but the action that is going on is priceless, clearly. And this piece, the colors are so bold, and so are obviously the memories from there.
And
Final
I'd
thoughts?
also like to thank Bob. You know, Bob brought this down earlier in the summer, and it was over 100 degrees, and you know, it was just like a real labor of love for Bob to give us this painting, and I just want to say that I really appreciate that.
It is so amazing to see the artist give away their work in hopes of giving something else greater to our community. I love that. Thank you, Bob. Also, we are going to move on to another treasure here, or treasures. You should have seen this one being displayed to show you. It is a school of fish, and it is huge. They're 12 pieces, right?
Yes.
This is Tony Natsoulis. And of course, Tony, a California master, has created a spectacular one this year. Tell us about all these wonderful pieces that come for, by the way, the retail, $550. That's fantastic.
It is, because if you look around town and all over the world, actually, Tony Natsoulis is out there. He is a master ceramicist, and he's been very generous in giving us all of this work, and we appreciate that. And it's just so colorful and playful. There's a bit of camp.
He could have given us, I mean, I shouldn't say this on TV, but he could have given us one, and he gave us 12.
Right, because he's a friend.
11.
He's a friend to PBS KVIE, and we appreciate that. But we also appreciate the artistry here, the glazes, the sculptural details of these fish, and you know, the octopus, the turtle, the crab. You know, there's a little bit of something for everyone here.
It's so cool. I love this, and you could just spread this out. You could, I hope this is okay to say, you could give each piece away to someone so that you have a collection of art that is shared amongst your collection of friends. And it's just such a statement piece here in the California Masters category. And Tony Natsoulis is a California Master. That is for certain. 844-584-3278 is a way to take home this Tony Natsoulis masterpiece. And the retail value is $550. The current amount is on your screen right now. What else strikes you, Mary Ellen? I have to say the color just is amazing. I love that.
Well, the collection itself is, you know, Tony is in a lot of collections. He is at the Minetti Shrem, he's in the Crocker collection, and he also is in the DeRosa collection. And so he's also been exhibited, you know, you look at his CV online, it's as long as your arm. Mm-hmm. And so this is a chance to own something that will stand the test of time as far as a master goes. Mm-hmm. A master is considered someone who breaks the bounds within their field of work, pushes past what is, you know, not accepted, but just kind of the norm.
The norm, and makes it their own.
Yes. And his work, you know his work when you see it.
You really do. You really, really do. And then you break that down even more to a California master. And not only do you know it's their work, but you know it's from someone in your own backyard. And that just blows my mind, the skill set and level that we have celebrated right here for you to take home. 844-584-3278, this beautiful collection of work by Tony Natsoulis, who is so kind and giving. You mentioned how big his CV is. If you look online, his heart is just as big. He's a generous artist, clearly, because of what he's done here. A fun piece for the whole family. Mary Ellen, final thoughts on this?
Well, I think that Tony has taught a lot of people. He's an adjunct professor, and he is generous with his time, obviously, and his you know, his generosity is kind of what stands out for me this year. I've really been very impressed by the generosity of artists, both new ones and ones that have been around a long time.
It's fantastic. That's very, very nice to hear. Well, we are halfway through the break, which means we're going to keep this piece or these pieces open and check in over at the recap station for bidding updates. Over to you.
We're featuring California Masters this half an hour, and we're so grateful to have these master artists share their work with the auction. And now we can share it with you. Don't hesitate on these pieces. Give us a call right now and place your bid. Bidding is going so quickly. We have a ton of people on the phone right now who are calling in. So let's do a quick recap of the bidding activity. We'll start with item 43A, which is We'll Meet Again by Lucille von Ommering. This is photography measuring 32 by 34 with a retail value of $500. Right now we have a high bid of $350 on this beautiful piece, reminiscent of summer, maybe going and watching fireworks with your family. This really cool composite photograph. Call the number on your screen to get in on bidding. Item 43B is Club Raven by Bob Miller, a really well-known artist. Acrylic on board measuring 27 by 19. Yay, there we go. We got it a bell ringer. There's Kenny. We love that. The retail value is $600, but right now we have a high bid of $650. Lots of people on the phones. If you want to see that number, go to $675 or $700. Give us a call, the number on your screen. Item 43C, School of Fish by Tony Natsoulis. These are various ceramics with a retail value of $550. Another bell ringer. There we go. Yay, look at that. We're up to $725 on this really cool School of Fish. When I saw it, I thought that would be great in a kid's room. I love it, or maybe next to your home aquarium. Give us a call, the number on your screen, and get involved in the bidding right now. We got a lot of people on the phones, a lot of action, and we'd love to hear from you. And now, let's head back to the Art for more of California Masters.
If you're looking for a piece of art from a California master, look no further. The piece for you could be right here in this half hour. How exciting. Up next, we're looking at item 43D, Pilot of Odilon, and it is by Esteban Villa. And this is acrylic on board, measuring 24 by 30, has a retail of $5,000. That's awesome. And this is an investment piece, a wonderful investment piece from a well-known California master. I said, is this Mondrian? And you said, no, it's Esteban.
It is. It's Esteban.
Take it away.
Esteban Villa, and he is a member of the Royal Chicano Air Force. And
incredibly talented and kind.
Yes. And so I'm going to read this. Originally, our name was the Rebel Chicano Air Front, but everyone confused us with the Royal Canadian Air Force. We had fun with it and started calling ourselves the Royal Chicano Air Force. So if you've been in Northern California and you've followed art for the past 30 years, you know that these guys are the bomb, right? So this is a piece that was kind of a study for what is at the Golden One Center. Have you seen the big mural there?
Wow, this was the study for, and this is amazing, 2020.
Yeah, and so Esteban is working on a series that is actually going to be in the KVIE gallery later on this year. So we're really fortunate to have this work as well, and it's a acrylic on chloroform board. So it's a composite piece, and it's just very interesting and colorful.
You know, I hope it's okay to point out that Esteban could be anywhere, and he's probably around 80, is that right?
I'm not sure.
Maybe a little less, maybe a little more. But either way, his work is timeless, it's ageless, and he's always out and about. He was before COVID, but everywhere you could see him just at showings and things. Talk to me about his significance as an artist.
Well, I think all of the artists of the RCF are significant. Esteban also, because he's prolific in his work. But the interesting thing about the RCAF is it's a community, and when there is an exhibition, it is a celebration. Mm-hmm. So we're hoping that in December, maybe it's October, I'm not sure when exactly, November, we're going to have a celebration, hopefully if we can get together, of Esteban's work, because he is a master and he's generous and he donates to us, and it's just wonderful.
And the good news is, whether it's this month or November or December, this you can have year round by buying it or purchasing it or donating, I should say, to KVIE. And look, this will be yours, a special, spectacular piece by Esteban Villa. 24 by 30 is the size if you're checking it out and considering a place for it in your home. Retail value is $5,000, a commanding artist and a California master, as we said, highly collected and highly loved. I love the colors.
Just a little bit more about, it's inspired by his recent series of pilots and astronauts, and she's wearing a space helmet and a headset with a microphone because he wants to represent the working people of Sacramento, from the pilots that take the Kings to their basketball games to the drive-through workers at fast food restaurants.
I love this. I also see fine little behind-the-scenes peaceful signs. You see the triangles there, and they're just so beautiful. And this could be yours for it's a purchase. $5,000 is the retail value, and that's just fantastic. Esteban creates so many different types of art. This series, you say, is going to be at the Golden One Center.
Oh, it's going to be in the KVIE Gallery, but there is a piece that's very large scale that he and his sons put together.
This was kind of a study of.
Yes.
That's fantastic. I love that. Good for you, Esteban. Thank you. All right, we're going to come on over here to this next piece. This is by Ken Waterstreet. Spectacular piece of art. Oil on canvas, measuring 30 by 40, and these are the California Masters. They are also investment pieces. Art investments are fantastic. Retail value, $4,000. And when you invest in this art, you are also investing in your community. Tell me about this piece.
This is Girl Creek Revisited, oil on canvas. Ken paints in the realist style, and you can see that. You know, it's abstract and it's real at the same time, if that can be something, but he is a master because he has created that vignette that we can see through. So there's the water and there's the rocks, and you know, you can just imagine a fish swimming nearby, and Ken is an avid fisherman, and that kind of translates into his most recent works.
And these are your California Masters. I love how you described the Masters category. Tell me that again.
Well, a master is considered someone who pushes the boundaries of their medium to the point where they are super recognizable in that it's just not ordinary.
And you know it's their work.
Yeah.
You know it's their work by the stroke of their brush, by the carving of their hand, by the click of their camera. You know it's their work. Let's get the bids going on this as well. This is a retail value of $4,000. The current bid is on your screen, as well as the number 844-584-3278 is the phone number. The easy way to remember that, 844 KVIE Art. Pick up the phone, do not stall, because they're only on air for about 5 minutes, and then right after that, it starts to wrap when it comes to the auctioned piece and closes. It moves really fast, so you don't have that much time to decide. So get on the phones, call in. We have a wonderful phone bank here ready to talk to you, and this could be yours, this wonderful Ken Waterstreet, who is a very generous donor with his artwork here to the station. And as we mentioned, a retail value of $4,000. That's what this could have been sold for. Instead, he wants that money to come to KVIE.
And I think another mark of a master is you make an impression on your students. In fact, I had a conversation with one of Ken's students a few years ago, and we were just talking about artists in the region, and I said, who do you really like? And he said, Ken Waterstreet, if I could paint like him. And I said, really? And he goes, yeah, he taught me at Mira Loma High School.
Wow.
And so those people, you know, you just don't know how much these painters mean to us.
I love that. So many of our famed artists are teachers. I love that. And regardless of their level of fame, they always stayed teaching.
Yes.
Fantastic. We have about 15 more seconds on this piece. Final thought.
I think the water and just the color, it's just commanding. It's a beautiful statement piece, and I would love to have it myself.
I love it too. I think you could hang it actually straight up too. You know, you could hang it any way you wanted. Okay, we're going to keep that open and move over here. And I absolutely love this artist. What a great human being. This is Jeff Musser. And Jeff, this is Shanghai Smile. Fabulous piece of art. 22 by 30. Jeff is a California master, framed by Skyline One Framing. Retail value $875. I would not be surprised if it flew way over that. Take it away on this piece.
Well, Jeff is quite studied in collage and abstract. You know, his paintings remind me kind of like a jazz composition. I was doing some research about the process he uses, and he actually does use physical collage to kind of create the sketch. And then he takes away from that and paints. So this is mixed media because he still has left some parts of the collage behind, but it's a very innovative and creative way to go about painting.
Highly collected. Highly collected. And when you can get a chance to get a Jeff Musser is something that you should do if you are an art collector. Shanghai Smile. And can we say?
Say it, Rob.
Guess who commissioned his work? I mean, it's just mic drop after this. There's nothing else to say. Oprah. Okay? And Oprah commissioned him to paint her dogs. Period. That's it. What else can you say after that? I mean,
Yeah.
Fantastic. I love this guy. So this can be yours. 1-844-584-3278. Every dollar goes to the mission and the services at KVIE PBS. And every time you pick up the phone and call in, you are saying that you are making a commitment to the arts and to our community. We want every single piece to go, and we know it will. And when I say go, I mean go to someone who will treasure it forever. You play a role in that by picking up the phone at 844-584-3278, and this could be yours. Tell me more.
I appreciate Jeff because he's a working artist and he works. You know, whenever I see him, he is doing something in service either to the art community or to his own practice.
Or to the community at large.
And then on top of that, you know, in a lot of cases, artists have to support themselves, and he also does that as well. And so he's really working a lot all the time, and he's very humble, and he's very educated, and he's very practiced in what he does. So we really appreciate that he gave this work to us, and it got framed by Skyline?
Yep, Skyline.
Skyline, so we appreciate them putting that in the nice frame for us as well.
And even all that you said, how hard he works, he is incredibly sweet and kind.
Definitely.
Love that. This piece can be yours, 844-584-3278. Such an exciting California Masters portion here. You nailed it. You did a great job. We are nearing the end of this break, which means that now is your final opportunity to bid on the art featured in this half hour. A big thank you to Mary Ellen Lane for sharing her expertise with us. Now let's check in over at the recap station for an update on auction bidding. Thanks.
Thanks, Rob. Let's talk about these pieces. We have some amazing pieces to discuss right now, starting with item 43D, Pilot of Atlan by Esteban Villa. This is acrylic on board measuring 24 by 30, a good-sized piece, artist framed with a retail value of $5,000. And this piece, it's really big, bold, beautiful colors. It would be the focal point of any room that you walk in. It just draws your eyes with those purples and those blues. I love the colors in this piece. And if you want to take this piece home, all you have to do is call the number on your screen, 1-844-584-3278. Again, it has a retail value of $5,000. Right now, we have a high bid of $1,500 on this piece. We'd love to see that number go to $2,000. Again, an investment piece that you can have in your home. People will stop and stare at this one. I love this piece. Item 43E, we have Girl Creek Revisited by Ken Waterstreet, oil on canvas with a retail value of $4,000. Right now, we have a high bid of $13.25 on this piece. He's a really well-known artist, stunning colors. This would be great in a bedroom. It's an investment piece, once of a lifetime opportunity to own a piece by Ken Waterstreet. And to do that, all you have to do is call the number on your screen and place a bid. Let's see that number go up to $2,000. And finally, item 43F, Shanghai Smile by Jeff Musser, another well-known artist. $475 right now. We have a high bid of $350. Let's see that number go up. And stay tuned, because there's more art coming up in the next half an hour in the PBS KVIE Art Auction. that was
We're proud to see our community helping in ways big and small. At SMUD, we're working hard too, helping with payment options, making it easier to qualify for our energy assistance rate, providing online tools and tips to help you lower your bill, and focusing on essential services to help keep rates low. As your community-owned, not-for-profit electric service, we're here to help, now more than ever. SMUD, powering forward together.
Stay tuned for artwork from Archival Gallery coming up next on the PBS KVIE auction. Located in Sacramento, Archival Gallery showcases contemporary Northern California figurative works and has provided fine art framing services since 1983. Good evening, I'm David Lowe. I'm the President and General Manager of PBS KVIE, and we're nearing the end of this year's art auction, and the excitement continues with our next half hour featuring artwork from Archival Gallery. Here's an overview of the art that will be up for bid. Item 44A is Steelhead by Fred Gordon. This is ceramic measuring 22 by 9 inches, has a retail value of $450. Item number 44B is Like an Angel Near to Dread by Cory Okada. This is pastels measuring 34 by 26 inches. It's framed by Archival Gallery, and it has a retail value of $850. Item 44C is The First Date by Sean Royal. This is mixed media measuring 24 by 36 inches. Retail value is $550, and this piece is this year's Best of Show. You're certainly going to want to bid on that. Item 44D is Seated Man by Maureen Hood. This is mixed media, measuring 48 by 30 inches, also framed by Archival Gallery. Retail value of $2,600. And the last piece in this half hour is item 44E. It's Ignored Omen 5 by the late Lorene Landau. This is oil on paper, measuring 28 by 36 inches. It's framed by Archival Gallery, and the retail value is $1,200. All right, the phone lines are open, and our volunteers, they're ready to take your bids. Let's check out the art with our auctioneer and our art expert.
Hi, I'm Doug Elmitz, and thank you for joining us for this break featuring artists from the Archival Gallery. And I'm pleased to be here with the art lady, Dee Neath, who is the owner of Archival, as well as one of the founders of Second Saturday in Sacramento. Having been a past art curator here at KVIE, Dee now returns this year as a volunteer art expert. Dee, it's great to see you, and let's get started with 44A. And 44A is Steelhead by Fred Gordon. It's a ceramic measuring 22 by 9, and it's got a retail value of $450. So tell us a little bit about this artist.
And this is an artist that I don't need to tell you about at all, because it's one of your favorite artists as well. This is Fred Gordon. He normally lives up in the Dunsmuir area, and he has been a ceramicist for years and years and years. He's in the collection at the Crocker. There's a big piece of his at the Sacramento Zoo.
Right.
A piece of his in your home, a piece of his in my home, and now this piece needs to be in someone's home. It's a ceramic. It's a ceramic fish. It goes on a wall. It can go outside. I have one outside that's been there for years. Fred's primarily known for his absolutely beautiful glazes and his commitment to our rivers and our fisheries.
Yeah, it's, I have to tell you, as you well know, the piece that I have has huge eyeballs. I mean, they are just like popping out all over the place. But you're right, the colors are so vivid, and actually I have it hung over a window so you see it the minute you walk into a room. And this is the great thing about art, which is that it can be multi-dimensional. It doesn't have to be in a frame, and it's one of those things where you can put it in a variety of different places.
Well, the nice thing about a ceramic piece, I happen to have one of Fred's little trout that hang directly over my kitchen sink,
Right.
which is not a place you want to put a piece of art normally because there's steam and it's hot and it's cold. But with high-fired ceramics like this, it can go outdoors unless you live in Tahoe, and when it freezes, you got to bring them in. But it can go outdoors. It can go in, near a bathroom that's got a shower or over a steamy sink. And this is a steamy sink. This is a really nice piece of Fred's. It's because a lot of Fred's pieces have a lot of humor infused into them. This piece is a little more serious, and it kind of represents Fred's love of the river and fishing in general.
Well, so the number is right there on your screen, 1-844-584-3278. We got to get these phones ringing. We want to hear from you right now. The current bid is right there on your screen. We got to drive these numbers up. This is the last night of the auction, so this is your opportunity. And this is one of these pieces, we've talked about this in years past, where you don't want to wake up tomorrow and wish you would have bid on it. So maybe you've got a friend, a family member who is a big artist, but also is somebody that likes fishing. I mean, what a great guest. Fly fishermen would love this. And of course, we've got the holidays coming up.
Yeah.
So we've got Hanukkah and Kwanzaa and Christmas. And so if you're thinking about a gift like that, or maybe you're thinking about maybe a wedding gift or a birthday gift, what better opportunity to get an original piece of art that is unique?
Well, and from such a well-known artist, he taught ceramics for years. He's also a very well-known fly fishing guide. Right now he is guiding in New Zealand, but he lives up in the Dunsmuir area. He is originally from the Land Park area here in Sacramento. He's in major museums, major collections. That's one of the things we're going to be looking at here. These are all pieces that are investment-worthy pieces, pieces that are by known artists.
Right. And the number is right there on your screen. And of course, we need to hear from you, and we need to hear from you now. 1-844-584-3278 or 1-844-KVIE Art, whatever is easiest for you. You can also go online. You can see these things online. You can bid online. We need to hear from you, and we need to hear from you now because we're going to be moving on to the next piece shortly. Tell us a little bit more about just the, go ahead, sorry, Dee.
Fred exhibits, he's exhibited in Sacramento, he's exhibited all over the world. He's exhibited with My Gallery Archival. His work is also available through the Siskiyou Art Museum. They have a really great gift shop, and he has some of his smaller works there, but this is one of his major fish. It's a fairly large size. It would look great on a fireplace.
Well, we're going to keep this open and we're going to move on. The number's on your screen, the bid's on your screen. We need to hear from you now. So let's move on to 44B. Yes, so now 44B is Like an Angel, Near to Dread by Corey Okada. It's a pastel measuring 34 by 26. Framed beautifully, I might add, by Archival Gallery, Dee's business. And it's got a retail value of $850. This is something very special.
Yeah. Corey Okada is born and raised and has started his career here in Sacramento. He's shown at the Crocker in the Kingsley exhibit. Doug, again, is familiar with his work. I don't want to keep talking about your collection or my collection, but, this is the hour that we're showing the big powerhouse artists from our area. We're really lucky to have this piece. Corey is known for his very sensitive figure drawings. This is a mixed media piece. It kind of feels like it's pastel, but it's a little bit of everything on paper. It's very elegant. I love the hand. I love it. To me, it feels like a dancer.
Yeah, it is beautiful. A little haunting, but something that would look great in an office, would look great in a living room. One of the things that you and I have talked about a lot, and we'll share with all of you, is this concept of investment art. And this is what's going on right now. These pieces retain their value. They increase in value. And they're the types of things, if you're like me, you don't want to sell your piece, and so you pass it down from generation to generation.
They become family heirlooms. They become part of your family's collection.
Right.
You know, the other thing about buying well-known artists is to try and get a piece when they're still affordable.
Right.
You and I have both done that, where pieces have just gone out of our price range in 10
Right.
years.
Yeah.
But at least we bought one back in 1983, so
Right.
you know the artist is represented in our collection. Again, Cory Okada will be showing in my gallery in November of this year.
Well, I will tell you, you don't want to let this opportunity pass you by. Again, you don't want to wake up tomorrow and wish you would have gotten it because it's one of a kind. The numbers on your screen, we need to hear from you now. And remember, every single dollar that we are able to generate here through this wonderful art auction comes to KVIE so that we can continue to bring you the programming that you count on 365 days a year. The current bid right there is on your screen. The number is 1-844-584-3278 or 1-844 KVIE Art. That's not difficult. But we need to hear from you now. This is an exciting time of the art auction. It's the end of the art auction. And if you're serious, now is your opportunity. And why not just call? And if you're one of the bidders, why not bid against yourself? I love that idea.
Well, the artist gives us the piece.
Yeah.
You know, they don't get paid for the piece. The framers don't get paid for the framing. They give us this beautiful piece. This would have been hanging on a gallery wall at the stated price, and they do that because they want KVIE to get that retail price. Now, if you bid above retail, that part is totally tax deductible, and you get a great piece of art.
Right.
So if the price gets close, just keep bidding. It's KVIE.
Exactly. It is a donation, and it is all for great quality programming. We've been on the air for a generation, and we want to continue to be able to do that. And of course, there are difficult times that we're all experiencing now, but that's the value of quality TV, probably now more than ever. And
Cory Okada is a big supporter of KVIE. He has given us pieces probably for the last 10 or 12 years and I wish I knew how many awards he's won at KVIE, but he is an award-winning artist here in the auction year after year. And this is just a phenomenal piece. You can see the camera's doing a really good job of coming in and out. From a distance, it has so much dimension and light to it. It's very three-dimensional for a piece that's behind glass.
Well, perfect. Well, we're going to keep this open. We're going to move on to 44C, but we need to hear from you. Let's go on to 44C. And 44C is The First Date by Sean Royal. This is a mixed media measuring 24 by 36. It's got a retail value of $550, and it's this year's best of show.
Best of show, best of show, best of show.
And
we should have bells.
We should. And so tell us a little bit about this. And of course, I just have to say, before we get started, that I called Dee about a year ago and I said, I've got this little space that I need to fill.
He had a space that was like this wide.
I said, I need something for that space. And she said, I've got the perfect piece for you. It's by Sean Royal. And there I became a huge fan of Sean Royal. And then I saw this and I thought, this is cool.
Yeah,
So-
Sean's one of our biggest up-and-coming artists here in the Sacramento area. 4 or 5 years ago, when he started showing with me, his work was incredibly reasonable. He's been donating to the auction since then and has won other awards with the auction. Now he is showing in San Francisco. He has a gallery in Palm Springs. But he's still showing locally. So his work has really taken off in the last 5 or 6 years. But you have an opportunity here to get a piece while his work is still in most of our price ranges and support KVIE. It's a really great piece. It's done, it's a painting on a board, and then he's applied layers of plexiglass. So it plays with shadow, it plays with depth. You've got the beautiful figure here with the hand in the front. It's just a really great representation of Sean's work.
So this is an amazing sale of art. I mean, really just an incredible opportunity for the viewers of this region to be able to buy amazing art. I was talking to somebody this morning who is really getting interested in art, and I said, there is no better opportunity to buy art in really any place than on this auction. It's easy. All you have to do is call the number on your screen. You bid. Maybe you're bidding against yourself. Maybe you're bidding against nobody. Maybe you're bidding against others. But
maybe you're bidding against Doug.
the current bid for Sean's piece is right there on your screen. And one of the unique things about this, which you can sort of see on the screen, is it's multi-dimensional. This is really an amazing multi-dimensional piece. So unique. What a wonderful thing to add to your collection. If you've got Elvis in velvet on your walls, or if you have nothing on your walls, why not?
Well, this is a good piece to start with, too, because it has a lot of impact.
Yeah.
So, it could fill a big space visually.
Right.
And it's a really nice, super modern piece. And I always say this, that I love traditional homes with modern art.
Right.
And vice versa.
Yeah.
Art is the true personality in a room. So it's really disappointing to me to walk into a beautiful home that doesn't have interesting things on the wall.
Right, I know. So
don't invite me over.
I know. I want to remind everybody that the retail value is $550. This was best of show. The current bid is right there on your screen, and we've got
6 years from now, you won't be able to touch his work for $550.
Well, that's great news because I think I got a relatively good opportunity when you sold me a piece recently. One of the things that you and I have talked about, and you've certainly helped us at our home, is moving art around because it changes the look. So if you get this piece and you like it in one location, maybe it's there for a few months, maybe it's there for a year, and then you move it to a different location. I have a tendency to move stuff between my office and my house, and so that's the beauty of art, is that it's something that
it really changes your environment.
It really does.
That's why moving it is so important. Plus, some of my favorite pieces of art are in my laundry room because that's where I stand there and fold things. And, I look at the piece probably more than I look at any. So I'm constantly switching out the pieces either in my kitchen or, the places where you stand and contemplate.
I just have to say one thing, that when I was little, I made this wonderful little thing from shop at elementary school, and I gave it to my mom, and she put it in the laundry room. And I said, "Why are you putting it in the laundry room?" And she said, "Because I spend all my time in the laundry room. It's where I can enjoy it the most." Sean Royal, your opportunity now. The number's on your screen, 1-844-584-3278. We need to hear from you right now. All right, we're halfway through the break, which means we're going to keep this piece open and check in over at the recap station for bidding updates.
And there's some fantastic work up for bid from Archival Gallery, and it's your chance to win some art. The number to call is on your screen because we want to sell every piece in this auction, and this half hour, this Archival Gallery half hour, is amazing because guess what? The three pieces that Dee and Doug have talked about, already bell ringers. We have bidding wars for all three. Item 44A, it's Steelhead by Fred Gordon. That's the ceramic fish. And it has a bid right now, a high bid of $750. It's over retail. That's a bell ringer, that's right. They love to ring that bell, and I love to hear it. Item 44B is Like an Angel Near to Dread, Corey Okada. And that piece also, it's gonna come up behind me there. There we go. A retail value of $850, and it has a high bid right now of over $1,000, but you can still jump in on the action, and it's another bell ringer. It means we went over goal for that. And then the third piece that Dee and Doug talked about was The First Date by Sean Royal, and this is the best of show winner in all of the pieces that we have, over 250 pieces of art, and that is the best of show. It's a bell ringer. You can see the value right there, $550. We have a bid of $600, but there is still a chance for you to get in on the action. All you have to do is pick up the phone and call 844 KVIE Art and say, I want to bid on that piece, and you can take it home as early as tomorrow. Remember, all of the donations that come in, all the sales, and then everything that comes in over that is a donation, and you are supporting PBS KVIE. By the way, did you know PBS celebrated 50 years today? We actually celebrated 60 years because we're 10 years older than PBS, but that's okay. It's PBS. We're all one happy family. So call in, make that bid, win some amazing art, and then you will be able to support the station, have some great art. We're going to go back to Dee and Doug. They have two more pieces to talk about. Let's keep those phones ringing while we see more art from Archival Gallery.
All it takes is a quick call to the number on your screen, and you can have one of these great pieces from Archival Gallery in your home or office before you know it. All right, we're back and continuing with item 44D, Seated Man by Maureen Hood. This is a mixed medium measuring 48 by 30 inches, and it has a retail value of $2,600. Dee, another great piece from Maureen, and I just need to...
She's always gives us a good piece.
It
Yes.
is really unbelievably fantastic.
Doug and I have been talking about this piece off camera because
Yeah.
we're both really excited about it. Maureen brings us this piece. This comes from her gallery in Palm Springs, the Artiste Gallery. So it's making its debut here in Sacramento. Maureen was showing at my gallery just last month. She has been showing in the Sacramento area for years. She's previously taught at the college level. When you say collage artist in Sacramento, it means you're talking about Maureen Hood. She is just so good at her medium. She's really well collected by other artists and very sought after. She gave us a really nice large piece. It has the 3 women figures in the background and obviously the seated man. I love the way that she mixes painting in with collage. Not all of the painting is done with collage. Some of it is actually painted background and foreground. Really spectacular piece and a really good opportunity to get it here at KVIE.
What do you think the inspiration was for this?
She did a whole series of women figures. I think he was probably the only man in the gallery. It was just a really strong series she did last year. And a lot of it had to do with fashion as well. You can see that the women are obviously wearing some high fashion things. What's fun about her work is to actually kind of deconstruct it a little. And you can see her homage to other artists in it. There'll be little parts of a Gustav Klimt painting. There'll be, little parts of vintage fabric or, the shoes are obviously from some sort of a fashion magazine. I love up in the one figure, she has Andy Warhol's little Marilyn Monroe paintings as sort of a collar. So it's a piece within a piece, a really good piece of art. You can take, a 12 inches by 12 inches of it and it stands on its own. And this one definitely does that.
Well, and we need to hear from you now. We know that you're enjoying this. We know that you value great art. You wouldn't be watching if you didn't. And we know that you value KVIE. So we need to hear from you right now. You see the bid right there on your screen. The value, $2,600, is really a great opportunity to get a real investment piece of art. So if you are...
this came right off a gallery wall.
Absolutely. If you're a sophisticated investor, you'll understand the value of this piece. If you're somebody that's getting into art, what a great opportunity to get a really well-known artist.
I've had 2 clients that I know of. Their first piece they purchased was one of Maureen's.
Yeah.
She's just a Sacramento staple, and when you walk into a room and there's a piece of Maureen's in it, you're just automatically drawn to it.
And this would be great in...
It'd be really great in an office.
Absolutely. I was just going to say that.
You put all your great art in your office.
Maybe a great conversation piece, I think, in a lobby, where people are sitting there, they're waiting, and they see something like this.
Yeah, it's not a static piece.
Yeah.
It's something that you can really get lost in. You really want to look at every little detail and what pieces. There's not one little piece that doesn't need to be where it is in this
So
art.
if you're a dentist, a doctor, a lawyer, you're looking for an opportunity, what a great contribution really to KVIE by getting this
closing
great
in on the man's
opportunity.
face. And
This is a purchase of a great piece of art. The number's on your screen. 1-844-584-3278. We're going to be moving on. This is one of a kind.
And it'll be gone fast.
It'll be gone fast. There is a piece for every taste in this auction, and we only do it once a year, so now is the opportunity to really be able to get great quality investment art, and this is the end of the auction.
Nope, and you've got about 5 minutes to call in, so keep your phone in your hand for the next half hour.
We're going to keep this open. We're going to move on. We're going to move on to 44E. This is Ignored Omen V by the late Laureen Landau. This is an oil on paper measuring 28 by 36, framed by Archival Gallery. It's got a retail value of $1,200. And of course, you have this
I know, I always
long
cry
time
every year when I talk about Laureen on TV.
Long time relationship with Laureen. And so tell us a little bit about this piece, the relationship and the value of her work?
Lorene Landau was an area artist here in Sacramento. She passed away in 2010. She taught for over 30 years at Sac City, so she was a very popular instructor. She is very well collected by museums up and down the coast. This particular piece I'm super excited about. I actually am in control of Lorene's estate. There's very few pieces left. This piece has never been exhibited, not in my gallery, not in any other gallery. This is the first time it's been framed. It was part of a group of paintings on paper that she was working on when she passed away called Ignored Omens. It's very typical of her work that she did a lot with the glass in it. Most of them have a glass and some sort of a food object at the bottom. There are layers and layers and layers of color on this piece.
I love how you've framed it. So it's floating inside this frame almost as it's almost like in a box. It's really fantastic.
Yeah, you can see the rough edges on it. It has the frame on it. I really like the frame because it's got a
little distressed
look,
look,
but it's not that fake faux distress.
But it is perfect for this.
The
piece of art.
Quietly. We were talking earlier about a dark piece.
Right.
And putting it in a black frame. Well, if you're going to do that, this is a good way to do it. Lorene is a big supporter of KVIE. In fact, she put KVIE in her will and left a considerable chunk of money to the station when she passed. She's been donating to the auction 30 years, and I've continued that.
And I will tell you, if you're like me, and Dee knows this well, I have instant gratification needs. When I take something to be framed, I want it immediately. And one of the greatest...
You have no patience.
I have no patience. And one of the great things about art here from the KVIE Art Auction is it's ready to hang. You can pick it up tomorrow. Literally, you can pick it up tomorrow. It can be hanging in your home tomorrow.
And this is such an elegant piece for a dining room.
Yeah, it is. You know, it's so interesting when you were talking about Lorene. I had a very small piece that I think I may have gotten from you and Jin Wang, who we're going to be auctioning off a piece in a little while, saw it at my home. And he said, how about if I trade you a piece from my collection if you'll give me that Lorene Landau? And I made the trade. And now I'm kicking myself. I mean, I love Jin Wang, but you know, a piece by Lorene Landau is so special, and the fact that she's no longer living.
Yeah, there will be no more.
Yeah, there will be no more.
Yeah, she is showing with Corey Okada, who was a big fan of hers. Corey, who we just saw previously, and her will be showing in November at my gallery. We are down to a limited number of her works available. I have set quite a few aside for future auctions, but she always wanted KVIE to have one.
Well, Dee, right now is the audience's time. This is your chance to get this amazing piece of art. The bid is right there on your screen. The number is 1-844-584-3278. Every cent comes to KVIE, which is great because we want to continue to bring you this great quality programming that you count on 365 days a year. We need to hear from you now. Please call. Well, we're nearing the end of this break, which means that now is your last opportunity to bid on the art featured in this half hour. Let's head back to the recap station for an update.
And we're in the last few moments of this break with Archival Gallery, and let's review the bids. We had 3 that were bell ringers before. An item 44D, Seated Man by Maureen Hood, mixed media measuring 48 by 30. And we're hoping that this can be a bell ringer. It's on its way. It's a $1,300 bid right now. There's a big bidding war right now. There's a lot of interest. So if you want to jump in, you still can, but you have to pick up the phone and dial in. It's that simple. If you haven't done it yet, don't let the auction pass without a bid. All you have to do is call. And then there's item 44E, Ignored Omen 5 by the late Lorene Landau. It's the last piece that Dee and Doug were just talking about. That has a bid of $600 as well, but there's still time for you to jump in there and claim it for yourself. You can hang this as early as tomorrow. You need to call right now. Every bit of support goes to PBS KVIE and all the quality programming that you rely on and enjoy. Now stay tuned because there's much more art coming up in the next half hour in the PBS KVIE Art Auction.
Stay tuned for the Collector's Corner coming up next on the PBS KVIE Art Auction. This category features works by internationally known and up-and-coming artists whose work is included in notable collections. View all of the art featured in this year's auction at kvie.org/art-auction.
Hi, I'm David Lowe, and thank you for joining us for the Collector's Corner. This portion of the art auction is sponsored by SMUD, and we'd like to thank them for their commitment to supporting the arts on PBS KVIE. And now here's an overview of the art that's going to be up for bid during this next half hour. Item number 45A is Yellow Chair in a Garden by Patricia Altschul, and it's oil on canvas measuring 30 by 30 inches, retail value of $3,800. Item 45B is The Delta, Staten Island by Richard Stein. This is acrylic on canvas measuring 38 by 52 inches, framed by the artist. It has a retail value of $2,000. Item 45C is Untitled American River by Jin Wong, and it's oil on canvas measuring 48 by 30 inches, framed by Archival Gallery, and the retail value is $12,000. Item number 45D is Catwoman 1 by Mel Ramos. This is lithograph measuring 28 by 28 inches. It's framed by Archival Gallery, and it has a retail value of $3,000. These are some amazing pieces, and you're going to want to jump in right now. The phone lines, they are open to take your bids. Now let's see the art with our auctioneer and our art expert.
Hi there, I'm Doug Elmitz, and welcome back for another round of amazing art, this time featuring the Collector's Corner. Now, during this break, I'm pleased to be joined again by the art lady, Dee Neath, and we're going to talk about some amazing investment pieces up for bid right now. Let's get started, Dee, with this beautiful piece by Patricia Altschul. Let me just say before you start talking, Dee.
Okay, you go first.
Thank you so much. That is an oil on canvas. It's 30 by 30, and it's got a retail value of $3,800. It's all yours.
Patricia has always been one of my favorite artists. She has been showing in the Sacramento area for about 30 years. She was one of the artists that showed in my very first little tiny space. Her work, her exhibitions usually sell out or, you know, come close
Right,
to.
yeah.
I've had people fighting over her work before. We're really lucky to get this beautiful piece. It's very typical of Patricia's work with this kind of contemplative woman. And, you know, they all sort of have that kind of romantic, you know, that soft romantic, you don't know if it's today or 1940 kind of feel in them, which I really like. This particular piece was donated by the artist, and she will be showing next year in September at the Bisacatagara Gallery. So her work won't be available for another year. So we're really lucky to have an available piece of Patricia's work, and you can fight over it with other people on the phone.
Absolutely. You can fight over it by calling 1-844-584-3278 or 1-844-KVIE Art. This is a really desirable piece. We were very excited about having it in this sort of portion the last night. Sometimes we keep the best for the last.
That's it.
I don't want to say all the pieces aren't fantastic, because they are. This is really a particularly special
she's a
piece.
California master.
Yeah.
There was a beautiful KVIE presentation on her on the art showcase that talked about her journey. She recovered from a very traumatic head injury. She had to stop teaching at the college because of it, and it took her years and years and years to come back to her painting. And when she came back to her painting, it was like an amazing miracle. She started painting these big, beautiful paintings of women, and people just can't get enough of them. I think she's Sacramento's biggest up and coming artist. You know, that's what we're talking about in this next half hour.
And it is an incredible story. And one of the things that I always find most interesting about art is the story about the artists. You know, when people come over and they see the art on our wall, you know, I could talk a little bit about the art, but I always find it interesting to talk about the artist who did the piece.
And she is just as lovely as her paintings.
Yeah.
She is, you know, she's an amazing baker. She brings cookies to her opening. You know, you never see her when she doesn't have a smile or a kind thing to say. So that warmth really comes out in her work.
Well, I will tell you, we need to hear from you now. The bid right there is on your screen. You can call us, 1-844-KVIE Art. The retail value is $3,800. Every cent of this is going to be coming to KVIE so that we can bring you the programming that you come to count on.
Guaranteed a year from now when she shows, you will not be able to pick a piece up this size for that price. So now is the time to hop in and get it.
And we talk about investment art, and it will only increase in value. I've often found that really fantastic art is much like real estate. It continues to increase.
Well, and how
over
many
time.
pieces have you bought years ago that you couldn't afford to buy now?
Completely. And I will tell you, I can't
I could
bear...
trade one for a car.
I could too, and I can't bear to even think about parting with them. And I think that's one of the things that I enjoy most about art, is that I love the art that my wife and I collect. And we move things around. And what is better than knowing that you see this beautiful piece of art right now on your screen, and you can have it tomorrow hanging up in your home, in your office. You can package it up, give it as a gift.
It's a beautiful
Pick up the
piece.
phone, give us a call right now. The number's on your screen, 1-844-584-3278. This is an incredibly special piece.
It's an oil on canvas. All we sell at the auction are originals. To own a Patricia Atchell before her show sells out in September, you'll be the envy of everyone on your block.
Just look at what the camera is showing you on your screen. Look at how beautiful it is, particularly the velvet dress, the
there's
beautiful,
definite texture.
Yeah,
in
great
this
texture.
piece.
You want this in your home. I just know you want it in your home. In fact, I want it in my home.
I have one in you walk in my living room and I've got a lady at a table by her.
Yes. Where would you put this? We're running out of time, and so I want people to have this visual.
Because she's such a prominent artist and this is such a beautiful piece, it would definitely be in a focal point in my home. In my living room where I walk in a formal dining room, or above my desk in my office.
Right. In fact, we have above my wife's desk in our home this wonderful piece of a woman, a very contemplative piece. I think we actually probably got it from you. She's smoking a cigarette. Of course, we don't smoke in our house, but it's so...
she can.
Yeah, exactly. It's so descriptive. And one of the great things about this is that it is a piece that will increase in value and you can pass from generation to generation.
Well, and it's really, like I said, a timeless portrait.
Yeah.
You look at it, there's no indication by her dress or anything in the room or anything around her of a timeline. Is it 1940? Is this my grandmother in 1930? Is this my wife in 1960?
We are so appreciative of Patricia. I mean, she is so great to have given us this piece.
Oh, because it would have sold,
Yeah, absolutely. So that you all can have the opportunity. We're going to keep it open. We're going to move on to the next piece. This is 45B. It's Delta, Staten Island by Richard Stein. This is an acrylic on canvas measuring 38 by 52. It's a big piece. Artist framed, retail value $2,000, and it's really special. Again, the retail value is $2,000. This is
You're really
cool.
excited about this piece. I can
really,
tell.
really cool. So tell us a little bit about it.
Richard Stein is a Sacramento artist who specializes in Sacramento landscapes. And this has all the bells and whistles. It's got the rivers in it. It's got the agricultural thing in it. It's got that Sacramento blue that, Condos and Tebow made so popular. He's really got his own crisp style. He's showing currently here at the KVIE gallery that's in the lobby, and he's also exhibiting at my gallery right now in a landscape exhibit, and you can get his smaller work there. This is a stellar piece.
And the brush strokes are so...
There's so much texture.
Yeah, it is just... And hopefully you can see that on the TV screen. I think you can. It's even more prominent here. It's sort of floated inside this black frame.
The texture really gives the piece movement. It's not static. It feels like it's kind of vibrating off the canvas.
And it's signed by the artist down here, 2020, a year to remember for sure, one way or another.
And obviously nice to remember a clear day in Sacramento with no smoke.
Very, very true.
It's beautiful. You know, when you fly into the Sacramento airport.
Right. And that is exactly what I was thinking.
Yeah,
it's so
you're
funny.
looking out the plane
You're
going, wait,
looking out
there's
the
my
plane
little
and there it
city.
is. And it's such a rich, vibrant piece. The framed, you do wonderful framing, but this is artist framed, and so
he builds his own frames so they don't have corners.
Right.
It looks like one continuous frame. It is painted around the side, so the artist backs the frame off a little bit and floats it so you can see the side.
And it's interesting how he calls it the Delta Staten Island. So it's, if you are somebody who loves landscape, loves the Sacramento sort of appeal, this is a great
all
piece.
you farm to fork people.
Farm to fork, and this is a big piece.
Yes.
This is, a significant piece, 38 by 52.
This would be stellar in somebody's
This
office.
is a hugely popular artist, obviously. The retail value, $2,000. You see the current bid on your screen, 1-844-584-3278. We've got to get these phones ringing, and we got to get them ringing now.
Yeah, these are artists that only show in galleries. You know, these are not, you're not going to find the work anywhere else. And they're so gracious to give us the piece. When they give us the piece, they are giving us, that is their donation to KVIE. And your donation to KVIE is taking this piece home.
Absolutely, and it is a significant donation. You know, the amount of the amount of time and energy that goes into creating a piece of art. This is an amazing, amazing sale. We are here on KVIE right now, the last night of this year's auction 2020, selling art, and we need to hear from you now. If you are somebody who is thinking about getting a gift, maybe the holidays are coming up. Maybe you know somebody who, would love to have a piece like this in their home. Maybe it's a family member. Maybe you just bought a new house. Maybe you've got a blank wall. Which,
Heaven forbid.
God
I wish
forbid,
I had that problem.
Blank wall, exactly. But if you do, how great is it to have something that really creates energy?
Well, and the other thing is, people come into your office, they look at this piece and they say, that's a great piece of art. And when you say, I got it at the KVIE Art Auction, you're also letting people know that you are supporting public television.
So he is also showing at the KVIE gallery. So it's in the
little
lobby.
tiny pieces.
Did you notice all the little red dots
I know,
out there?
and it's like measles have broken out.
So,
he sells very well. He used to show previously with the Tim Collum Gallery, and his exhibition, people snapped him up.
Right.
So I am sure this one's going to get snapped up by a collector who's going to be not only lucky, but thrilled when they get to see how beautiful this piece is in person.
And $2,000 is the value of it. You see the current bid right there on your screen. But, the value of art is what you want to invest in it. It is not always just what the price is. I mean, some people will
and
pay...
anything you pay above that price, you're investing in KVIE.
Absolutely.
So it's a win-win thing for everybody.
And I will tell you, and I think that Dee can attest to this, I've probably paid over what may be the value of a piece of art because I wanted it so badly.
Oh.
But what's great about this is
Doug
you're
the
getting
bell ringer
the bell
helmets.
ringer. But here is what you do: you pick up the number, you pick up the phone. Do it right now. Pick up the phone. I see you right there through the screen.
You have it in your hand.
Exactly.
You do.
Exactly. Pick it up. 1-844-584-3278. This can be yours. You can pick it up tomorrow. It can be in your home, in your office, or wrapped up as a gift. All right. Well, we're halfway through the break, which means that we're going to keep this piece open and check in over at the recap station for bidding updates on this incredible artwork. Let's head over there right now.
And we're in the final hour of the art auction. We continue to have some exciting works up for bid, so make sure you don't go away. You can get involved in the bidding when you call 844-KVIE-ART right now. The California Masters featured in this break are highly collected artists, and the work can be on your wall as early as tomorrow. Don't miss out. We're going to recap the first two pieces that Dee and Doug just spoke about. Item number 45A is Yellow Chair in a Garden by Patricia Altschul. It's oil on canvas. You can see it's 30 by 30 inches, and guess what? Value of $3,800, a bid of $3,600. We are getting so close to that being a bell ringer. It is a bell ringer. We're going to be updating that bid. So we've got a bell ringer right there. We're actually at $3,900 is the high bid for that piece. So Dee is right. You're going to want to be able to get that piece now because you won't be able to get it at that price, something that substantial later on after she has that big show. Item number 45B is the Delta Staten Island by Richard Stein. And you can see that that has the value of $200, but guess what? A current high bid of $4,300, that's a bell ringer. And you can hear that behind us. Richard Stein, by the way, is in our KVIE gallery right now. We have his work up, so if you want to come and see some more pieces, there might even be 1 or 2 pieces left. But again, those went quickly too. And Richard's piece last year went well above what he said his value was. So like Dee and Doug talked about, value is really in the eye of the beholder, and really it's in the eye of you. If you think that deserves to be on your wall at that bid price, then make it happen. All you have to do is call, and you're going to have that amazing piece. Coming up next, by the way, Jin Wong and Mel Ramos. You're not going to want to tune out. All right, the number, it's on your screen. We want to hear back from you. Let's take a look at some more art with Dee and Doug.
This is it, folks. The last hour of the 2020 PBS KVIE Art Auction. This only happens once a year at the station, so don't hesitate. Get your bids in now while there's still time. All right, now we're back for the second half of the Collector's Corner. This is item 45C, Untitled American River by Zhen Wang. This is an oil on canvas measuring 48 by 30 and has a retail price value of $12,000. And we want you to be the lucky winner of this incredible piece, item C. So tell us a little bit about it.
We are so lucky that Jin donates to the auction every year, and he does hold the record for the most expensive piece we've ever sold, which was about 2 years ago. It was a big landscape similar to this one.
You and I did it together.
Yes.
And I think it was maybe $21,000.
It was up there,
like
yeah. But this sweet little piece is the American River. Jin recently moved to New York. He's a big New York artist now. He lives in upstate New York. He does come back to Sacramento often, but he is not painting Sacramento landscapes anymore. So this is actually a really cherry piece. It's a cherry piece, and it's a great time to get one of the last available landscapes by one of Sacramento's favorite artists.
And he is a friend of both of ours, and I can attest to the incredible value of his art. I
can't imagine what the New York prices do.
I know. I have 8 of his pieces of art, and they have all just dramatically increased in price. Not that I'm going to turn around and sell any of them, because I love his art. But he has pieces in embassies and museums and collections of amazing collectors all over the world.
Yeah, he's very internationally known. He's shown at museums in China, which is not easy to do.
Right.
He is originally from China. He came here and studied with Thibaut and Fred Dahlke, and still paints and works in the studio with those two artists. He is a Sacramento jewel. Showed with the Solomon Dubnik Gallery, exhibits at my gallery at Archival, is in fact currently at a show. And this is a stunning piece.
It is. And look at the texture. This is one of his signatures.
Yeah,
the deep texture. It's like he just really gets.
You know, my dad used to say, if he painted a portrait, you could pick it up by the nose. Yes, he uses a lot of paint. These are oils. So it's just got this rich, creamy texture to it. This is, to me, it doesn't say in the title whether it's a sunrise or a sunset, but to me it feels like a really crisp sunrise, because I fish.
And we need to.
I've seen them.
And we need to get the phones ringing. We need to hear from you now. The number is on your screen, 1-844 KVIE Art. There are people who every year wait for the Zhen Wang piece.
Oh, we have people. It's one of the few pieces where we regularly have people call the gallery ahead, or call KVIE ahead of time and ask if they can come in and just see that piece. Can you bring it out to the lobby?
And we've already had pre-bids on this, which is great. So we know they're out there. So, you know, if you're somebody who is looking at this and thinking now is the opportunity to make a significant investment in a beautiful piece of art, this is an art piece to buy.
If you were somebody who in 1985 got turned down buying a Thibaut.
Yeah, tell me about it.
I know.
Well,
Don't be that person 20
Yeah.
years from now because you didn't pick up the Xinhuang.
That's exactly right. And you know, Jin is not that old. I mean, he is.
Oh, no.
He is.
He's got a 5-year-old.
Yeah, I mean, he's a prolific artist. He is going to continue to make art. But the fact that he's not here in Sacramento,
He's
the
not
fact
making
that
these landscapes
yeah,
anymore.
exactly. That makes the value of them even greater.
Yeah.
This would look great in an office. It would look great behind a desk. It would
He's
look fantastic over a couch.
In many public collections, he's in the collection of the Crocker. I believe he's got a show that hasn't been scheduled, but is a retrospect that's upcoming at the Crocker. You know, the landscapes we have at the gallery right now are landscapes from New York. You know, they're darker, they have snow in them. You know, it's not the Sacramento American River that we all know and love and grew up with.
And he's such a great guy.
I know, he's a
I mean,
doll.
he's just a really, really fantastic guy. Look at the...
He loves KVIE.
This is a real treasure. This is what we call an investment piece, something that you'll enjoy and then you'll give to your kids. And your kids will give to their kids, and you'll keep it in your family, and it will be something.
And 50 years from now, when you go to the Antiques Roadshow, they'll go, "Oh my goodness, you got a Xinhuang!"
And he's not making these anymore. So here's what you do: you pick up the phone right now, 1-844-KVIE Art, or 1-844-584-3278. The current bid is on your screen. It is. We know you want this.
Oh, yeah.
And I will tell you, it can be yours. You can have it hanging in your home or office
framed
tomorrow.
Really simply in a maple frame.
Which I like.
Yeah, Jin likes to keep his frames super simple. The nice
so
thing about the
beautiful.
frame is it comes out a little bit because the piece does have texture and depth to it.
Yeah.
It's not a flat painting on canvas. It is oil on canvas.
And it's beautiful.
Again, a really great size.
And he signs it. He always signs
really
it
hard
right
to
down
find.
there. It's almost like Where's Waldo?
Yeah.
But it's signed right down here in the corner. It is absolutely fantastic. 10 seconds left, Dee. Tell us your final thoughts.
I just think that it's the last chance to get a really good Sacramento landscape by a Sacramento artist who's so well known.
We're going to keep this open. We're going to move on. We're going to move to 45D, excuse me. This is Catwoman by Mel Ramos. It's a lithograph measuring 28 by 28, framed by Archival Gallery, a retail value of $3,000. So we've got a lot to talk about Mel Ramos.
Big names.
This is like a big name.
Yeah.
Here's the funny story about this. I walked into the Museum of Modern Art in San Francisco and I saw this Superman by Mel Ramos and I said, I love that. And I called Dee literally at the at the museum in San Francisco and I said, did you happen to have something like this? And she said, I do. And I bought it.
And now he's got Superman
and I
in
have
his
Superman
office.
in my office. But tell us a little bit about Mel Ramos because he's got a great
we lost
story.
Mel last year before last, which was really sad. Mel and Wayne Thiebaud were really good buddies for years and years and years. Mel shows in my space. His paintings sell in the $1 million range. He is one of the few artists that's actually really well known for doing prints. He's done prints his entire career. This is a beautiful example of his work. He does a lot of, this is PBS, so she's clothed. He does a lot of pinups and a lot of
right
nudes.
Down here.
Yeah, a lot of pinups and a lot of nudes, but he's really well known for his superheroes. He had a retrospective at the Crocker about 5 or 6 years ago. We framed this piece. It's got a really fun little lime green stripe on the frame. We wanted to keep the kind of the cartoon element going in it. But it's a beautiful piece by an internationally known artist.
And it's a celebration of pop art.
And he gave us a piece every year, but now his estate gives the KVIE Art Auction a piece every year. This is, put a museum in your home.
Yeah, absolutely. And what a great, so many people have, I think, this image of art as certain things.
Yeah.
But pop art is incredibly popular. All you need to do is think about Andy Warhol and others, but Mel Ramos is in that same category.
It can be fun.
Yeah.
I sell Mel Ramos's, I represent Mel Ramos here in Sacramento, and he has a huge collector's base. I'm constantly shipping his work to Spain and to Germany. The folks in Germany just love his work. But this piece is here, and it could be in your living room in a couple of days.
So we have an internationally well-known artist who passed away. So, obviously the pieces are, now becoming more limited. The value, $3,000. You see the current bid right there on your screen. Other people are obviously interested in this. Maybe the people in Germany, but certainly
we are online.
Yeah, absolutely. Any place in this region. This is the largest art show right now selling art any place in Northern California. It's great. Happens once a year.
It's the biggest live television
Absolutely.
event,
And once this disappears from this little wall right here, it's gone.
Yeah.
So now's your opportunity.
I do not have any of these at the gallery. So if you don't get this tonight, don't call me on Tuesday and say, do you have another one of those pieces?
Okay. So you know what you should do? You should pick up the phone right now.
Though I
the
do have a
number's
Wonder
right
Woman.
on your screen. What was that?
I do have a Wonder Woman, but not her.
But this is the KVIE Art Auction.
Yeah.
You see that it's signed. It's a very, very special piece. This is something that would look great again in an office. It would look fantastic in.
I mean, who's your female superhero?
Well, you are.
Get it for
You
your
are, Dee.
wife,
You're my superhero.
Yeah, get it for your wife. Get it for your daughter to celebrate.
Absolutely.
Being a strong female.
Absolutely. And every year we get a great piece from Mel, and this is from his estate. So, that's also sort of a unique thing that you can maybe talk about. The fact that it's from an estate.
Yeah, his daughter Rochelle is carrying on the tradition that Mel has always supported PBS, and particularly he was born in Sacramento. So he is next to Wayne Thiebaud, one of our most well-known Sacramento-born artists.
And, obviously it's a finite amount, so we need to hear from you. The number's on your screen. The bidding is right there on your screen, 1-844-584-3278. I'm here with Dee, the art art lady, and we are having a great time, and this is going to be it. I mean, we are almost at the end of the KVIE Art Auction for this year. You don't want to wake up tomorrow, and I've been in this position where I've woken up the next day after having watched a KVIE auction.
Why didn't I just kick down another $100?
Absolutely.
Yeah.
I mean, at a certain point, you just begin to realize, and the best thing about all of this is it for KVIE. It's for the quality programming. So we want you to bid high, bid often for this Mel Ramos piece. If you're bidding, bid against yourself. We're going to keep it open, but we need to move on. Right now, we're nearing the end of this break, and we're having a good time. And we just need to hear from people right now, 1-844-KVIE Art. I would put this, frankly, in my living room. Because I just think that it would be something that's
I have one in my living room, not this one, but Mel Ramos is just, if you are serious about collecting Sacramento art, you have to have one of his pieces in your collection.
Can you imagine having a selfie or a picture taken next to this in your home, posted on Facebook or Twitter or Instagram? I mean, how cool is that to get a fantastic piece, and it can be yours tomorrow? Now, we're nearing the end of this break, which means that now is your last opportunity to bid on the art featured in this half hour. Let's check in over at the recap station. I love that recap station. And they're going to give us an update on all of these amazing pieces.
That's right. We're down to the final few minutes of this break. So now is the time to pick up the phone and cast that bid. Every art purchase goes to support the mission of PBS KVIE, and you're also celebrating the amazing artists in our region. So let's review these open pieces. We're going to start first with 45C. That's Untitled American River by Jin Wong. And it's oil on canvas, and you can see behind me, it is just a fantastic piece. Guess what? Retail value of $12,000, current high bid of $14,000. That's a bell ringer. There we go. You can hear it. Maybe the Kenny the Owl is going to come in. Maybe the graphic. Well, there we go. There it is. $14,000. That person right now is super happy. Guess what, though? If you call in and make a bid, who knows what's going to happen? get in and make that a bidding war. And then item 45D is Catwoman 1. This is by Mel Ramos, another internationally known artist. And right now, a bid of $900. That is way too low for this piece. Actually, it just jumped up to $1,500. That makes sense because $900 was way too low for that piece. Not only is it an amazing litho, but you can see the frame job that Archival Gallery did. It's fantastic, and you're going to love having that as a showcase piece. Let's go a quick recap for 45A. It's Yellow Chair in a Garden by Patricia Altschul. Again, a high bid of $100. That was a bell ringer. And then item 45B, the Delta Staten Island by Richard Stein, also a huge bell ringer. And that's at $6,250. So some amazing art for you to have. This is the collector's half hour, and you're going to want to get in on it right now. Stay tuned because there's more art coming up in this last half hour of the PBS KVIE Art Auction.
We're proud to see our community helping in ways big and small. At SMUD, we're working hard too, helping with payment options, making it easier to qualify for our energy assistance rate, providing online tools and tips to help you lower your bill, and focusing on essential services to help keep rates low. As your community-owned, not-for-profit electric service, we're here to help, now more than ever. SMUD, powering forward together.
Stay tuned for the Collector's Corner, coming up next on the PBS KVIE Art Auction. This category features works by internationally known and up-and-coming artists, whose work is included in notable collections. View all of the art featured in this year's auction at kvie.org/artauction.
Good evening, I'm David Lowe, and welcome to the final half hour of the 2020 PBS KVIE Art Auction. During this half hour, we're going to be showcasing 4 more amazing pieces in the Collector's Corner break. And now, here's an overview of the art that is up for bid right now. Item number 46A is Dark Jumper by Gail Shadell Naneo, and it's oil on canvas measuring 31 by 41 inches, framed by Midtown Framing, retail value of $4,000. Item 46B is Capital Twilight View by Steve Memmering. This is oil on canvas measuring 24 by 36 inches. It's framed by the artist and has a retail value of $1,950. Item number 46C, C as in cat, is Beach by Gregory Kondos. It's a lithograph measuring 30 by 35 inches. It's framed by Skyline One Framing, has a retail value of $4,000. And the final piece in the auction, item 46D, is California Poppies by Pat Mahoney. It's oil on canvas measuring 22 by 26 inches, framed by Archival Gallery, retail value of $1,800. The phone lines, they are open. Our volunteers, they're ready to take your bids. Now let's see the art with our auctioneer and our art expert.
Hello again, I'm Doug Elmitz, and welcome back for the final hour of the PBS KVIE Art Auction. During this break, I'm pleased to be joined again by the art lady, Dee Neath, and we're going to talk about 4 amazing pieces, highly collected works for you to bid on right now in support of PBS and KVIE. So let's get started, Dee, with 46A, and it is a stunner. It's called Dark Jumper by Gail Shadell Naneo. It's an oil on canvas measuring 31 by 41, framed by Midtown Framing, and it's got a retail value of $4,000. And we've had a lot of discussion about the artist, and this incredibly powerful piece.
This is one of the leading female artists in the Bay Area. You're really familiar with Bay Area and Sacramento area art history. Right. She's part of the Bay Area figurative movement. She's very well known for these really kind of moody figures against the dark background. Gail is in many museum collections. She's in the Crockers, she's in the Oakland Museum, she's been put in museums all over the place and in private collections. We were really lucky to get this particular piece. It came out of a well-known private collection and was given to the station. So we're really lucky to have it. Yeah. It's on canvas. It's been put in a beautiful plain black frame.
Yeah, the framing is great.
So it's ready to go. There's just
and
a
she did
depth
this
to
piece
it.
in 2007.
Yeah.
Which is so interesting because some of the art that we've had has just been done this year. But some pieces, particularly in the investment portion of this, you can talk more about this. They've been done for a while. They've been in galleries. They've been
Right. They either come from a private collection or a gallery has done them. This came from a really important private collection. Again, she's in the collection of many museums.
and she's a California master.
Yeah, she's a California master. Now is your time to get a really well-known female artist into your collection, and you can do it right now.
Right. It's and it's a big piece.
Yeah.
And I like these really, really dark pieces.
I've always been drawn to darker work, and if you walk through my home, I collect a lot of figurative works. The nice thing about this piece, being that it's from a master, is to get a piece that either comes from a series or is very typical of the artist's work. So when people walk in, they know it's Gail's work, and it has that real stamp of the artist on it.
And talk to us a little bit about the texture and what you think it speaks to.
It's done in layers. The artist has washed the back of the canvas with a really deep, vibrant blue that comes through in different parts of the canvas, and that makes up the background. The jumper is, I like the fact that the piece is not, it's not static, it has movement. You can feel that the jumper's just fixing to lean down and just fixing to stand up. So the piece does have a lot of movement in it. There was obviously movement painting it. You can see by the drips at the bottom and the sort of splatter technique on the legs.
It's highly interpretive.
Yeah.
I mean, and very imaginative. And I imagine really if you're looking for something for an office or you're looking something for your home. But one of the things we talked about a little earlier this evening was, getting a gift for somebody. We're getting near the holidays. So if you're thinking about, where you're going to put this or how you're going to use it.
Or if you know somebody that's a really serious collector, this is one.
Or a long jumper.
Yeah. She is one of the artists that needs to be in a serious collection of, especially if you enjoy the Bay Area figurative movement, especially if you really follow Bay Area arts. We were very lucky to get this piece donated to the art auction. And
so now we have got to sell this. I mean, Dee, we have got to sell this. This is
we're down to our last half hour.
Yes, exactly. A highly collectible California
She's
master.
This is female artist.
Absolutely an opportunity now that will pass you by. This came out of a private collection, so it's not like you can just sort of walk into a gallery and find this. This is a great opportunity to get a fantastic piece. We're selling it right now. The retail value is $4,000. You see the bid right there, right on your screen. Pick up the phone right now. Go to the phone, pick it up, 1-844-KVIE Art or 584-3278. We need to hear from you now. You don't want to miss the opportunity. I honestly, if my wife is watching, I mean, it'd be great if she
And we know you have your phone in your hand.
We do.
So if you're not calling our number right now, Google the artist's name.
Yeah.
I mean, she has a super impressive resume.
Right.
She is one
and
of...
at $4,000, what a great opportunity. Great opportunity.
To add to your collection, bring your collection up a notch.
Right, absolutely. And it definitely brings your collection up. It doesn't matter how great your collection is. It's always nice to meld it in with something new, something different, and something of incredible value that you can pass along. We need to hear from you. The highest bid right there is on your screen. If you're interested in getting in on this opportunity, now is the chance. We're going to move on, but we're going to keep it open. We're going to move on to 46B. This is called Capital Twilight View by Steve Mirming. And it's an oil on canvas measuring 24 by 36. It's framed by the artist. And it's got a retail value of $1,950.
We love Steve.
And it's Steve Memmering. And if you are a lobbyist in Sacramento, if you're a legislator in Sacramento,
if you live in Sacramento,
if you live in Sacramento, you got to have this piece. I mean, what a great, and it is obviously an iconic building, and I have a lot of friends who are lobbyists, who are lawyers, who work with the government, and I can see this in their office for sure.
Okay, I'm going to take your word about the friends part, but I definitely think that this piece.
Well, people I know. Okay.
Yeah. This piece would be a great piece in someone's office. Steve has a really huge one of his state capitals when you go into the Embassy Suites building downtown.
Oh, is that right? Yeah.
Yeah, he is really well known for his Sacramento imagery. He has been donating to the KVIE auction for years. He's a major award winner everywhere. And he's just such a, it's one of the things I look forward to about the auction every year is, you know, Steve is just always glad to be here, always glad to donate a piece, and always gives us his best.
And a California master.
And a California master.
And we're lucky to have his piece in this wonderful last few minutes of the KVIE Art Auction. Again, you know, California master, but somebody that, you know, when you see a piece like this in a place like the Embassy Suites, you know that that artist is really, really special.
Yeah. He is definitely, again, he's got that Sacramento blue, you know,
yeah.
if there was an art term or something that Sacramento was known for, there is just something about the blue in our sky that just draws, you know, we've seen it with condos, we've seen it with Tebow, and same thing with Steve Memmering. You know, you've got that beautiful sky in the background, you've got the really lush garden going on down here, and it's just a great image, and it's nice because it's not such a typical view of the Capitol.
Right.
You know, usually it's always, I'm standing at the Capitol steps, and here it is. That, you know, everybody always paints that view.
Yeah,
I don't know why. I like this one.
Yeah.
I think it's a little more interesting.
It is, and I like the brush strokes, and I like the depth, and he signed it down here in the corner.
And it's got a very traditional frame on it.
Very traditional frame, which I think really lends itself to this particular piece.
Well, it makes it, the nice thing about this piece, and I've talked about this before, is there's no timeline here. There's not a car in there's not a car in it.
Yeah.
There's not, this was our state capitol 50 years ago.
Right.
Which gives it sort of a nice kind of nostalgic feel with the really, what they call, this frame style is called the federal style.
So if you're watching right
Strangely
now
enough.
and you're thinking, I wonder where I could put that piece, or if I should get it, maybe give it to somebody as a
what if you
gift.
know somebody that's from Sacramento
Absolutely.
that moved?
Yeah,
I mean, what
that's
a
a really
sweet
good
way to
point.
say, I really miss you, here's your hometown.
Yeah, that is so true, Dee. And the value is $19.50. The bid right now is on your screen. This is really towards the end. What a great gift from him so that we could sell it here in this auction. We need those phones ringing right now for Steve Memmering. We need to do it for Steve.
Do it for Steve.
Do it for Steve.
Do it for the Sacramento Capitol.
1-844-584-3278 or 1-844-KVIE Art. Tell us a little bit more about the technique.
Steve works on canvas. He really works the paint in, so the sky, where when you look at it from a distance looks like it's just, you know, a blue sky, is not a blue sky. It's a blue and a purple and a,
there's a little bit of pink to it, a little bit of purple
and lavender. This part of the sky and down here kind of reminds me of.
If you look at your screen right now,
yeah, you can see
which
it.
we can sort of see on the monitor, but we know you at home can see the depth and almost the shadows and the
kind
reflections.
of that Maxfield Parrish-y kind of
Yeah.
sky, which I love. He's a very strong painter, and the way he's got the light coming in on it, it's just it feels like it's later in the afternoon, maybe even in the fall. Sacramento has such beautiful fall light.
What a great way to celebrate Sacramento, and what a great way to celebrate our region, and to be able to get a California master. If you're bidding right now, continue to call in. What's an extra $100
and
for
what's
KVIE?
the pride you're going to get when somebody walks into your office and says, that's a beautiful painting, and you get to say, I got it from the KVIE Art Auction because I love PBS.
And also that it's by a California master. And we talked about this a little bit earlier, that one of the great things about art is who paints it, the
Well, one
stories
of the-
behind the artists.
And one of the biggest collectibles in the international art market, which has always just struck me as odd, and it's been this way for 30 years, is California landscapes. And it's strictly California. Early California landscapes have gone sky high in recent years. The Japanese are obsessed with the California landscape.
Well, all right, we're halfway through the break, which means that we're going to keep this piece open and check in over at the recap station for bidding updates, and then we're going to move along.
And we're halfway through this break, only about 15 minutes left in this year's auction. Now is the time to buy the piece that you want. These 4 remaining pieces, don't let it slip away. Let's recap real quick. Item 46A, dark jumper, oil on canvas, retail value of $4,000. You heard Dee and Doug talking about it. It's your opportunity to get a highly collected, accomplished artist for right now, a low price of just $2,600 is the current bid on a value of $4,000. If you have any interest right now, don't kick yourself tomorrow by not picking up the phone. Item number 46B, Capital Twilight View. That's oil on canvas by Steve Memmering. Retail value of $1,950, and you can see there's a current high bid of $1,200. We want to make both of those bell ringers. That means they met the goal that we set, the value that the artist want to see KVIE receive. Coming up next, a Gregory Kondos piece called Beach, and Pat Mahoney is the anchor of the auction with California Poppies. We already have people on the phones right now. It's your time. You got to call right now. We're going to send it back to Dee and Doug. Look at the final 2 pieces in this year's auction.
All right, folks, this is it, the final 2 pieces of the auction. And now is the time to pick up your phone and place the bid on an amazing work of art that you could have on your wall as early as tomorrow. Dee, let's talk about this beautiful work by Gregory Kondos.
We've got.
Can I just talk a little bit about the size? Maybe. You know, you're so eager. It's measuring 30 by 35. It's framed by Skyline One Framing, and it's got a retail value of $4,000, which is a fantastic opportunity for somebody to get a Gregory Kondos.
Well, particularly, it's an earlier Gregory Kondos. It's from the late 80s, and it has a really kind of sweet, sentimental story behind it. Monty Van Camp is Gregory's wife. They were introduced by a friend of mine, Harriet. We're going back to Himovitz gallery times in the 80s. But before she met Gregory proper, she went to an art exhibit and fell in love with this very piece.
Is that right?
And bought it.
Wow.
So it's kind of so she gave it to us from her personal collection because now
incredible.
she's got all the Gregory Kondoses the girl needs because they've been married for quite some time now.
Right.
But it just has a super sweet story, and it was one of Monty's favorite and Gregory's favorites as well. And she decided to give it to the auction this year so we could really end with a bang and a really good piece of his.
And incredibly generous.
Yeah, she's
very generous of her. Very generous of Kondos, who every year we have a piece, and every year these things fly.
Oh yeah, no, the Kondos piece goes.
It's like it's.
Call now, or you won't be able to get through.
In fact, I would say that, and you would have a better recollection than me, but every year this is his piece goes and goes quickly.
I don't ever recall his piece not being a bell ringer.
Right.
So this one needs to be one
and that's why
too.
you see the bid right there on your screen. If you want to get in on the bidding, call the number on your screen, 1-844-584-3478 or 1-844-KVIE Art.
Not a piece you're going to be able to find in a gallery. It comes with that beautiful story. What I really like about, let me just talk about the piece instead of the story behind the piece. But what I really like about this particular image of Gregory's is that he's got this really nice pink that runs through it and this super soft horizon line. It would be absolutely gorgeous in somebody's beach house.
Yeah.
Or, if you're a beach person.
Or if you want to turn your house into that feeling of a beach house.
Yeah, I love it. And the other thing about this piece is it's very serene. Gregory is super well known for his blues.
Yeah.
He does a lot of paintings of the Greek islands.
And this is sort of aqua-ish.
Yeah, and it's just a really gorgeous sort of Tiffany blue that I like. It's number 20 out of 50. So there are only 50 of these, and none of them are available. It has been sold out for years. Again, we got this from his wife's private collection.
And Kondo's artwork sells for tens of thousands of dollars. And,
yeah, if
and in
this
times,
was a painting, it would be over 20,000.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
And it's a great opportunity to get a beautiful piece for your home. My wife, actually, for our anniversary many years ago, bought me a piece, a Gregory Kondo's piece. I absolutely love it. And it's got a sentimental value too.
Yeah,
because
we have the same thing. Tom bought me one Tom tried to buy me one as a anniversary present, and Gregory did a special little drawing of Mount Capitan, because we always go up to Yosemite, that is in our bedroom.
Right.
And it's one of my husband's absolute treasures.
And I will say that 2020 is clearly a unique year and a unique opportunity to be able to buy art. That's why we're having this auction. We have to have this auction every year. There are a lot of things that were canceled this year throughout, life, but one thing that was not canceled was the KVIE Art Auction, because we need every single cent that we can generate through the sale of this art. We do.
We do have our
We're
masks,
staying
but
6 feet apart.
They measured for us.
We need to remind you of what to do, though, because we're nearing the end, and that is to call the number on your screen. Please let us know that you believe.
This will go so fast.
And let us know that you believe in our mission. Let us know that you believe in KVIE. Now is your opportunity to really do something special for KVIE, something for the viewers, but also something for yourself to get an amazing piece of art.
Well, and it comes with such a thoughtful, beautiful story.
The phones, we need to hear these phones ring.
Yeah, if you're looking for that really special 20th anniversary gift for your husband or your wife, I mean, Doug and I just talked about that that was a gift that we got from our spouse.
And the sentimental value that you talked about in this art.
What a sweet piece that Monty gave us. And it'll go so fast. And if you don't call that number right now, it's not going to go home with you.
So we're running out of time.
Okay.
Give us our final thoughts.
no,
We've got to move on.
Beautiful piece from the 80s. You're not going to find it in a gallery. And snap it up now.
Absolutely. Okay, we're going to keep this open. We're going to move on to 46D, and this is called California Poppies by Pat Mahoney. I love Pat Mahoney's pieces.
We love Pat Mahoney.
I have a beautiful piece of Pat Mahoney's art in our house. I feel like I've got a piece of every one of these, so I'm like always so excited
because
when
you have such a good collection.
Well,
Doug.
you've certainly helped me generate a great collection, but it's just, this is so cool. And you can have a great collection too. This is oil on canvas measuring 22 by 26, framed beautifully by Archival Gallery, and it's got a retail value of $1,800. I feel like years ago I spent that much money on a piece, so I mean, this is a great, I don't like to say deal, but it is a good opportunity.
The reason that it's so
reasonable is the very last piece, Dee. This is the last piece of this whole KVIE Art Auction. We need to hear from you. Let's talk about it.
One of the things that I really liked about this piece when she donated it this year is that she gave us a smaller piece. Her landscapes are normally quite large. If you go in again to the Embassy Suites, which has a beautiful public collection, go just walk through the lobby. She has 4 massive pieces when you first walk in that are just amazing. She is so bold in her California landscape. There is nothing tentative about this piece at all. She's really brave with all these oranges and this whole riot of color. Again, it's a California landscape. It's, what the world clamors for. And Pat Mahoney has been showing in the area for years. She's incredibly well known. She shows in New York as well. And it was very nice of her to give us this piece.
I think that's a really good point, because she's in collections all over the country.
Oh, yeah.
In a really impressive collections. And we've saved some of the best for last, and now is your opportunity. Look at the beauty of this painting, and these are pretty thick brush strokes.
Yeah, she's got.
You see it right there on the screen.
She has a beautiful palette, and what I love about Pat's work is it really reads from a distance. And I always wonder how artists can make things that look more abstract when you're close. It's like, what did they paint with a 20-foot paintbrush? You know, you get close to it and the piece becomes a little more abstract and it's more about texture and color. But then when you step back 6 or 7 steps, it's a landscape.
Yeah. It is. That's so interesting.
So it's like two pieces of
You know, you have such a great perspective. I mean, really, because
like they painted it from way back
because
here?
I never really thought about it the way you just described it, and you see it there on your screen. This would be beautiful in a home.
Yeah, it's a really, and again, a timeless piece. It's done
by a California master.
Yeah, and we'll talk about the frame. It's done in what's called a plein air frame, which is a really, really super traditional gilded frame that that just shows off the piece and adds no color to it. So I really like the way Nikki designed this one out. That the frame.
And did she do
complements
this in 2020? Is that right?
Yeah, this is a new piece.
So this is a brand new piece, and which is pretty special too, because now you're getting something that is really fresh and something that's new.
Right off the gallery wall.
Right off the gallery wall. Value $1,800. You see it right there on your screen. Let us end this auction with a bang. If you believe in our mission, if you believe in KVIE's mission of bringing you quality TV, non-commercial, non-violent, always age-appropriate TV,
And the British baking
365
show.
years a year, absolutely. Some of the best art in Northern California, any place, this weekend. It's right here on KVIE. The number's on your screen, 1-844-584-3278. Let's hear some more bids for Pat Mahoney. Let's send this whole auction out on a high note with a huge bell ringer. We need to hear from you. Value $1,800. And, you know, this is something that, somebody could come pick up tomorrow. I'm sure they will. And it'll be in your office, in your home, someplace again tomorrow.
And I love the way that Mary Ellen curated not only the collection this year, but that we are ending with such an exciting, it's like this is the cherry on top of this collection.
It is the Papillon. It's the Papillon.
Yeah.
It's called California Poppies by Pat Mahoney, very, very well-known artist in collections all over the country. It's oil on canvas, measures 22 by 26. Again, we've talked about it being framed by UD at Archival Gallery. And we can't thank Pat enough for donating this piece.
No, and I love the fact that it's a nice, easy size. It's easy to place, but it has a lot of visual impact.
This is the type of piece that would look great just by itself on a big, huge wall.
And she's an important female artist.
And a great value. And so this is the investment section at the very end of the art auction. Great, great opportunity. If this speaks to you, now is the time. This is not going to be here tomorrow. I guarantee you.
Yeah, and
it's going to be on somebody else's wall tomorrow. If you want it to be on yours, you need to call the number on your screen. All right, folks, we are nearing the end of this break and at the end of this year's auction, which means that now is your final opportunity to bid on the art featured in this half hour. A big thank you to the art lady, Dee Neath, for sharing her expertise with us tonight. And now let's head over to the recap station as we keep auctioning off all of the pieces from this half hour.
And we are down to the wire. This is it, folks. If you want a piece of art featured in this break, you have to call right now. The number, it's on your screen. Let's give you a bid update right now on all 4 of these pieces. We're going to start with item number 46A. It's Dark Jumper. It has the retail value of $4,000. We have a high bid of $3,500. If that holds, that's pretty close, but of course we'd love to see that hit the retail value, and it's definitely worth that price. 46B is Capital Twilight View. That's the oil on canvas piece by Steve Memring. Retail value of $1,950, and we have a high bid of $1,500. Both of those pieces, 46A and 46B, so close to being bell ringers. Make that happen when you pick up the phone and say, I want one of those pieces. Speaking of bell ringers, item number 46C, Beach by Gregory Condos, has a high bid right now of $7,000. You can, and that's actually going to get updated on your screen, but it does have a high bid right now of $7,000, and that's going to be something that is still open. You can call in right now if you're able to make that bid. And then item number 46D, California Poppies, Pat Mahoney, also a bell ringer. High bid of $37,000. $100 right now, but you could still, as Doug said and Dee said, you could make that happen to be on your wall tomorrow if you come in and make it. So 46A is Dark Jumper, retail value of $4,000. You can come in right now, high bid of $3,500. Item 46B, Capital Twilight View, value of $1,950, current high bid of $1,500. Item 46C, Beach Gregory Condos, retail value $4,000, current high bid of $7,000. And item 46D, California Poppies, Pat Mahoney, retail value $1,800, high bid $3,700. You're going to want to make this happen. Call right now. They're going to close so soon. That is the end of this year's PBS KVIE Art Auction. It's a record-breaking year for us at the station, and we could not have done it without you. Thank you to the artists, of course, who graciously donated their amazing art. Many thanks to you for supporting the arts in such a unique way on PBS KVIE. I want to acknowledge our staff, our volunteers for an incredible effort this year. It could not happen without them. And that includes Mary Ellen Lane, she's right next to me, who curated her first art auction with us. Enjoy your new art if you're one of the lucky winning bidders, and have a wonderful night.